10 minutes to start. Go to 11 with the 8 start. Reminding you all once again, running books will be 30 minutes. Today, starting this way performing well. By the men's competition round, that will be only rounds of men's competition for today. That will be now the final round of women's round of 16 as well. And keep in mind that the final first for today. There's a chance we might start. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be for you. But there's a chance we might run all the way. Given the final, we can always decide.
Good morning, bom dia. Welcome to the morning update from the MEO Ripco Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. And we're riding out the storm here on the Atlantic coast of Europe, checking out some early morning action from the likes of Jordy Smith in full flow, whatever conditions are offering. Practice, as ever, vital for the world's best surfers. Jack Robbo doesn't mind getting the weddy on in the dark and having a look. European representation from the likes of Joanne Defay, we just saw. Fred Moraes as well. He's all smiles, as you might expect, at his home events. And we've been looking for opportunities up and down the coast to run some heats. And we feel like that's what we've done this morning. We haven't got a long way on the search. Sometimes when you're searching, you go up the coast, down the coast, looking for nooks and crannies. We've gone, well, just a few hundred yards north of our main contest venue here at Super Tubos, and we reckon we found ourselves some opportunities to find some fun waves on a Sunday morning with a bit of winds and a bit of sunshine poking through. It's time, speaking of sunshine, it's time to say good morning to Kayo Guerrero, Strider Wasilewski. How are we feeling, chaps?
I'm glad that we got things going right now, so I'm feeling really good, and just like you said, we searched down to the end of the beach and left jetty, and it looks like we're going to have a great start.
Strider, mate, you've been enjoying your storm. How's your storm been going for you?
Yeah, it's been good. We've been enjoying all the different locations for food. It's been a bit windy for the surf, but we've had a few sessions, almost 2 offshore at some places. But you know what? You look around, you find some good waves. The waves that we just saw in the warm-up look great.
All right, well, the forecast, obviously crucial at any event. This one, there's been quite a lot going on, and it's been a situation kind of in a constant state of change, which is why we've been keeping such a beady eye on it. Kayo, mates, well, waves haven't been a problem. It's just the wind that's been the factor.
Yeah, you see these big lows coming through really close to the coast here, and with those winds have come onshore. In short periods, swell, huge swell actually, washing this whole thing out. As things clear out, the lighter winds, hey, that's on track for Monday and Tuesday. The swell will be easing, but the conditions improving. Taking a look at today, contestable waves. I say 5 to 8 foot faces this morning, 4 to 7 foot, not losing much size, and kind of side offshore wind throughout the day. So looking pretty good to get going today. Hopefully a full day of competition.
And the thinking here, Strider, is looking ahead, obviously, and what we're hoping to have at our main venue, Super Tubos, for early next week.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Monday and Tuesday. There's some surf there, 6 to 10 on Monday, 4 to 5 foot faces on Tuesday. It's still really solid and powerful conditions out at Super Tubos at that size. So we're looking to have some really great surfing happening during those 2 days.
So the atmosphere being pretty busy, providing loads of energy for us, and we've been looking at today and going mobile, and a lot of work's gone in behind the scenes to make this happen, and it's taken us to this situation where we're able to get the women's opening round underway. We'll be checking out Caitlin Simmers, of course, winner at Pipeline first event of the season, #2 in the world, taking on Isabella Nichols and Alyssa Spencer. And I'm just thinking, for these women who've been in town for probably well over a week for some of them, it'll feel great just to get the rashy on and get surfing.
It's time to start, right? And so it's maintaining that focus. Today's the day with this opening round for the women. Of course, we have our defending champ out there, Katie Simmers, has had a really good run here, where we look at the analytics in Portugal. 80% heat winning percentage for Katie Simmers. She surfed 5 heats here so far in her young career. She's on the 2nd year of the championship tour. She's won 4 out of those 5 heats. Last year, she did lose in the opening round, get a 3rd place finish there, but it was a very, very close 3rd place. That was actually the 3rd on a count back. Stephanie Gilmore gained that 2nd advancing position. But Katie Simmers, I would say, Paul, she has to be the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, all of that confidence that she's got from last year, and obviously a strong start to the 2024 season as well. But a tough heat in our hands with the rookie Alyssa Spencer, Bella Nichols as well, who will be enjoying these kind of conditions. We're looking at Strider, some wedgy stuff off the wall here. It's mainly right-handers, might be a couple of peaks going.
Yeah, it looks really fun. I mean, traditionally this is all right-handers. You know, there's a wedge, the swells kind of sweep in, hit the break wall, and then push back over. That's why you see those lumps coming back through the lineup there. And with that, you have these peaks that come up, and then you get off a couple of great turns. Hopefully 2-turn combos should be huge today. Maybe some big one maneuver waves above the lip, big aerials. Could be interesting.
Time to say good morning to AJ, who's with Renato.
Good morning, Paul. Yeah, we are down with Renato in a new location than the last time we saw you, Renato. So down here at MEO Leste, walk us through the decision to move the competition today.
Seems like a long time ago, and we had 3 massive days of waiting and shielding from this huge storm that hit the Portuguese coast. But we're back now at MEO Leste. We're happy to resume the competition. So we're going to start today with the women opening round, ladies in the water, followed by the men's elimination round, then women's elimination round, and women round of 16. We put the quarters on standby. We might opt to use that, but we received really good news, first time this week, by the way, of the improvement of the forecast for tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we're hopeful to be back at Super Tubus tomorrow. We're probably going to make the call there, and we update everyone. So check again on worldathlete.com. And yeah, long day today, 20 hits at least, a lot to happen. The beauty of MEO Leste is that this massive rock wall will shield us from the brunt of the northwest wind and offering much more cleaner waves. All the men and women have been training here the last couple of days. So yeah, we're anticipating really good surf.
So I can confirm I'm no official weather forecaster, but less wind down here today. So with that, Renato, give us the sort of expected conditions for this wave today.
It is a side shore, cross shore, almost offshore wind. The wave edges off the rock wall and offers some peaks and some sections. We're anticipating, pretty much 40 minutes from low tide, anticipating an improvement on the size 2 with the pushing tide. And lots of turns today. Not much barrels, but lots of turns, and I'm sure they'll take to the air too. So a lot of aerial maneuvers expected.
So a lot of action, long day ahead. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, AJ. And a thorough report there from Renato, who's been picking the eyes out of the forecast. And this decision, well, a couple of days back looking at this. I guess the really positive news, apart from the forecast improving, Kayo, is looking good as well for tomorrow, which gives us a lot more reliability.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. Here's the opening wave. We're still waiting for the score. Isabella Nichols going through the paces. Just, you can see Isabella, interestingly enough, in that she's wearing booties. So we're going to see the water temperature. It's chilly out here, right? So we're going to see how many of these surfers opt to wear booties as opposed to going bare feet. And Isabella opened up, it looks like, with a decent mid-range score, Paul.
Yeah, gets a 4 for that effort. A couple of quick turns from her. A decision just to go something early, put something on the scoreboard. Bella Nichols, think about some of the turns she's able to do on powerful, particularly right-handers. Really like the way she's turning high up in the pocket. Really enjoyed her surfing at Sunset. Thought she surfed great. She's got great in Hawaii, both events actually. It does seem like a surfo's sort of finding a position on tour and just sort of allowed to express herself a bit more strider. She looks comfortable and confident.
Yeah, the ladies were just really going big at Sunset, and she was one of them. She was throwing up huge turns on heavy sections and doing really well out there. It's fun to watch these ladies kind of put their head down and just roll into the rail and just really go after it. Looks like they're a little out of position there on the screen. It's probably catch you by surprise, in a first heat of the day. So we're just getting their positioning and where they're going to be sitting in the lineup, try and find the best place possible for them.
Yeah, interesting thing about Isabella is that she's just the tenacity that she has. She's been on tour. This is her 4th year on tour, but she's had to battle on and off tour, right? She did not make the cut last year in 2023, had to come back on that Challenger Series, had to battle back for her spot on the championship tour. So that type of tenacity that you see in a surfer is really impressive, and that's really the story of a lot of these surfers, is the ones that can come up to the challenge. And Bella has proven that she's come up to the challenge in the past. So I really admire both, her surfing, but also the mental fortitude that it takes to be able to, stay calm and get back in the game, which Bella has done.
First heat of the day here underway with that number for Bella Nichols. Just the 4-point ride locked in for her. As we see our surfers with a little bit of reposition heading further outside. As Renato mentioned, tide's actually still draining out right now. This place probably mid-tide, mid to high, probably best so. Maybe a few hours away from that for the morning. We're still going with a bit of an outgoing tide. You might see this lineup shift around a touch when it all comes together out here. Some really fun wedges And we've run heats in the past a while ago at this event, and actually this can be a really, really fun way, great backup option.
Yeah, and you touched on the tide, Paul. We got a full moon right now. So the coefficient between the low tide that we're seeing in about, I want to say about an hour or so, and high tide this afternoon, 11 feet of water coming in once we turn those tides. And so that large coefficient, I'm sure, is going to change the canvas a bit, change the playing field as we go throughout the day.
Yep, as ever, part of the conversation here in Europe, that big tidal swing, and they're just getting bigger. Actually, I think peaking maybe early next week, maybe on Tuesday. It's going to be around about 3 meters of tide, 2.5, 3 meters, 12, 13 feet. There's plenty of vertical swing. That's all part of Renato's decision-making, along with our local experts as well. He's got a tough job, right? We just sit here and get to talk about it, Strider.
Yeah, it would not. This is by far the toughest event to call, I'd say, on the year. You know, it's been, everybody's trying to pitch in, though. Everybody's trying to get to the right spot, and I think they're doing the best they can with the forecast that we have.
So half an hour for women this morning to avoid going to the elimination rounds, post their 2 best numbers. And we're looking at hopefully running through quite a few rounds, as Renato mentioned out here today. Potentially, we've got quarters for the women on hold as well, but men's elimination as well. That's going to be coming up, and well, let's just watch a wave come in here. Let's see. Here's Alyssa Spencer on the backhand. She's so good on rights, and there's that crisp style that she has. Nice and precise. Pretty vertical too, just the one turn for her as that one run away. It's going to feel a lot better to get a wave on the board. It'll be a number for her, and it'll also establish some priority for Kate Simmers out the back, who's been a little quiet so far in this.
Yeah, she's not one to like, dig in and kind of have a battle, Simmers, it seems like. She just kind of lets it happen. And now she's got priority, so we'll see some action out of her, I'm sure. This is a great little zone, though. There's a couple of peaks that come in, so I feel like paddling back out, you could kind of come a little wide and find those extra little corners. Nice little snap there. You know, the wave didn't offer much, and she looked like she wasn't really getting into you know, the comfort zone yet. She didn't really release into the lip and throw the tail like she can, so I'd like to see, we'll see more out of it, but she definitely gets a nice turn off there.
Interestingly enough, Paul, we can see Alyssa also with booties out there. So going for the grip, going for the warmth. So 2 out of the 3 surfers going for footwear this morning.
Yeah, just trying to keep those feet warm. It was, yeah, pretty fresh this morning. Maybe possibly not as cold as Wednesday when we ran first time, but coming down in the dark. We had all sorts going on last night. Some hailstones coming out the sky. We had some sideways rain this morning when we were in the parking lot trying to make our way in. So yeah, pretty decent decision to stay warm, I'd say. Obviously, the extra traction as well from boots. Let's see how that plays out for these surfers. At the moment, it's Kate Simmers who's been very quiet. She's got that priority. As we see Indy Robinson having a look. She'll be making decisions, all sorts of stuff going through her mind. Where to sit, which ones are the good ones.
Look at the number, Paul, 4.5 for Alyssa Spencer. That just kind of shows that where the judges are going. That was, rather than multiple maneuvers that Isabella Nichols had, the judges one dynamic maneuver trumping that opening ride for Isabella Nichols. So I feel that's like kind of some early storytelling for us that we're seeing right now, that you can get great numbers with one big dynamic maneuver.
Well, there she goes again. The backhand is a weapon for Alyssa. Set up turn from her, keeping the speed, then gets a bit of a bowl. And a bit more release in that one as well. So 2 turns from her, a second wave as well. That one will be with the panel, who are going to have to really make decisions about differentiating turns this morning. And that option of getting deep barrels that we expect at Super Tuba is probably not going to be an option today. It's going to be about maneuvers we expect.
Just from the opening of the, you know, looking at the waves and from up above, you can see you know, we were just talking about paddling back out and catching that wave off the side. That's exactly what she did here. So for her, this is like a bonus, right? No priority, just, you know, paddling back out, and finds herself a wave that's going to give her a couple of turns. Great opportunity. And this is, you know, you can see her kind of warming up, building strength. There's, you know, the backhand whip that she's got. She's really technical. Her timing is unbelievable, and she always seems to put the board right in the perfect place. And you can see that when the top of the wave just explodes.
Alyssa Spencer's campaign to get onto the championship tour. Had a great result here in Ericeira. Took out that one last October, just down the coast here. Very different sort of time of year, though. That fall time here, we generally expect kind of those slightly warmer offshore airs. There aren't many events on tour. This event used to be run this time of year. There aren't many you can do the full 6-month switch, though. It's a tricky thing to do. And we're feeling like it's winter at the moment, right? We know that we're kind of, we're facing into the brunt of the Atlantic energy and the Atlantic anger sometimes, Kayo.
Well, I mean, to play on the championship tour, the pinnacle of professional surfing is that you have to be adaptable, right? Going from board shorts and bikinis to 4-3s and booties, that's the world tour, and that's illustrated right here. So watching all the surfers adapt to different climates and different waves and how they make those adaptations is really the telling tale of success here.
Some lines coming through in the early morning at Moya Leste. We've gone a little bit north, a few hundred yards from Super 2 Boss, and we're underway with women's opening rounds. Of course, in the water, we do have our defending event champ. She's got priority as well, and she uses it here, doesn't use it real well, gets a little caught up there, and goes down at the bottom of the wave.
That was unfortunate.
It's not the start she was looking for.
No, she'll get it going, but now that she's kind of found herself out of the priority rhythm, I think she's just going to come down the inside more. I feel like there's better waves down the inside there where there's kind of a little bounce off that peak, and you can kind of feel it. She just gets gobbled up, and just, you know, she's trying to put it together right here, but that wave just wasn't going to, it ran away from her quickly anyway, so I don't think there was much left for her when she fell.
I feel like this is going to be a challenge for Katie Simmers, and I call Katie a surfer's surfer. She surfs off feel, she surfs off emotion. She's obviously extremely talented. Here she goes again. She's going to get a second shot, Paul.
All right, straight back at it for Katie Simmers. Winds up off the bottom, uses the rail, just gets a little on the heels. Does get a completion though, and that will be a first proper score for her. Of course, last year this was a place where she had so much fun, and just the rookie season, you always wonder how people are going to react. Are they going to rise to the challenge? She absolutely did that. She does seem to enjoy herself at most venues around the world, though. Does have very laid-back approach. She's pretty confident in her abilities, but also just bringing that new energy to tour, which has been really fun to see. Let's check out a second wave here.
I really like the way she rolls the rail over. I mean, she gets a little loose off the end there, a little off balance, but really just looks more comfortable right away, you know, after she had that first wave, got it out of the way, and now, like, you can see her finding her kind of flow, found a good open face wave on the way back out, like we were saying, and I like it.
Here goes Bella with some speed loading up. What she got off the bottom, and she finds a section, puts that one in the white water. It's cut next to the lip, and that'll feel better for her. It's been a wee while since she dropped that 4 early on in this heat, but a time has gone by, and wish she would have probably be well aware of the scoreline of Alyssa Spencer. She's built up a little bit of momentum, got the 4.93 for her last wave, the goofy foot. So Bella just want to stay in this conversation. Second wave for her, it's a modest number for Simmers. Let's have another look at Isabella.
Isabella's board movement is really quick. She just needs to find and place the board in the right place on the wave as the lip comes down to her. So, you know, the whitewater foam climbs are kind of a transition maneuver more than the actual scoring turn.
Just under 14 minutes on the clock, opening heat of opening round for the women. And we are enjoying finding an opportunity with conditions at Moya Leste, just up the beach from Super 2 Boss, and expecting this thing to improve with that tide filling through the day. Right now, we got these right-handers filling through, and that roaring wind out the Atlantic, you can see it on the background, much cleaner in here. That's the protection afforded by the harbour wall, and very deep from Spencer, and you guys mentioned you don't want to get too deep out here.
Yeah, and you don't want to lose priority, which Alyssa Spencer just did. So that's a priority error for Spencer. She's going to look to make up for it over here, but the paddle was a clear intent for the wave, and she just handed over priority to Caitlin Simmers.
Alyssa Spencer at the moment making the best of this. A couple of waves on the backhand for her. Join us for more live action from Portugal right after this.
the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
I hope that we get super tubed.
The Tour rookie, Caitlin Simmers.
Wow.
Throws a layback hack there on her way. Katie Simmers wins the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Fond memories for Caitlin Simmers, defending event champ last time out here at Super Tubos. She's in a different looking kind of ocean this morning for opening rounds. And not an emphatic start from her thus far. She's got, well, a little over 10.5 minutes to do something about that. But at the moment, chasing down numbers here against a rookie. In the form of Alyssa Spencer, the goofy, couple of ways from her. Good enough for fours and good enough for the lead right now. She's got priority back as well as we pick things up from above. And check out a paddle effort here. And this looks like your heat leader, Spencer, on the backhand. Bang, big turn from her with the speed. And that backhand, very much a weapon. She's vicious and able to just get that one turn done then. She would have loved that section to run down. We haven't seen many runners so far this morning. And it's all about finding these opportunities. She aimed at this section. She hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, so far everything's going her way in this heat. It's a challenging heat just to kind of regroup and recalibrate for all the competitors, but really the guinea pig heat, Paul. First heat of a new location, that's the challenge for everyone. And it looks like Alyssa's kind of, she's solving the puzzle right now that Left Jetty's presenting.
I feel like just getting into this first heat with her, she's one of those surfers that, like, you know, works off confidence, and coming out into this, she'd be seeing those right-handers, and that's her confidence, her backhand. So, you know, it's really fun for her. Looks like McCulloch getting warmed up for this next one.
Yeah, surfing in the second heat of the day, of course, you do have something of an advantage in checking out exactly the positioning, where the scores are coming, all that sort of stuff. First heat, as you mentioned, Kayo, it is a tough one to feel things out. You just think about Kate Simmers coming as defending event champ. How much does that give her a little bit of extra zhuzh coming into this? I mean, it was a year ago. It feels like a different kind of spot right now. How much effect will that have on her? I
mean, I touched on it at the beginning of this heat. I feel, again, Katie Simmers is a surfer. She's emotional. She's super talented. But, you know, this isn't a physical test for her right now. This is a mental test for her to get back into the game. And young Katie Simmers, we saw her heat when she took a loss at Sunset. She just sat out the back. You know, it was just like, was not going to give up at all, but it wasn't really to lower herself to grind, kind of. But sometimes a heat win's a heat win. An advancement's an advancement. Sometimes you got to lower your expectations. Sometimes you just got to get grindy out there. I don't see it a lot in her personality. But we'll see. I mean, I feel like Katie Simmers is a surfer that always wants to put up a big number and won't settle for just 3s and 4s to advance.
Well, she's going to have to look to do that in the next 8 minutes or so at the moment. Sitting in third place in this one. Let's see how she goes about improving that situation. Second priority is first priority with Bella Nichols, the Australian. And she's got that 4 that she posted early on. She'll definitely want to try and improve on her backup. It's stuck in the 2s. Here's Simmers, dealing with a little white water. That was really nice. And then pumping off the bottom. Would have loved that section to cooperate. It just ran away from her. Feels like a bit of a theme, doesn't it? That second section has been elusive this morning, so the first turn crucial, and just looked a little bit slightly better set with her board there on that first turn.
I think she looks like she has a little more sense of urgency in this surfing here, which I like. I mean, she's kind of woken up and realized that she needs to get some work done. And you know, obviously, that way of not doing it for her, but she looks like the intention's there more than it was on those first couple of waves. So hopefully we'll see a lot more out of her as this thing goes on. I really do. I think that like inside corner over there, just down the end, has more opportunity, kind of sitting wide and on the way back out. The current and everything seems like it's pushing into the corner, so kind of push you over there, kind of get you to sit deep. But I think kind of sitting wide and paddling down on that inside.
The yellow jersey of Molly Picklum there, making her way out. She'll be coming up in the next heats. We saw Sophie McCulloch getting ready. Luana Silva also in that one, coming up in just over 6.5 minutes time. The view from above, you see the big harbour there, which is really established in this town as a fishing port. It's a very lively and active ocean out here. And it also, that big wall provides us with plenty of shelter out of the northwest. So you can see out the back, the top right corner there. All that texture on the ocean from the wind, things much, much cleaner.
It's funny that we talk about the big tide changes there. We saw that grounded boat. That boat's going to be floating this afternoon at high tide. And all of this beach that we're seeing on the screen right now is going to be completely underwater. The transformation today with those big tides are going to be something that's going to be interesting to watch. And then this heat, Paul, small numbers up here. So really anyone's, I mean, we're going to have a 5-minute drill, a 6-minute drill right now. It's really anyone's game, because no one's even broken a mid-range score as of yet.
Number for Simmers not huge. It helps, but she'll need more. That came from a 3.47. She's brought her requirement down 3.17 now. Alyssa Spencer leading this one. The rookie on tour, of course, has very fond memories of a time in Portugal. It is a coast blessed with plenty of surf spots and plenty of places to hold fun competitions. Challenger Series at Ribeira Dillas, the EDP Vissla Pro, and she took this one out last year, and we talked about how good she is on the backhand. That is not an easy backhand wave to surf, and she looked immense throughout this event, guys.
Yeah, this was one of those events for Alyssa Spencer. 2023, she took the win here. 2022 over in Saquarema. Both events, you could clearly see her straight out the gates as one of the best surfers in the event. And really interesting to see, a lot of times the best surfer doesn't win events. In both of those cases, Alyssa Spencer from round number 1 was the best surfer and coming out with a win there.
Yep, she got real close, didn't she, back at the end of 2022. And the disappointment can go a couple of ways, you know. You see people, do they shrink or do they rise up? That's absolutely what she did last year. Of course, to qualify for the tour, which is obviously a huge goal, but then you almost got to wash off that and start to think, okay, now I got to prove I belong. And on the women's tour, there's not a whole lot of spaces up for grabs.
And in regards to Alyssa Spencer, she came close to qualifying in 2019, in 2021, and again, that heartbreak in 2022. Finally is on the championship tour where she belongs. So we talk about tenacity. That's illustrated in Alyssa Spencer.
The third event of her rookie campaign. The opening heat of it's going all right for her so far. She is leading this one with a couple of 4s, that 4.93. That's the highest score of this heat so far. And with 4 minutes on the clock, it's Katie Simmers who needs to make a move. This was Bella Nichols getting work done early on.
Couple of snaps, you know, feeling the flow. Not coming up with huge numbers as we've seen in this heat, so the next thing is still wide open like you guys are talking about, but Alyssa on the backhand really finding what she needed out there, the confidence that she's got coming into this. You know, she'd be on the beach seeing all these right-handers thinking, oh, I got this. And, you know, it takes all the confidence in the world to win a heat, you know, especially up against somebody like Simmers, who's got all this, you know, talk and flow about her. You'd want to go out and just smash it.
Bella Nichols with priority, making her way now to keep a close eye on competitors that could threaten her position. At the moment, it's Katie Simmers in third place with third priority as well. Bella just posting up there, having a look. She's such a good competitor as well, knows exactly where she is in heats and what she needs to do. Real good with situations and decision-making, crucially. It's going to come down to those kind of decisions when it is a low-scoring one like this. Anyone could just sneak away, find something on the inside, and get the number they need. For Katie, it's just a 3.17.
Time for Bella with priority to play the game. And that means keep an eye on Katie Simmers, who is going to be her challenge for advancing out of this heat. Isabella has priority over Simmers right now, so she needs to play that priority card really. She needs to be really smart with playing that priority card in this last 2.5 minutes.
Looks like there's a big separation there, too, between her and Caitlin Simmers. So let's see if she gets back in the seat over there and paddles over and kind of sits on her like you were talking about.
Couple of minutes to go now in this. You can see that swell. It just cleans up as it bends in here. And still, this early morning with this tide going out, it will get better throughout the day, but right now it's maybe taking that pragmatic approach, just finding something that's going to give you a number. It's probably not highlights real stuff right now this morning. Roll up the sleeves, get it done. That's what Alyssa Spencer and at the moment Bella Nichols have been able to do. There's the use of priority from Bella. Big wave from her with some nice power on the face. And there's a great second turn. So a good combination from her and a good use of priority, we reckon.
Wow, that was a nice looking wave when it approached too. You could just see it had the potential in it just to give you some scoring. in the lip line. I mean, look at how nice and smooth it was. It had, you know, from the first wave, kind of ironing it out, and gave her a 2-turn combo. That's going to be probably one of the highest scores of the heat, and put her in a great position. Caitlin's going to be up against it now after this wave for sure. Beautiful. Nice work.
Judges tend to like those combinations in critical sections, Kaipo.
Yeah, to fit those 2 turns in a short amount of time. The size of the wave is going to come into factor as well. The clean face, clean rails, and no really downtime between those 2 maneuvers either. So smooth surfing, flow, of course, is part of the criteria. So waiting for that score, but I anticipate Isabel Nichols to go to the lead. Oh,
yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. 6 drops in for her. So the high score of the heat by a bit of a margin there. And that wave always looked like a good one. A great time to have priority and use it. Here goes Spencer. And being patient off the bottom. Here's a nice section. Another good hit from her. She's so good at those backhand turns, arriving late to the lip and getting that redirection from the board, throwing up the spray in that morning sunshine that's now poking through, making things look a little more pleasant. They're not looking great, though, for Katie Simmers, who, with 10 seconds to go, she's struggling here. And a bit of solid work from Spencer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right here is just straight bango. I mean, perfectly timed. I love it. It's just, I love you can see it from the beginning of the heat when she paddled out that her confidence was there, and this is just her fortitude on the backhand, just bang. In those sections coming at her, she's probably having so much fun in that moment right there in the heat. That's what it's all about.
That lip just setting up really cooperatively, but you can see there in the slow-mo, still a bit of work to do to ride out of that turn. Make sure you get it done. We talked about the power of the wave fit. Well, down the beach is Super 2 boss, but even here at Moya Leste, there's plenty of power out there. It's cold water as well. You do need, obviously, to ride out your turns properly to get the numbers. This was the last effort of Simmers.
I'm pretty sure that's after the horn.
So, Caitlin Simmers, your defending event champion here, having not really finding much opportunity out there. You can see that reflected as she's back on the beach. And a very different story for Alyssa Spencer, who's absolutely stoked. And she got the number actually to go back and get, so she was leading that heat from the beginning, and a great number comes in, 6-1 for her. So gets the high score, gets the lead in her first heat win of her rookie season.
Great going.
Great stuff from the rookie, Alyssa Spencer. She gets the heat win. Bella Nichols will advance as well. We'll see Simmers in the elimination round. We'll be right back.
What? Yeah.
Caroline, that's a big one. She is the defending world champion for our women's division.
Brisa on the move. Snaps it hard. Coming around this nice bowl section here. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, spat out.
Katie Simmers getting things started.
Pipelines for the girls.
Setting up off the bottom, knifes it, tail drops, a huge maneuver.
Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn.
As your current final 5, heading into stop number 3 of the Championship Tour in 2024. And of course, a lot of surfing yet to come. Enjoyable to see some new faces shaking things up. And in that conversation and in the yellow jersey, it is a surfer who is just going from strength to strength, full of confidence, full of some incredible surfing. Molly Picklum, the young Aussie, she's taken to the water right now, taking on Luana Silva and Sophie McCulloch. And here goes Sophie, straight down to Biz in that early morning sunshine. A little flick off the rail from her onto an inside section. So this one's standing up nicely for her. And she's able just to push off the tail and hanging on, clawing on, just to make sure she'll get a completion, a tick from the panel on that one. Half hour to get your 2 best ways. Avoid heading to the elimination round. That's just where we saw Caitlin Simmers sent in our first heat of the morning. How are we enjoying the action so far, guys?
So a great opener for Alyssa Spencer, rookie on tour, so that's some confidence. Caitlin Simmers, you mentioned, she's going to be in the elimination round, but a note, just last year, Katie surfed from the elimination round to a win here, so she's not out. Here's a replay right now. This is going to be the opener for Sophie McCulloch, and Sophie getting that call this year, coming in as a replacement, and so she's glad to have her spot here on the Championship Tour. And really important, Paul, that you were talking about is just like to make sure that she really rides out of this thing and gets the completion. See it in slow motion, Strider.
Yeah, you know, she's petite, but she surfs really big. She kind of gives you the idea that she's a lot bigger than you would like see her on the beach. But when she's in the water, she's got all this power, and she just throws the board around. She's got a lot of spray coming off the rail, and she really is impressive. And you know, to see her coming, strong right off the beginning, it looks like she's caught herself a really, inside wave, but had the open face to give her the opportunity.
Look at the glide in here. Molly Picklum and Pickles continues just to be informed. This is our first look at it on the replay. And surfing with just another little gear of speed compared to that opener from Sophie McCulloch. Clean rail Strider for Molly Picklum.
Yeah, and there is that was the wide peak down the beach a little bit. There's really finding a place to glide in off of that. She got a little chip off the white water that gave her all that speed to come into it, and then finishing with a little bit of lip tactic where she's throwing the tail and just beautiful work.
Maybe that dirty finish had something to do with the differentiation between the 2 scores, Paul.
Yeah, number info, Molly, it's a 4.17. Sophie McCulloch, the 5.17, so a point in it there. Sophie going all the way to the inside. And a different looking kind of wave, that strong finish. But Molly, yeah, just on that replay, we picked her up. She's just looking so good in motion. And different people wear the yellow jersey different ways. It weighs heavier on some people. I just want to ask both of you guys, have we seen someone with so much confidence who looks like they are so comfortable in that yellow jersey?
Molly's confident right now. Molly's got great news from her sponsor. Rip Curl just extended her deal, so she's got a brand new deal with Rip Curl. She's got all the backing from the industry right now and her main sponsor. So yellow jersey, new deal, everything's going really, really well for Molly Picklum right now, and you can see in her confidence.
Things going pretty good this morning for the rookie, Alyssa Spencer. She's with AJ.
Yes, it is going pretty well here for Alyssa Spencer coming out of the water. Your first career CT heat win here in Portugal, a place that I know means a lot to you. How important was it for you to come out in this opening round and get things done?
Yeah, it definitely feels good to win that opening round heat. Definitely gives me a little bit more confidence going into the next round, and it's always nice to skip that elimination round for sure.
And for you, coming into this event here in Europe after the Hawaii leg, I know you wanted to go further in those first 2 competitions. How are you preparing to do better here in Peniche than you did in Hawaii?
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to take everything that I learned from those first 2 events and kind of carry that into this event. And yeah, I'm hoping that I can, crack into the quarterfinals this event. So I'm really excited for the next round.
And we could see just the style and power that you have in the water really works with these waves. And of course, Portugal, a place you've won an event before. So what is it about these waves that suits your style of surfing so well?
Yeah, I think just like the raw power and energy of these waves like matches my surfing really well. And yeah, Portugal is a really special place for me, so I'm really enjoying my time here.
Congratulations, Alyssa. See you then.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. As we see vision there of Sophie McCulloch, broken leash. Maybe just the string. The leash looks intact.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you're only as strong as the weakest link, right? So a lot of people think about broken leashes and everything like that, and it can just be as simple as a leash string that can put you. This is going to eat up time for Sophie.
There's a string on the other board there too, so maybe it was just some equipment change. I don't know. She looked good. She had a great opener, so we'll see. We'll try and get some info on that, but she's going to get back out there as fast as she can.
At the moment, back on terra firma. She'll try and get into this little rip that runs out closer to the wall. It's going to use up a bit of time for it. Not ideal, but plenty of time really on the clock. By the time she gets back out, it'll be 20 minutes or so to get a couple more scores. She's already got that 5.17 locked in.
I guess that's the good news given this venue, right? It's not a long paddle back out, and like you said, Paul, that fast water right next to the jetty should just like suck her out to sea and put her right back in position, in a minute or so. So yeah, let's see what happened here. A replay. This is Luana Silva, Strider.
She does, well to start out, but just a little hung up in the lip there on the turn. But she's in the mix. She's getting ready. She's back out in the lineup. Everybody's ready for action right now. And as this tide starts to move in after it hits the bottom, we'll start to see a lot more open face out here as well. So there'll be some fun waves to come through.
Of course, that final that Alyssa Spencer won last year on the Challenger Series. Ericeira did feature Lulu, and she loves her time in Portugal. Obviously, very comfortable with the language. So a lot of our surfers out of Brazil really enjoy their time here historically. It's been a great place for them in terms of results.
Yeah. And it's almost because I feel that it is an advantage to the Brazilian surfers here in Portugal because of the comfort, because of the language. There's no language barrier, and it's a really comfortable setting for the Brazilians. And like you said, Paul, that's equaled great results when we look at the history of this event for Brazilian surfers.
So Sophie, she's not in too much of a hurry. More of a canter than a sprint up the beach, wasn't it? She's just breathing, going through her processes. Here's live action from Silva with some nice flow. Has she got a section to hit? And that one, kind of a signature turn that she does, just to snap down out of the lip. Didn't get loads of it. It was a quicker wave, but wasting very little time in getting a second score on the board, which is probably a pretty smart thing to do. 19.5 remaining. She'll duck dive and deal with a couple on the head here, which should leave out the back. The yellow jersey of Molly Picklum on the prowl. Let's see if she can find herself an opportunity. But here is another look at Lulu.
Yeah, she tried to get in front of it as fast as she could, but unfortunately she was always kind of playing catch up. And when she came to the section, she was a little underneath it instead of like getting that board up above the lip line and throwing the fins out and doing what we know she can do. She was kind of subdued by the wave because she was surfing it from behind, so didn't give her the opportunity that she was looking for.
So that section not massively cooperative for her. Certainly with comparison, that first wave we saw for Sophie all the way to the inside. Meanwhile, live action. And here goes Picklum. And a hammer from her in a tricky section. She's good at hanging on to these. But that one ultimately will get the better of her, and that'll be deemed incomplete by a panel.
Yeah, the convergence of water right there slipped her off her heels. You could see that she was certainly just waiting for that. We'll check it out in the replay here. She's waiting, really wants to punch this oncoming section. Does well to do that, but then the convergence, you can see, fights her way, but just got swept off her heels when those two walls of water were coming together.
Yeah, you can tell she was looking for some kind of lip to pop up out of the white water, hoping, but she might have been better off just doing a big frontside gouge on that clean, open water to get a really good score out of that.
Like the aggression, though, that Molly Picklum always brings. It does seem like she wants to squeeze every last drop, hit lips as hard as she can. Really entertaining performer And that confidence that we mentioned as well, that's afforded basically by performances that you're able to get, and obviously results as well. And it's been great to see her rise. Part of that story really this year, bunch of storylines on the women's tour. And that new energy, different surfers. It feels like there's so many different surfers in contention. But at the moment, she is the one to watch in that yellow jersey. And she's in live action here. An extended turn off the rail puts her right back in the pocket. Here's a lip, which she'll hit, and she'll hit it well. It's smooth, it's powerful, and it's controlled.
Talk about a comeback after a disappointing wave and not going for the completion. Caught that one on the way back out. And you can see here the GHD under the feet, clean on the rails, smooth in that transition with the cutback. Double pump bomb turn up to here, right up in the lip, and that is a great comeback wave for Molly.
I feel like, you know, she works with Glenn Hall Micro, and he takes all the little things away from the mindset and kind of puts you into this confident seat of, like, you know, strips everything away and just gives you the understanding that you have all of, you know, all that you need right within, you know, the heat, and right before you get in the water, you've almost won. I feel like he puts his athletes in that kind of mindset, which is so fun to see. And you can see it in Molly surfing. She just knows that she's got the confidence and the understanding of the heat as well as the capability. So it's fun to see the confidence coming through in her surfing.
We'll wait for this number to come through. She doesn't need a big one at the moment. Move up into an advancing position into second or better. Got a great chance of going for first, though. Let's see as that pans out. 16 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this. So not quite down to the halfway mark yet, but already just feels a little bit busier, just in terms of different sections, slightly different turns going down as well, as these surfers look to try and find opportunities to unlock the potential of the ocean here. We've moved up the beach to Moyaliste, the east wall of the harbour at Subatubos, as we see Toze, who's a well-known and loved figure here in Peniche, the mayor who loves surfing, and he loves this event, possibly more than anyone else in the world.
think about him. He's been around supporting this since the Search first landed here in 2009. And has, like, slowly but surely converted this fishing town into a surf town. Still a lot of fishing going on, though.
Here we go. We got McCulloch in action. A softer opening section. Really patient and smooth. Great hit from her. Really nice. Took on that section, and it was a steep one. There was plenty of lip there. She belted that, and she covered some water to get there too. And that'll feel much better from her. Back on the beach, dealing with the equipment. Great way to answer back.
Big surfing, big. You know, she was searching for that section the whole time, and she just perfectly arrived with the convergence of that water, and you could see Molly out the back looking back at her to see if she had pulled that off, because you could see the section throwing, and I mean really going at it. Beautiful work right there. Like we talked about earlier, she surfs really big, and coming into a section like that, look at that, perfect timing.
Yeah, I love to see that. This heat firing to life now, and a really nice turn from her. She controls it so well. We've got a decent number dropped in for Picklum, as we expected. Puts her in first place at 617. And you think about the context of that score, where the judges are going to go with this. Well, they don't think about it for too long, because the number's in 633. So some much more healthy numbers coming in from the panel, rewarding the type of surfing that's going down. And this is a very interesting heat now between the two Australians leading it. Luana Silva has been a bit quiet in this. We've not seen loads of her. She needs to fire up here.
She's had a good start to the year, number 7 in the world. I mean, she'd have confidence. She just needs to find the waves. She's kind of been behind the 8 ball the whole heat.
13 minutes and 45 seconds here. The concerned face of Liam O'Brien as he watches Sophie McCulloch. Well, she's going all right. She's in the lead in this one so far. More live action from Portugal right after this. A great start of the season for Molly Picklum at 10 at Pipeline. What a way to do it. This was so impressive. She looked amazing out there.
I mean, the actual footage is insane. It's beautiful. You know, you can see how the technical side of things, but the sheer mass of the waves on that day and how that she approached that wave and what happened, it's undescribable, you know, and you just watching it was so impressive. I wish you could just get that like vision or that feeling of power that the waves have when they approach. You know, if they could bring that to us, somehow hit us in the face with all that power, it was amazing.
Get a 10-point ride and score a Yeti Tundra 110, customized with Yeti goodies as well. And Portugal has been a place that has delivered a lot of 10s down the years. I think just 2 editions of this event haven't given us a 10, 22 in total so far. A good chance of getting more Kayo this time.
Well, we looked at the surfline forecast, right, going through here. So we're looking for conditions to improve. Again, we're down here, you know, at the East Jetty because we want to get through these heats. We want to set up for those days that we can move back to Super Tubos and conditions improving. So great job by Tourism Commission. But to your question, are we expecting more 10s? I hope so.
Wow. Surfers able to go perfect in the scale. You wouldn't expect names like Molly Picklum to be far from that conversation. She'll be back in herself. She liked getting that 10 at Pipeline. Let's see how she goes in Portugal. At the moment, she's dealing with, well, just a heat where it's probably not going to go into that excellent score or certainly that perfect range to go excellent. You're going to have to do some pretty big hammers, but at the moment it seems like 6s are probably going to get it done. It certainly seems to be the way this heat's panning out with 10 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, the opening heat today, Alyssa Spencer won the heat with 11 points. So maybe that's about right now. Sophie with 11.5. She's looking like fairly in the driver's seat, but 9:45 on the clock, and things change quickly in the Atlantic.
So this one just settling down a touch now. Interesting to see that not tons of waves ridden. Surfers aren't really speculating much. It does feel like maybe the last couple of practice days, they were out here yesterday. It was howling a gale out here. And basically the whole tour, both tours were out here practicing yesterday. And it does feel like they do seem to know the kind of waves they're looking for because we haven't seen many surfers going on closeouts. They have been quite selective, relatively speaking, Strider.
Yeah, you know, you got to wait for those waves. I think the tide's bottomed out, and I feel like that's, you know, kind of contributing to this as it slows down a little bit, and then as it turns around, we'll see you know, an influx of waves coming in. But there's definitely a certain look at waves, and I feel like the first couple of waves that arrive are a little bit straight and closed out, but then once that reverb comes off the wall and it starts to open up, it gets that little wedge going through the faces of the waves and it creates those peaks, you get a better wave.
Yes, 8:56 local time, so we've just passed the low tide mark here. So we will have an incoming tide throughout the rest, for most of the competition day until about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, things will bode much better with a bit more water, and that is what happens out here, that wedge effect. It can be a pretty solid and strong, powerful wedge too. Let's have another look at the high score here. And this was great work done to the tune of 6.33 from McCulloch. See, she's eyeing up this section from a long way back. She knows exactly what she wants to do.
Well, in contrast to what we saw Molly like really punched the oncoming section, you can see here as we go in slow motion that this is kind of like a lip glide. So she worked with the wave rather than punching the wave, and that is why she had a much smoother landing. She was able to get out in front of that whitewater and avoid that convergence of whitewaters, in contrast to Molly Picklum, who really punched it, got a little stuck up there, and then got, you know, smashed on the way in for incompletion. So that turn for Sophie McCulloch was all about timing.
633, that number from the panel. And that's put her in first place position in this heat at the moment. 7.5 on the clock for heat number 2 of the opening round for the women. And they have been in town, or some of them got it pretty early. It's been well over a week for some surfers who have been getting their practice in, just dealing with the storms coming out the Atlantic, these frontal lows that have been just battering the coast here. And to get things underway, even with a bit of sunshine popping through, there's some nice clean faces out there, there's scoring opportunities. Things are really looking up, Strider.
Yeah, we're coming around the corner for sure. And like we talked about, the tide's changed. It's going to be coming up, and I feel like as that tide fills in, so will the scores. I think we're going to get bigger scores through the day because we'll have more opportunity.
Yeah, look at it. You know what? Right now, the only disappointed people are the umbrella salespeople. Other than that, everything's bright for what we're seeing pan out today.
Beach chairs and blankets for surf fans on a Sunday morning here in Peniche. This crowd, they love this event and they will back it. Come rain or shine, they're down here in the dark and just supporting their surfers. Of course, we have great representation this year out of Portugal and Europe. And they're loving the action that they've seen so far. Everything just feels a little nicer when the sun pokes through, a bit of warmth.
Surfers have moved away off the wall more, huh? Down the beach more. They've definitely separated themselves. They've got some more distance.
Heat leader McCulloch tries to arrive at a section to hit, realizes it's not going to be really worth doing, and she just decides to eject and maybe even head a little further down the beach here. But yeah, great point actually. Did feel like everyone was a little deep in that first heat, and it is tough to know where to line up, but we do have these 2 peaks here, particularly as you guys mentioned, the tide coming in almost. You get the main peak, which wedges off the harbour wall, and then a little bit of a wider one, which is great for that paddle back out. And let's see if this is somewhere where we'll see the rest of our athletes kind of stick through the morning. But it does feel a little bit more like the kind of typical position to surf it at this particular spot. It's always difficult coming down in the dark, figuring out exactly where you want to sit. But it's those decisions that prove crucial, finding yourself in position, finding waves. Of course, at the moment, McCulloch and Picklum so far so good.
Well, Luana needs to make that right decision. She's got the priority. She needs, in the context of this heat, she needs a big number. She needs the best wave surfed so far out there. More preparation on the beach, Paul.
Indy Robinson is going through. Sorry, it's kick of Vaselko, excuse me. So we talked about representation out of Portugal. And Francisca Vaselko, she's coming up in the very next heat, coming from down the coast. Carcavelos, Cascais, so basically right in Lisbon. And it has been a talent hotbed for some incredible surfers like Frederica Moraes, also hailing from that town. Here's a surfer out of Australia. She's the heat leader. She's got a great section here. Another really nice turn, hangs it up and gets blown up on the landing.
Talked about timing before, right? And trying to survive that final closeout maneuver. That one a little bit late for Sophie McCulloch, and she paid for it. Take a look here on the replay, Strider.
Yeah, you know, she was identifying that there was going to be this, you know, closeout section, but she was trying to figure out where to hit it, and I think she might have been better off doing what she did on her first wave, or her wave of, you know, she got her big score on where she came across it and really met the lip and kind of flowed with it. You know, she tried to come up before that convergence, and when she came down, she was just in a bad spot, but the whole thing just blew her up. I mean, she does well in the lip, but she needs to just try to fly out in front of that, and didn't have any speed and fell out of the sky and just got hammered by the lip.
Love to see the surfers taking risks, though, like the way she took that on. And it was a powerful, meaty section, wasn't it? You check that in replay of her getting hit by that section here. But so far, so good. She is in the lead with this one with that 6. She was looking to try and improve on her backup, which is a 5:17, 6:33, the high for Sophie McCulloch. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Luana Silva's been really patient, just ridden the 2 waves. That number's a solid one that she needs. And at the moment, this one just getting away from her slightly. She's going to need to try and find something. And she's going to need to show us, well, the best wave of the heat so far.
Sophie's really found the best sections of you know, this heat, so, and it's been fun to watch her attack them for sure. I think it's something that, you know, she's little but she's mighty, and it's really, really fun to see it.
Under that 3-minute mark now. And the blue singlet of Luana Silva all the way to the right of your shot. She is sitting deepest, and she's got priority. And she's going to have to use that priority if she's going to avoid heading to the elimination round. We've already seen Caitlin Simmers sent to the elimination round. Didn't have a great heat first thing this morning. Looked a little out of sorts. The very first wave, basically face plant in the whitewater at the bottom, which is something of a rude awakening for her. She'll be maybe having a nice cup of tea or coffee now, thinking about things and thinking of coming back in the opening round. Because you mentioned Kayo, she went all the way from the elimination round to win this event last year.
Yeah, and to the conversation with Luana right now, with this clock ticking down, Paul, is, you know, earlier in the heat, she could have broken this and got into second and advancing position with 2 waves. Now, at 2 minutes, I think it's going to come down to a single swing for Luana Silva. So pressure, a lot of pressure for the teenager right now on the shoulders of Luana Silva.
Under 2 on the clock, and she's only paddled into 2 waves in the entire 28 minutes and change in this heat so far. She has not been tempted by opportunities. 5 waves ridden contrastingly by your heat leader, McCulloch. The 4 for Molly Picklum. Of course, crucially, it's just the top 2 scores, and at the moment, those scores have left her requiring this number, and it's a relatively hefty one, particularly with a bit of scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, you can see her looking towards the beach, the on-site announcers giving her a time count right now, and you almost can feel the pressure building on the shoulders of Luana Silva. Looking back again, and there's the beach.
Early morning scene sit in Peniche, Portugal. And we are huddled up out of this Atlantic blow, and northwest winds not ideal on the coast that, well, faces west and basically gets the swell out of the northwest. But this is fun as the most shelter, and you can see the other side up there, Kayo.
And you can see how we went mobile. That's our judges tower. So that's a mobile judges tower. That white building right there that's where the construction happened overnight. They moved the site over here to the East Jetty. And you can see also the priority blocks there on top, giving the surfers priority as we zoom down. So great job by Tours and Competition to make this move.
Yeah, the hardest working people in show business was the crew here, recabling, wiring, building, and doing it in a massive storm as well. So they had to, yeah, pretty busy Saturday yesterday while we were sort of sampling some of the gastronomic delights of Peniche. They were down there getting busy, getting the sand out their eyes and making this happen. We're underway for women's opening round. This is your heat leader of heat number 2. And Sophie McCulloch finds a meaty wave and tags it for a finish on the end. As we'll count down here, she'll bring this one in. So something of a victory lap wave for her. And Luana Silva stands up. This is after the horn. And this was an opportunity she potentially would have loved to have during the heats, and puts one up for a turn, just possibly slightly out of frustration, which will also be an incomplete maneuver for her. She'll look to come back in the elimination round, but a great job from Sophie McCulloch, who surfed strong out there, had a broken leash, some kind of equipment issue. She took that all in her stride, got straight back out, smashed out the 633, and looks good to win this one. Also, Molly Picklum, who just showed us flashes of brilliance of why she is in the yellow jersey and why she's looking so good and confident and strong. And so those two will advance and get to skip the elimination round. It'll be Luana Silva who will be surfing in that round. It soon will bring in for the call Joe Turpel, Jesse Menez, and a very special guest. Join us for more live action from Portugal right after this.
we're still in a pioneering state of really changing the lens of how we view surfing and equality and inclusion within that.
We will be moving forward with fully equal prize money.
This historic day in surfing.
Man, I knew it was the biggest wave I'd ever been on. I was so stoked.
She holds the record, an 8-time world champion.
As legends step away, a generational sea change awaits.
This event at Pipe is a pretty pivotal moment for women surfing.
Pipeline for the f***ing girls.
It's important that we're here for the next generation to see that we belong.
Trinity Lou on another backdoor bender.
All of us girls, these are the days we dream of.
Women have really staked their claim here at Pipeline. They're packing bombs.
Pickles up into the lip. Molly Picklum taking it to the house.
Bom dia, and welcome back once again to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. We've gone down the beach a few hundred yards away from Super Tubos, and we're scoring a super rippable right off the jetty. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel alongside a couple of legends of the sport, Jesse Mendes, of course, and more local here in Portugal, Teresa Abraços. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. It's such an honor to be with you, and such a big responsibility as well.
The honor, the privilege is ours to be with you and your presence, a pioneer of the surfing world. Thanks for joining us for the call, especially with a wild card named Francisca Veselko, known as Kika. You've known her, well, I guess her whole life,
Pretty
right?
well. Well, actually, I used to compete with her mother. So I know Francisca since she was in her mother's tummy.
Yes, and that's as we come off of International Women's Day and celebrating the great women in our sport of surfing. It's really special to go back to those early days when there was just a few of you in the water at Carcavelos, and to see what is happening today must be amazing for you to watch.
Yeah, it's awesome to see the level the female surfing has reached nowadays, and I can't wait to see the future, the bright future of female surfing.
Yeah,
and I'm really proud of that.
Oh, I bet. And coming out of Carcavelos, who would you say was your biggest rival that pushed you to most competitively growing up?
In Portugal, it was Patricia Lopes. We were like just 3 or 4 girls in the beginning in the country surfing. And Patricia and me, we were always competing one against each other. So we were big rivals, but friends.
Right, and I'm sure there was a lot of challenges as you grew up in Carcavelos and trying to really pave the way for all the young girls that wanted to be competing globally. Quickly, we'll introduce the rest of this heat, as we are really lucky to have Teresa Abraços for the call. Francisca Veselko, the wild card, as we remember, a world junior champ from a couple of years ago, winning at Seaside Reef. And she gets the opportunity to take on the reigning world champion, Caroline Marks. Also, Kauai Zone, Gabriella Bryan. And Jesse, as you know, that's always the story with wild cards. You know, you welcome into the tour, but you're often going to be surfing against the reigning world champion.
Yes, that's how it works. And it's actually for them, it's a good thing, because you wanna be in the hardest heats in order to prove yourself that you're actually worth it staying on the big league. And for her, it's a big advantage. Most of these girls probably haven't surfed this wave so much. It's a backup spot for them. And yeah, Kika was born just about an hour away from here, so she's probably have the local knowledge advantage right there.
Ready for her opening day on the championship tour as we watch the first wave for Caroline Marks. The goofy footer coached by Luke Egan, as she throws up a nicely timed backhand jam and steps off. Showed up this morning with a few boards. She looked very excited for game day today after a series of freezing cold lay days. And Luke looked at me and he just said, I love this. He loves the cold. He loves going mobile. Love the look at this, right? Teresa, how'd you like this start from Caroline?
Yeah, it's a good start. But I'm looking for really good waves, and I'm sure they are so good surfers that are going to surprise us.
As now we'll watch Gabriella Bryan. She didn't find a section to lay down that rail, but famous for her powerful carves that she's been releasing since she's been on tour, but she's definitely improved on that heading into 2024.
Thinking about the best parts of Kika's surfing, what would you say that would be?
Well, actually, in this heat, we have 3 powerful surfers. So I guess Francisca here is fighting with 2 other surfers with the same capabilities, so to speak.
Growing up and surfing with Kika's mom, that must have been a joy to not only just surf together, but have the opportunity to represent Portugal in the big events around the world.
Yes, we had the chance. I had the chance to be on the Portuguese team for several years, and we had the chance to go to Ireland to compete in the European contest, representing the national team. So I was there with Francisca's mother.
Francisca's father from California, so she was actually born in Irvine, California, which is about, let's see, 30 minutes north of Lower Trestles, where we have the WSL finals. So born there, but she moved to Portugal at a very young age, a little baby, and her mom tells a story about her actually getting scared in the ocean when she was about 3.5 years of age. There was an older friend that wanted to take her surfing, and she got caught under the board, and she actually had about a couple of years before she decided to surf on her own, about 7 years of age. But as soon as she decided she wanted it, she really took off. First contest about 9 years of age. As we look at Gabriella Bryan throwing up one turn, she's trying to show the judges she has control. Took a little while, Jesse, but she got there.
Yeah, just with this low tides right now, as you see, kind of a straighter type of conditions, just very shallow banks right there, a lot of sand. And as you see right here, when she takes off, the wave's just very straight. She barely had a split second to get up there, just critical. Smart surfing for her, and made sure she rolled that out, and she's gonna get an okay score for the start of the heat for her. But yeah, critical section right there, very hard to deal. Stomped on her back foot to keep the board very flat in order to give her stability to come out. And right there, the whitewash is just trying to hold her, but she was able to come out.
I'd say Gabriella Bryan left the Hawaiian leg of the tour a little unsatisfied with her results, especially when you look at her track record at Sunset Beach. She left some points out there, but she got you know, some great moments in the lead up to show that she's in the best form of her career so far. Had a couple of losses to Brisa Hennessy, and so now she really needs to focus on some big heat wins as we get closer to the midseason cut. As you see those equal ninths, both losses to Brisa to kick off the season, and now here at stop number 3 of the tour. We are really enjoying all these wild card performances when we come to Peniche now. When we look back for a moment at last year, as we see Caroline up and out, there's some great contenders, you know, with the wild card stories that used to always kind of be Teresa Bonvalat for many years, and then Yolanda Hopkins getting past Carissa Moore last year was a big statement, making it to the quarterfinals. Teresa, I'm sure you see them all the time in the water, and how do you like their growth as professional surfers in the last few years?
Well, I surf a lot of times with them, with Yolanda, Teresa Bonvalo, and Kika, and it's amazing that they are doing so good. So female Portuguese surfing is growing so fast.
Really is fast as we're moving quickly through the morning. Last heat winner was Sophie McCulloch, and she's hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, a big win for Sophie McCulloch to start her campaign here in Portugal, a place you got some great memories last year, making it all the way to the quarterfinals. How did you find your rhythm so early in this heat?
I think I just simplified it all. Like, I wasn't feeling too well this morning, so kind of just had to focus on, just putting a couple of turns together. And the leash coming off wasn't a part of the plan, but it was kind of a nice reset. And I love coming back to Portugal, so I was excited to get the ball rolling today.
And I know you've been through so much in the last year since you were here in Portugal, making it to the quarterfinals. Coming into this season, you have 4 events that you have the opportunity to bring your best surfing and make the cut. How do you approach each heat, each moment, keeping that bigger picture in mind?
I guess at Sunset, I kind of probably upped the intensity a little too much. I guess I'm just kind of trying to strip it back for these last 3 events. Like, I'm not even meant to be here. I'm meant to just be maybe doing a couple QSs for practice. So I'm just trying to keep everything as lighthearted as possible, which is sometimes a little challenging for me. But yeah, I'm just happy to get a heat win, and I'll just, I guess try and keep the same sort of momentum, just try and give my best, and whatever happens, happens.
It's a great start for you, Sophie. I know you want to send a special message to some friends back home before we let you go.
Yeah, shout out to North Shore Board Riders making the final at the Australian Board Riders Battle this morning. That was that was perfect to get me fired up watching the final. It was good to see you guys ripping, and well done to all the other teams.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Thanks so much, AJ. Great to see Sophie get through that one, especially not feeling so well. And she had a really tough heat she had to walk away from at sunset. Got going in her first start of the season, was at stop number 2, and just had that taste of that first round loss and had to wait to put the jersey on for quite some time. She gets a heat win, and she'll be reseeded into the round of 16. It will be a big day for all of our competitors, as we could potentially get through the quarterfinals today, Jesse.
Yes, we're looking like we're going to have a big day ahead of us. Obviously, with the tide coming up, is really going to help that wave just become a little bit more of a novelty wave. It bounces off the wall right there, and it just turns into an amazing A-frame. As we see, Kika's up and riding.
Kika throwing down a first turn and incomplete on the effort. Had a 1.5 before that. Her World Junior title just a couple years back over some giant names from the quarters. Aaron Brooks. She got the win there, even got past Sierra Kerr, who just recently won the World Junior title in Oceanside. As we take another look here, what happened here, Jesse?
Yeah, a little bit of a flatter wave, and the wave split up halfway through, and she just missed time right there, but just very hard wave to read overall. You kind of want to find those waves that have a little more of a curve, so you can actually put your rail down and relay on your rail more than being flat. So right there, that wave just not giving that opportunity for her, and ended up falling off.
Teresa coming from Carcavelos. Was it pretty common for you to come up here to Peniche and get waves, or was there so many waves right in front of your house that you didn't really need to go too far?
Well, at that time it was hard to travel. I mean, we didn't have a car to come here, or it was a long trip. It was like a surf trip coming from Carcavelos to Peniche. But I'm lucky because in that area, Cascais area, we have so many different waves that I stay there very often.
As we watch, Gabriella Bryan throws a nice, powerful snap off the lip, controls the rail off the bottom, tough section, and she pulls it off. She had her one maneuver wave that was a 3.33. This time, a combination of turns, and a 2.41 gives her the lead.
Yeah, that's smart for her. I think you got to build on your scores. The conditions are challenging right now, as you see her eyeing it down this section. A nice snap right there, and just finishing off strong. Once again, just very critical, hard to time it type of conditions right now, and she was just very clean on her rails, kept everything clean, and it's going to be a great score for her. I would say it's the best score that she got so far.
Gabriella Bryan not used to wearing wetsuits at home in Kauai. She's loving the power that Portugal has, though, and just well-timed first turn and hanging on to the second should put her out in front over the reigning world champ Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks also a past champ at this event going back to 2019, where she finished runner-up in the world. Her all hopes are set on backing up her world title here in 2024, and enjoying our time with Teresa Abraços. Obviously, you are really involved in a lot of different things besides competitive surfing, which you loved as a former Portuguese national champion. But I know you spend your time in really rewarding ways. What's your life like these days?
Well, my life actually is sharing my passion with surfing. So I'm volunteer and in charge of the Portuguese Adaptive Surfing Association. So we help disabled people to surf.
Beautiful. And how long have you been doing that?
Since 2012.
Oh, so you've seen a lot of progression there as well.
A lot. It's a therapy, you know. They get so many capacities for their daily lives. Just coming to the beach and socialize and paddle out on the waves, and it's amazing.
Beautiful. Where are you often surfing?
Well, we're based in Carcavelos, our association, the Surf Addicts, is based in Carcavelos, but we also go around the country. Once per month we travel, so that to give chance to other people with disabilities, not only from the capital area, but from all over the country.
Beautiful. Enjoying our time with Teresa Abraços, a pioneer of surfing here in Portugal, when there's very few women in the lineup, and it's great to see many more that we see today, especially on the championship tour, representing your country, and a close friend of yours. Probably feels like a niece for you, a part of the family, watching Kika accomplish so much in the last few years around the world.
Yeah, actually I'm a bit nervous because I really love to watch Kika competing, or Teresa Bonvalot or Yolanda, so I feel it's a bit of the pioneers of surfing here. We are a bit there in their bodies.
Yeah, it's so true, as they are so happy that you created opportunities for them to succeed at such a high level. With now 12:40 on the clock, Gabby Bryan is out front, having a 5.5 as her high mark. Caroline second. Kika Veselko, the wild card, needs a 4.24 to avoid the elimination round. We'll be right back.
It is the third stop of Rising Tides for the 2024 World Surf League Championship Tour season, and we are here in Peniche, Portugal, at the event site at Supertubos.
I took up surfing 40 years ago. When I started surfing, we were only like 3 girls in the whole country. I think it's really important to have this event, and I want to thank WSL for bringing this here.
It's hard to describe how much less intimidating it is to paddle out with a group of your girls around you. If Katie Simmers is out there with you telling you, hey, you've got this, go on this wave, you gotta go.
Okay, wait, go! Here in Supertubos with Katie Simmers, the best surfer in the world.
I think that it's just like so much fun to spend time with like the next generation of girls and see that they're all absolutely ripping. It's incredible like where women's surfing is right now.
Oh, I'm feeling the movement. Like if you look around here, there's so many young girls that are like excited to surf and surfing at a really high level.
This year in women's surfing, we have reached a new level, and it's undeniable. And here at Supertubos, it's the next iteration of that, because the girls who are coming here to surf today, they saw that at Pipeline, and they recognize, oh, this is a moment, this is a movement in women's surfing, and I can be a part of it.
Rising Tides!
We absolutely love the WSL Rising Tides program presented by Pura Vida. And Teresa Abraços was there to watch the next generation get some waves with their heroes at Supertubos the other day. Teresa, you were telling us a little bit about that experience, but once again, how cool was that to see these young girls getting to surf against surfers that are number 1, number 2 in the world right now?
I wish I had that at my time. It's so amazing because you're surfing with your idols, you're chatting with your idols, so it's the perfect day for those girls.
To actually be that close and personal.
Yeah.
I mean, for you,
It's a
you talked
dream.
about just having a few women surfers in the water, and that was it, let alone heroes from around the world to actually get to push your own surfing. So we're expecting now more world champions to come out of this region than ever.
It's so important to have role models, and that's what WSL is providing to them. So it's a really important program, and I thank WSL for that.
Oh, we love it. As we are enjoying the wildcard performance from Francisca Veselko at the moment, getting involved in this heat with a nice 5.9 that she got during the break, Jesse.
Yeah, let's check that out. She wasn't having like not a slow start for her, but here just getting a nice steep wave, great second turn, and she was actually looking to probably an excellent wave right there, but beautiful surfing, just keeping everything clean, and right here just very critical. The wave got steeper, and that's what I was talking about. You want to relay on your rail always. You don't want those flat sections, and she found it. That went huge on the third turn. If she had landed, that would have been amazing for her, but still a solid score, and she's right back at it.
Great to see Veselko now move up to second with the 5.9. The reigning world champ Caroline Marks down to third with priority. Needs a 2.91 on this wave, and she's going to be forced to kick straight out the back. So situation will stay the same score-wise, but first priority goes to Gabby Bryan.
And you just see the momentum change right there. You see her get the 5.9, go back with her priority, but all of a sudden Caroline just commits a mistake and come on a closeout wave, and yeah, she's sitting in a very good spot right now at the best score of the heat. Just hopefully to capitalize on the next one.
Francisca Veselko did win the World Junior title over Sawyer Lindblad, who got runner-up in that junior event. Sawyer, a rookie on tour this year. She's coming up next against Lakey Peterson and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Priority now with Gabby Bryan. Caroline trying to find a 2.91. We remember this for so many years with the wild card stories of getting to try to battle with a world champion and what that can do for your profile if you do get a win. You can tell that Francisca has that type of determination to join the tour full time as we watch Gabby Bryan use priority, and she ends up throwing it away. Priority is going to Kika now, needing a 2.93. And Teresa, Francisca has two other siblings, right? An older brother and a younger brother?
Well, all the family surfs. So the father, the mother, the older brother, and the little one. The little one is Jaime. He's already surfing pretty good.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I know Jaime.
He's
Yeah, he
competing.
rips.
He rips, yes.
Already off and running. It's a part of the whole family as we look at Caroline Marks driving into that oncoming section. Just a big closeout hack and only needs a 2.91 to move into the top two.
That was so smart of Caroline. She went very deep on the bank, and as she was taking off, Kika was kind of looking at that wave, and she saw that Kika was probably going to use priority if she kept going, so she just identified that big section, and that's basically what you need right now. We saw in the heat before Sophie getting a 6.3, if I'm not mistaken, with one big turn, and as you see right here, just straight one massive turn, air dropping, and she's going to look good after that wave.
And for Caroline, that turn was probably nice and comfortable, just all patient. The size of the section could help her get the score there.
Yes, definitely. No doubt she's going to get the score. That's the biggest turn off the heat so far, just very critical. And you know how critical it is when you land in the turn and you actually have air under your board. Just shows how hollow the wave was, and she came out pretty clean. She looked stoked. Little fist bump, and you saw Kika on the corner right there having a look, just making sure if she was going to go around that section and the wave was going to slow down, Kika was going to go. But yeah, she just ignored that and just went straight for one big hammer.
Got this new generation taking over pro surfing. Caroline Marks, just 22 years of age, winning her world title at 21, starting off her world title defense with a little bit of trouble from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who beat her twice at Pipeline, then also got her at Sunset Beach. The story, Teresa, for us is just feeling this movement and really enjoying it from women's surfing with the addition of Pipeline in the last couple of years and also Tahiti coming up later on this season. it's such an exciting time, but more specifically, what we just experienced at the start of this year, seeing that final with Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, what Betty Lou was accomplishing in that semifinal. What was your reaction to see the season open like the way it did?
I would say my reaction would be the one Caitlin Simmers had at the end. Pipeline is for the... That's the biggest answer. That's the proper answer.
Yeah, that was a moment and a quote that we'll be referencing for a very long time, because it was so fitting for the moment of what we just witnessed that day. I mean, Jesse, we were talking about we'd never seen a day like that before, and we're still feeding off that amazing buzz from the start of the year.
Yeah, and one thing is for you to say it without backing yourself up, but they did back themselves up before she even mentioned, so that was incredible. And you see Kika up her riding.
Kika, nice clean top turn, and she's going to have to get out of there. So she wanted to get the right wave with her priority. It's just a one-turn section. Her low score, a 1.5. Non-elimination in this round, but seeding is very important for the round of 16 as we focus on the recap for heat number 3. The reigning world champion, former event champ Caroline Marks, a 4.5 on that one major move, got herself a big 6.0, went from third to first and doing it pretty casually at the moment. Gabby Bryan, two-turn combination, her best score of 5.5.
Yeah, clean surfing. Very solid as usual she is, and here was for me the standout of the heat. Just even being kind of against the bars right there, she was just able to identify that big section, ignore Kika with priority in front, and just, yeah, got rewarded very nicely on that wave. And yeah, right now a tough situation, but it looks like she's gonna have an opportunity. Maybe not, just a paddle.
Down to a minute 55 on the clock. Kika has dropped to third, needs the 2.93. And she's in the back of the line for priority, but there is a little bit of space out there. You got that little takeoff spot closer to the jetty, and there's some wider rights that are coming through. Watching Ryan Callanan and Connor O'Leary warm up on the wider right, it's actually a little bit faster than it seems. They were getting up for maybe one turn, maybe two, and those guys are really quick in transition. So we'll see how this playing field changes as the tide comes up this morning. Minute 20, we see Caroline miss her wave. The two right next to each other are Francisco and Gabby Bryan, since that's the fight for second place at the moment. Gabriella just shadowing the wild card. If Kika does stay in third here, she'll be surfing again very soon in the elimination round. But she wants to at least do what Yolanda did last year and make the finals day. Yolanda Hopkins getting past Carissa Moore, representing Portugal very well. And Francisca's just going to try to hope that there's a multiple wave set, so Gabby's got to make a decision with priority. But Gabby's one of the smartest in the game when it comes to closing out heats in this scenario. And Veselko will just continue to hunt some clear water just a little bit ahead of Gabby Bryan. Showed her strength on the 5.5, her smooth rail transitions. And now the world junior champ looks a little bit more inspired to see this little wave coming through. It's not quite going to set up for her, and she's going to have to reset for the elimination round. Veselko with another chance today to move into the round of 16. Gabby Bryan and Caroline Marks taking the top two spots, and they'll be reseeded into the round of 16. Teresa Abrasos, it's so fun to be in your company. Thank you for sharing your stories and all the great history here in Portugal, and hopefully we get some waves together soon.
We will, for sure.
And Abrasos, right? I mean, I'm learning Portuguese, but that's like a big
Means
hug.
hugs.
That's got to be one of the best last names in the world.
Probably. I hope so.
Well, Abrasos. And
thanks a lot.
Thanks so much for coming in.
the invitation, and keep up the good working you're always doing.
Really appreciate it. Means a lot. Thanks for joining us, and we will continue on with this great event and the opening round coming up next with some big names in the lineup. Betty Lou, Lakey, and Sawyer Lindblad. We'll be right back.
Good luck and have fun.
Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She's like a spicy one. She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
What a great look at one of the coolest rivalries we have on tour as WSL brings you inside pro surfing. You can enjoy the Lexus Pipe Pro on worldsurfleague.com. Great work from Shannon Waller and the rest of the crew to bring you some really cool insights and up-close interviews of the best in the world and insight on this new school rivalry, focusing on Betty Lou and Molly Picklum. That's one of those matchups you just want to see all season long. They bring out the best in each other. As we see Caroline Marks coming in, fresh off a heat win, and looked really comfortable. We can identify a one-turn section to get a big score incredibly well. She's been doing that on her backhand ever since she qualified for the tour.
And I mean, it sounds even weird to say that, but that's the most simple way for you to get a score today. Mostly on the women's side, if you find a big section and you deliver it, you're gonna get rewarded. It's harder for you to find a wave that's gonna provide you two steep sections. They're usually going to be kind of fat, or they're going to close out pretty quick, so might as well get a bigger section and really deliver it. And that's what Caroline did in the previous heat. And right here, Sawyer
Lindblad getting things started. The goofy foot from San Clemente connecting well. A few great backside snaps for Lindblad. Great start for the rookie. Now Lakey Peterson has a bigger wave to work with. Nice control of that final maneuver. As we know, Lakey from Santa Barbara, but she's actually been living in San Clemente for a while now, so she'd be seeing Sawyer all the time at lower trestles and all the fun beach breaks up and down the coast. A veteran these days and trying to put herself in the world title race this year. I think for Lakey, probably feels like it's been a while, but she has been ripping all week. Here's Betty Lou framing up some cool turns, and now everybody's on the board.
Everyone is it, and it's a little bit slower pace waves too, so actually gave them the chance to apply a combination of maneuvers. Just as I mentioned, you should be looking for closeouts, but they're usually going to be a little flatter.
As we look at Betty Lou getting a nice rhythm to start.
Yeah, and just finish it off really strong right there. A lot of possess on that back foot, getting a little bit of a tail release, and here, as you see, Lakey on a bigger wave. See, a little bit flatter, but this closeout section just very critical and steep, and she actually matched it power to power with the lip, and that was very critical from her. So right here, as you see it, just hitting the lip line, which is going to be very tricky when the waves are powerful like this, and coming out pretty clean, just smart surfing and very solid from Lakey right there. But just different contrasts of waves. See, like those waves that it gives you the opportunity of multiple combinations of maneuvers are going to be a little bit smaller and probably a little bit less power. So you're still going to get a great score, but it's just probably a little bit more simple for you to just hit that one big section like Lakey did.
Sawyer had a nice warm-up session this morning before the contest started. I saw her coming up the beach, and she just said how fun it was out there. She was so excited for her heat, but she had to get to her car to turn the heater on because her feet were freezing. So she just went in her car, turned the heater on, waited till the right time to grab her jersey and paddle back out. But there's a lot that goes into a move like we have. Even though we're just a few hundred yards away from Super Tubos, the main event site, the effort that was put in to move to this wedge was just monumental. And from the people that did it in the rain and the cold to set up a fun looking right like this that we have today, I mean, hats off to all the people working hard behind the scenes and kind of having a really cool kind of search feeling event. You remember Ripco would have those really cool one-off events in the past. It kind of feels like that when you come to Peniche, going mobile and keeps the surfers on their toes as well. You're thinking maybe Super Tubos the whole time, and now you're on a fun running right today.
Yeah, and they got a text probably about 2 days ago mentioning that for the first time in the event, saying, hey, we might be running at Mololeste. So it's kind of like changed their whole game. Like you see the last few days, they're all kind of surfing that, and for some of the people, they've never even surfed that wave. And on the good side for us right now, with the tide coming in, this is probably the worst it's going to be all day. As the water moves in, the wave starts to get a little bit more bouncy off the wedge and turns into a very fun A-frame wave. And we're probably going to see them stick more into the right and close to the rocks right there, as you see Betty Lou sitting on the right side of your screen. And it's going to be a very fun day of surfing.
I think people around the world probably have a jetty nearby. If they don't, it's a really cool scenario because you can get that kind of wedge kind of reaction off those rocks and almost get a slingshot type effect down the line. We're hoping that a lot of surfers could be on the right side of that wedge and get some insane waves throughout the day, especially with this tide increasing. More severe tides that we have now compared to what we started with from the start of the waiting period. As Sawyer's score comes in a 6.67.
Yeah, that was solid from her. Just kind of a special wave for today. Just three, not for today, but at least for this last few heats. We've seen a lot of closeouts and a lot of very quick waves, and she was able to find a little nugget that gave her a lot of time. And Lakey on the contrast right there, just one setup to a big turn and getting almost a similar score to her. So the judges identified the degree of difficulty on just one single critical turn, and yeah, also rewarding that.
For Lakey and Sawyer, they would have a lot of jetty type waves to surf. For Sawyer, just driving south down to Oceanside, even further. Jake Marshall made a reference to Ocean Beach, similar setups in San Diego like this, where you've got a fun wedge off those jetties. So really fun type of surfing. We could see some huge airs throughout the day, a real high performance element coming into play. And for Betty Lou, the story for her this year is just her brilliant start, coming close to a major win at Sunset Beach, runner up to Molly Picklum. Nice flow to start for Betty Lou. Off the lip, frames it up beautifully. Two-turn combination, showing some variety as well.
Yeah, that was great surfing. Just clean, solid, powerful. That's going to look very good for her. And also we saw Sawyer just the end bit of that wave. What a start of the heat they had so far. Like compared to all the other heats, it seems like the water's probably filling in, and Sawyer up and right in here. Nice first start, finish off strong, just very smart, surfing very quick. Didn't have too much time for transition. She was able to cut short and yeah, make it happen.
Now back to Betty Lou here, riding a Channel Island surfboard today.
Great start, and right there, just she's very powerful surfer. Just able to throw buckets on that last turn right there. Just a little bit early, so she was very clean and coming out pretty clean. That's going to be a great score for her.
So well done to Betty Lou. Off the bottom, looking really controlled here.
Yeah, just so solid, and she's used to such a powerful conditions in Hawaii that this is like nothing for her. She deals this like it's just another day. So taking that as an advantage, just timing off pretty amazing, and yeah, gonna get rewarded.
Let's hear from the reigning world champ. Caroline Marks is with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, Caroline and I just talking about how much things have changed from even this morning free surf to your surf just now with the heat win. Walk me through the strategy that you had from positioning to the waves that you wanted to ride to get this event started.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to kind of get underway. I was really excited to compete this morning, and yeah, we've had a few lay days now, so just was excited to kind of get out there. And Luke, my coach, we came in, he was laughing at me. He's like, "You had too much FOMO." Actually, the plan was not to sit down there. It was dead low tide in my heat and really dumpy. And yeah, I kind of just was like, those girls were down there, and the time kept running out, and I was like, oh man, I just had FOMO and didn't want them to be sitting alone, but definitely made it harder on myself. But yeah, this morning was the first time I surfed out here, so it's just trying to figure out the wave and stuff. It's really fun. I think it usually gets better with a higher tide, so hopefully in my next heat there's some more opportunity. But other than that, feeling good. Board feels great, so I'm excited.
Making a move like this and adjusting on the fly to a new wave, what are the priority checklist items for you of figuring out what you want to do?
Yeah, I think as a surfer, you have to be really good at adapting, and things are always changing and stuff. But I think just be obsessed with the process, like just to be obsessed with what boards you're going to ride and just kind of get enough sleep and just being in a good headspace and figuring out the lineup. It's always going to be changing. You know, we deal with Mother Nature, so yeah, just all those things kind of help me feel really prepared for the day of competition.
You looked prepared today. Anything you want to carry with you moving forward?
Yeah, I just think kind of watching the waves close for my next heat. I'm sure in Europe the tide makes such a difference on the waves and stuff, so just like really watching, and it could be totally different next time I paddle out, but just kind of, yeah, keep an eye on the conditions and yeah, just getting some good waves.
Congratulations, Caroline. See you in your next heat.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Caroline. Caroline looking great. It's kind of nice when you see a world champ just go, hey, I don't need a warm-up session out of this wave. I'll figure it out when I get there. And some surfers do that really well. Others just, it'll settle down their anxiety if they just surf the venue a few times. You know, as we look at more waves on the way, Jesse, this is Sawyer Lindblad. She's got that powerful backhand attack and getting a lot of turns in, really extending them with that back foot. As you see, her start was a 6.67. Second wave of 5.9. And now a third wave about to be scored for the rookie on tour.
Yeah, crazy how quick she is in between the turns, just the transitions. She was able to cut short from second and third turn and was able to maximize that wave so well. As you see her right here, the wave she takes off. Nice first opening up, and right here, second turn, and as this third transition right there, the wave was about to just close out on top of her. She was able to get that third turn very critical. Just beautiful surfing from her. Opening up this first turn was very pretty. Second turn, just kind of a setup for this one right here, just finishing off very strong. Vertical, coming out pretty critical and clean. So yeah, what a heat we have in our hands. Like, for the conditions we got right now, they're actually more than maximizing the potential of every wave they caught. And Betty Lou, on the other hand, just a nice opening carve, a wave a little bit flatter than we had for Sawyer, and then it got a bit foamy, but she worked as much as she could, finished it strong, came out somehow because the wave was kind of junctioning in between her, just tricky to ride, and yeah, good surfing for both of them.
Nice style and approach from Betty Lou, riding a 5.6.5 by 18 5/16, 2 1/4 CI Pro model.
Yeah, just it looks clean. Like, her board looks fast. She's on rail the whole time, mostly through the sections right here where it gets very foamy. So the foam is just a combination of water and air from the previous wave. And once your board's looking good over those things, you really see that it's actually a very good board, because it's hard to engage your rail, hard to get speed and keep the drive through, and she was doing all of that. Amazing effort for her.
Tough section, but she made it look easy. Betty Lou is in the water waiting for scores, as Sawyer Lindblad is doing the runaround. Why would she be doing that right now, Jesse?
I think they're surfing a little bit more towards, not so close to the wall. So she rode that wave was a little bit further more towards the middle, and it gets very dumpy, and the beach gets very straight, so there's not much water and a lot of pressure moving down. So she probably decided to go close to the rocks and have that paddle against the wall, which it helps you have some water moving back, and Lakey up and riding.
Lakey, there's that twist and wrap. Cuddy in the pocket into a float. smaller wave there, but still looking sharp with a 2-turn combo. Yeah, I was standing next to Betty Lou and Tachi earlier with their coach, Ross Williams. They were noticing, hey, no jet ski assist, and Ross just said, hey, you're earning it today, as we look at Lasta Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, great surfing for her. Just the wave wasn't really, didn't give her too much opportunity, but back to what you were saying, as you see right here, just we'll go back to that after, but just very tight transitions, not really steep, so she wasn't able to actually do as much as she was probably hoping for. But when you have the jetty, it just really protects from the rip current, all the pressure that is coming from the ocean. As much as it looks small right there, like the swell is very big, we're just very protected staying right there. But as you see right there in the corner by the walls, usually there's water exit coming out right there. So if you have that, if you go very close to the rocks, anyone that lives by a wedge, sorry, by a wall like that, like what do you call it?
Like a jetty?
A jetty, yeah, that's what you call it. When you have a jetty, you just see the water coming out right there, very close to the water, to the wall, and it helps you paddle out much easier. And the wave quite gets smaller close to the rocks, and it's just easier.
Yeah, it's a smart move to get out and just kind of take a little ride with the current up against the wall, straight out the back, and that's why you saw that runaround from Sawyer Lindblad. Betty Lou out in front with a 7.2 and a 6.83. Right back for more of heat number 4 of the morning right after this.
Turning for pipeline. That was good, Doc. Good boy. I started surfing because my dad is a surfer.
She's just driven, very driven, but she always wanted to be like her brother.
Come on, Ninja.
She went from just another little girl splashing around in the waves to where she is now. She's a world beater.
My brother, he's definitely been a huge impact on my surfing career. I don't even think I would be surfing if it weren't for him. Almost taking us out! We're very competitive with each other.
She's aggressive. She wants to grit her teeth and win.
We definitely like push each other. What motivates me is my love for surfing. I'm honestly obsessed with it. I'm definitely an underdog, so yeah, this is a great opportunity for me to show what I'm made of. My name is Sawyer Lindblad, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
It's been fun watching Sawyer already on tour and in this heat as well. She also has a 7.13 in second, just underneath Betty Lou. So her rival to focus on Rookie of the Year will be Alyssa Spencer. She's the one who won the opening heat of this morning. We've seen a lot of Taj, her older brother. He talked about him being a serious motivator for her just being here in general. But yeah, Taj has been doing great competitively. He got to caddy for his sister at Sunset as he was really enjoying all the action go down and cheering on his little sis on the championship tour this year. And her dad, Mark, Gosh, what a contender. Absolute ripper, longtime competitor. One of the greats that came out of San Clemente. As we look at a wedge pop up, no takers there. But Betty Lou still with a strong lead. Lindblad in the second spot. Lakey Peterson down to third. Needs a 7.7 to avoid the elimination round. And now with, kind of with Lakey and in San Clemente these days, it's just so obvious and in your face how much talent's coming out of that region of the world. The venue that crowns world champions in the last few years at lower trestles. But when you go down to like T Street, that's where Sawyer was walking down that staircase in that piece. It's hard to keep up with all the talent coming out of that region. Definitely providing the most talent in the United States right now.
No doubt, and maybe the most talent in the whole world. There's two things that really help. The situation is just amazing training ground. You have lowers, you have all those beaches that are pretty consistent all year round, and also you have a bunch of good surfers. So that pushes the level when you're surfing with good surfers around you. Just makes you a better surfer in general, and that's why it's turning out to be one of the best places in the world to grow up if you want to be a surfer.
Yeah, there's been some interesting moments for Sawyer this year. Already experiencing the quick ups and quick downs that the championship tour can provide. The first thing that just kind of screamed in our face was the backdoor wave she got to kick off the season. She said she'd never gotten one of those before and was able to do it in the uncrowded lineup that the championship tour provides.
Yeah, and I was actually commentating that heat, and I was scared to mention that she even did it a few times only to get a backside barrel, and then she ended up having an interview saying it was the first ever she ever had. So impressive how she was able to adapt and perform in an unknown place for her, because I mean, not many girls get to surf backdoor often, and she was able to do it in the heat. That was impressive.
Yeah, it's interesting too when you look at Sunset Beach. She made a move for a wave, lost priority, and ended up kind of being out of rhythm for the back end. Ended up going down to Katie Simmers at Sunset, lost to Betty Lou at Pipeline. But you can tell she's got the talent to really push deeper in the draw. And for Lakey Peterson, she had a 17th at Pipe, where the two previous seasons she had back-to-back thirds. So she kind of had a really different type of start than what she's normally used to kick off the season.
Yeah, and that's very important for her to build, because she's such a talented surfer, one of the best to come out of her generation. And for her to just start off, open the gates with very two solid results is going to keep that fighting and that worry about the mid-season cut a little bit lighter on her shoulders, and she's going to be able to perform better, and that's what she's doing right now. Just a solid lead right there.
Got her quarterfinal at Sunset, so moved just inside the top 10, and that's where you need to be at the end of Margaret River. And it couldn't have been more dramatic the way Lakey stayed on tour through that mid-season cut. We had her lose priority in the final seconds and lost to Carissa Moore, and she thought that might have been costing her spot on tour, and she thankfully made it for the rest of the last year and this year. As we enjoy the recap from heat number 4, Betty Lou is looking so connected in these conditions. 7.2 and a 6.83.
Yeah, she chose to sit more up against the wall, and she was able to find those cleaner waves with actually more opportunity. This wave right here allowing her to do 4 turns. Very hard to surf the last end bit, just a lot of foam in the water, but she was able to hit it very critically and come out clean, getting the best score of the heat so far. And Sawyer right here with the second best score, just amazing how quick she was in the transition and finish off very strong. Just these conditions are suiting her surfing very well, and that's some of the best surfing I've seen her do. Also, I mean, she kind of ripped all year long, but yeah, this has been exclamation point in my opinion. And 5 minutes left, man. Lakey is looking in a tough situation right now, because both surfers in first and second priority right now and leading, they kind of have a similar heat total. So that means Lakey kind of needs almost the same score to turn the heat even to second or first place. So they're both going to be looking pretty close to Lakey right now and not giving her much opportunity.
I got on the phone with 3-time world champ Mick Fanning after Sunset finished and just talked about, his favorite moments from the season and any takeaways that he was really witnessing. And the first thing he brought up was Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and the connection that she had with that surfboard from Paisel. And that was like the biggest connection he saw from just her just flowing on a board and realizing that she could go to a whole nother level where you make those decisions with certain crafts and then your level completely rises. And for him watching Betty Lou for a while, he just saw how magical that was, making that right selection, getting on boards from Paisel, and almost going to an event win. He said that was so significant. And then you look at her now going to a CI in these conditions, and it looks like another brilliant choice. So mixing it up so far this year is really paying off for Betty Lou, as Lakey unfortunately goes down as she's chasing a 7-7 still.
Yeah, but that's what she needed right there. A lot of commitment on that first turn. Just ended up being a little bit over the coping, and the board just got away from her. But just a lot of drive and a lot of energy in that first turn. If she would have landed and finished off strong, she would have been looking good. But it wasn't the biggest wave, so she needed to push hard. And yeah, she's going to get back right there. She, as you see her right here, she's pretty much out the back already, and she's going to have another opportunity.
When you have this whole new story unfolding with this new generation taking over the rankings, you know, you look at the top 5 picture at the moment, the average age is about 20.5 years of age, but you're the veteran on tour. You've got to look for ways to change things around against this youthful charge on tour. I'm sure Lakey, being as competitive as she is, she's thinking of how she could lean on her experience to get back into a top 5 position this season.
You're totally right, Joe. If you don't renew your surfing every year, you tend to keep the scores on the low side, because judges get used to seeing, everyone gets used to seeing what you're doing. So you need to constantly be developing, and that's what you see the best of the world do. Every year they come with something new. Either if they change the board, which makes them slightly change their surfing, a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more powerful. So there's always something that they're changing in order to keep it fresh and keep those scores coming.
It's a great topic too, because sometimes you see someone take a different approach with boards and leave a shaper that they're working with for a while, and it doesn't mean the boards weren't working. It's giving that fresh look, a new feel, a new taste in the judge's mouth to really digest a new brand of surfing. As we have 2:20 on the clock, and paddling and not finding a wave is Lakey Peterson. She's trying to keep her distance from Sawyer Lindblad and try to find some space on the inside. Peterson did bring a progressive act to the tour when she qualified, but we've seen her really lean on overall performance more recently, with carves, big snaps, sticking to the open face, as we see our heat leader Betty Lou getting her ride into the beach. Real easy timing in this one. Doesn't look like she's ever forcing it or doing the wrong type of maneuver in the section. Surfing a great opening round heat this morning.
Yeah, just overall very smart surfing. Besides this last wave, I would say that was, I mean, I don't think it's going to turn into bite her, but she's sitting in such a solid condition. She didn't even need to get that wave. She could have just sat by them and kind of protect her situation, because you never know. Those surfers are so good. A good set could come and they could get 8s in a matter of time. But this wave, you could see it like just a small wave with not much opportunity, just not enough power for her to match it. And she's at the takeoff, you kind of see it that she was probably not going to better her score. So yeah, just kind of flatter, and then she finished off well. She surfed well the wave, but just not enough opportunity for her right there. But overall, solid heat score for her, mostly for a day like today.
Well, in this heat, she saw a lot of improvement from a 5 to a 6, then a 7. She's seen improvement on tour this year from a semifinal, then to a final finish at Sunset Beach. She keeps that progression, she'll be getting a big win here at stop number 3. Betty Lou, current world number 3, who already had a rookie season a couple of years back where she fell off at the midseason cut. Had almost a full year last year, but she had to miss Tahiti because of her shoulder surgery. Worked hard through the off season and got back to 100%, and looks like she will be safe for the victory and be reseeded into the round of 16. The focus now just on Lakey, if she can find some room against Sawyer Lindblad, but we will run out of time. Heat number 4 complete, and Betty Lou putting together an all-star performance 14.03 combined total to move on to the next round. 30-minute heats flying by as we have heat number 5 coming up next with Joanne Defay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and India Robinson. And Betty Lou will warm up and prepare for the round of 16, which has been called on for later on today. We'll be right back right after this as we bring in Paul Evans and Kaipo Guerrero for the call. The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
And a very warm welcome back to Sunday morning in Portugal. Opening round of the women will see La Reunionese Joanne Defay taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb and India Robinson as well. That is our triumvirate of surfers looking to avoid having to surf the elimination round. And here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Kaipo Guerrero. We're enjoying ourselves, mate. There's a bit of breeze out, there's a bit of weather, some good surfing going down the water.
Yeah, I'm just happy we got things going again, you know. So yeah, it's enjoying it. It's not all year long. We've always had the story of the new school versus the establishment. We saw the new school come up, Bedlou Sakura Johnson in the last heat, take a win. But right now in this heat, we got a couple of veterans and a former winner. So this should be a great, great heat.
Yeah, just looking at those numbers as well in that last one, a lot of 6s and 7s going down, a reflection, a little bit of extra quality, and a few more opportunities down there, a bit more quality from the water.
Incoming tide is on our side as we see Joanne Defay arcing.
Great looking wrap for her, and then just loses traction into a heavy section. So a surfer who's so good in the power, but Joanne Defay unable to get a finishing turn. We picked up vision of that rapid hook in the pocket from her. And Joanne Defay, who's still really blazing that comeback trail from missing a couple of ends with injury. And she looked almost back to her best over on the North Shore. Plenty more yet to come from her. She'll look to build her strength throughout this year. An important year for her. And as you mentioned, Kaipo, that experience in the water, it does feel like one of those days where experience is going to be vital.
Jojo, 10 years on the championship tour. She's going to be one of the veterans in the mix. You said she's coming back from an injury, getting that injury wild card coming into this season, 2024. For that first turn was beautiful. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to finish off that wave, but still, decent score coming through.
Number in for Jo Defay, 383 for her. She would have wanted a lot more. Just seemed to lose the fins on the bottom turn as that wave drew off the sandbar, just drained itself of water. Tatiana Weston-Webb, a couple of small numbers for her, the best of them, the 283. Just thinking about her trajectory, Tati, where she's been. You know, we mentioned the finals appearance and where she was. It does feel like quite a lot's changed on tour, and like we've shaken things up. How does she stay in contention? How does she take on that new generation?
Well, here we got a quick up and out. For Tati, do what she does. Do what she does best. Stick to her strengths. She's obviously got a winning form here. 2022, she's chaired a final with Lakey Peterson out here. So if I were in her corner, I would say stick to the exact same game plan that you used in 2022, and channel some of that really positive feelings and energy into this year's competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like that event as well in particular was a chance for her to really showcase her strengths. She's really good, I feel like, arriving the lip quite late and doing those kind of technical, tricky sections to hit. She's real confident. We know how good the backhand is, but she'd love just to get some of that going again. If she's going to do that, she's got a tough opening round heat here and plenty more action yet to come. We're hoping to move back to Super Tubos right now. We're at Molly Leste. There's the results from the North Shore. Better of it was the opening event at Pipe, 5th place.
5th place, and in the context of women, as we look at that mid-season cut, that 9th that she got at Sunset, that's not going to do. So, really 7th in the rankings needs a good showing here to alleviate some pressure going into that Australian leg coming up next.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You think the way people approach this one, if you don't have the results, this is an opportunity to really get something on the board. Here's another look at our opening wave.
So that was a 2.83 opener, and then this is the one I was talking about with Joanne, just showing the potential. Beautiful arc there, sets up here, and something, hey, we got to address booties or non-booties out here, and the temperature of the water, and paying attention to, your limbs, your feet, your hands going numb. I don't know if that was the case there for Joanne, but it certainly was a traction issue.
All right, 23.5 minutes yet to go in this. We see a bigger set outside of everybody. In the meantime, let's go down to someone who piled on the scoreboard pressure in the last one. Another great heat for Betty Lou. She's with AJ.
Yeah, another great heat indeed, and getting in some reps here, Betty Lou, in very adverse conditions yesterday, having to surf in a hailstorm to get in the practice. How did that work? How did that prepare you for today?
Yes, that was hectic. I think yesterday was probably the worst that it could have been this whole time, so happy to get that surf out of the way. And we had hail, and I was literally tripping in the water. But yeah, so stoked to get good waves, fun waves today, and make the best out of it.
And let's talk about some of the waves that you had. The highest wave score of the day so far, that 7.2. What are you seeing on these waves that you're able to take advantage of?
Yes, I mean, me and Ross, we had a good game plan, and it ended up working out, and I was able to get 2 fun waves, and yeah, but really just finding those corners, not get the dumpy closeouts, and yeah, able to really surf and navigate the ocean out there.
Well, you did a great job navigating it. What's the lesson you're going to carry with you forward to the next round?
I think really just preserve my energy throughout the whole day. It's a big day of competing. I think we've got maybe 3 more rounds that they're having us. So yeah, just preserve my energy and keep this momentum.
We'll let you get to it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson going from strength to strength and looking really good out here. That confidence is high after a stellar campaign on the North Shore, and still just 18 years old. Have you been surprised to see how well she served this year?
I'm not actually surprised about anything about Betty Lou. Just watching her grow up in Hawaii, I've kind of had the advantage of seeing her from a very, very young age, and just the pure talent that Sakura has. What's happening right now in the evolution of Sakura is she's combining the talent with good decision making in heats, so that heat IQ is coming together along with the natural talent, and I feel that's why she's successful. Check this out.
All right, great hit there. A bit of venom from Indy Robinson, really nice. Gets the finish as well, gives herself a little clap too. We know about her power. We know what she can do. When the lips get thicker, she belts them. That's what she did there. Here it is again.
Now, surfer from Janjuk, power, you called it, Paul. Big snap there, overpowering that section. Even though she was a bit late, so solid on her feet, able to put the board back down again. We can look at this again. Power snap, regains on the toes, and a little late, but no problem, is able to maintain square stance over her board and ride out complete.
India Robinson, a nice authoritative combination of turns. First we've seen of those in this heat so far. We have seen kind of a bomb set unload on the outside, catch everyone inside. We're still seeing some outside waves as Tatjana Westerweb and Joanne Defay navigate positions in the lineup. Priority is with surfer out of France in the red singlet. The judges are going to assign a number to India Robertson. We reckon it'll be a healthy one, her first wave. And a good wave. If you're going to wait, you're going to be patient for a while. I guess crucial to find yourself something of a bit of a quality and crucially complete your turns. That's what she did there. And tell you what, numbers in, it's a really, really good one. So judges paying those combos this morning. And India Robinson, by the time she emerges from duck diving, she'll learn that she's just dropped a 7.5. So the 7s that we saw in the last heat, that's carrying over into this one, Kaipo. Love to see it.
That was solid surfing from the sophomore on the championship tour. We had this talk about the new school, right? And the next generation. Well, India is part of that next generation, just 23 years old. We can take another look at this, and this is really solid surfing. It's a little bit of adverse conditions as well, but that quick snap, but this is very impressive. Staying square over your board, coming down with the lip and riding out. Again, slow motion, you can really appreciate the power in that quick snap, getting back on your toe, engaging the rail on the bottom turn. Up there, that's a difficult lip and squareness to ride out. You see all the judges really appreciated that 7.5.
Great number from her. And in that replay, you saw how committed she was to the turn, almost burying the nose of that first maneuver. And we talked about power, but the control as well, light on her feet, able to make that adjustment. A really, really good way to kick off this heat. And a crucial platform to build upon. Now let's see, 19 on the clock. Joanna Fay, what's her next move gonna be with priority? I don't think she'll stick around with that priority for too long. She'll look to get something going soon. Weston Webb, we'll have a look here. Slight speculative look, realize that was never really offering much.
We're going to look at a run around right now. It looks like Paul could be equipment switch, but likely that wave took India way down the beach. And so the fast water is next to the jetty. Take that run, get into that fast water, and take the elevator back out. Actually, the escalator back out into the lineup.
So the run around from India Robinson. And just, well, a pretty smart call, really. If you're getting blown up, getting waves on the head, you don't want to burn all your energy, just trying to punch through and just going to go right next to the wall, and an opportunity to take some counsel on board as well. And she'll be feeling with a little extra spring in her step with that 7.5 locked in. So a really healthy number for her and a great platform to build a heat. Plenty of time left to come. She'll look to get back in the lineup, get another solid number, and really apply the pressure. Of course, we have moved this morning. We're up Molle Leste, the east of the harbour. The north end of the beach here at Super 2 Bus, a little bit of a way down and some logistical things to think about for surfers too. So here's Joanna Fay earlier on. She's in our Red Bull Athlete Zone. This is at the main competition venue. She's looking at Super 2 Bus. So she has to exit from the competition area.
Yeah, she's had great support here. She's got mom, dad, her sister, her nieces and nephew. You can see them in the back of the truck right there. So it's a family affair for the Fays as far as a support squad here in Portugal.
Getting a ride all the way down the beach and finding herself out in an opening round heat. And one she would love to get a win, certainly just an advancement as well. At the moment she's in, well, she's got a 3.83 on the board. It's a reasonable start. She'll need a lot more where that came from. Maybe a little bit of time just to think about slipping off if it was a slip. We talked about the booties, whether that's a call. I guess it's that kind of classic conundrum. It's probably booties temperature, but if you've not been surfing a bunch in them, you haven't been maybe warming up in boots, it might feel weird to put them on. All part of these decisions our surfers have to make.
Yeah, I talked to Alyssa Spencer after her heat. She was over here. I asked her about the booties. She says, I love the booties. I like the grip in it. I've been back in it. And so she probably identified early on that might be an advantage or a comfort zone for herself. So it's going to be an interesting conversation throughout the day to see who has footwear and who doesn't.
India Robinson's already burnt up about 4 or 5 minutes of clock time since she got that wave, the 7.5. So a significant portion of the heat passing her by. And I think we talked about that tide and what it will do to conditions on the wave. The other thing it will do as well, as the tide floods in around the head, it'll just let more swell in here, Kaipo, and we'll see more consistent sets, and it will be tougher if you're caught inside a punch through. So that decision is something our surfers are going to have to make. She's doing the runaround. It has cost her a bit of time. Here's Defay now with a great looking wall in front. Nice turn from her. She would have loved another one. The wave will just stretch out. But Joanna Defay using that priority. and getting a nice clip off the top. She would have loved to combo that up wave, had other ideas. So not a long way on the inside. Should be a relatively straightforward paddle out the back for her, which will leave priority with Tatjana Weston-Webb, the goofy. Now let's see where India Robinson is soon, when she can get back to the lineup, just how much time that will have taken her. All right, here's Joanne.
One turn, and that's all she's going to get. But, you know, right now in this heat, as we take a look from above of Joanne Defay, my feeling is that it will be a battle for second in advancing position to avoid the elimination round, because the 7.5 opener for India Robinson is just such a commanding number. And you can see in just the history that we've seen so far in competition today, it's going to be scrappy. So Joanne, smart. We'll see what the number comes in. We've seen scores in mid-range for a single maneuver. We'll wait for that.
14.5 minutes on this heat number 5 opening round for the women. They've waited several days, waited out the storm, been free surfing at this venue, practicing, getting ready for today. And right now, it's all about showing your best surfing, trying to avoid heading to the elimination round. We're going to stick the kettle on and go for a bonsai brew break. Join us right back for more live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome to the Pulse from opening day of competition for the women at Molle Leste. And the rookie, the goofy Alyssa Spencer, first CT heat win for her. And tricky conditions in the morning, not loads of chance to see what conditions were like. She read it well on the wave, good value for a win. That backhand weapon serving her really well. That would have felt great. Meanwhile, a world champ in the water, finding sections. Someone else who is deadly on the backhand, covering ground and belting it relentlessly. Caroline Marks just going from strength to strength, taking on the power and enjoying herself. And then a tough heat with some high scores going down. And we saw another rookie, Lindblad, looking really good. And Betty Lusakura Johnson, one of the stories from the opening couple of events on the CT this year, looking really, really good. Her confidence is sky high because she's surfing like this, belting big numbers, and great value to advance and avoid that elimination round. That's the order of business here this morning. And we're looking to run, well, numerous rounds. We'll keep you updated with conditions as we see another surfer with tons of experience looking to use it here. Sally Fitzgibbons will look to draw on that. She's a great competitor, and I think, Kayo, it's fair to say she will relish the chance with some of this younger generation to take them on and show what she can do. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Tatjana.
Tatjana on the replay. Goofy foots have been solid this morning, and Tati with some flow through her backhand turns. Again, the tempo, the flow, multiple maneuvers, little setup here, but this is really where timing comes into play. Bottom turn is so important on backhand surfing. Timing that bottom turn so that you can target the lift in the correct place. 3 turns on the backhand. Tatiana Weston-Webb. And take a look at the number.
Yeah, used the priority for that and used it to get herself into first place at the moment. 4.73 for Tati. Felt like that finishing turn, very possibly the best one, and a good mid-range, an important number for her. Solid lines filling in here. This tide will flood in and put more water on the bank. Hopefully things will get a little wedgier too and just open up for our surfers. Multiple maneuvers from the surfer representing Brazil by way of Kauai. And a 4.73 for her at the moment. Good enough for first. Of course, let's remind ourselves of that high number for Indy Robinson there, the 7.5, and she's just ridden that one wave. Meanwhile, let's have another look at Weston-Webb pushing really hard. Ball got away from her a bit there and unable to get a completion. We have seen, I think, throughout this day, we've seen big scores. We've also seen a lot of these women are really attacking Kaipo. It's great to see that. Not seen a lot of safety surfing going down out here. They're taking on these sections.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the environment of the championship tour is, you know, nothing's a layup anymore here. So you got to take this round very seriously. Of course, it's a non-elimination round, but you always want to stack the odds in your favor. And stacking the odds in your favor means avoiding that elimination round because the ever-changing playing field can sometimes do you in. You know, especially, I think even more so in beach break conditions like this, where, you know, there's a the takeoff areas change, and there's just a varied selection of waves.
All right, 9 on the clock now. Interesting, the situation for India Robinson. She does have that 7.5. It's just the one wave that she's been able to ride thus far. Took her a long time to get back in the lineup. And now, with second priority under Joanne Defay, she'll just look to find something she'll know. She just needs a tiny number to go to first. But what she's really looking is her overall total, because we're really close together there in the 7s. For combined totals for all of our surfers. And at the moment, I think she'll still be feeling fine about that. Things can get weird when the clock counts down. You got a good score and you can't find a second wave.
Yeah, she's in a good place. We got 8 minutes, 25 seconds. Does, you know, anything, just a 3 is going to help her whole cause. Here you can see she's breaking away under the priority of Joanne Defay. That's not going to change anything either. I don't know if Tatiana's back in the lineup, so she's likely going to hang on to that. Oh, well, I guess Tatiana is back in the lineup because she just went down to the bottom of the pecking order. Here's Joanne.
Defay.
Oh, she got handed it right back.
Yeah, so not a great use of priority from her that wave. Always looked like being a closeout, and she'll surrender priority. It's Tati now with the P. India Robinson moves to second priority, and this one tightly poised right now. You'd rather be in Robinson's position, obviously, with that big number.
Yeah, you don't want to be in Joanne's position right now. Throwing away priority. Oh.
Let's look back to 2022. Tatiana Weston-Webb went all the way and took out the title here. And what a performance it was from her, Kaipo. We witnessed this, and she just looked aggressive. She was surfing with spark. She was full of confidence. Great value for the win.
Yeah, she was really solid on her feet. She had the crowd behind her, too, because representing Brazil, the default here is Portugal. And I'll be on the chair up. Yeah, that was a great final back in 2022 for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, come in with that disruptor energy on tour then. It feels like a very different kind of tour right now. There was some new faces and lots of things in play. There's so many fascinating storylines on the women's tour, and we talked about some of the surfers that were able to do really well in Hawaii, but it does feel quite open, Kaipo, and that there's a number of surfers. You think of names like India Robinson, there's a bunch of people that will feel like, hey, this is my opportunity. There are, you know, events where it's almost anybody can do well. The level feels so high, and maybe not quite the position we've had in the past where you feel certainly like the favorites. It's so much in their favor. It feels like it's kind of anyone's at the moment.
Talk about stacking the odds in your favor. If India's able to have a great result here, the next stop's in her hometown. So if India is able to, hey, you walk away with anything from a quarters on up out of Europe, moving back to Bells, which is basically home court for someone like India Robinson, you are feeling extremely confident.
Another false start for her there, though. And just a really small number. She's desperately trying to get that second wave. We're under 6 minutes now. And But actually, just in terms of a scoreboard, it will just move her up to first, believe it or not, that .43. That's how tight it is at the moment. That is nothing like the order of magnitude she's looking for from her second scoring ride. As these three now take a position, pretty close proximity to each other out in the lineup, and we'll wait for another set to come through. Just the second wave there for India Robinson. Tatiana's wave, that 4.73 she got a couple of minutes ago. It's good enough to just put that little margin, as you mentioned, Kayo, that little bit of pressure on Joanne Defay, but her number's small as well, a 3.74. This one wide open.
I love heats like this where it's coming down. It's going to come down to the last couple of minutes to see the top two who are going to avoid that elimination round. Tatiana, in a way, has heat control because she is in a second and advancing position. She does have first priority. So if she's smart with that priority, she can really control this overall heat.
Does seem like we have seen a lot of, compared to earlier heats where people have been really selected, we didn't see a lot of false paddles. Joanne Defay a couple of times in this one, she's paddled for waves that never really looked like offering much. Don't know whether that's just nerves or maybe just relative lack of familiarity with the spot. Someone who's familiar with belt and the lip. India Robinson, but my question is that going to get scored complete?
No, that was an incomplete ride, and if she was able to ride out of that maneuver in front of the whitewater, India would have put herself in a really, really good position. Now, the nerves are going to come at her.
All right, here goes Tatiana as she stomps down into a great-looking section and a similar kind of turn she did early on. The ball gets away from her, the legs get a little straight, and she'll go down. Indy's on the inside right now, 4 on the clock. This one really tight. Talk about nervy. Let's get another look here at Tati.
So here's Tati. She gets a nice roll in. I mean, look at, she's just eyeing it up, super confident. Everything's going her way, and then the nose pokes on the way down. I'm going to say 80% of the time, 90% of the time, she's going to pull that maneuver. Right here, India just needed to back up. Soupy finish and incomplete for Robinson. So both surfers really giving up that they really could close out this heat given the position of Joanne Defay, but now it's all upside for Joanne Defay with priority.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk about whitewater. That's India on the inside. So just from that last little hit, a .93 improved overall for her, but not in a physical position in the lineup because she's on the inside, getting these sets on the head. And there's multiple waves coming through now. She's going to get blown up. No time for the run around right now. A meaty section out the back. Defay's in position. She's got priority. She's deep on the section, though.
Talk about beach breaks. Talk about a mixed plate. You know, that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Not a dependable takeoff spot, not some place that you can return to over and over again and really count, for, even for a small score. Yeah, this is going to be tough right here, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, 2.5. Robinson might have a little opportunity. You can just see that rip grabber there and just ping her towards the lineup. She can get through this corner. She'll get a shot at another wave, but right now, she's got some paddling to do. This is where the prep comes into play. Meanwhile, here goes Western Webb and another frustrating opportunity in terms of that wave running away from her. She squared up with the bottom turn, had a look down the line and realized the only thing to do really was jump off the board. So not a great way to add points. That's a 6th wave for her. It'll be another throwaway. This one's nervy.
I think this is something that every surfer can relate to. This happens to be in a competition, but you paddle out into a beach break and you can't find a corner no matter what. You keep on paddling for waves. These mystery corners kind of pop up. You think it's going to be a corner, but they're just straight-handers. Here goes an important one for Joanne.
Looking for a 3.74. Great first turn. And another one, and there she is. She's back at this now. There's the combo, the first turn, vintage Defay, using that rail, snapping with power and authority, and then comboing it up with a little tag to finish as well. Didn't need to do too much on that last turn. And good surfing from her. That is not a big requirement for a kite boat.
You know what? Great wave and a worthy celebration. Little fist pump towards the beach. Here we go, though, at the comeback.
Tati into the lip, just drifts that one up. So just changing the type of turn that she's trying to do, and the ocean just doesn't feel like cooperating with her at the moment at all. She'll have a minute when she pops up. She might have a couple of waves on the head to deal with, but not going the way of the Brazilian.
Had to throw it up there. Lip glide on the heels, you could see on the landing, not on the toes, not flat-footed, but this right here, this is a clutch wave. Held back a little bit, got the carve in there. This is very important to finish. Snap to finish, fist pump, and rightfully so for Joanne Defay. One more time, looking up again, and she will definitely change the environment of this heat with this number when it comes through. Just needed 3.74. I'm looking at this. My opinion, she got it and more.
A crucial moment in heat number 5 of the opening round for the women. Joanne Defay, who's not been able to get loads going prior to that. She was stuck in the threes for a top 2. She'll get considerably better than that with our panel. Our last judge throwing in, and it's a 6-5, so second highest scoring wave of the heat. Will count down.
Wow.
And India Robertson just about got back in the lineup and holds on to second place, because Joanne Defay goes from 3rd to 1st. And we talked about experience and how crucial it can be. And Joanne Defay needed to rely on that experience, just keep her head in the game after a couple of errors, paddling for waves. It didn't offer much, losing priority multiple times. Eventually, she was able to use that priority really well. In an action-packed heat, a relatively low score in one by virtue of the fact that the high score Robinson, she couldn't back it up. She left that door wide open, and it'll be frustration for Tatiana Weston Webb, who just got unlucky out there, Kuiper. Couldn't get much going.
Wild stuff to see a former champ out here in the elimination round. We got 2 former champs in the elimination round now for the women, both Katie Simmers and Tatiana in that elimination round.
We're flying through the opening round right here. A great looking heat coming up next. We'll check out a world champ in the form of Tyler Wright taking on Brisa Hennessy, Sally Fitz. That's coming up real soon from Portugal.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, and by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Welcome back to the opening round for the women. The final heat of that round, heat number 6, hits the water right now with some sunny skies on a Sunday morning. And the cleanest place on the coast right now is where we've moved to, where we check out Tyler Wright taking on Brisa Hennessy and Sally Fitzgibbons. Tons of experience out in the water. And we'll keep talking storylines from an interesting couple of events over there on the North Shore of Oahu, bringing it over to Europe. It's a very different ocean, a different part of the world, and an opportunity for surfers to put points on the board before they head into the cut. Talking through all of those and other points, bringing you all the live action. John himself, Paul Evans, Kaipo Guerrero. It's been a fun morning so far.
Yeah, enjoy it. Yeah, and you know, and it's been a surprising morning as well. If you're just getting caught up, we saw Tatiana Weston Webb. She's into elimination round. Katie Simmers, she's last year's champ. She's into the elimination round. Here's a replay. This is how things started off with Brisa Hennessy really solid first turn, and this is the trademark of Brisa's surfing, is just being solid. You know, I feel like there's not a lot of flash in her surfing, but being solid in a heat equals W's, and she's had a great start to the season.
Yeah, she looked really good, didn't she, in Hawaii? I really enjoyed watching how she was able to perform. You never know, people get a little bit of time away from tour, how they're going to react and respond, and it does feel like it's done her the world of good. She's surfing with loads of spark. Of course, 2 years ago, came into this event in the yellow jersey after a great campaign over there. But she looked pretty good this year as well, and I think Portugal somewhere again she could step up and go really well.
Well, this is an event that she wants success at to kind of break the Portuguese jinx. I'll get back to that conversation. Here we go, Tyler. Okay, so Tyler's out. Brisa has not won a heat here in Portugal as of yet. So this is definitely a stop on tour that she wants to have some success.
Tyler Wright, of course, a two-time world champ, and Portugal was a place where she went really well in the past as well, and she'll look to rekindle those kind of memories. In terms of titles, it's been a while for her. She didn't have a great start, did she, to her North Shore campaign? Couple of nines, was it for Tyler? Not the kind of results you were expecting for a surfer of her caliber.
Hey, a couple of nines. I mean, Tyler Wright should be eyeing up a spot in the final five, really, with what we know of Tyler Wright. But right now with 2 ninths, those are basically 2 throwaways. So she's not looking at final five right now. Her first mission is to stay on tour for the back half of the year, and that's going to start right now.
If you're thinking, you know, you look at a season, but before you get started and you see names like Carissa Moore not going to be doing the full tour, so Stephanie Gilmore taking time off, you kind of your initial reaction would be, well, it's going to be surfers like Tyler Wright. Absolutely, they're going to benefit from that. It's not been that way so far.
No, and you know, there we go. 9th place at Pipe, 9th place at Sunset. We look at the analytics for Tyler Wright here in Portugal, just for the Portuguese event, or Super Tubos events. She's got a 25% heat winning percentage. She's surfed 4 heats here. She's only won 1, so looking to make it a turnaround here in Portugal.
Yeah, she's got a great opportunity to really turn that season around, as you mentioned before, heading back a couple of events in Australia. So she will be on very familiar territory over there, but getting work done here in Portugal will be crucial for her. She's such a good competitor, and you have to feel it's only a matter of time, really, before she shows us her true vintage. She'll have a little look here. She is sitting a little deeper, just eyeing down the line, looking about where exactly she wants to be. Meanwhile, here goes Sally, another surfer with tons of experience, and gets a hit off the top. Gets it completed, had a little look with speed out of the turn, the section ran away. So Sally just opening things up. A 3.5 dropped in early for Brisa. She went incomplete on that second turn. That's why the score was kept down. She went a long way to get that 3.5.
Replay here, Sally Fitz. She's always got those short radius snaps right there. And then wisely, instead of trying to force the maneuver, punches out the back. Again, you can see just a short, quick turn. That's one of her trademark turns on the forehand, and then realizes, hey, look, I'm not going to make it any further. I don't want to get blasted down the beach. I'm just going to punch out the back and have a shorter paddle out to the peak, as she's doing right now.
22.5 minutes remaining in this. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. It's Joanne DeFaze with AJ.
Yeah, Joanne joking when she came in that she turned that heat way too late for her mother's taste, giving her some more gray hairs. But Joanne, you did turn the heat at the very end. How did you do it? What did you see in that final wave?
Yeah, it came like clean and on like a little, it was a peaky wind, and so I was hoping to get 2 turn. I only got 1 on the first couple of waves, and it was also a smaller one, so it's super powerful. I mean, even if you get the smaller one, it's kind of easy to like get a couple turns, but you just need the open face, and so yeah, I got lucky. I felt like I've moved everywhere on the spot, and I just couldn't find anything at some point.
But you did find that one in the final seconds, really, of that heat. How much confidence does that give you in your preparation that you're ready for what will hopefully be a long day today?
Yeah, super happy to not make another heat, actually, obviously saving some energy here. So I'm going to go rest, and the goal is like just to keep warm today, I guess.
And I know some very special people here on the beach with you. For some of them, the first time, your niece, just a year old, getting to watch you surf in person. What added motivation does that give you?
It's so nice. You know, we don't have so many events in Europe. I guess we only have one and no more in France. So yeah, I miss the pro friends. Just saying. But it's so nice to have them, and my niece is so cute. She absolutely do not understand what we're doing and why are we on the beach with the wind and stuff, but I guess she will remember later with picture.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Thanks, AJ. Joanne Defay, all smiles. Portugal's been a place with some great results for French surfers down the years. Joanne, happy to represent Europe here and doing well in that opening heat to get that score crucially at the end of it, and crucially get a chance to sit out the elimination round, stay out the wind, stay warm, and come back. And we're looking to run through rounds here. We're looking at a very big day of competition, and that's all because, Kayo, we're looking at ultimately finishing in the best possible ways we can. We're pretty confident about the forecast. We're moving back to our main venue, and we're just dealing with today. We're being pragmatic.
Yeah, I mean, for the women, we're looking to, the goal would be get all the way through the quarterfinals for the women today, down to the semifinals. That means someone like Joanne avoiding the elimination round would still have to surf 2 more heats. If you're in the elimination round, you know, like a Tatiana Weston-Webb or like a Katie Simmers, that's 3 more heats today. So it will be a bit of a surf marathon for the women today.
Women's quarters on standby, potentially for later this afternoon. This is live action from the opening round right now. And this is Sally Fitzgibbons. And that's a really nice turn from her, a hammer, and pushes that back foot, gets the tail into the lip, and it looks really nice. 4.67 for her previous effort. You feel like that turn had plenty of authority to it, and experience that we talked about and how crucial that can be when conditions get a little crossed up in the beach breaks. Sally Fitzgibbons drawing on that experience here. Should be enjoying what she's been able to unlock so far in this one, Kayo.
Here we go. 1 turn, but it's a dynamic one. Couple of pumps on the bottom, throws the tail there, gets through that just straight away, and she's going to back up her. I think that 4.67 is a keeper. Oh, look, and she did better.
There we go. The numbers in, a 6 from her. Just as we watched that live, you just felt like had a bit more in it than a previous wave, which was a 1 turn, which was that mid-4. So what she didn't want to do is get stuck on one wave for a long time, as we saw with Indian Robinson, just getting nervous. So that experience telling her, find another wave, get another score on the board. Now she's all the way on the inside, and she will be looking to do the run around, basically because of this set, which is coming through on the outside and blowing up the sandbar here. So she's going to go and use that rip and just save a little bit of energy as well. And whenever you're going to do that, it's nice to do it when you just get a score lock in and you go, all right, I'm good, I can breathe, I can focus in on what I want to do in the latter part of the heat. And there's Sally with, well, we talked about her also experience, but the fitness of her has just been incredible down the years, what she's able to do. She's going to need it here. It's cold. She's got a bit of running to do.
She's one of the fittest surfers still on tour. And after 15 seasons, right? 15 seasons on the championship tour. She doesn't mind running. This is a quick run for Sally Fitzgibbons, and like you said, Paul, the really good feeling knowing that, hey, I got 2 keeper scores already, and I'm not even halfway through the heat.
It does also, she feels like another surfer that really enjoys competition. She was back on the Challengers last year, and you think, you know, you could say it's kind of a relegation almost for surfers, particularly of her status, where she's going for world titles. She was absolutely stoked. She was loving surfing against the next crop, the new generation of surfers, really enjoying competing.
Yeah, and she embraced it, and the next crop saw and felt what it's like to compete against Sally Fitzgibbons. She ended up on the Challenger Series last year in the runner-up position, easily requalifying for the championship tour. It is such a testament to this woman right here on how many years she's been on the very, very pinnacle of professional surfing.
Looking for a result here in Portugal this year. Looking to get back in the lineup for the moment. Under 17 on the clock. Sal's all the way down on the inside, right next to the wall, the break wall that gives this spot its name. And she'll look to use that rip, punch into the lineup, and then find herself another wave. Meanwhile, out in the water with priority, Brisa Hennessy. Just that 3-5 locked in. So a quiet opening for her, but not quite as Tyler Wright. She's just got 2 very small numbers for the moment. And a little bit of time just to stew on that as well. And maybe just play in your mind thinking, how am I going to find myself an opportunity out here? Because so far these two, they haven't really been unable to unlock.
And, you know, when we look at the waves, too, how many of these waves, we talked about even in the last heat on just finding a corner, finding some open face, finding some green face to perform on. A lot of these waves coming through, looking like there's a peak, but just the swell angle. And we don't quite have the bounce off of the jetty as of yet to kind of enhance that peak. Here we go.
So Tyler from deep priority is with Brisa and sitting wider. She'll go in to the lip and kind of project down to the flat. So another completion for her. It will count for her. Looking to put points on the board. It will count, certainly. It's just her second wave. It won't be the 7 you wouldn't expect to go to first, but it will just put a little more cushion. She's going to need plenty more where that came from. Just thinking about whether she's going to paddle back out or come in and almost sort of caught, wait and see what the ocean's doing, really. If there's a set, head in. If not, try and get through. What's she doing here?
I think the smart play right now is just point the nose to the beach, get in and get next to that jetty and take the easy water out. There she is. Yeah, just get in and go up the beach and take that escalator back out to
Looked
the
like
line.
she was signaling.
Oh, no.
She might be hurt here. Looked like
Oh,
she was
no.
signaling something back to the beach. This isn't good news for Brisa. So potentially, yeah, in a bit of discomfort there. Could that have been a board?
Oh, it certainly could have. I mean, look at, she's holding her face. I don't want to speculate right now, but she's not moving quickly at all.
So Brisa Hennessy in a little spot of bother here. She'll look to come in from the white water. We were wondering whether that was indecision from about whether to paddle back out, but she just didn't look quite right. What you expect to see from a surfer after they finish up a wave, and looks like in a little bit of pain here.
She was in shock, and it could be an ear. You know, cold water, and then if you land flat on your ear, certainly she's in discomfort.
So Brisa Hennessy will come in here. And we'll get her some attention, get her taken care of. 14 minutes on the clock. And if your board does hit you, if indeed that's what it was, that can be extremely uncomfortable. Let's have another look and see exactly what happened, see what we can pick up.
So here she goes on the dive, and that board just slingshotted. The leash got wrapped around the fin, so that short leash actually acted as a slingshot, and it looks like it made contact.
So Brisa Hennessy, a relatively innocuous looking dismount. She managed to get the jump and got some distance away from her board, and we just caught it ping towards her. The leash can do that, and they can be extremely painful. So she's getting a bit of attention on the inside. She'll have to make a decision here, first of all. She'll want to carry on if she can. Let's see how that plays out. 13 minutes. This is not where she wants to be at this stage at Kaipo. Meanwhile, let's pick up out the back Sally, who got in the rip, got herself out the back, got another wave. She got the 6 and the 4-7 to put her in the lead in this heat. So she can add on that at the moment with 13 on the clock. Tyler Wright still sitting out the back with priority, with nothing on the board at all. Here's Sally.
Sally again picks up another good one. Just picks her spot, and there's that snap once again for Sal. Very dependable turn for Sally Fitzgibbons.
So playing to her strengths here, Sal, that one turn that she's got, and able to arrive pretty late into the lip and do technical maneuvers. She's mixed them up a little bit as well. Each of those, well, 3 one-turn waves has been slightly different. So bad news for Brisa Hennessy at the moment. She's back on the beach in a bit of discomfort here. She's getting attention from her lifeguards here. With 12 minutes on the clock, it is the opening round. It's heat number 6. She's taken on Sally Fitzgibbons and Tyler Wright, and not where she wants to be at the moment. We'll update that situation and, of course, finish this heat from Portugal right after this. Opening round in the water right now. About 10 minutes of that round remaining as we check out in Heat 6. It's Sally Fitzgibbons, the 6 and the 5, so an improvement from her on her last wave before we went to break. She did the run around, got in the rip, back in the lineup, got a wave, improved her score without priority and looking pretty good so far in this one. Tyler Wright, she's unable to really unlock thus far. She does have a 3.47. That's the good news. That is something of an improvement from her, but she's a little off the pace here. We'll update the situation as and when from Brisa Hennessy, who looked to have hurt herself on her last wave. Let's have a look here and see what Tyler got done.
Well, nice carve to begin. And classic Tyler, just steady, knows that she needs to put a number up, right? She just had fractional scores in her first 3 rides. So smart surfing, didn't push it too hard, 3.47. Now she's just chasing a small number, 2.21, to get into that second advancing position, and 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you saw the duck dive there from her, that one just going brown and gargling as it unloaded. There's plenty of power out here, even in the relative shelter out of the swell and wind. There's a lot of energy in the Atlantic here at Molileste. And Tyler Wright dealing with that, punching through and looking to get back in that lineup and find herself an opportunity.
And it's a wild decision whether you use your arms or your legs right now for Tyler Wright. She decided to use her arms to paddle back out. She's drifting down the beach. You can see her in the far left side of your screen and still having to punch through waves rather than pointing the board to shore, running up the beach, taking the fast water next to the Jersey and being closer to the primary peak. So interesting decision for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, that drone shot looking like that decision's been vindicated because she is back in that cleaner, bluer water and she's back in the lineup soon. She'll pick up a second place priority, but only really dealing with that one wave on the head and then able to poke through. So she saved herself a couple of minutes here and that could be crucial. She does need a number. It's not a big number, but even a 2-2-1, if you're getting closeouts, you're not going to be able to get that score. It's going to be tough. She will need to find herself a bit of open face, and she's been unable to really show us what she's able to do so far in this heat. It'd be frustrating for her.
2-2-1 seems like it's easy on paper, right? But in the last heat, we saw India Robinson open up with a 7.5. She didn't even get a 1 as a backup. So those scores sometimes, and those waves that allow those scores, can be very elusive. So even second priority is not a gimme right now. This is Sally Fitz's game right now. She's got complete heat control, but can Tyler execute in this final 7 minutes? You know, 2-time world champ, you would think she'll do exactly that, but you can't count on anything given the playing field.
7 on the clock, just 2 surfers in the water. Brisa Hennessy, she's getting looked at, getting assessed. We will bring you an update to that situation, but right now it is Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons, a pair of Aussies out on the water. Tyler, a 2-time world champ, still looking for a number here. If she is to avoid the elimination round, it's just a 2-2-1. You'd back her to get that with over 6.5 on the clock. Let's see how she can go about doing that. She'll be looking really just to stay focused and dialed in. Don't think she'll be surfing for a 2, certainly not at this stage. She'll be just looking to get a good wave and express herself, really. Unable to do that so far in this. Sally has been enjoying herself much more. Getting the improvement as well on her last wave, that 3rd one.
Yeah, but you know, with Tyler, without a 3rd surfer in the water, she can surf for a 2. She can surf for a 3 because there's no one else to respond back. She just needs to get past a 5.672 wave total in this last 6 minutes. And on the reverse side of that, Paul, if she's not able to do that, if you go to the elimination round when minus a player on the field, that will not help your confidence going forward. So this is a physical and a mental game right now for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, let's see how this unfolds as we look to wrap up the opening round for the women. Heat number 6 of that round is what we're watching. Getting close towards that 5-minute mark. This is the view from above. And there is still plenty of wind buffeting the coast here, but this is by far and away the most sheltered spot, offering the most scoring opportunity, but none there for Tyler. A lot of these waves are running away pretty quick this morning. Not really seeing that wedge effect as such at the moment. It is more just kind of clean, kind of cross off up the face. And we are seeing a lot of these rights stretch away. And let's see how these next few minutes go for her. Just the 2-2-1, the requirement for Tyler Wright. Sally Fitzgibbons with priority. She knows if there's nothing that comes along that offers a 5 or better, she won't even need to take it. So she'll be feeling pretty good about the way this heat's gone for her.
And I guess that's good news for Tyler Wright in that Sally, like you made the point, doesn't need to paddle for anything less than a 5. So Sally's going to be very selective. Tyler, on the other hand, just needs a 2.5. So a wave that Sally passes up can be golden for Tyler. Actually, Sally's actually like letting her have a couple goes at it.
She can just keep catching waves. But already a couple of minutes since she was back in the lineup, nothing. So a third of that time really that she had remaining in the hunt for that 2-2-1.
How crazy is the clock and how much pressure the clock can be and just time management. I mean, every second that's ticking down right now for Tyler Wright is increasing that boiling point, the pressure for Tyler.
We know all about her mental toughness to the tune of 2 world titles and all the events she's been able to win and performances she's put in down the years. A very different kind of question being asked of her here today, and after not a great start of the season, she'll really want to try and turn things around at the earliest opportunity by avoiding that elimination round here in the opening rounds. And she's got now 3.5 minutes, still looking for that 2-2-1.
Hey, not time to run through the panic room yet for Tyler Wright, but certainly look at and identifying where the exits are at this point. It's this is an interesting. This is going to be an interesting 3 minutes 20 seconds on the clock for the 2-time world champ.
All right, so a little bit of energy coming out the Atlantic here, a couple of lumps, a little readjustment in terms of position from Sally. She just kind of spins to speculate and has a look down wide of the main peak here and realizes not loads on offer from what she's seen so far, and almost a between set. It's relatively easy to identify the sets here as they swing around the corner. You do get quite a defined line for our surfers to try and identify. What you don't want to see if you're Tyler Wright is a big, long lull, Kayo.
That is exactly right. Flying up, you can see a little bit of movement on the water, so this is some good signs that there's going to be some action, and there's the action right there. A couple lines coming through again. Tyler, just one off the top will do her and get the advancement. Here she goes, Paul.
Tyler Wright, live action here, 2.5 on the clock. There's the first turn, just projects down. Had to kind of force the issue then. Crucially, she rode out of the turn. That's the first order of business, was doing a turn and completing it. She was able to do that. She'll carry on looking for more. 2-2-1, that requirement.
I expect the score. We're going to take another look at it. She doesn't need a big number. Here she goes. Calm, collected, lip glide down, completes that maneuver, punches out the back. She wants to make sure that she gives herself another chance, but right there, nice lip glide, solid. It was just important to finish that maneuver and ride out in front, and we'll see how it plays out.
Minute 45 remaining in this one. Sally Fitzgibbons has looked good from the start. She's just ridden 3 waves. That 6-point ride from her for her second, the high score of the heat. 1-turn waves for Sally. They've had a similar rhythm to them. And her read on the ocean has been good. She's been finding the sections, patient at the bottom of the wave and going up nice and vertical into the lip. We're still waiting on that number for Tyler. So judges, first thing is they can see they've got time in order to have a look at replays and nail the score. But just the fact that you didn't see a 3 or something come out straight away. suggest it would be close.
Yeah. Let's take another look at this. So she just needed just a little over a 2-point ride. And I feel, I mean, this is enough. That maneuver right there, that should be good enough for Tyler Wright.
Well, the judges agree with you, mate. She's in live action again. That one will run away, and just showing, if it hadn't been the score, how tight this could have been. But the score is in for her, a 2-4-3. So she needed a 2-2, and she gets the 2-4-3. So super tight there. That's why the judges took their time. There was not a lot in it. And she will be absolutely delighted, well, relieved probably mainly, just to avoid heading to the elimination round. And it's all about just keeping your head in the game, just sticking to your processes and the task at hand. And she was able to do that, got herself the number, but it wasn't like she had many other opportunities. That last wave she took, she couldn't get on the open face there. I tell you what, that was really close and uncomfortable, Kayo.
Take it when you can get it, Paul. Take it when you can get it. So Tyler Wright, you know, he surfed for a 2, got a 2, and there she is. She avoided the elimination round.
So Sally Fitzgibbons, 11 points from her, the 6 and the 5, and able to do it with a relative economy of effort and looking pretty comfortable. 1 maneuver waves, but good enough for a healthy scoreline. It's really tight for Tyler Wright. She did just enough to get it done. Expect a thorough debrief from her back on the beach as she figures out exactly how she goes about coming back, avoiding the elimination round, coming back in the round of 16. We got the men coming up in the elimination round. Griffin Colapinto, Jake Marshall, Joaquim Chavez. We'll bring in Jesse and Joe. We'll be right back.
Peniche é uma terra de pescadores. E agora, isto tem que vou mudando, é uma terra de pescadores e de surf.
This is the beautiful beach, Praia da Construção. This connection with fishing started really early. My dad used to go fishing with us when we were kids.
Surf e a pesca tem muito a ver com a intuição. Olhamos para o mar, sentimos os elementos naturais e vemos, olha, aqui é um sítio espetacular para a pesca, aqui é um sítio espetacular para o surf. A essência está no nosso corpo.
Getting the barrel in Peniche, one of the best feelings in the world. It's not everywhere that you have the chance to catch the best ones, and I'm lucky to have one of the best beach breaks in the world at home.
It's always great to be in this beautiful town and city of Peniche. A lot of old world culture with some great waves, some great food, famous for their sardines, which you could find at a lot of the great local restaurants in the area. Griffin Colapinto, Jake Marshall, and Joaquim Chavez taking on elimination round, heat number 1. As we just completed the opening round for the women, we are planning on a massive day today. We talked about the big names entering the elimination round for the women, and the same story for the men with past champs like Griffin Colapinto, Gabriel Medina, and a lot to look forward to. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez and Strider Wazalewski here in the booth for the call. We are hoping for this wedge to really start getting nice and clean with this rising tide. Waz, we've seen some really big moves this morning from the women. Are you expecting the air show to take over now in this elimination round?
100%. I feel like we're definitely going to see, you know, the above the lip game come into play here. The wind is kind of blowing away from, you know, the lip line though, so you're going to have to really come with a lot of authority.
Here comes Jake Marshall, who threw down a beautiful tail whip reverse on the opening day. He ended up falling down to third, but he was very impressive. Very close decision that forced him into his first ER heat of the year. And now Colapinto smashing the end section, staying on his feet. Also in his first elimination round heat of 2024. And it was a tough way for him to end up here, Jesse, getting the interference on Callum Robson the other day.
I know, just kind of like an unfortunate error for him, but here starting very well, just a clean wave, nice first setup, finishing up strong. A lot of tail release right there, a lot of board control. Both of them wanted to start pretty quick, and yeah, not being wanted to fight against the wall right there for priority.
Nice big turn there with the fin release, Waz.
Yeah, you know, that's the type of surfing that we want to see, some of that angle in the lip line where you're throwing the board into the top and you're getting the fins out and you're kind of putting, you know, the release there into it and then compressing back into your board. It's, you know, it's obviously what we all came to see as fans, but the judges too, right? They want to see that radical surfing in critical sections.
Griffin Colapinto, big part of the reason why Matt Biolas took out the CT Shaper rankings last year. Matt gave a beautiful speech at the Lexus WSL Awards, talking about how cool it was to be honored and recognized. You know how important equipment is, Jesse, and how hard these guys work to get quivers built for each and every event. Rolling in again is Griffin, up and out. But he's been mixing it up with his equipment in the off season, working on just little detailed changes to give himself an extra edge into 2024.
Yes, those, like I mentioned before with you, Joe, they're always trying to bring something new every year. You have to renew yourself in order to not get your surfing, not boring, I don't want to say that, but just the same as it was before. You want to bring something fresh, so the judges keep getting stoked on you, and that's what these guys are best at it. Like, it seems like they reach their top level, but they always bring something different.
Matt didn't have the quickest start on the CT Shaper rankings to kick off the year. Strider, did you have a chance to talk to Biolas? Is he nervous? Is he trying to get back in the hunt here at stop 3?
He's a little upset, I'm not going to lie. He was like, you know, you come off a win, you want to keep the rhythm going, that feeling of, you know, being in the top, you know, 5. He's not even up there. If you look on the leaderboard, Mayhem is not even there. And for him, he's a little upset about that. But I feel like his whole crew kind of had a rough go off the beginning of this, obviously, because of the ratings and the rankings that you see, not only for the Shaper rankings, but for the surfers. So hopefully they can turn that around. But like for somebody like Griffin Colapinto being in this round right now is probably a little scary.
Yeah, tough draw here when you have a past champion in the elimination round. Griffin starts with a 5.5. Let's now hear from the winner of the last heat, Sally Fitzgibbons with the win. She's with AJ.
Yeah, Sally with the win and not even out of breath. Coming up here from out of the water, a veteran of the tour, Sally. You are no stranger to having to change conditions, adapt on the fly. Here we are, a new contest site. How did you do it?
Well, I was all inspired. I woke up in the dark and the ABB was on, the Australian Border Riders Battle, and they had to run like 500 meters, and Burley was huge, and I was just like watching them all amped, and we did a little run around, and I was like, I got this, and tried to keep the pace, and there's definitely a lot going on out there. Like, normally it comes up and hits the wall and you got that wedge, but it's so hard to identify, and a lot of water moving and a lot of closeouts on the head, but I'm pretty stoked to get those 2 bigger sections.
Well, and speaking of amped, coming in here, having made some history since the last time we talked to you, how did you go through surfing all those heats, winning another gold, and then coming here, getting ready for this event?
I love surfing. I love the game. I'll show up to it in any form, and the ISAs is brilliant for that. So many heats, different opponents, different wave, so there's no better practice. And then showing up here, I worked out I've been coming to Portugal for over 20 years now, so that's brilliant, and just like such a warm reception. The crowd's amazing when I run out, and just the waves and get back in wetsuits, that's like feels really at home for me.
Well, speaking of home, you're heading there next, the 2 Australia legs. How important is it for you to build some momentum here in Portugal before you head back to Oz?
Oh, heat wins are so hard to come by, and yeah, it's a deep desire to just keep winning as many heats as I can and go back to Oz. I can't wait to see everyone back there, and just the 2 events we got coming up, I absolutely love. And that was one of my biggest goals, to get enough points on the Challenger to get back to compete at Bells. So going back down there with the family, and it's a good thing to look forward to. But yeah, I've got my dad here, and I love being here, so I feel at home.
Congratulations, Sally. See you in the next heat.
Cheers, guys. Oh, and shout out to Brees. I think she definitely had time with her ear or head, and it's just not what you want to hear when you're out there when your opponent goes down. So I'm thinking of Brees. Hope she recovers before the next one. Love you, Brees.
Thanks so much, AJ. Great words to Brisa Hennessy. If you missed that last heat, we saw Brisa coming into the beach halfway through, so we'll keep you guys posted when we get the updates on her condition. Fitzgibbons 11-point total with that win, and that event that AJ was referencing down in Puerto Rico, marathon style event where you surf in a lot of heat. She took out the gold for ISA, as we've got a wedge setting up for Colapinto, hits it and goes straight down. But the start of that had that cool energy on that slingshot, Jesse. That's what we were hoping for.
And that's what we want for that wave. Molly Lash is just bounces off so nicely and turns into a novelty wave. And we don't have many novelty waves on tour, so it would be nice to have something a little different, different options for them. See how much, like, obviously it's slow-mo right here, but he gets so much speed. He almost missed the rail right there from how much speed he had, and that's all because of that wedge. All the power concentrates in one part of the wave, and it's just such a fun wave.
As we now look at the backhand start from the wild card, Joaquim Chavez getting some work done, Waz.
Yeah, that was solid right there. 2 beautiful turns. I feel like, you know, the comfort from this kid is just unbelievable. Beautiful surfing right there. Solid, strong, vertical. It's what you need out here against these guys, and it's going to put everybody on notice because he's got, you know, the highest score of the heat so far.
Here he goes again, setting up a nice fade on the open face, and he will jump off. So already getting 2 waves quickly. The 20-year-old representing Lisbon, Portugal, into the main event. A national champion. Looks like he's got a strong start here, Jesse.
Yeah, just a bit of a missed opportunity right there for him. That first bottom turn, he kind of almost overpowered a little bit and went a little bit straight, and then he had to kind of like missed a little bit of timing on the first turn, because if he would have done a first quick turn and a big finish, would have got a good backup for him. And Jake here making the most of that closeout.
Yeah, Jake coming off probably his best wave so far. Colapinto had the 5-5 early. Joaquim 6-5 on his first wave, but like you pointed out there, Jesse, leaving some points on that second effort.
Yeah, and that's a bummer for him, because starting with a 6.5 today is a huge score, and to apply pressure right off the bat, probably with the mid-range, is going to put him in a very solid position. And as you see right there, he's back with priority. So he would have been in first with priority. He would have been sitting very comfortably.
And then the start from Jake's wave was.
Yeah, nice, guys. Found great open face and completion on that wave. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of a surge, so to speak, of the water right now. It looks like they're getting a lot more open face on these waves.
And then also attacking was Colapinto. Nice, healthy 2-turn combination, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful finish from him. Board slide in the end. That just shows how much control he has when you go over that coping and kind of has a little slide going down the waves, and be able to actually hold that and keep the control once you engage the fins again. It's very tricky to do, so beautiful surfing for him.
We're kind of getting that slingshot novelty thing you were talking about now into those. You can see the peaks kind of emerging and giving these guys so much energy and speed coming off that bottom turn. We saw both Chavez and Colapinto kind of having to recalibrate almost, right? They're like, whoa, there's some speed here. And now they look like they're catching up to themselves, so to speak, on their waves.
That's a great point you mentioned, Malls. It's almost like most waves are going to catch today. They're not going to be looking for speed. They're actually going to be looking to wipe a little bit of speed off because it's just going to push them down. And that's what's fun about this type of conditions.
Last score coming through for Griffin, 6.83. Had his 5-5 start, so that's putting him out in front, but still a couple important numbers to lock in. Jake's best and last of Chavez as well. But yeah, it's really cool when you have a refraction type setup with that jetty, sending a nice wedge off that wall and slingshotting these surfers into big sections. We'll see if Colapinto can really showcase his talent above the lip. He featured quite a few big airs as a rookie on tour, had some knee injuries he was trying to surf through. He's had a serious update on his training program over the last few years. And he hasn't needed to rely on it a ton. You know, when you kick off the year at Pipe and Sunset, this is the time to let it shine. Griffin famous for the 10-point punt that he threw down last season, where it was a lofty, big backside full rotation. Looked like he had wings when he hit the lip there, Strider.
Yeah, that afternoon hit was a beauty. This wave in particular down here in the corner, though, it's really kind of tough to say if you can throw the board up there above the lip with the wind going away from you. It might be a little harder for them, but if you do it with intensity, you can kind of maybe bone it out towards the beach and then keep the flow, get the little bit of wind underneath the board, and then stomp it.
Big names in this elimination round. Kanoa Igarashi also sent to heat number 2. Matthew McGillivray and also Marco Mignot, who had the heat with John Florence on opening day. Then we'll get into the Ryan Callanan, Gabriel Medina, David Silva, all goofy foot matchup. Ian Gentile has Liam O'Brien and also Rio Waida trying to avoid elimination. I mean, the time is now to perform. You can only have one throwaway result in the first 5 events of the season, approaching the midseason cut as McGillivray checks in with JP and grabs his Apple Watch. JP there in the corner, great surfer from Brazil. He's making sure all the Apple Watches are charged up so you can check out priority, the scores required. And we'll see if McGillivray can survive in that heat with Kanoa and Marco coming up next.
Yeah, that's another stacked heat. I feel like this year specifically, like the level of surfing has been so high that every elimination round has been so stacked. So you want to try and avoid that as much as you can because the pressure builds up and the points are very small for whoever loses and go home. And yeah, this is another one that is going to be mostly for this condition specifically, this wedgy kind of a little bit overhead waves. Those 3 surfers are going to really open up.
13:50 on the clock, priority with Chavez. Scores in now, last of Marshall, 6-2-3. And Joaquim, like you mentioned, Jesse, missing that section, so 187 on a backup score, but still holding down second position. Always great to give a shout out to Tiago Peniche when you have a local wild card in the draw. Tiago was on tour full time for some great years on tour, made some big CT finals, and always had a huge crowd backing him here at this event. And now you've got more numbers coming through. Joaquim Chavez putting his name on the list. We ran into Miguel Blanco last night, Strider, who was in this event from the days of Francisco Alves, obviously Federico Moraes, Vasco Ribeiro. Talk about contenders coming out of this region.
Giant killers. Those guys are all amazing surfers and great vibes, huh? It's unbelievable how welcoming all the surfers have been here.
Ooh, kind of a look there for Griff.
You know what? Griffin's got to be feeling like, even on his first wave where he was looking behind him, making sure that there was nobody there, he's probably spooked from that interference.
You carry through quite a few of time after things like that happen.
Chavez fading on this wedge. Now out in front, has to just slingshot back into the pocket. Still a little bit open face, so throws another carve. And now patiently waiting for the lip, smacks it. Great timing there and patience. Opens up another end section maneuver. And his 1.87 will be gone. Well paced on the back end. And we'll see how this score adds up. Jesse, what'd you see?
Yeah, just a nice pace overall, great flow throughout throughout all the maneuvers. Just the wave was a little bit flat in front of him, so he wasn't able to open it up until this moment right here, which the wave was already way smaller in size, and finish it off strong. Well served wave. I don't think he's going to come into a big score, but it's going to be a backup for him.
Started off with that fading cutback. Was hoping that he's going to get something a bit more dynamic out of the gates. Was.
Yeah, it's tough out there. It being a wave of you know, it kind of has to have a couple of elements come together for it to be a good one. You know, it's really kind of the roll of the dice, and he did well to find a wave that had open face down the end because he's looking for multiple maneuvers. But like Jesse said at the end there, it was a little small, kind of condensed. I caught up with Alyssa Spencer in the competitors area, and she was saying, you know, I was thinking high tide would be going off. She said that's kind of high tide kind of compresses it at the end.
As we see the start from Griffin Colapinto, nice paced roundhouse cutting to smash it off the lip, and then an end section hack. That looked really tidy. I just love the pace from nice and slow to set up the roundhouse. That fit that section well, and then responded with kind of a 2-for-1 in a short space.
Yeah, that was impressive for him, and that's what Griffin is very good at. He's very calm on top of his board, so he's able to always match the speed of the wave. He's never really rushing, never too slow, just in perfect rhythm, and that's what he showed right there. Like, it seems like he's always 100% confident and present in that moment, and yeah, maximizing that wave, because that's going to look good for him.
Great read from Griffin Colapinto, looking to better a 5.5 and his lead out front, a previous champion of this event. Let's have another look at this wave with a nice clean start, Strider.
Yeah, you know, like you were talking about the pace, and I feel like that all just comes down to being right in the moment, right? You have to stay completely connected to what's right in your face at that time. You can't think about what's coming down the line or what you did on the turn behind you, and that's something that I feel like Griffin has worked really hard on. You know, a lot of meditation, a lot of time spent just kind of creating that space of now. And for competitive surfing, it's probably the hardest thing to do. I mean, Jesse, you've been a competitor for so long. It's just trying to stay in that moment. How hard is it?
And also, like, in different types of scenarios of your career, you know, Griffin hasn't had the best start. In his standards, you know, you expect him to make finals, or finals days every event, and he started kind of on the slow side. So for him to keep that positive mind and be present in that moment and not get ahead of himself, like, he knows his surfing is amazing, but the results are not coming. So just kind of got to be patient, like what he's doing, and Jake up and right.
Jake throwing down a rapid cutback, nice inside wedge, and beautiful re-entry back into the wave. Clean little end section redirect for Jake Marshall on the 2-turn combo. He'll get rid of a 0.5 there. And Jake, knowing that his good friend Griffin had just increased his total out front, 7.27 for that 14.10 combined total out front. Chavez in second. And stand by for the update from Jake Marshall on his last wave. We'll give you that update when we come back from this really short break.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By EDP, official partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Great to be here in Peniche once again. Started off as a search event a while back, and we're here to stay. It's been a big part of the regular season, formerly in October, which was the final stop before we went to Hawaii and Pipeline. So there was a lot of drama in the world title race each and every year. Now it's very important as far as surviving the midseason cut. As we look at 6 minutes on the clock, and Jake Marshall, fresh off his 5.23, will paddle hard for that one and go down to third priority with the miss.
Yes, just kind of, yeah, I mean, pretty much he could have done like that wedge kind of bounced off the rocks, and sometimes he runs away from you. It does that. So you really got to be in that perfect spot in order to capitalize and actually get in a wave. It could be your best friend, or it could be your worst enemy, that side wave that comes.
Jake and Griffin have known each other a very long time. They'd stay at each other's houses, even though it's not that far from San Clemente to Encinitas. But sometimes they just meet up and surf together growing up. They're both incredibly competitive. As you see, Jacob Wilcox, stealth this morning, was.
Oh, yeah. He's down on the beach, hanging out, enjoying it. He's at work.
Yeah, he's loving his job. He looks like he's living pressure-free, you know, in his rookie debut. Every time I've had a chat with him, he's so calm. Doesn't seem like he's running away with numbers or worried about the cut, which will end up on his home break of Margaret River. Pretty cool customer, that guy.
Totally, and that's a big advantage to finish the cut in your home break, mostly a challenging place like Margaret River is.
Here comes Joaquim Chavez. Backside wrap on the wedge. Now trying to time a second maneuver. Wall opened up and worth the wait. Two sections colliding, though, will take away the finish. So unfortunately for Joaquim Chavez, he loses that end section, an important finishing move, Strider.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, he really had an opportunity right there, but it's hard to negotiate when you're coming down and all that water is converging right there, and it's proving to the judges that you had to make is what he was trying to get out of the end there, and good. A great size wave. It actually grew as it came down the line. He had a good connection right here off the end, but all that water behind him, it caught him.
Tough fall there for Chavez. Another look from the sky here, Jesse.
Yeah, another missed opportunity. Like Strider mentioned, this one not that big of missed opportunity because that section right there wasn't critical, but the landing was very critical with all the junction of the water coming from behind. But man, if you look back at this heat, that second wave he had, if he would have finished that wave on his foot, he would have been probably sitting in second place right now. He only needs a 4.96, and yeah, missed opportunity there. Now it's going to turn out to what happens in the last 3 minutes.
See the crowd on hand supporting Chavez. Here's Colapinto, clean, searing arc to kick this one off, and jams it once, now twice to finish. Colapinto's got a real fun rhythm right now, built to a 7.27 on his previous wave. But he's loving a little right-hand wedge off the jetty this morning.
I like that. I like that better than the 7.27. I mean, look at this. It's gliding in, the first turn nice and quick, clean, got that arc. It's just that feeling of putting the rail in the water and getting that big turn in right off the bat. It just set himself up for having that feeling to finish that wave. It was just, wow, beautiful surfing right there.
Really enjoy that angle from the sky, Jesse, because you could see that wedge effect at the takeoff.
Yeah, and that's what's super fun about this wave, because it's always going to be pushing you. As you see right here, the section was in front of him, but he didn't even have to get down the line too much. He just placed the board in the right timing, and then the wave just pushed him again to get a third turn, and that was a beautiful combination. He just keeps building on the heat, just looking better and better every time he stands up on a board.
What are some of your favorite wedges like this in the world, Jesse?
There's a few back home that are pretty fun. like Brazil has a lot of mountains by the coast, so there's a lot of bounce in there. There's a few waves in Rio, there's a few waves back home. Some of them you can't say, so I'll keep it like that.
The way you started the story, I had a feeling you weren't dropping any surf spot names. As we look at the paddle battle from the sky, Marshall in blue with priority. He knows that Chavez is such a contender and a threat out here. He's going to stick with and play some defense with 90 seconds to go.
Doesn't need much. I mean, yeah, a 4.96 will be maybe just one big turn from Chavez. So, yeah, he's going to play defense. He's going to sit all over him and make sure that if a wave comes, he doesn't get the opportunity.
Minute 15, Chavez looks unable to grab that wave. 6-5 in this heat. His low score, a 3.83. He knows he wants to extend his opportunity here as a wild card on the championship tour. He has 1 minute to try to find a 4.96. All the fans on the beach trying to create a set, so Jake's got to make a decision with priority. But we have seen a lot of promise out of this kid. He's still young. He's still just 20 years of age. He's been traveling around the world to up his game in quality conditions, staying really competitive through the European circuit. And if he doesn't find a wave in 30 seconds, we know he's going to be back.
You hope.
Definitely. I mean, wildcard stories are one of my favorite parts of pro surfing because we've celebrated the heroic moments where they go from the first round to a win. This time it's Joaquim Chavez throwing away a punt, but a great effort in this one. And hopefully we'll see him back competing on the big stage in the future. Jake Marshall stays second. Colapinto stays in first. And the Californians will move on and surf in the round of 32. But Joaquim reminding us that he's good in the air as well this time. That one's going to go away from him.
Yeah, that was pretty close from everything working out his way. He just pushed a little bit too much the back foot right there, and the board rotated a little bit away from him into the flats. And if you would have landed that, it could have been close. Like, I know it was a one turn only, but we've seen that people getting rewarded pretty high with only one turn today.
Griffin Colapinto survives the elimination round, a former champion of this event, now finding his rhythm into the round of 32. Kanoa, McGillivray, Marco Migno coming up next. Always great to be here in Peniche, a great fishing village with a lot of great history and a lot of history in the ocean, as Colapinto is going to be greeted by a lot of his fans in just a moment. Great performance there. Looked really free and loose. Doing a great brand of surfing, which was radical. Just great timing. 14.8 combined total for Griff. Moving on with Jake Marshall. We just lost the wild card. Joaquin Chavez from the draw. As we now anticipate another big heat about to start. Wild card moves to Marco Migno. And we'll take on Kanoa Igarashi and Matthew McGillivray. You can see the fans there, then the harbor's right behind there in the distance. There's an old fortress there that's been there since the 1500s. Even served as a prison, a political prison in more recent times. Now a museum for people to learn about the history in this part of the world, as we have Kanoa representing Japan, but calls this place one of his homes. He lives down in Ericeira most of the season, as he's got a throwaway section for the air to kick things off. But you know, there's something special about Portugal. If Kanoa is buying property, he's got great friends, speaks Portuguese really well, and more often than not, in between events, this is where he's coming to.
Yeah, speaks Portuguese actually fluent. Like, it's impressive how quick he learned. Just a very smart kid. In that beginning right there, just what Waz was mentioning before, with this wind blowing from the back of the wave is not going to help with the airs. They're going to have to really commit to it and kind of almost early grab it, which you don't want to do it. It doesn't sound as cool for surfers, but on a day like today, if you have to do an air, that's kind of how you're going to have to do it.
That was a little visual right there of that old fortress that was put up so many years ago in the 1500s. It's cool to walk around the town and you'll just turn a corner and you're not expecting anything, and you find a great restaurant like Tasca de Joel, which is just up the peninsula a little bit further. As we have Kanoa now throwing his first turn, fin drift to start. Throws the tail out again, but maybe overperforms for that section and will end up incomplete. Was.
Yeah, you can see, though, the intention of Kanoa and how hyped he is to get some action in this heat. I like it. I think you have to also surf your way into rhythm on a day like today, because it's all bouncy. There's waves coming in all over the place. Priority, I feel like, isn't really that big of a deal on a wave like this, because you can catch waves paddling back out and finding it. The only time priority probably is a big deal is right at the end, if you need to like keep an opponent off of a wave and you can chase them around the lineup. But as these heats roll through, it's probably open field out there.
Yes, and mostly a guy like him, he's one of those surfers that don't need the best wave to turn into a good score. He like we saw in that last wave, he was looking to probably get a very good score if he landed, and that was a pretty average wave. He's just that good, that fast, dynamic, and the judges love that, as we see Matt up and riding.
McGillivray from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, throws down the redirect off the top, and just one little warm-up turn to kick things off here. McGillivray, smooth style, and can be explosive above the lip. Pretty fearless, jumping out of the sky as well. Out of planes or into big barrels. He's one surfer that's already had a 10 in his career, and that was back at Tahiti, which is really cool to see him take off just as late at Pipeline this year. Show that technique is something that he's really worked on in his career. As we've got the bottom turn and fade from Marco Migno, blasting it off the top. A great wave for the wild card to really put himself in this heat, Strider.
Wow, that was fun. He was having a good time right there, and I like the flow off the end of it, just identifying how much speed he had right there. You know, he had all that energy coming off the wall. You know, he did well to set this up, coming out in front of it to make the, you know, see how it converges so fast right there. If you're not ready for that bang, you fall right off. You don't get a score for completion.
And also McGillivray on that opening turn. What could he have done to get more points out of that wave, or should he just let it go?
I mean, he could have finished, but yeah, I think he should have just let it go, I guess. But it's easier said here on the screen right there. You could see sometimes potential when you're paddling, and the wave just turned out to be something different. But yeah, nothing much he could have done in that situation. And,
you know, it's interesting. He was behind the fold. And when I say that, that means that wedge was coming through and went past him. And when he did his first turn, he lost the fold, and then so that put him behind the energy source. So you're kind of almost fighting uphill at that point, and you could see the energy was gone past him. So he just, you know, even if he would have hit the lip, it wouldn't have been dynamic or felt like there was any energy in it.
Just came off a brilliant performance from Griffin Colapinto, winner of the last heat, is standing by with AJ.
Coming in, smile on your face, and you just said it was so fun to surf out there today. How were you able to take advantage of the waves?
Yeah, I think we got lucky with the medium tide filling in, and then, yeah, this seemed like usually when that happens, a lot of waves come through, and I found like 3 fun ones, and yeah, it was nice after the last 2 days surfing out here. I think I surfed like, probably put in about 4 to 5 hours in the last 2 days out here, and there was probably like 4 hailstorms that came in, got pelted in the eye a couple times, and just was trying all these different boards, and I was just like, I don't know, I was losing confidence quick. It was kind of getting sketchy, and then yeah, I just had to like put it all in the past and surrender to it, and you know, just get back to the simple stuff, and pulled out the magic board from last year and still went magic, so psyched.
That's always nice to have the magic board in your back pocket. What was the process for you as somebody who is really in tune with figuring out how to fall in love with the process and put a bad loss or a heat behind you? How did you do that in the last few days?
Honestly, this last one was really hard. Like this last like 3 or 4 days have been so hard. Like I've just been on this crazy roller coaster ride mentally. Just 1 second super happy, and then next second I'm like thinking about my heat and like the heat coming up, and just so much going on in the mind. It's crazy to see like how much it just wants to like mess with you. And I told my friend, I'm like, my mind's playing tricks on me. I was tripping, and then I don't know, I just had like a really good meditation before I paddled out, and just felt like I just told the boys like, I want to surf for you guys. Like this isn't for me, it's for you guys. You guys support me all week and always check on me, so yeah, for them.
For them and for you, on to the next round here in Portugal. How do you carry this momentum into the next round?
Yeah, it looks like we'll be back at Super Tubos tomorrow, so yeah, it'll be sick because I know it's supposed to be a lot bigger and pretty good, so it just kind of comes down to surfing when it's like that.
That's your favorite thing. We'll see you then, Griff.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, AJ. We always love a catch-up with Griffin Colapinto. He's been open and honest with us, even vulnerable at times in his process of becoming one of the best athletes on the top 34. And cool that he's just been really diving into meditation. We've been discussing that a lot. His mentor in that, Troy Eckert, one of your good friends, Strider.
Yeah, he's...
Has he always been into that?
You know, he not always, but definitely, you know, was always pretty zenned out in a good tempo and always in a good mood and finding a good place. And you know, he's definitely, you know, found a real comfort in being in the meditation mode and finding a place and helping people. That's what he's been doing. He's helping a lot of people out right now.
McGillivray now taking a fun-looking wedge, big bottom turn, extends it, kind of a snap float, and then jams the tail out on the finish. His best wave so far in the matchup, and wasn't the easiest read for maneuver selection. Did that quite well. Just needed a 191 to move into the top 2. The whole goal is to stay out of third in these ER heats. Top 2, you get reseeded into the round of 32. For the men, it won't be today. As we take another look on the wedge, Jesse.
And the opposite of the last wave. See, like how Strider mentioned, that side wave he's been on the power source where the energy was, and the wave provided him and just unleashed you. Beautiful, powerful turns, very good read. Dynamic, finished it off with a good release right there. A lot of board control, and that was well served from him.
That was interesting. It didn't look like the wave on this second turn was going to give him enough to do anything. Like it wasn't going to put him in a lip line position, but look, he ended up finding part of that wave that threw the tail. It was really cool to watch.
As we have MEO kind of behind the wedge on this one, but he's created space where the wall's starting to pick up. Blasting the fins out again. But since he was behind that wedge, he had to really pick up his own speed on his own and manufacture some good maneuvers. That'll go with his 6.0. Marco in his second appearance on the championship tour. His first, he was like a little kid a long time ago in France, going back to that 2018, 2019 era. But one of the coolest stories in pro surfing, basically growing up on a sailboat. As we go back to this one, Jesse.
Yeah, just that was beautiful surfing from him, starting off with the setup turn and right here having to catch up because he was a little bit behind the A-frame, and right there just finishing up with a lot of like spark, a lot of power through the back foot, getting a good release. The only issue for me on this wave is just the wave is on the smaller side, so a little bit less speed. The whole time he was trying to generate speed compared to the other guys, they were just like going Mach 10.
But, you know, like you said, he did put it together right at the end where he really got to drift the tail and put the board in a critical position there. Really, you know, it's interesting, this wave just doesn't look so big and powerful, but there's a lot in them. You know, you can get a lot out of even those smaller waves, and I feel like those inside ones had a lot of open face, a lot of like flow to them. You find yourself a little bit of canvas to do some work on.
So Marco getting the 6 early, waiting for his backup score. McGillivray about to get his best number. But Marco, like we were saying, growing up on a sailboat, traveling through some beautiful locations like along the Australian coastline. Then really started getting some competitive reps in Mexico, a little town called Sayulita. You been there before, Jesse?
I have not, actually. Sayulita, I haven't been.
Strider?
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful. It's kind of like an international scene down there. A lot of people from all over the world and some incredible surfers like Kale Carranza, Diego Cadena, and just a lot of great people to spar with and get really competitive. So he's got a real cool story representing France, but definitely more of a globetrotter. Surfing perfect waves, just jumping off a boat with his family. How good is that?
Hey, it can't be bad.
And easy to get content for your social media channel, Strider. You're so good at that yourself. Well, if you're on a boat surfing perfect waves your whole life.
Yeah, you're going to get some great opportunities. And you know what? Surfing, you can't beat the lifestyle. You know, and to call this a job, I mean, it's incredible. It's a dream come true, to be honest.
Gosh.
For all of us.
I mean, change your life.
Yeah.
Why do you surf, Jesse?
I think I just got hooked every time. Like, first time you stand up on a board is addicting, and you just get back to it every time. And it's never the same, so it keeps you coming back, you know? Like, maybe a lot of other sports kind of feel the same. This one, it's always changing.
So it's such a unique sport where other sports, you know, you want to be a basketball player, a golfer, you know, they're not really saying, I just want to be a free basketball player. You know, it's like you could be a free surfer because you love it so much. Most other sports, like you're playing the game all the time, but there's that beauty of the art, the craft, the competition that makes this sport so special. I might be biased, but I think it's the greatest in the world.
I'm with you.
A little ledge popping up here for Kanoa Igarashi. Off the bottom, beautiful searing cutback right on the money, right off the top, rock and roll float and stomps it. That is when you see Kanoa in the form where everything looks so perfect and finesse, from the wrap, dancing on the lip line, his best so far. Scores did come through for McGillivray, 5.7. Last of Marco, 4.83. So the wild card out front, McGillivray second, but Kanoa might be changing that right now, Strider.
Yeah, you know, you guys were talking about the art form of it and the painting that Kanoa does on this wave, the lines he drew, and the drama he built into this last little rock and roll float by coming off of it, and you know, the body posture and everything that he puts into this. It's all part of the score, you know, and it's so fun for me to to sit here and talk about and watch it right after you guys were talking about the art form of it, and you know what Joe was saying about, you know, it being the greatest thing in the world. It's so many. You can do the same thing so many different ways, and that to me is amazing.
Nice read and finish as we see Ryan Callanan grabbing his jersey, his Apple Watch, as he prepares for heat number 3 of the elimination round. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Stay tuned. You are watching the Pulse to keep you posted with all the biggest moments from competition. Starting off with the women's opening round, heat number 2. We saw Sophie McCulloch get a big heat win, and our surfer in yellow, number 1 in the world, Molly Picklum, advancing into the round of 16. Molly has officially made the cut here in 2024. Then we saw Sawyer Lindblad in heat number 4, battling with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Sawyer moving quickly into second, but Betty Lou was so smooth, so much finesse. Going to the Channel Island surfboards at this event, and the 7-2 gave her a 14.03 combined total. Big heat win to kick off her campaign here in Peniche. Women's opening round continue with more highlights. Obviously, Betty Lou looking great. Her rhythm was so connected to the pace of this wedge. She'd start off with nice, clean, wrapping cutbacks, and even in messy sections, she stayed on her feet as she's looking for a big win at this contest. She finished runner-up at Sunset Beach. She wants to go further. DeFay also ripped in her performance earlier today to move on, as AJ McCord is now standing by with an update for us on Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, Joe, we saw Brisa come out of the water during her heat. In an update from Tours and Competition, she unfortunately ruptured an eardrum during her heat, so she will not be returning to competition here in Portugal. Instead, women's elimination round 2 will not go in the water, so Tachi and Luana Silver are moving on, and certainly we wish Brisa the absolute best as she recovers.
Thank you so much for the update, AJ. We're wishing Brisa the best. Saw her walk in, she was holding her ear, and now getting that official update. We really appreciate it. Brisa was looking so strong in this event, as we'll anticipate a big performance from her over at Bells Beach as we check out the replay during the break. McGillivray throwing the fins out, Jesse.
Yeah, nice first crack right there for him. Just the wave is slowing down a little bit on the smaller side, but just clean rails all the time, finish it off strong. Beautiful surfing for him, but kind of on the same side as Marco's, that smaller wave from him. He surfed amazing, but because the wave was a little smaller, kind of came in a lower score. And Marco here, very good first turn. Waiting to finish it off here. Let's see. Good finish, just solid. All of the surfers so far in this heat have been very solid on their foot.
Big blast there, throwing the fins out. So knowing the right sections to really attack on, to add a little extra to those moments. Waz doing well with what he's got in front of him.
Yeah, that was a high-risk maneuver right off the bat, and that's the type of surfing that's going to get rewarded. You put yourself out there like that, and you come away with a completion. I feel like you're going to get a solid score. And you know, time's ticking away in this heat. It doesn't, you know, it takes 2 waves, obviously, but, you know, Marco looking really solid on that last wave.
6.0, 483 are already in his top 2 as he waits for another number to lock in. Well prepared for this matchup. We're seeing a lot of different versions of those fin throw hacks. Kanoa's got a great one that looks really dialed and controlled. There's been some aggressive ones over the years where you could totally waft your board out, like Clay Marzo, Rye Craig back in the day. Those huge just tail wafting maneuvers. Jordy Smith, Dane Reynolds brought a lot of those to their early years on the championship tour. There's a nice controlled ones where you just let the fins fang out a little bit. Judges are going to love that risky type of maneuver.
Always. When you disengage the fins off the wave and you bring it back around with control, it just shows how much knowledge you have on top of a board, how much technique, and the judges love that, and they should, because it's very technical and critical.
Gabriel Medina in the elimination round, which no one expected to see, especially after he rampaged through about 8 heat wins in Puerto Rico to get the gold, to get a spot in the Olympic Games. And I talked to him after that performance, and he said he was exhausted from the travel from Puerto Rico, surfing through all that high-octane energy, creating that emotional spot for him to compete for an Olympic medal this year. He said after that heat, he went to bed at 8 o'clock that night, didn't wake up till 8 the next morning. That's what, 12 hours right there. Got up for a second, laid back down, woke up in the afternoon. And he's like, he was so much more refreshed. He looked like himself again. He's been in the sauna on repeat, and now he's a complete 100% ready to go Gabriel Medina today.
And imagine how much energy drained out of him just from the pressure of having the qualification to the Olympics under his hands right there. Like, it was all up to him to make it happen, and he pulled it off. Like, that was a magical moment for him in his career, and I bet you he was dead after that.
He said he was just so exhausted. I mean, think about what these guys go through, fitting in that event as an Olympic qualifier, traveling with all your boards, entering a different time zone, and then having to start off on opening day from warm water to cold water. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, but he's a warrior. I mean, Medina is one of those guys, you know, he does seem like a different human now. He seems more relaxed, you know, like, you know, he's not as I guess, primal as you would, like, you know, he was when he was going after his titles and winning titles. But I feel like once he gets that little bit of a taste of it, he really, you know, like right now he's under pressure, right? And I think we're going to see some great surfing from him.
Speedy attack from Igarashi as he ducks out, representing Japan, but raised in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, 2-time U.S. Open champ, 1 CT win to his name, winning at Karamas a few years back over Jeremy Flores. And coming off a nice finish in the final at Sunset. What'd you see here, Jesse?
Just very smart from Kanoa. Only needed a 3.67 with 5 minutes left. Just second turn, he could have maybe finished. He was maybe hoping for the third one, but nice first turn right here. Maybe could have been a little bit more dramatic like he was on the 6.83 on the finish, but he maybe was looking for a third turn, and the wave closed out a little bit too quick on him. But first turn was beautiful, a lot of spray, and yeah, I think it is enough. And man, you want to have the 5 minutes left. You want to not be chasing the score. You want to be sitting in the lead position.
Kanoa Igarashi calls this stop one of his favorites on tour. Only about 45 minutes from his house in Ericeira. Whenever the swell lines up and the winds are perfect, he'll make the drive up here and surf with all the locals here from Portugal. But I was thinking when Sally was having her chat with AJ and talking about her run to gold and being very busy, just like Gabriel did as he finds some space among all the fans on the beach. But certain surfers really enjoy time in the Jersey, where Sally loves staying busy and getting a lot of reps, where some want those breaks to kind of recharge and refresh. I think Kanoa is the same type of mold as Sally, where he was often winning the QS at the same time he was on the CT. As we have him off the bottom, there's that little fin drift that he could do on demand, then laid-back version. That was deadly. 2 radical turns for Igarashi, putting that one to bed on the inside.
That was fun to watch, and the thing I loved about it was that there was that little bit of space that he created inside of everybody. He kind of gave himself the you know, inside under priority, you know, and finds a wave like this that gives him so much speed. I mean, you could see where he took off on the wave, had that wedge. He kind of looked at that first turn knowing that second one was coming, and just like really lays into this thing and puts everything into it, and went from one lip line to the next, finding that like technical side of it where he just, you know, gaffed into it. It was so fun.
Yeah, that was so
boom.
impressive. That was incredible. That's free surfing on a heat, on a Jersey. That was amazing from him. And that turn can often look kind of small, If you start the turn not in the right timing, as you see right here, first turn just down the line, eyeing it down, but see right here, he started a little bit before the lip line, so that makes the turn look that much bigger and kind of away from you. And the way he was able to bring it back under him so clean, that was free surfing type of maneuver, and that's going to get massively rewarded.
And he has to think about the fact that premeditate the lip coming back to meet his board to finish that.
And then we see MEO there losing priority. Just that up and out. Second priority now for Marco. Matthew McGillivray, first priority, needing a 5.14 for the top two. Last score coming through for Igarashi, 7.93, almost excellent, with that unbelievable layback hack to finish. Now, I know in Brazilian Portuguese, you might have Kanoa come in after a turn like that and you'd say, "Parabéns, monstro." Do you hear monstro here in Portugal that much?
You know why we hear it? Because they think it's pretty funny that we say that. And they actually mention a lot to us.
A minute 45 on the clock. Here comes a beautiful gouging re-entry and more of a lean back version on the end section. Tough one to ride out of, but McGillivray will ride free. Next wave setting up for the wild card. Marco Mignot hacks it, then kicks out, down to 90 seconds. Remember, we lost our wild card, Joaquim Chavez, in the previous heat. Mignot's trying to keep this one alive, but McGillivray's coming for him, Strider.
Drops a hammer right here. This first gouge in the face was enough to me, but then this one, you know, for him to ride out through all that and come away clean with a completion right there, that was a challenge. And beautiful work. I feel like there's two huge power hacks on this wave for him, and this could be a really substantial score for McGillivray.
Yeah, that's impressive, and also such a hard turn to finish, like Strider mentioned. But this first one here, just applying as much power as you could right there, and then as he's gonna bottom turn, the wave gets all frothy and kind of crumbly, but he just ignores everything that's going against him and just pushed as hard as you could and came out clean. That was amazing, and it's not like this heat turned so much in the last 2.5 minutes.
There's so many events on the calendar, you know, like a Bell's Beach, for example, where you have so much time to break down bottom turns over and over again, and seeing how the importance of that. And Matthew kind of gave us almost a point break look at how much time he had on that rail to set up the finish. That was absolutely brilliant. 7.27 for McGillivray. Takes second off Mignot. Marco down to third, basically on the final exchange, and the wild card will be knocked out of the event after holding a spot in the top two for the majority of the matchup. Well played for McGillivray, and the heat win will go to Kanoa Igarashi.
Solid work. Matthew kind of matching up to Kanoa's jam off the end of that wave that got him almost excellent. So beautiful big tail wafts in the lip to finish up for the two winners.
Well done. As we look at the numbers, 7.33, 6.83 for Igarashi. Finaled at sunset. His momentum still hot here at stop number 3 of the season. And we will lose another wild card from the draw. Coming up next, though, we've got Ryan Callanan taking on 3-time world champ, former event winner Gabriel Medina, and also a Brazilian goofy foot, David Silva. We'll be right back for more of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, with Paul and Kaipo stepping in.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by Oeste Tourism, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Millennium, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Hertz, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Corona. This is living.
Men's elimination round, heat 3 serves up a heavyweight clash. 3 goofies in the water. One of them's got some world trophies to his name. This guy, Medina, belting it in front of an adoring crowd here in Portugal. They love this man here. Always expect big numbers on the beach to watch him surf. And he is out in relatively unfamiliar surrounds of the elimination rounds. Not where you'd expect him to be. And he's got to do work taking on some surfers who also throw a lot of spray. One of them is Ryan Callanan, a heavy hitter from Australia, a veteran on tour. And we've seen some great heats go down between Ryan and Gabriel. Also, David Silva, who's so good on the backhand. The power from him in tight corners. This is going to be an entertaining heat. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Kaipo Kawaro and Medina straight down to biz, mate.
Tight surfing right there. 3 turns on the backhand, great rhythm, great tempo, fitting them all in a very short space. Gabe Medina, that's what he does, but it's been an unusual season for Medina. 17th, back-to-back in Hawaii. He's got his throwaways. This is a must-win heat if he's looking at the mid-season cut.
It's going to be really interesting to see how he reacts here, right? So not a great start of the season. We'll see him in live action again straight away. So wasting very little time. A big first turn. A little adjustment from the feet off the bottom allows him to go tight and hard at the lip. Just the one hit from him. So Medina, a couple of quick waves. Let's see how he reacts here in a bit of a corner. Have we poked the bear by sending him to the elimination round?
Yeah, sure we did. But this is a different Gabe Medina versus his first world title in 2014. Back in 2014, you know, that was a hungry Gabe Medina, headphones on 24/7, focused, you know, almost angry at the rest of the competition. 2024 edition of Gabe Medina is a very friendly and jovial guy. He's accomplished a lot, but it's time to get the fangs out right now for Medina.
Which one did you prefer?
I like the fangs. Here we go with David Silva on the replay. And Silva's so sure-footed to finish that one off. Actually, Paul, I'm going to take it back. I like the jovial, accomplished Gabe Medina. And now, if you can have a good time and still win a 4th world title, all the power to him.
Yeah, well, you think about the very best. They're evolving, aren't they? Finding different ways of doing it. That's what he's looking to do here. But yeah, he did seem to be able, just by sheer force of will in previous seasons. Right now, he has absolutely got the skill set still, and there was glimpses of him in free surfing sessions out here. Absolutely ripped this place apart in quite dramatic weather conditions as well. We had hailstones, sideways rain. There's a big spray from Callanan as he uses that backhand. Served him so well at Sunset Beach, where he got a great result with that power surfing with his back to the wall. Callanan, I mentioned he has had some great heats against Medina. They seem to bring the best out of each other. Here's Silva. And there's that tight redirection in the pocket. And in terms of backhand surfing, we're going to get a bit of a clinic in this one. 3 kind of different styles, but all of them excellent when they're going up against right-handers.
If you're a goofy foot, you're going to enjoy the show, that you see the 3 kind of different approaches to backhand re-entries, just to backhand surfing between Ryan Callanan, David Silva, who's certainly one of his strengths, and of course Gabe Medina, who's super well-rounded. On the replay here, you can see the bottom turn and the top turn combo, just getting the fins above his head oftentimes, David Silva. And then Ryan Callanan, there's going to be a little bit of a different approach. Touches the rail on the way back and more of a hooking approach on the backhand. That was the stuff that you saw over at Sunset Beach that you were alluding to, Paul, that equaled a semifinal finish in stop number 2 for Ryan Callanan. So I'm enjoying the show. Buckle up, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, already some numbers in. So Medina, 5.17, his first effort. Then the one quick turn, 3.83. Expect a lot more where that came from. We're going to get a number for Silva in for his second wave. He's got 5.67 already. We're waiting for a number to come in for Callanan as well. And the other point we made earlier about the tide that you were talking about, we expect things to improve. They have improved, Kai, but it looks a lot better out.
A lot better with the filling tide. We got hours more of tide filling in right now. It's about noon, 12:15 local time. We got another about 3 hours of incoming tide. But this is going to be a challenge for the judges, actually, to tell you the truth, Paul, because they're going to have to differentiate between these three goofy footers and their approach. Hey, words out, Paul. Looks like the crowd came to the beach.
Yeah, big crowd down here on a Sunday, enjoying the surfing, enjoyed the performance of Kanoa Igarashi in the last heat. Let's have a word in his shell. He's standing by for a chat.
Paul, who didn't enjoy the show from Kanoa Igarashi in that last heat? Kanoa, I know you love surfing here in Portugal. You say it has some of the best waves in the world. How much did your familiarity with this country, with this location in particular, help you today?
Yeah, I never thought I'd be surfing a heat out at Mar del Leste. It's a wave that I really love. I surf here quite a bit, actually, but never thinking I'd surf a heat out there. I feel like it's just one of those like novelty waves, and then all of a sudden it's an event at a CT. It's one of the venues at a CT. So it felt really weird surfing out there, to be honest. But it was fun. It was nice to just catch a few waves.
And on those few waves, it just seemed like you knew exactly what you wanted to do with each section. Walk me through what you saw on the wave that you were able to navigate those turns.
Yeah, I mean, normally out there, there's a lot of bodyboarders that surf it, so I've never really caught a set wave out there, and that was kind of my first one. So, no, I mean, it's a wave where it's not necessarily like the biggest ones that have the best wall. You want the ones that kind of have the sort of like medium, sort of like double up look on it. And you know, it was weird sitting so far out. Normally I like to sit on the inside out there, but it was just a different kind of day. But it's just nice. I love competing in Portugal. I love competing in front of the fans, and so I just want to keep going.
Well, you are on to the next round. Congratulations. You want to say anything to friends and fans watching back home?
Yeah, thanks to all my fans watching from the U.S. You know, that was a really tough day right there, because you know those are the heats where you're just thinking how you don't want to lose at all, and you know, just trying to overcome that feeling. And そうですね、みんないつも日本のファン応援ありがとうございます。今日のヒートは本当に負けたくないヒートだったので、今年もう1個良くない結果があったことで、もうなるべくもういい結果をコンシステンシーで残したいことで、もう本当に緊張したヒートだけど、その中でやっぱり乗りたい波さえ乗れればその緊張さが多分もしかしたら取れるのかなと思って、もう本当にまあいいサーフィンができて嬉しいです。
Congratulations, Emerito.
ありがとうございます。
Great stuff. Thanks, AJ. A comprehensive performance from Igarashi. Enjoys this competition in Europe and enjoying life a lot more now, having avoided elimination essentially, but did it in style as well. Put big numbers on the board and just looked great. His confidence for a season which has already started, a big contrast really to last year, where by his own standards he struggled a lot, and it's back to the vintage Kanoa that we've come to expect. Meanwhile, out in the water in this one, 5's on the board for all of our surfers. So with 10 minutes of clock time gone, everyone has got a foothold in this heat. No one running away with it as yet. Let's see how we go with the priority of Medina. So it's him who is deeper, and it's first dibs for him for whatever comes through. He's just sort of set the tone. He's shown us a couple of flashes. Hasn't really unleashed as yet. We were having fun talking about basically the difference between the Gabriel that we saw when he was hungry and he used to just animal through his heats, and where he is now, where he seems a lot more comfortable. One of the other things that was a bit of a question mark against him recently was just the fact there was just 2 spots for surfers in the Olympics from Brazil. And if you think about the depth of talent from that region, well, the great news from the IC World Games that we just have is an extra spot for Brazil going to Gabriel Medina. Went all the way, just won, I think, 9 heats out there. He's going to the Olympics. We're going to see him at Te Hopu.
Gabe Medina earned his own spot. The extra spot for Brazil, Gabe Medina earned that. Tatiana Weston Webb with her runner-up finish earned the extra spot for the women from Brazil. Luana Silva's going to be there at Telpo. We're going to see Rio Waida representing Indonesia and Ramzi Bukhayem representing Morocco. That's going to be the big show. But when we talk about Gabe Medina, we talk about the end of the road. We talk about Tahiti. A chance for a gold medal. Medina, he's got his eyes on there. And I can tell you right now, in the Olympic conversation, Gabe Medina will not be playing around, will not be taking that lightly. That will be the animal that we know, that the machine animal that we know of Gabe Medina.
There's some incredible talent head into the Olympics in Tahiti. Right now we're in Portugal and we're enjoying a bit of sunshine. Sunday lunchtime here And traditionally Sunday, obviously our biggest crowds. There's a lot of people head to come and watch the event. They've huddled themselves against the wall here, got out of the wind, and they're watching one of their very favorite surfers. Throughout the years, he's been so well supported here. And he's pretty high profile kind of guy anywhere in the world. A lot of people just stopping him on the street here. He seems, again, very comfortable with that. He's not hiding away, walking around with the hood up. He's stopping for selfies and chatting with people. Very relaxed indeed is Gabriel.
It's 2017 winner out here. 2012, he was a runner-up to Julian Wilson. He's a crowd favorite every time he's in Portugal, and well received. So, and rightfully so for all the fans to come up. But we talked about this heat, Paul, and the judges and the performance of these three goofy foots, they need to be able to separate themselves. It's just fractions of a score right now when we look at the high wave total for each of the surfers, and that's going to be the challenge right now. This one's going to go, I feel, between these three surfers, this is going to go neck and neck all the way to the finish.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a frenzy in terms of quality set waves towards the back half of the last heat. This one's just gone quiet a touch. And as ever with the tide talk, there will be a kind of peak moment of it around about that mid-tide. That's what we're getting through now. These guys are just having to be patient at the moment. Certainly expect these scores to build. Silva getting a bit of distance, moving away a touch. Kano Igarashi mentioning in his interview with AJ, but generally speaking, it is the bodyboarders that lock down the peak out here.
Hey, it's hard to get a wave off of a pack of bodyboarders. They got swim fins, and they don't need to stand up. So you're going to just, you're going to be in third priority in every free surf session with the bodyboard pack out here.
Right now, top of the peak, Medina. And he's got priority. Callanan next to him. Just the one wave ridden for Ryan so far in this heat. Silva just putting a little bit of distance, realizing, you know what, those two out there, how many waves are there in the set? Am I going to get much if I sit with them? So he's found himself a little bit of room. Just a little readjust now as he heads back to the more traditional takeoff zone. Sort of slight interested paddle from Ryan Callanan. That wave decides not to let him in.
Hey, well, that was good news for David Silva to paddle back to the peak, because now he's in second priority.
So Callanan beginning, he started to swing his arms. It did look like a softer wave, then he started really paddling in earnest, actually. And the more he did that, the more the wave just kind of backed away from underneath him, wouldn't let him in. So third place prio for Callanan right now, 15.5 on the clock. Still waiting for Medina to use that priority that he's had for a while. He'll do so here, actually. Just a slight wobble in the takeoff as he fades his bottom turn straight down. Really nice turn. And again, putting it back up, maybe getting a little greedy, going for that second maneuver. He'll go incomplete.
Yeah, Gabe, you saw just setting himself up for that first turn, but just already on rail for that second turn, but it was too late. Here you see faded it, long bottom turn, nice hook, but right here, he's already committed. Oh, he just tries to throw it up there, but way too late. Not even Gabe Medina could put the board back underneath his feet. One more time from above. Yeah, that was just a throwaway at the end. Likely not going to improve his heat total. I might have to take that back. That was a pretty dynamic first turn, so he'll still get credit for the first turn. We'll see if that eclipses the 3.83.
Yeah, a lot of amplitude from that first turn. You saw on replay the airdrop that he's able to get, and just absorbs that shot in the leg straight into the bottom turn. It was late for the second maneuver. Here goes Callanan, who's just got priority back from Silva after a paddle from him. So a couple of priority errors, and then something of a surfing error from Ryan Callanan. When that for him is very much a stock turn. Just seemed to get a little bit wrong in terms of how much time he spent up in the lip, and won't get a completion. So, all right, Medina's number, it's a modest improvement, 4.5 for him. Expect a lot more where that came from. As we watch Callanan make his way back out, he's got a little bit of work to do. Medina in second place in this one. It's the all goofy foot clash from the elimination round in Portugal. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Portugal, where David Silva's taken on Gabriel Medina and Ryan Callanan. I tell you what, he's going all right at the moment because he's moved up into the lead as David Silva and looking to bounce back after a tough campaign on the North Shore for him. He looked very much out of rhythm over there, and a place where he's done great in the past, coming off the back of a win in the Challengers as well. David Silva here in Portugal enjoying himself and making his way back after another wave dropped in. At the moment, leading this one. It's possibly a bit tighter in terms of scores that we anticipated. Here's a look at the backhand work of Silva.
So this happened during the break for David Silva, and that's not going to be one of his top two. That clocked in at a 3-point ride, so just a throw-away for Silva. This also happened during the break. Gabe Medina just throwing spray, punching off of the fins, has to ease through that one. Our first look at this. Aggressive. Third turn and times a finish. Does he ride out of it? Yes, he does. So that's going to definitely turn the heat for Gabe Medina. I'm going to enjoy this one more time from up above. Medina bangs that first time, then does that easy carve back into the whitewater to set himself up, and now punches the lip not once, but twice for the finish. Rides in front of the convergence. No problem. That feels like a really good score for me.
Yeah, much more like it from Gabriel. 7-8-3, the number in, close to excellent for Gabe Medina. And we're waiting to show us that stuff. We knew it was coming at some point. We had a strong feeling. There it is with, well, 10 on the clock. Getting his first real, not only legit score, but really attacking on the wave hit. Multiple sections offering themselves up. And when they do that for Gabriel, well, you know what's going to happen.
I like it. I like he's sticking to the face. And I like that Gabe is playing a smart game right now, going back to basics, going down to fundamentals, but like exaggerated fundamentals, if you will. In his opening round heat, he was taken to the air over and over again. I like the adjustment that he's made in this elimination round to just say, hey, you don't have to win by air. You can win by sea. Keep it on the rail. And that's exactly what he did, and still, you know, really garnishing some great scores. Bravo.
It's going to feel a lot better for Gabriel Medina. Goes into the lead from David Silva. Callanan way back in third at the moment in terms of his combined total, but he doesn't need a huge number to get up, of course, to second place. Surfers in 1 and 2 advance from these 3 surfer heats. Callanan 4.75, the requirement for him. He's got priority as well. We've had a couple of priority mistakes in this one, Kayo, and it's actually quite surprised to see that go down. We've seen surfers kind of falsely identify waves and go from them and not get them. We've seen it flip around. Callanan needs to wash off those mistakes and make this next one count.
Yeah, we saw both Ryan Callanan as well as David Silva make priority errors, basically paddle for waves and not executing on that. And that just changed the dynamic every single time those priority cubes switch. So luckily for Ryan, he has priority right now, just needing a mid-range score. It's all up to the Novocastrian. It's all up to Ryan Callanan to avoid elimination, because he's actually, even though he's in third place, he's put himself in a really good position.
Top 10 finish for him last year in the championship tour. He comes into this also inside the top 10. He'll look to go from strength to strength here. He'll need a wave, though, in order to do that. At the moment, some lines filling in. You see the wedge effect right there as we look from above. That side wave coming off the jetty, hitting the incoming swell, which is wrapped in here, and providing these running right-handers and a muted paddle effort from Callanan. He'll hang on to priority. Silva will go it and say thanks very much, and that'll go a little bit wrong for him. It just slightly overcooks it with the back foot pressure, and I think that was really a reflection of there didn't seem to be loads on offer on that wave. He had to push pretty hard.
Yeah, and great for you, Paul, to identify. With this filling in tide, higher tide, we're closer to the jetty. You're seeing that refraction off of the jetty, that wedge, and if you can time that wedge, that's a surfer's dream. You got the push pushing you down the line, giving you additional speed, and you know, speed creates opportunities, speed creates dynamic maneuvers. And Ryan Callanan sitting pretty, I still feel, with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, some decisions to be made from him. Decided not to go the last wave. He'll like the look of this one, though. Here goes Ryan, a late entry, grabs the rail off the bottom turn and gives it a big hit. And he has got very strong legs indeed. You see the physical stature of him when he's running down for his heats. He is solid, and he needed that strength right there. Did really well to hang on. That could be crucial. It will certainly count for him.
Yeah, he would have loved to have the wedge move down the beach and give him more opportunities. You can take a look at his career finishes here at Peniche, but really hasn't broken into finals day as of yet.
Yeah, it's not really somewhere that he's unlocked particularly. His best showing, of course, last year. But you do feel like we're looking at slightly different Ryan Callanan in last season and this one. Feels like a lot of things have come together for him. Let's have another look, Kibes.
Rolls it in. Beautiful turn, and that was a tricky park right there. The convergence of that wedge really showed iron legs through this and some flexibility to stay on top of his board. The question, I guess, is, was that one turn enough to turn the heat? It's beautiful to watch in slow motion. And you can see, look at just even on his heels, but is able to flex out of that. And gosh, this one's going to be right on the line. I don't know if he's going to get it. And if he does, it'll be by the slimmest of margins. And he does.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Number in. He just gets it 4.83. So he gets the requirement by 0.08 of a point in order to move up to second place. 5.5 on the clock now. There's the spread from the panel for Callanan. Crucially now in second place, pressure back on David Silva, who needs a number of his own. It's just a 4.69 though for second. Medina, bit of a cushion with that 7.83. And able now with priority to try and identify something better than the 5 that he's got as his backup score. Crowd on the beach enjoying this one. And really looking forward basically to Gabriel's next wave, essentially, as are we with priority. You'd expect him to try and identify something and really just turn the screw, just add that scoreboard pressure. Callanan felt a little bit of the pressure, responded in the best possible way by getting the number. See vision, Liam O'Brien get ready to take to the water. Another surfer, but I thought surfed really, really well over on the North Shore. It's enjoyable to see him. And another one is really sort of growing in stature, in tall. Very impressive indeed. Let's see how he goes out here. That's going to come in 4.5 minutes time. We're going to enjoy the rest of this all goofy clash for the meantime. How's David Silva going to respond here?
Well, first of all, David's just got to get busy under the priority of Gabe Medina. His positioning right now, being closer to the wall, is kind of opening himself up for Medina to take that wave off of him. But because it is the high tide, he's counting on the bounce. He's counting on the ricochet off the wall. So he's putting himself in that position. But he's not guaranteed a chance because he is sitting under the priority of Gabe Medina. Like what he would like to see is a couple of opportunities right here to come through, and Medina just run away with the heat and give himself a chance to just get second in advancing position.
Something of a bouncy one feathering up here. No real interest from any of our surfers, all identifying that that one's probably going to run quite straight on the bank, which it does. So just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Priority will remain with your leader, Gabriel Medina. Here's the story of the heat. Medina took him a little while to get going here, Kaipo.
Gabby, dependable, right? It's just controlled this wave right here. That was his opener. That's going to be in his scoreline. But really, when he puts it together, he puts it together. Sticking to the water, sticking to the rail. Nice patience on this one, and then combos it up for the finish. Nearing excellent on this wave for Gabe Medina. Ryan Callanan turned the heat right here with one turn. That was enough to keep our Cal into second and advancing position as we come back to live time.
So Medina waiting a while to apply the pressure. That 7.83 really put him in a commanding position. There's not a lot of difference between the scores of Callanan and David Silva. 10.36 plays 10.27. So there is not a whole lot between them in terms of the priority. Well, that is with David Silva's second over Callanan's in third. It is Gabriel who holds priority down. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go now. Nervy moments for fans of David Silva, who will be up against it if he is to be eliminated here. That'll be a really, really tough start to the season. Couple of 17ths in for him thus far, and wants to avoid one here. He's got 2 minutes. He does not need a huge number. It's 4.69 the requirement. Medina will use his priority there, will surrender it rather than use it because he'll give it up. So David Silva now with first priority. Under 2 minutes to go in the heat, looking for 4.69. He likes the look of this, and he'll go at Silva. Is up and riding, drops in with patience, winds into that bottom turn. Massive backhand turn There he is. That is the David Silva that we expect to see. And a technical, tough section. We mentioned leg strength already. And nice finesse as well to mix up those turns, Kites.
Silva just turned the heat. Silva absolutely turned the heat. It was a fortunate circumstance. Gabe lost priority. That next wave in the set had the wedge to it. And check this out. This is the danger of David Silva. Off the bottom, snaps it off the top, but that's more impressive. Up and over the lip. That was so hard to do on the backhand. Again, he's going to throw the fins out the back on this one, but this just gets on the heels, rides up, has to adjust his board on top of the lip, squares it up. I mean, that's the long bottom turn, the snap. We saw that throughout his career, but that, the quick feet and the reaction time for David Silva, yeah, it's going to turn the heat.
Yeah, great surfing in a tight space for him. He was up against the wall. He's responded 6-7-7 in for Silva. Jumps to second. Bad news for Callanan, who goes back to third and faces elimination with 30 on the clock. He's looking now for a 6-9-1. So Callanan could be in a bit of trouble here. And David Silva will be absolutely delighted. What a crucial wave for him. After those 17ths on the North Shore, really didn't want to get another one. The cut's looming thick and fast. Of course, Portugal midway before the cut, which comes after event number 5. And let's see if Ryan can just try and get on something. I don't think he will here. He's going to be starved out of this one, we think, unless he finds something out the back, which he doesn't. Meanwhile, Medina's going left, and he throws one up just for fun. Why not? Medina will take the win here. He'll take the performance, the 7.83, the highest number of the heat. But what a crucial moment for David Silva to find something. And it really was a priority surrender for Medina. Paddle for the wave before that one. It didn't get on. It just left Silva in the position. But of course, once he got to his feet, he had to do the work, and he got it done. The backhand combo, great stuff from that guy, David Silva. The 6-7-7, a crucial number in the context of his career on tour in 2024. And he is absolutely delighted to avoid elimination here. So Ryan Callanan will be eliminated from competition. Portugal hasn't really been someone he's done great in the past. He'll have to wait once again. Well done to this guy, David Silva. Advances with Medina. More live action from Portugal right after the break.
Did you know that Peniche was an island? It's my perfect place to be because it's where I can actually find a balance of everything. My family is from here. Peniche was an island, but was really close to this continental coast. And with the time, the currents, the rip currents and the tides, the sand kind of like got stuck in one place. That's why it's called a peninsula. And actually the dunes are getting bigger and bigger, so it's good for everything, ecological, to protect the coastlines from the big waves, from the storms. We cannot mess it up. We want this for the next generations, so we should protect it.
If you like waves, you'll love Peniche, and Peniche surf fans love this guy, Gabriel Medina. And the swarm just wanted to get close to him, really bask in his glow. He's won his heat in the elimination round, and he'll make his way up the beach as we'll go to live action and check out Ian Gentile in the water. Really nicely done, arrives late to the lip, and a trademark turn from him as he just dips the tail in the lip. Nice release from him. Behind him, Lobby, Liam O'Brien, smooth, tearing on a rail, committing that rail. And he'll get another section here in a good slice of venom, as he doesn't need to do too much. Nicely timed, not forcing the issue. We'll get a completion as well. We might even get a little bit of a paddle battle here. Paul Evans talking you through it alongside Kaipo Guerrero. And another great looking heat in the water. We've got Rio Wider going at it as well. Fun looking clash here, mate.
Yeah, great looking clash. Crowd growing. There you see the lineup. Rio Wider. You know, rookie season last year on the championship tour. This was one of the standouts for his rookie season. Made the quarterfinals here. So I'm expecting Rio to reignite that fire in this elimination round. It's, you know, it's unfortunate that he isn't in the, actually all the surfers, unfortunate they're in the elimination round, but I think Rio could be the story in this heat.
So you see the number, top of your screen there, work already done from the surfer out of Indonesia. So wasting very little time at all, getting going in this heat. Elimination round is not something anyone wants to be once you are here, getting those numbers on the board and avoiding what would be a last place finish here in Portugal. As we just check out Rio paddling into a wave. He's found himself a little shiny opportunity here. What's he gonna do with it? Opens up with a rail turn and then another, makes room.
So that's what I mean. That's why he's the one to watch, you know, in this heat. He's got super quick feet.
Just opening up the body and going at it and reacting, responding to opportunities coming his way in the early part of this heat. That's absolutely what you want to do. Get your scores on the board as early as possible. We'll wait for our judges to assign for him what would be a third number. So he's got the 6, 7 and the 6 already. That wave you just saw, that's a fresh wave. That'll be a third number coming his way from the panel. We're also due a number for Liam O'Brien and Ian Gentile. Let's have another look.
Quick surfing, and I like it. I like this replay. This is opening ride, so this happened right at the beginning of the heat where he got a little extra, and the little extra paid off to a 6.67 for that ride for us. So that's a nice start for Rio Wider. Then he came back here. This is a 6-point ride, and the 6-point ride is for that just one dynamic turn. Here's Ian Gentile, his opener. For Gentile, that one turn earned him a 4.17. And Liam O'Brien on the replay. Always smooth, the surfer from Burleigh Heads. Unfortunate for him, wave really tapered, but he was able to slam that oncoming section, but it was really the taper in the wave that hindered him just a little bit. And this just happened for Liam O'Brien. Again, great surfing, super smooth. Just a lot of taper in the waves that he's getting, however. Bonus section on the inside here. And that served him well. So we'll wait for that score and see how that irons everything out.
Liam O'Brien squeezing the juice all the way to the inside. A softer wave from him, but the smooth style on display there for fans watching on the beach, for everyone watching online. Liam O'Brien will make his way out the back with some measured cadence to his paddling. Doesn't seem in any particular hurry. He's going to have around about 22 minutes or so. By the time he gets to the lineup, we're going to get a number for him.
It's interesting to see. You got a couple of reef surfers out here in the way of Ian Gentile and Rio Wider. And then you have the point break surfer of Liam O'Brien. And you can really see it in the surfer's style and the pace that they attack waves. You know, really quick and more and really fast twitch, basically, from Waida and Gentile. And then you see the smoothness of Liam O'Brien as he connects his turns, because he's a point surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw that on display on that wave, the pace to it, how polished it all comes together. Judges are going to assign him a number for his last wave. He will want to find something with just a little bit more energy and impetus, a bit more size would be good as well. Numbers in though, 4-6 at the moment. It's good enough to see him in second place. Gentile with priority, still sitting on a 0.5, so we'll wait for him to get another wave before we get our first legit situation. We might not have to wait long. He has a paddle. Can't get on though.
Yep, and a priority error for Ian Gentile. He lost that priority. He's the back of the pack now.
So Ian Gentile had a paddle. He was just sort of behind that wedge, wasn't he? On that sort of softer bit, the wrong side of the peak. Didn't want to let him in. So he'll have to give up priority. That's something that absolutely cost Ryan Callanan. He did it a couple of times in that last heat, and when it all came down to it, it was on that exchange at the end that got the score for silver. But prior to that, there's a couple of moments in the heat where Ryan will be left to review and think, he can't do much, obviously, about the ways that the other surfers get, but what he absolutely can do is control what is in his control, his priority, and a couple of errors from him, man. You can't really afford to do that.
Nah, I mean, in a 30-minute heat, you only get so many bites of the apple, right? So when you lose that priority, especially when you're in that vulnerable third-place position, that hurts. It hurts a lot, and he's going to have to shake it off, Ian is, mentally, and just shake that one off, hope the rotation comes back his way.
So Rio Waida's last wave, just a 5-5, be a throwaway for him. He's looked good in this so far. That momentum that he got from a solid result last year that really kind of lit his season. Did well in the back half of the season as well. He showed us flashes, really, of the brilliance that he showed in qualifying via the Challenger Series, where he just looked incredible, got his work done early, was absolutely dominant on that tour. Someone else who we're used to seeing pretty dominant, we're not used to seeing in the elimination round, is Gabriel Medina. He's with AJ.
Gabriel Paravans, congratulations. How did you handle the pressure of that elimination round heat to surf the way you wanted to?
Yeah, it feels good. I had a big traveling, and first round it was hard to surf. I was jet lagged and my legs was feeling tired. And yeah, we had a few days off, so it's good. Yeah, my board feels good. I'm happy to be in Portugal. I love this country, so yeah, I'm happy to be here.
What is it about these waves that you were able to sort of unleash that power that we know you have?
Yeah, it feels like we've been getting bad conditions, you know, in the first few rounds lately. And yeah, that was pretty much my first wave that I actually surf. So yeah, hopefully I can get a few more so I can fit a few turns, you know, and get the rhythm. And yeah, but I'm feeling good, you know. This board feels really good, so just want to surf more waves.
What are you riding?
6.0. It's similar to what I rode in Puerto Rico. It's a model that I've been liking, and yeah, it's going.
It certainly looked good under your feet today. Para o Brasil, me diga sobre a onda 7.83. O que você viu?
A onda foi boa, consegui manobrar, fiz algumas manobras e fico feliz de ter achado aquela onda, né? Tenho treinado bastante aqui, então cada vez mais entrando na sintonia do mar e me adaptando. Mas me sinto bem, estou feliz. Como eu falei, eu amo estar em Portugal e agora vamos para cima.
Parabéns, congratulations.
Obrigado.
Medina's stoked, the crowd is too. An elimination round performance, pretty emphatic one from, as he mentioned there with AJ. Good insights from him, Kaipo. It's tough getting, he got in late, he surfed a ton of heats. The legs feel it with the jet lag, but he looks back too close to the sort of stuff we expect to see from him now.
And Johnny Cabianca making him some good boards that he's feeling very confident on, like a relationship they've had for a long, long time between Johnny Cabianca, formerly of Apucas, now Cabianca Designs. So, hey, that board, that same board won him gold at the ISAs in Puerto Rico. So, yeah, wax that thing up, Gabe. It looks good.
All right, we got some wedges coming through here. Who's in the spot? O'Brien had a look, didn't fancy it. This one stretching out. Decided not to go, wanted to hang on to that priority. Rio's at the bottom of the pecking order in terms of pro, is at the top of the order in terms of scores. Couple of sixes from him, good enough right now. something of a commanding position. He's got 4.5 points or so over the chasing pack because we just eliminate one of these three. At the moment, it's Gentile with a little bit left to do. Plenty of time, though. Over 17 minutes for Ian Gentile. Our rookie of the year last year was so impressive. Meanwhile, here's Lobby. Great looking wave from him. Off the bottom, it's smooth. There's the hooking wrap in the pocket. There's another one. Slight variation. Puts both those hands behind and then goes up into the lip with a float, a finish, gets it done.
Dream wave. That was a dream wedge coming through for Liam O'Brien. You could identify that and see that coming with the bounce off the wall. It was set up perfectly. All Lobby had to do was control that momentum down the line. He had a great push down the line. We talked about the point surfer. We talked about being really smooth. That gave him the vehicle just to display some really, look at this wedge, just to display some beautiful, beautiful rail surfing. Just so smooth through that carve. Nice bottom turn, some variation, dropping the back arm there, and then lip glide finish, and just kept them pushing down the line. One more time from above, and this is what you're looking for out here, is get that wedge, get that wall. O'Brien, I don't know if you could have surfed that any better. That was just so, and managing speed and making some difficult turns look so smooth. Well done.
Yeah, very much part of his wheelhouse, making everything look smooth. He waited a little while as well to get a decent wave. Prior to that, in terms of the exchanges, he'd been going on slightly softer looking waves. That one had a lot more juice from the takeoff. All right, out the back, here's Ian Gentile. He's got a decent looking wave of his own here. Patient off the bottom. He goes up, kind of stings one into the lip, and then on a rail, puts plenty of arms into it. So a real contrast in style and technique from a more lanky surfer. Putting that board to great use there. And using variety, hitting the lip, and then carving on the rail. Ian Gentile doesn't need a big number to get up, but that is prior, of course, to Lobby School coming through. Here's another look, Kaipo.
Yeah, this was a difficult one, actually. So like that, he wanted a better first turn, and even the second turn kind of struggled through that. That was just not a friendly wave to ride. You can see it again, like he'd want to be able to like get some fins out or something, kind of punched it through there, and then things get really kind of catchy, sticky on that second turn. One more time, you can see like tried to get down the line, did a good job to get out in front, but then like catchy rails for turn number 2.
Gentile having to make adjustments on the wave. According to the sections as they offer up, it feel like that second section almost just softened a bit while he was committed to his rail already. He was burying that thing really hard. He would have loved it to stay steep on the face to finish that turn. He had to make the adjust. The good news is he did make that adjustment pretty well. So he got a completion, but not exactly as he would have wanted to surf that way. 14 on the clock. We'll get a number for him, though. It is a 6.97 now, the requirement, because Liam O'Brien has just dropped a mid-6 of his own, 6.53 for the Australian. And that'll put him in a much, much better position overall standings in this. Gentile's number to come through, 6.04, that requirement. So a good use of priority from Liam O'Brien. This one will just settle down a touch now. Priority with our heat leader, Rio Wider. Let's see what he does with that. He did a lot. He came flying out the gates, did Rio. Getting 6s really while we were still getting caught up. Coming back from break. 13.5 minutes to go in this one. It is the men's elimination rounds. And a bit of a surprise set, really. Everyone with late paddles out the back. Meanwhile, priority with the Indonesian surfer. Rio Wider uses it. A little sticky, this one on the opening section. Now he'll get some speed. And he'll go with a layback into the lip. And not committing super hard to that turn. Relatively kind of stock surfing from him. Let's see how that's reflected in the scoreline. But that one almost kind of catching him a bit off guard. He suddenly paddled out the back, and then he found this opportunity.
So this is a nice carve, and then this is going to be tricky right here. He has to get the compass out and navigate around that section, but punches it there. So that was the exclamation mark that he was looking for. Well done to stay patient through this. Again, just a setup carve, and then had to take the high line to clear that water. That gave him the opportunity to punch it using a lot of leverage on the back foot on that final turn. We get to see this in really nice slow motion. You can see the leverage, the push, and the finish for Rio Waida.
Just over 12 minutes remaining. Elimination round in Portugal. High stakes at the moment. The women's elimination round, that's coming up soon. We'll see Kika Vaselko with Caitlin Simmons and Lakey Peterson. We'll be right back real soon. Get your fantasy teams locked in. You'll have until tomorrow at least for the men, because you don't have to lock your team until the elimination round is locked up. Kaipo, any hot tips? Stay patient, but stay busy with your fantasy team. Don't overthink it.
Look out for friendly fire. Try to take a look and try to, do your best to figure out the seeding. It's not easy, but what you want to do is really try to avoid those early round friendly fires where you're going to be losing points.
Hate to see that. It just crushes you, doesn't it, when you see that happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've sort of been a little bit guilty of overthinking mine a little bit, though. I did avoid friendly fire to the point where I had everyone in separate heats and they all lost anyway.
Oh, that can happen too.
9.5 minutes to go in this. It's about Rio Waida at the moment, leading Liam O'Brien. That's your 1-2. So a little bit of pressure on Ian Gentile, who is chasing down a number here. 6.04 is the requirement for him. O'Brien's just ridden the 3 waves, but the last of those 3, his best, and good enough to just put a little bit of daylight between him and the surfer in 3rd right now. And get down towards, well, past that 9-minute mark. It looks like Rio's way down the beach. The top of the peak is Liam O'Brien with that priority. He'll look to make that count as well. 4-6 is not something that he'll want to hang on to, while he has a surfer of the caliber of Ian Gentile chasing him down. He'll certainly look to add to that. And we talked about the smoothness that he's got, but there's plenty more to his game as well. He does seem to be someone that doesn't seem to get too rattled. Wherever he is in a heat, maybe late in a heat, he needs a score. There's obviously different ways you can fire yourself up with the emotion. It just does feel like a very cool customer, Kaipo.
Cool customer. He's performed under pressure. He made the championship tour, got injured, did not get to surf his rookie season, went back to the Challenger Series, again, made the championship tour. O'Brien coming off of a great Hawaiian leg, a 9th place at Pipe, quarterfinal finish over at Sunset, looking good. So I expect in the broad picture, I expect big things out of Leo O'Brien as the entire year unfolds. But I guess in the short term, he's got to make it out of this elimination round heat.
Yeah, it's going to want to use that priority. See if he can just add a little bit more scoreboard pressure to the way of Ian Gentile. Rio Waida with his strong start in this one. 12.67. Pretty decent numbers, especially when you can get them in the opening couple of minutes and really just stay out of that place where you're chasing, maybe rushing yourself in decisions that you don't want to make. He's been able to just be in the driving seat so far in this one. just kind of play it cool. You see that distance that he's got between the other two at the moment. That's partly due to the fact that he's in third place priority. Doesn't need to get caught up in any tangles.
Really smart, right? Just stay out of trouble. You're in the lead. Top two advance out of this heat. You're not in the hot seat at all. You don't want a paddling interference. You don't want a priority interference. You don't want any slip-ups. I like the game right now with the separation between Rio Waida and Ian Gentile and Liam O'Brien. Liam and Ian next to the jetty, those two, they got to battle it out right now. The battle's between those two surfers at the moment.
In terms of the season that we saw Ian Gentile put together last year, it did also feel like he's another one. He seems to take everything in his stride as well. Win or lose, he does seem a pretty cool customer as well with where he is. Let's see if a decision is made here with priority on the peak. O'Brien will go this one. And a glassy section and just puts it up. Doesn't need to do too much. He just tightens his bottom turn. Make sure he got that second turn done. He would have liked that one to stay open a little longer for him. 4-6, the backup score. Is he going to threaten that?
That's really his mission, right, is to increase his heat total. With that, he needs to improve upon that 4.6. I'm sure we're going to take another look at it. Wave didn't give him a ton of opportunity, and it did do a favor for Ian Gentile because now he's got priority 6 minutes. We'll see how that score comes out. My initial thought is just going to be pretty close to that 4.6 that Liam already has in his score line. Here we go at Ian.
Gentile live action and opens up with the rail. A big turn, covers loads of ground. He'll really want this second section, but he arrived so late for that. And too late to get a completion out of it. He had an absolute ton of speed. He also had some whitewater hurtling towards him, and he'll go down.
That was a missed opportunity. Missed opportunity, especially since Liam O'Brien did not improve his heat total. So here we go. That was pretty smooth, but got caught up in that whitewater way too late for that oncoming section. So no harm, no foul for Liam O'Brien on this wave. This is the 4.07 that we're taking another look at. So this did not help his cause. He gave some opportunity to Ian Gentile, but with that incompletion from Gentile, situation remains the same. There's just less time on the clock.
Yeah, I was just wondering exactly where Liam was in terms of relative to his position to Ian Gentile, but there it is. He has got second priority. Ian's wave non-cooperative to the extreme. He didn't have loads of choice for his first turn. He went for that powerful wrapping searing carve. He kind of had to. Wasn't really a lot of lip to take on. By the time he'd completed that maneuver, he was super late to essentially what was a closeout section. And he'll now look for a little bit of physical distance. By the time he gets into the lineup, it'll be 4 minutes and change. He'll also have third priority as well, so he'll want to try and stay away from the likes of Liam O'Brien. Let's check the recap and see how this one has gone down. It's been a fast start for our surfer out of Indonesia, Rio Waida.
Heat recap and a pet event for Rio Waida. He's been successful here in the past. The quick-footed Indonesian surfer coming through, swinging straight out the gates. Opened up, bonus section here for 6.67. Nice start for Rio Waida. Backed it up, one turn. What a big turn for a 6-point ride. Waida goes into the lead very early on in this heat. Liam O'Brien, dream wedge here. Nice carve for the burly head surfer. Around this section, a little variety there. And this put Liam O'Brien right up in the conversation, securing his second and advancing position as we come back to real time with just 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Wrapping up the men's elimination round, heat 4. Right now, it is Rio Waida. He's got priority and the lead. Liam O'Brien, second priority, and crucially, second place. It's third who's being eliminated at the moment. And there's our surfer out of Maui representing Brazil, Ian Gentile. And he still needs a 6.04. And it looks like Liam O'Brien is now heading over to say hi.
And that would be the smart play at this point. The smart play at this point is for Liam O'Brien to exercise his priority over Ian Gentile. Like you said, Paul, he's slowly inching his way. He's going to kind of defend his ground, if you would, as we fly over here and try to shore things up.
Let's see where this one goes in the final couple of minutes here. Gentile really wants to avoid remaining in third place position. That 6.04 feels like Pretty solid number to try and get with third priority. He's going to need a couple of things to go his way. Just needs some cooperation from the ocean, essentially. He's not had it so far. And you see how hard he's trying to scratch onto this. So an opportunity because he was inside. What's he got for us here? He is looking for a 6. The opening section is really, really soft. Now it's got some steepness to it. Has a nice turn. It's a signature turn, that layback. And he throws it away.
Yeah, I mean, tried to give himself a chance, but that stop-and-go surfing is so difficult. When you don't have the wedge pushing you down the line, we're going to take a look at here. Okay, so here he goes, but this is the stop sign. That bog right there, and that's not his fault. That was the wave. But you don't get enough speed, and when you don't have speed, your rails tend to catch, and that's exactly what happened to Ian Gentile. Another look at this. Does everything right, I mean, as a surfer, but that's the wave just holding back, really flattening out, and that flattened out wave, the lack of speed, that made that final turn super difficult, and he just caught a rail and went down.
So Gentile going down on the inside. When you can see a fishing boat in the shore break, you can only really be in one place. Peniche, Portugal. We're enjoying our time here. We're enjoying the entertaining action from the men's elimination round. A few surprises in terms of who's actually been participating in this round. Like Sir Gabriel Medina, of course, in the previous heat. He did pretty well.
There you go, fishing boat. I just got sardines on for lunch, and we got less than a minute on the clock.
And the fans here on the beach, they're enjoying what's been going down. This guy will be feeling a little bit of pressure right now. That's been a tough day at the office for Ian Gentile. He has not had any real luck, I'll say, with the ocean. Just the way the waves are. Even as they stand up, they're still, you're not exactly sure what's going to happen as they go down the beach. Can go a couple of waves, and they've just been a bit awkward for him. They've really compressed his options in terms of maneuvers he's been able to do. He's not done loads wrong in terms of his actual surfing, but if the ocean doesn't cooperate, you're going to be up against it here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening right now. I mean, actually, he's just captive. There's nothing he can do. So Ian Gentile, I mean, semifinals over a pipeline, 17th at Sunset, and then now, this is going to sting. A 33rd is stop number 3 for Gentile.
We'll count down here as we wrap up men's elimination round. It will be Rio Wider with a dominant performance, really. His work done early. Good way to do it. Liam O'Brien, he started off okay, and then he improved midway point in the heat. Crucially, got that 6.53. Those two will advance, and it will be Ian Gentile who will bow out of competition at this stage. He'll be disappointed. He'll look to come back and wash that off in Australia. That's a couple of weeks away, but well done to Rio Wider. And we mentioned what he was able to do here last year. He's carried over that form. We've got the women's elimination rounds coming up real soon. More live action from Portugal right after the break.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
I hope that we get super tubed.
The Tour rookie, Caitlin Simmers.
Caitlin, wow!
Throws a layback hack there on her wins the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Hi everybody, you are watching the elimination round. Katie Simmers won this event last year, now trying to avoid an elimination round loss as she takes on Lakey Peterson and wild card Francisca Veselko. Joe Turpel with Strider Raspberry Wazalewski for the call. Katie Simmers in the highlight reel all season long, winning Pipeline, quarterfinal loss over at Sunset, and just didn't really fire this morning. Sat for a while, kind of didn't really adapt to a different strategy, and finds herself here in the ER.
Not really a comfortable place, but definitely you can see her already on screen moving away from her opponents to try and create some space so she can get herself started. I feel like smart move to find some inside space there.
Lakey Peterson out there wearing the blue jersey. Already had an early round loss over at Pipeline. And remember, just one throwaway result in the first 5 events. So you're keeping your best 4 results. And Lakey, with her improvement at Sunset, moved to number 10 in the world. But you know she can't afford another loss in the elimination round, or she'll have to keep it for the rest of the season. Lakey's looking now, and she will hold back. And surfing the white jersey, Francisca Veselko, world junior champ, winning over at Seaside Reef in a final over Sawyer Lindblad. Kika, as she's known as, has been making a statement the last couple of years on the QS as well, as we see the wrapping turn from Lakey, getting things started in ER heat number 1, and she'll get taken down on her second effort.
Lakey's probably pretty familiar with these little wedges. There's a little Ventura Harbor wedge. Has a couple. Wintertime.
Yeah, those jetties there can get really fun. There's a lot of amateur events that will set up right on those jetties. Imagine Lakey's put a jersey on in that region when she was just a kid. Lakey celebrating 6 career championship tour event wins. Her first one was the US Open when that was at the CT level years ago. There was a breakthrough moment in Lakey's career when she won the first stop of the season, which was on the Gold Coast at the time, and officially put herself in the world title threat conversation. Enjoyed a rival named Stephanie Gilmore in the 2018 year. And Lakey's so kind and so humble. She just kept saying how cool it was to hear her name next to Steph's in a title race. And it was just them two, featuring in finals like in J-Bay, South Africa, and beyond. She's gone through a couple little back injuries that have taken her out the last couple years. So this really does feel like a comeback year for Lakey Peterson, joining forces with Glenn Micro Hall from here on out for the rest of the season.
Sounds like a comfortable place to be. Little waves approaching here, Joe.
And it will be Katie Simmers. Already with some speed, fun section. Slices right through the white water and steps out. So it stayed fairly soft on that white watery section there, but still surfed her way through it to get her first score in. That'll be compared to Lakey's 2.83 start. Katie Simmers representing Oceanside. Beach break conditions is what she grew up in. Working closely with John Daniels, her first real coach, and now Tommy Whitaker on the championship tour. What happened here was?
You know, just I think she's just laying into it. She's pretty excited. She wants to get a quick score on the board, and almost lost the fins on the bottom turn, and then, you know, there wasn't much left for her on the top, so she kind of just jumped out of it.
Now Lakey off the bottom. Nice room to set up that first carve. Hits the oncoming section. This time she'll stick it. Had the fall on her opening ride on the second turn. And this one she will ride away and improve on her second effort.
We've seen a lot of different conditions out here today already, and I mean, it has changed so much. Imagine just being in these heats, trying to figure out what's happening in these things. I mean, tides moving, winds changing. You've just got so many different looks at it.
especially when you've already surfed today. Sometimes you can't rely on the conditions you had even earlier this morning.
No, but Lakey adapting and really, I think she's really comfortable in these conditions. You know, from California, having, you know, that wintertime vibe. She's accustomed to all these kind of conditions. And like I said, there's waves around home for her that kind of resemble this. So I'm sure she's had quite a few sessions in water and weather and waves like these.
And then the opening ride for our wild card, Francisca getting on the board.
Yeah, nice opening wave for her. I mean, this thing let her go to town all the way down through the inside there, but unfortunately not completing the ride.
So Francisca and her debut on the CT stage, coming from a great surfing family. Her mom from Portugal, down at Carcavelos, and her father from California, Joe Vaselko. She was born in Irvine and moved back to Portugal. Started surfing down in the Carcavelos area. There was a surf trip that her mom was a little nervous about. She got invited on a trip when she was barely 10 years of age. You know, for your parents to let your kid go, you know, on their own with a group of surfers at 10, that's a big decision to make, and they're thankful that she did, because since Francisca's mom's a really great surfer, she noticed immediately when her daughter returned that she had really upped her level in a serious way. Surfing world-class waves, she came back, started winning major national titles. When she was 12, she won the under-16s national title and took out the boys division under 12 as well. Let's catch up with Rio Waida, winner of the last heat with AJ.
Yeah, Rio, all smiles coming out of the water today, making it through the elimination round. You told me you'd been sitting here on the beach, watching the waves, watching the tide. How did that experience help you in the water?
Well, first thing, it's been crazy, like stormy, and it's been crazy. So there's a lot of rumors changing to the other spots and stuff. So I try my best to surf the, I don't know what they call, but the other side of Peniche or here, you know. It's been super rough, you know, super windy. So for me, it's kind of, what can I say, less advantage for me, you know, probably. But I did my best to, you know, training and keep active and mentally, you know, stay happy and just enjoying my life.
And certainly enjoying it a little more today with the move through the elimination round and on to the next one here in Peniche. How have you carried some of the momentum that you've been working on and the strategy in the beginning parts of the season here to Europe?
Well, I mean, first thing, it's been crazy life, you know. It's been a lot of things happen. Well, first event was sucks for me. I lost elimination round, and then Sunset I kind of did better, 9, and now here. You know, I just want to give everything. Well, before coming here, I did the ISA, and then, you know, I did a pretty good job, so I'm proud of myself. And now I'm here, you know, just keep happy, keep getting good result, and just gotta do what I gotta do.
And you did it today. Congratulations, by the way, on the qualification. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Hello, everyone. I'm sure it's nighttime, so enjoy your dinner, and you know, thanks for everyone that's supporting me. I'm really grateful to have all of you guys that's supporting me. So next one will be tomorrow, should be. I will keep focused, and I will do for all of you guys. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Rio Waida moving on to the round of 32, where he's going to take on Caltex. Callum Robson, heat 15 of the round of 32. Remember, Callum's the one who got the 10-point ride for a dark cave last year. Probably the best wave ridden in 2023. That was going to be one to look forward to, Waz.
Yeah, you know, and it could resemble that day tomorrow, the way that the forecast is lining up. The winds are swinging around, the swell's sticking around. We could have some wild waves tomorrow going down. I mean, the way that it's looking out there right now down the beach, it's big and gnarly and woolly and windy, but if we threw a little offshore wind on it, woof, that'd be something to watch.
Wow, looking forward to seeing what the conditions look like tomorrow. Big matchups for the men. They are done for the rest of the day, but you can check out the matchups for the round of 32, like Seth Moniz and Crosby Colapinto going head-to-head in heat number 4. Heat to low, Matthew McGillivray matchup already set up is Iago Dor and Federico Moraes. It's going to be an all goofy foot Brazilian battle. Medina versus Pupo. Griffin has Eli Hanneman. And really fun, hopefully fun conditions tomorrow. We'll wake up, see what we have down at Super Tubos. As the forecasters did a great job giving us a little jump start on this move as we look down the beach to the main site at Super Tubos. Woke up this morning and there's just no room to even catch a wave down there. It's cleaned up considerably. Hats off to the crew making the move with all the cables for the live broadcast. The judges tower, which has gone mobile. Wasn't an easy task. It was freezing cold, hailing through the rain, but all for a great cause to watch the world's best surfers taking advantage of the best conditions we have on this peninsula right now.
It's interesting. You were just talking about the matchups coming up, and you think about stop 3. We're getting closer and closer to the cut. Friends are surfing against each other.
Yeah, that's when things get real serious. At stop 5, we've got Katie Simmers. Nice down carve, picks her rail back up, and will lay low to ride away. So even though it took her a second to ride away from it, she will get the completion. Opening score for Katie, 2.6. That was on that whitewater turn. And now throwing down 2 maneuvers on that last wave. And her first position of her career to defend an event title as she tries to go back-to-back.
I like the thought in her mind about this wave to go for the 2-for-1. Unfortunately, the flow out of the turn didn't give her the connection she was looking for on that second part. You see how she had to kind of like double up on the turning and to get to the lip. It would have been cleaner with just a nice down carve straight into the next turn, which is I think she had in her mind. I think she's going to clean that up, come back strong, and do it on the next one.
It's like what we were talking about earlier, just kind of being on the wrong side of the wedge, or that second move, you do feel like you're going uphill. Your speed's just disappearing. Even though you've got wave left, it's almost impossible to get your board there. So Katie did well just to force the finish. 3.27. We'll send Simmers to second. Lakey still out front. Francisca Veselko in the 3rd spot and has a beautiful wall to throw a nice tight carve right there. She loses it.
Man, that was a bummer. That was looking like a big score coming her way, too.
Had the section. You always want to see these surfers on the set wave, so it already had a much bigger wall than the wave that Katie was on. And so close to a big completion. Let's see what happened here.
She just got in front of herself. When you go through a turn like that, you kind of like start to look down the line. You got to really try to just stay in the moment, stay over the board, kind of click it out in front of you when it cups out like that.
Kika's mom grew up in walking distance to Carcavelos, really close to the big city of Lisbon, and just fell in love with surfing. Her mom, Filipa Leandro, went on to help Portugal win a big European national title in Ireland back in the 90s. And for Kika, her mom, she had to really be dedicated to becoming a pro surfer. She remembers back when there was just a few female surfers in the ocean at the time. Kika's mom talks about Te Ayala, Estela, Teresa Monteval, Patricia Lopez, and also Teresa Abrazos, who joined us for the call earlier today. So just a small crew. They often remember the guys telling them that they should be on bodyboards, that, surfing wasn't for them, and they just had to stick to what they believed in. They didn't have all the support that you'd hope they would have had back in the day. And for Francisca, her mom, she just continued to surf, continued to get better. She ended up being sponsored by Rip Curl in the early 90s, never giving up on her dream.
That sounds like the way of life. You got to go for it. You got to, stand for what you want and go ahead with it, even if there's people telling you not to. Don't listen to anybody. It's my theory.
But yourself.
Do your own thing.
I like it.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, she's got 3 kids. They all absolutely rip. Her mom, Filipa, still writes really cool children's stories, all with a surfing base to it, which is really cool. and still spends a lot of time in the ocean. But now 13 on the clock. Veselko hoping that her run's not going to stop here. It was tough for the wild cards on the men's side today for both Joaquim Chavez and Marco Mignot out of the event here of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona. Last year we remember Yolanda Hopkins getting to the quarters to represent Portugal in the wild cards.
She was on fire.
Yeah, she's got a great, powerful act. As we look at Katie Simmers kind of rolling in here, slopey on the face, but she will lay the rail down to set up this end section. A little bit more speed, a bigger section to work with than her wave previous. And she rides away. Her best score so far about to come in.
Yeah, we kind of identified that she was going to come back strong and clean up the 2-for-1, which she did right there, and really smart just to be wide. She's you know, if you go down there, you can see this little wide peak happening, and everybody else is kind of looking for those bigger ones out the back, but she finds that wave to give her the opportunities that she needed under priority. So she's going to get her best score and kind of give herself some comfort in this heat. First turn was, you know, she caught a rail there that she probably wasn't really happy about, but I like the fact that she just forgot about that, instantly went into the next turn, and really had a nice, solid connection.
You think of Oceanside, you think a lot of great surfers, and oftentimes I think of Mike Lambrisi, who's back in the water again. I know Mike's supporting Katie Simmers, representing that cool part of Southern California. He had a crazy foot injury, but he's back in the ocean. Stoked for you. With now 11 on the clock, Katie Simmers does take the lead. 6:17 on her last, and Lakey and Francisco will be chasing for the next 11 minutes. Back for more right after this. Great time to flash back to a big moment in the career of Francisca Veselko. Pumping conditions at Seaside Reef, an absolute score. And the power that she's grown up with in Portugal paid off in Southern California. Took apart these big left-hand walls. Got past some big names too, maybe some of the biggest junior names on road to that final. Got past Aaron Brooks in the quarters. Semifinals, got past Sierra Kerr, who won the most recent edition of this event in Oceanside, and then went on to the final and got who's already on a rookie on tour this year. But what a great opportunity, what a huge platform, and kind of reminds me of the podium speech from Sierra Kerr, who just won her World Junior title, knowing the importance of such a big event, a chance to be a world champion, and just catapulting your career into the future. We've seen that momentum carry Veselko and also Sierra Kerr. When you look at the list of past champs, it's a lot of the greats that end up having a great career on the championship tour.
I feel like having a platform to get ready for it is really cool. Having something that kind of gives you a view and you get that confidence, it really catapults you onto the series you want to be with.
Lakey getting this wave was during the break.
A little bit of a setup wave, comes to the inside, and it was more of a backup score, I feel like. It wasn't everything she was looking for there, but definitely got a couple of turns off and stacked up some more points for herself. She's looking really solid in this heat, just doing what she needs to get by so far. We know she's got more in the tank, though.
And like you said there, score comes in as a backup number, 4.4 for Peterson, as she sits out in front. Coming off of International Women's Day, think of her heroes of Santa Barbara, where she grew up. Kim Merrick winning a world title back in the early 80s. Lakey references a moment when she got to meet Kim in person at Rincon when the wave was firing, and they exchanged some great words of just wisdom from Kim to Lakey, and admiration as well for representing that really cool part of the world, the 805 region in California. A lot of great right-hand point breaks. Lakey did make the move to San Clemente because it's actually kind of hard to surf year-round in Santa Barbara. You get some swell blockage there from the islands, and you've really got to drive a lot. You got to spend a lot of time on the road, on the car, and so she's like, hey, San Clemente, you can surf just about every single day. And being a pro surfer, that helps out a lot.
Yeah, I feel like there's just more of kind of a competitive atmosphere in San Clemente, so it would lean, you know, towards them and their aspirations. But Santa Barbara is the laid-back comfort of point waves, and it is so beautiful up there. And I think they still have a place on the point there at Rincon. Lakey, so she's
got a good thing going.
Good thing going there. Not to mention some of the best tacos I've ever had are in Carpinteria.
What's your spot? It's not going to be too crowded,
No,
Strider.
I'm not.
Wow.
I know. El Rincon.
There we go. Thank you.
El Rincon is a really good. Right off Santa Monica.
Eating good food.
Right off Santa Monica, exit off the 101 right there.
I mean, eating good food goes with surfing good waves with your friends.
There's nothing like it.
And here in Portugal, it's the same. We talk about the sardines a lot, and if you do eat fish, it's a great idea. It's got omega-3 fatty acids, a great source of niacin,
protein,
vitamin B12, vitamin B2. And you kind of experience the culture. There's a couple of rad stores where you can get the canned sardines, and it's kind of like a collaboration with great artists in Portugal as well. Beautiful artwork on these cans. And
didn't they used to give them to all the athletes?
Yeah, do you remember that? Got to talk to the old mayor about that.
Get that going.
Wrapping cut back for Veselko. Another fade on the shoulder. And just sticking to the pocket. This one just going the distance. End section approaches. She tags it. And then will step off. So didn't have the size and really big sections to work with, but just continued to arc a few turns in the pocket. She is chasing a 5.95.
I feel like Veselko could work on some body language in this heat, because I feel like she's got the ability to win this heat. She's got, you know, the technique, she's got power, she's got everything she needs. I feel like she's just got a little bit of a lack of confidence. If you watch her finish this wave, she just kind of flops off of it. And for me, I need to see a little more authority coming out of the end of that, and like establishing herself with the make and the body language.
Throws down the arc in the pocket. Nice view from the sky. You can see the line this wave had on it. Taking her the distance, but she really needed a real critical section that didn't really head her way. Scores are coming through. It'll be short from the 5.95, a 3.57 down to 3.30 to go. Needs a little bit less now, as that was her best score so far. 5.88 is the requirement. Here comes Katie Simmers. Big windup. Whips through that first whitewater section. Tries to style through the carve. Maintains control after a little slip, and she will step off. So a little bit of a roller coaster ride for Caitlin Simmers, current world number 2.
Current world number 2, Grom. Just graduated from high school, 18 years old. Gets the slingshot, though. Comes in with some speed into that section. And just looks like she's just throwing it so hard on rail that she almost comes off. The board almost squirted out in front of her. And she pulled it back in and then, you know, jumped over the back. But she's having a good time out there right now. She's going to put herself in a really comfortable place in this heat. Francesca is going to have to do some work to get back above Lakey.
Katie Simmers growing up next to a lot of jetties. Oceanside North jetty, really consistent spot to surf. Actually have to dredge that harbor quite often because of the sand buildup, but sometimes that sand buildup will flow into the right places and create some magical moments. As she's paddling back out into position, numbers lock in for Katie at a 5.73. Extending her now lead out front. Lakey drops to second. Peterson needs a 6.4 for the win, but now the requirement for Francisca Veselko goes to a 6.33. Wildcard does have priority, but down to 1:55 to go.
She's got the talent. She just needs to put the work in. I want to see the body language step up into a more confident place for her. I feel like she's got what it takes. I just feel like she's like almost kind of maybe started this heat in her mind in the back seat.
It's amazing how much these wild cards are learning on the fly in their debut to the championship tour, surfing against their heroes, getting to kind of go through the motions and feeling what they want to do for their career, and checking into the Red Bull athlete zone. They got their lockers all dialed. Their competitors are right next to them. The cameras are bigger. They see themselves put their name on the rankings. You can see there's a lot to take in, but it's also the opportunity to let the world know what you're capable of, and we'll see that, how she handles this final minute.
But you think about it, you're in a elimination round with world number 2 and world number 10. I mean, Lakey Peterson she's been going for world titles, and you know, Kaylin Simmers, she's just getting in there, and all of a sudden, you know, you're on this huge stage. You just can't let those names get in the way of your performance.
Cool looking wedge setting up and framing it up in a kind of a lean back fashion was Lakey Peterson getting the arc. Just that angle into the wave just makes you want to surf so bad. Catch one of those wedges.
You're getting excited, Joe. I like it. I said the surfer and Joe just came out, and he just wants to rip into one. You can tell.
What'd you see here?
I mean, I saw, you know, the flare that she was looking for, and that you felt and got you out of your seat right there. Something that, you know, only a surfer knows the feeling. You get that thrust.
Lakey Peterson will call it a heat. Doing a great job. A cool looking carve. Katie Simmers still out in front, and Lakey chasing a 6.4 on that last wave. Francisca Veselko, unfortunately, ran out of time. Representing herself well, though, as well as the great country of Portugal. Looking forward to following Veselko on her run to qualify full-time for the championship tour. Super talented athlete. Definitely noticing her power and rail work really standing out through the opening round and through the elimination round, but it will be the defending event champ, world number 2, the 18-year-old from Oceanside, Katie Simmers, moving on into the round of 16. We are going to reseed that round, and that's all coming up next. Big day for pro surfing as Molly Picklum will be in the first heat. We'll let you know all those big matchups in just a moment. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Kaipo Guerrero for the call as the round of 16 is about to begin.
We're still in a pioneering state of really changing the lens of how we view surfing and equality and inclusion within that.
We will be moving forward with fully equal prize money.
This historic day in surfing.
Man, I knew it was the biggest wave I'd ever been on. I was so stoked.
Here we go, Steph.
Really pushing the rail in the water.
Gilmore, beautiful first turn. She holds the record, an 8-time world champion. As legends step away, a generational sea change awaits. 2023 world champion Caroline Marks had ushered in a new era where opportunity can be realized.
To the horizon, feel the rush. Energy is pumping through my veins. No, what doesn't kill you makes you tough.
This event at Pipe is a pretty pivotal moment for women's surfing.
Pipeline for the f***ing girls.
It's important that we're here for the next generation to see that we belong.
Treddy Lou on another backdoor bender. It's Smith as she comes out.
All of us girls, these are the days we dream of.
Women have really staked their claim here at Pipeline. They're packing bombs.
Fades a bottom turn, back up into the lip there, swoops. Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn. Molly Picklum taking it to the house.
We're continuing to celebrate International Women's Day here in Portugal. A big, big day of competition, mainly featuring the women. We've had something of a cameo from the men's elimination around as well. We'll get right back to more action. Round of 16 for the women real soon. While we set that up, joining myself, Paul Evans, back to talk through things. Kayo, mate, what are you enjoying about the day so far?
I'm enjoying the performances I've seen so far. I'm enjoying that we're getting back things underway. And the change of venue, moving over here to the East Jetty from Super Tubos, just harnessing a little bit of that original search spirit that brought us here in the first place back in 2009.
Yeah, absolutely. Also feels like it's a bit more opportunity. Elimination round, 3 surfers in the water for a lot of those heats, and you really want everyone to get a couple of swings at it. It feels like we've provided that with our change of venue here.
I concur. That's exactly what happened. So we had a great heads up to Tourism Competition for the move. They worked hours and endlessly overnight to make this happen. And again, look at the beautiful city of Peniche, originally a fishing village, and now an absolute gem in the world of surfing.
Of course, round of 16 action, which will fire up soon, but if you get through that round, that's also when your points start to count for the CT Shaper rankings, Kayo.
That's right, coming off 2 events on the North Shore. It looks like Darren Hanley on the top of the pack, DHD. Got it going. He's also got Molly Picklum in the yellow leader jersey. A lot of things going on for DHC, but look at a dark horse there. Town and Country, Glenn Pang had a tremendous showing at Sunset Beach. Absent from the top 5, Mayhem, lost. Where are these guys? Give them directions. They still got the rest of the year to catch up into that top 5 and defend their title in the CT Shaper rankings.
You'd certainly be expecting a comeback from Mayhem in the Shaper rankings, but at the moment looking pretty interesting and nicely poised as well. Let's see how we mix things up here in Portugal as our crowd on the beach enjoying what's now a Sunday afternoon's action. And we've been dealing with a bit of weather. We've had surfers talking about surfing in hailstorms. We've had 40, 50, maybe 60 knot winds as well, buffeting this a bit of coast. It's pretty staunch though here, Kayo. It's a pretty solid bit of coast, and we found ourselves some shelter against the wall here.
We did, and it's been performing. And the nice thing about this section of the beach is when we go through these giant coefficients, these big tide swings, of course it's going to affect the wave, but it's less affected here in the corner from those big coefficients in the big tides. So I'm glad to see we're underway, and we're just setting up to get into the women's round of 16 right now.
We've already had a glimpse of the yellow jersey of Molly Picklum earlier on today. We're going to see it again here. Our first heat of the round of 16 for the women, live from Molly Listi, will feature Molly Picklum in yellow, taking on Gabriella Bryant. So a great looking matchup. Gabby Bryant has shown us flashes of brilliant rail surfing, so committed to that rail, displacing loads of water, and just looking like she's surfing with the venom as well, identifying opportunities and unleashing on them. She's going to have to bring her absolute best, though, because coming up against Molly right now, it's the last person, literally, you want to draw in a heat.
That's right. Yeah, there she is. Pickles, Molly Picklum, has been just on top of the world. As an outstanding Hawaii leg, back-to-back at Sunset Beach. But the young lady from Kilauea on the island of Kauai, Gabby Bryant, she's a power surfer, and she gets on the right side of this wedge. She is going to do some damage.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what kind of things do you think Doug Marsh, her coach, will be feeding into it, into this one? What kind of tips would he be giving her? What's the tactics going to unfold here for Gabby?
I think once to start off is, hey, you don't have to play any games at the beginning. Just like if Pickles wants to take the first wave, oh, well, here we go. It is Gabby Bryant down the beach finding the first wave.
Straight into it here, swinging, and she'll get a little double up cooperatively onto the inside. Gets a little late to that, just snatches at it slightly, and then things get a little tricky on the inside, so getting a quick start.
You talked about what Dog probably told him. Dog probably said, hey, Molly's going to take the peak there by the jetty, by the wall, try one down the beach, and it looks like it worked out for Gabriella Bryant.
Let's see where this goes with the panel as she makes her way back out. So different, obviously, in terms of the pace of just two surfers out in the water. A lot more selectivity and a little bit less pressure in terms of that priority and where you are if you were in third in a previous round. Right now, it's about being smart with that priority and ultimately picking the best waves quite both.
Yeah, it's such a cliche to say, but it's true. It's a chess match. It's a board game. It's every time you get on your feet, you need to be adding to your heat total, or else that priority is wasted. We saw that earlier, and that theme throughout the day. Surfers paddling for their waves or not executing that priority switches, and that has not been good for the surfers on the wrong side of priority.
We talked about some of the surfers who were quite surprised in the elimination round. One of them was Katie Simmers. She's out of that round. She's with AJ.
That's right, Katie Simmers moving on out of that round into the next one. Katie, we were just talking about whether it's better to have the day in between heats or if you like surfing them back-to-back. Walk me through why you like to surf them 2 in a day and how that helps you.
Yeah, I'm just back to where I belong in the elimination round. I had like two events, wasn't in there, and I kind of felt weird, so I don't know, back to it. And yeah, I guess I just like not thinking about it too much, so I like having it in the same day because I'd rather not lose some hours of sleep over it, kind of just do it the same day. And I don't know, this is my favorite type of wave, a wedge wave, so I hope I can kind of, those heats are a little like, I didn't really feel like I could open up, so maybe in the next heat I'll feel a little more loose, but we'll see.
You had a pretty long debrief with your coach, Tommy Witz, over there. What was the biggest thing that he passed on to you that he saw from the beach?
He just said that I looked hot in my because I wore a 3-2 this morning and a 4-3 like this one. So I kind of did it reverse. Like I should have worn this one earlier, and I was so hot in my heat, just caught inside. But I don't know. It's a secret. Tommy Witt's secrets.
Fair enough. So maybe or may not change the wetsuit. We'll see for the next round. Anything else you want to take?
I don't know. No, I don't.
Fair enough. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Kate Simmers through, ready to surf again. She wants to go. Little over rubber, she reckons, in the 4-3.
Surfer, Katie Simmers. Love it. This happened in the interview, Gabby Bryant on her second wave. So obviously the strategy here with Gabriella Bryant is to get that quick start, put some pressure on Molly Picklum, make her think about it, have her hear some numbers, and really kind of, not just get the waves and get the scores, but play the mind game right now. So back-to-back waves here for Gabriella Bryant. I like the strategy. I like the quick approach. And it's going to be a strong early lead for Gabriella Bryant.
So that was her first wave that she rode right from the get-go. We were talking about tactics that Dog would have imparted. And to go down the beach, not sit with Molly and wait for those wedges off the jetty, getting busy rolling up the sleeves. A 5 in for that first effort, the one we just saw. Prior to that, her second wave, the 4-9. So already Some solid mid-range numbers, a reasonable way to open things up. Well, almost a touch caught, didn't she, on that first turn there? Wonder if that would have been maybe marginally penalised by the panel, but she'll want to go on to a lot cleaner water, steeper on the face, smoother on the face too, ideally. But she's left Molly sitting out there all on her own with a little bit to chew on and think about. Molly looked good out there earlier this morning. The kind of confidence we expect to see from her. Looking to carry over what has been an excellent start of the season in Hawaii, where she just looked so good and polished and confident. All of those things that you want, the key ingredients, all coming together for Molly.
Yeah, but guess what? This is not Sunset Beach. This is not a reef break where you have kind of, you have a lineup that's probably easier to unfold, easier to distinguish, easier to unravel. This beach break here, with the rising tide, it's a jigsaw puzzle. So it's up to Molly to solve this right now. She does have priority. She's already moved further up down the beach right here, further away from the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. So she's actually, you see right there from that shot, she's looking down at Gabriella Bryan. And to your point that you made earlier with Doug saying, go down the beach, don't sit with Molly, maybe getting inside ahead a couple of scores have come in, and now she said, you know what, I'm going to head that way. So maybe just upsetting her from her rhythm of what she wanted to do, where she wanted to stand in the ring, if you like. She's had to adjust.
Yeah, and well done. If that was the plan on the beach from Richard Dog Marsh to Gabriella Bryan, Gabriella went exactly off of the playbook. So we're going to see how Molly is able to answer back and to react to that.
So Bryan with a couple of waves locked in already for her. She'll want plenty more where that came from, though. Fives are decent. You're coming up against Picklum. You're going to certainly hope to go considerably better than that. Want to go up to those decent totals, ideally. However you get it done, though, you advance out of this round. You're building a platform for a solid result over here in Europe. Stop 3 of the Championship Tour in 2024. Of course, the cut coming thick and fast after Western Australia. That's stop number 5. So midway point really before the cut here. And after this event, we'll have a much better idea where we are in terms of that cut line and some of those performances. Someone that's avoided that cut. That was news this morning from Molly. So she's good in terms of the cut. I mean, she was never really in doubt for that. It's not huge news, but still.
But I guess the news is for the women, there's only 9 more spaces left now when we look at that mid-season cut. So 1 space is already sewn up. Now it's a battle for those remaining 9 spots to see the back half of the Championship Tour this year.
Not a lot of spots available.
No.
A lot of talented surfers on that tour. Don't know if I can remember a season kicking off with so many different surfers in contention, not just for event wins, but just big performances as well. It really feels like, I want to say it's kind of anyone's on that tour. It's really fascinating so far, and I can't wait to see more of it unfold here.
I agree. I mean, I think in the past, when we look at surf history, there was always those top 3 or 4 women or top 4 or 5 guys that would just always dominate every event. And it was the usual suspects. In recent history in professional surfing, it's been all over the place. There have been new names, rookies winning, and on the women's side of stuff, we talk about this new school so much, but it's real, and Gabriella Bryan and Molly Picklum are both part of that new school, but it's a pretty deep field when we look at, all of the surfers on the women's side, under 24 years old, and the new school.
It's not just the names changing either, is it, or the personnel. It's actually the type of surfing being 100%. Done, which is exactly what we saw on the North Shore. We saw some brand new stuff unfolding. It was so good to watch.
100%. The level of not just, tube riding, which comes with the North Shore, but also the rail surfing and the commitment, that bar's been risen. And that bar is, and you know what, in progression, in any sport, the bar only goes one way. It keeps on going up, and that's what we're seeing in women's professional surfing right now.
So 20 minutes and 30-odd seconds to go in this. Still waiting for a first swing for Molly Picklum. She's seen a couple of opportunities come through, hasn't been tempted into either of them. She's just let them go. She's hanging on to that priority right now. She's backing herself to get a solid number when something comes through. Meanwhile, Gabby Bryan can just afford to sit underneath her with that second priority. So if there's any kind of opportunity, she will look to get that power work on the rail and make some incisions into this pretty powerful wave face here. It is sheltered from the swell relative to our main site, Super Tubos, but a couple of people that have been down there this morning just mentioned how much bounce there is in the whitewater and just how heavy it is.
Who let the dog out? There he is, Richard Dog Marsh. That's Gabrielle O'Brien's coach and former CT surfer. Actually, part in surf history, part of one of the youngest finals ever in professional surfing over at Bell's. Richard Dog Marsh and Nikki Wood, both, I want to say, 15 and 14 years old at the time.
And Dog reckons he was ripped off in that heat as well, by the way. Little asterisk. He reckons the judges missed the wave. We'll ask him about it.
That was before video replay, right? So that
we'll
a tool that we have now that we are able to identify waves and see them numerous times for the judges to assign to it. But yeah, back then there was no video replay.
We'll take his word for that. I saw him down there yesterday with some warm-ups going down. O'Leary, Callanan, Dog Squad, they were down there surfing. Joachim Chavez as well in absolutely howling gales and rain belting down. You know, if you see an actual dog, a four-legged one, goes out in the rain, comes back in and sort of wet, it looks a little bit diminished.
Yeah.
Dog Marshall's a bit like that as well. He wasn't too stoked to be standing on the beach. He's putting in the hard yards here. I tell you, a tough one for the coaches here in Portugal when conditions are like this.
Yeah, we call him cachorro here. Dog.
Exactly right.
Well, so talk about pressure, right? Is Molly feeling the pressure? There hasn't been a lot of opportunity, but I guess that's another thing that works in Gabrielle O'Brien's favor in that you executed early. Now there just seems like not a lot of quality waves coming through.
If you're thinking about game planning, you wouldn't imagine she's sort of anticipating being kind of pulled down the beach and looking around and kind of swiveling, and the way you'd like envision your perfect heat to unfold is a wave pops up exactly where you decide to sit. She's had to make a few kind of second guess some decisions. She's still, obviously, it's not a long way back in terms of points for her with 18 minutes. It's not a massive total, 9.9, but nevertheless, just slight chinks in the armor, and that's exactly what surfers like Gabrielle O'Brien will be hoping to exploit in this heat. Let's see how she goes about doing that. She'd love to get another wave and really apply a bit more pressure.
By the way, there's just a matter of time before we see this woman, this Gabrielle O'Brien, take out a CT win. It's not if, it's just when for Gabrielle O'Brien. Now she's paddling back to, what you would think would be the textbook takeoff, the bounce off of the jetty. Maybe trying to draw Molly off the point there where she scored her waves. Molly looking maybe, I don't want to say confused, but there's certainly not a definitive takeoff spot at the moment as this tide continues to roll in.
Has been a tough event, this one, for surfers in the yellow jersey in terms of getting the victory here. Molly Picklum would love to change that statistic, but right now, in the opening heat in the round of 16, she is looking for her first wave. Of course, 2 career CT wins, and looking really, really good at the moment in terms of the form she's able to bring. The North Shore is a place she's been surfing well for a couple of years, but in a very different ocean, a different part of the world right now. And at the moment, coming up against someone who certainly feels like she'll be in the ascendancy as well, Gabrielle O'Brien. And she has got a little bit of work done in this one. That 5 and the 4.9 is the only surfing really to tell you about as we get close to the midway point in this one. Well, here she goes. It is the yellow jersey of Picklum, and she's up on a rail, just tightens up that arc. And then next to the whitewater, pretty patient, realizing not a lot on offer in terms of another section. She would have loved the second turn, but the wave had other thoughts.
Yeah. Clean surfing, did all she could there. The wave tapered off. Dog Marsh taking some notes there. He's got the magic notebook. He goes through a couple of those every season, writing everything down. Gabrielle O'Brien's mom right on the shoulder there. Take a look at the replay here. So Pickles finds the wedge. Does a great job, just clean rails as usual, but the wave just tapers, and that's all she gets. Nothing more, and that is going to be a lackluster start for the ratings leader.
It's a long time to wait for a wave like this as well. You've got to factor that in. She's been super patient in terms of how selective she's been. And you almost then look like that decision to be patient isn't really validated. When a score comes in, it drops in. It comes in underneath Gabriella's low score. So a long time to wait for a 3 for Picklum. Meanwhile, in live action, off the bottom, snapping off the top, Brian. She'll get a section here. Really nicely done. Uses the shoulders. And one more. And will she hang on to that? The whitewater kind of consumes her But the turn prior to the last turn was a really nice. We talk about those searing carves she does. A great swing from Gabriella Bryant.
Yeah, she's got a punchy forehand carve where she really lays into it and then gives a little extra pressure on the way out of that turn. It's been a signature of her surfing, and especially in any kind of wave with a push. We'll take a look at here. So she gets the wedge, a little caught up with that whitewater takeoff, and has to just do a little snap there, but this is when she does, this is kind of her signature move here. It's really pushing hard, punching the tail. That would have been a nice finish, but I really think all the points were in the first 2 turns anyway. Again, looking at this, the whitewater caught her on the heels, has to ease through this, but this is the technique that I love to see from Gabby, just the punch and the push of the tail. And we'll see where that ends up.
Yeah, I mean, with hindsight, that's the wave that Molly was waiting for all of that time, wasn't it? And she just blinked a touch early. That is, of course, with the benefit of hindsight from us. Molly's wave, the 3-3-3. Let's see where Gabriella Bryant's goes. The 4.9 her low score, the 5 her high, but under the 14-minute mark in this. And Picklum would have loved to get more points on the board at this stage in this heat. Things could get slightly tougher for her if we do see an improvement. In the meantime, she's seen something she likes the look of. She'll go a little wider and then thought about spinning to go. And she was some way from being in a position to take that wave. She'll just try and read and see what that one did. It shut down pretty quick on her. So just tug then a little bit wide. She'll make her way back. And find another opportunity here. Again, she realizes not the score available on that. And the scoreboard news from the panel, it is an improvement from Bryant. 5-7-3 to improve on her high score. And piling the pressure on the yellow jersey here, Copes.
Low heat, high pressure. This is like a pressure cooker right now. There's all the judges' numbers for Gabriella Bryant to increase her lead over Molly Picklum. But Picklum, it's just human nature to feel the pressure. When now you're hearing the numbers come through on the loudspeakers down at the beach, that's going to be pressure. We'll see if she can reply.
Just over 12.5 minutes remaining in this, the opening heat of the round of 16 for the women at the moment. The Hawaiian Gabby Bryant has got the lead over Molly Picklum. Can she hang on? Find out when we come back from break.
Priority yellow, second priority white. Second wave on yellow, volunteers with a 0.3, situation remains the same, priority is white. Yellow second, taking the 7.4. 11 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes. Priority is white, second priority yellow.
Caroline, that's a big one. She is the defending world champion for our women's division.
Brisa on the move. Snaps it hard. Coming around this nice bowl section here.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, spat out.
Katie Simmer's getting things started.
Pipeline for the girls.
Setting up off the bottom, knifes it, tail drops, a huge maneuver.
Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn.
5 surfers fast out of the gates in Hawaii to kick off the 2024 CT campaign. And at the pinnacle of it in that yellow jersey, it is Molly Picklum leading from the front. I tell you what, a bit of work to do for her out in the water right now. Opening heat, the round of 16 for the women. And it's Gabriella Bryan applying the pressure. She's got priority as well. Kayo, this is kind of, we talked about the preheat tactics from Gabby Bryan. This is kind of what she would have loved to unfold.
It's playing out. It's playing out for the surfer from Kauai right here. Got that early start, moved down the beach, got a couple of scores on the board, applied the mental pressure to Molly Picklum. Picklum unable to answer back so far, made an error during the commercial break, handed priority back over to Gabriella Bryan. Heat control with Gabby Bryan. She's got a nice lead right now, and she has priority. She's going to dictate the tempo, the temperature of the rest of this heat.
That time as well, crucially, start off with 30 minutes, you think, and we're going to get a bunch of sets. We're going to see a lot of cool exchanges. It's all in front of us right now. 9 minutes on the clock. That requirement for Molly, a 7-4. And that feels like quite a hefty number for her, just in the context of her momentum, her relationship with the ocean. Just in this particular heat, she's got nothing. Nothing's really cooperated for her. When she's gone south, there's been a wave deeper. When she's headed wider, she's always been kind of a little bit out of sorts.
It's a giant number. It's a pretty big hill to climb for Molly Picklum, in that she needs that 7.4. She's in second priority. This is a really difficult situation. The tide's filling in. The wind has changed directions as well. And so we are seeing more of that ruffle. We're not getting as much of blocking from the big jetty. It's difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. A great point. The wind has actually backed around a little bit more to the west-southwest. So when it's northwest, we get full protection from that jetty, but just clocking round. And that breeze getting in, whipping things up a bit. Let's see how this all unfolds in the following 8 minutes. Of course, Molly Picklum, a surfer of her caliber, will back herself to get a 7 pretty much on anything. She can get a couple of waves as well. A couple of high fives will also do it. That total is 10.73, which she doesn't have in her advantage. Will be rotations with priority, because you can guarantee Gabby Bryan will look to try and make things count in terms of that priority. If they both catch waves and she's still in the lead, she'll be looking to try and use that. Let's see how that all goes down. 7.5 on the clock. But anytime when that wind is whipping up the face and the tide's filling in too, as you mentioned, Kayo, chances feel like they're going to get fewer and further between.
Yeah, you have just fewer swings. And there's a Dog Marsh with a watchful eye. He's probably pretty happy on the way this is playing out.
All right, let's see here. Priority with Bryan. A quick reminder, she'll use it. There she goes, good looking wave, little air drop down, and then swings on a slopey face and stays close to the whitewater for this section.
That was a miss. That was a miss. And the door is open for Molly Picklum. And the wave there, some happened. She's lost the fin, perhaps.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? Actually looked like it on the wave as well. The tail actually span out underneath her. She bottom turned. So looks like she's popped a fin out. Meanwhile, here we go. Molly Picklum, the answer back. Here's an opportunity for her. Let's see what she does with it. She'll put it up late with a quick drifty hit. It was a nice turn. It was polished. I'm not sure it's going to be the massive number she needs.
Let me read what I think happened with Gabriella Bryan. She was checking her foot after her last wave, right? Look at like the gate back up here. She was checking her foot. Now, her foot probably hit a fin on the previous wave. Now, what happens with some of these fin systems, if you knock that fin at the right angle, that fin can release and you can lose a fin. And so I'd love to get an eye on this. We can see what happens on the other side of this board if it has all 3 fins.
5 minutes, 5 minutes. Under 6
But
minutes,
that could be what happens. Take a look there. Take a look at the replay first. So an easy carve here. Looks like she's on a great start. Looks like it's going to really line up for her. And that was just not even cavitation. That was just nothing there to hold on to. Meanwhile, this gets Picklum back in the game. One big off the top there. And it's not quantity, it's quality. We'll see where that score comes in for Molly Picklum and see her requirement should change.
Yeah, number comes in.
There it is.
Molly's score a 5-1 for her. So 5.1 now brings that total right down to 5.64. She's got priority as well. She's actually got the lineup complete to herself for the moment, just under 5 minutes.
So we did get confirmation. Her middle fin, Gabriella Bryant's middle fin got knocked out. So likely what happened is the fin hits the foot. The fin is an FCS2 system. If you put any leverage on the back and up, that's how you remove your fins. It's a keyless system. If you hit that fin in that direction and don't put it back into place, that fin can just fall right out, and I think that's what happened.
Let's get an update from AJ.
Yeah, that's right, Kaipo, exactly like you suspected. Gabriella Bryan losing a fin out there while she was in her heat. So this is the board that she'd been riding for the entire heat. As you can see, missing this back fin. I talked with Dog Marsh, her coach, as he switched out the boards, tells me she's riding the exact same board now, just obviously with all the fins in it.
Yeah, so you can see that there's no box damage at all. So that was just a release of the fin. Happens on skis sometimes. And she's looking at her foot right there. That's likely what hit the fin and released the fin. There is a safeguard for that, however. So there's grub screws in the FCS2 system. There are screws that you can add and make it a non-releasable system. So there is a cure for that if you're ever concerned about your fins releasing. If it hits something, or if you're riding on a jet ski, you just add that screw and then you have to unscrew the fin. But unfortunately, it's all hindsight for Gabriella Bryant. Fortunate part for Gabriella is that she's still in the lead.
Well, Molly will look to try and do something about that right now. She'll go again here. She's behind on this one. The reason she could afford to go, she realized Gabriella still a ways away. Gabriella Bryant, back with priority now. Of course, that will switch. So she's back in the lineup now and looking to try and have something else to say in the final 3 minutes of this heat. Didn't want the mishap with the fin, but it's all about being able to make key decisions, dealing with a bit of adversity that might come your way. Molly Picklum with that 5-1 gets herself right back in the heat, and we're really nicely poised now. And let's see this paddle as Gabriella heads over real close to Molly. 2 minutes and 40 remaining. Here's the recap.
Heat recap. Quick start for Gabby Bryant. Opened up with a 5-point ride, followed that up with a 5.73. This right here, the 5.73 with some busy work on the face. Opener for Gabby, taking advantage of that wedge. Strong rail surfing, punches that forehand carve that we love from Gabriella Bryant. And she's able to take a lead over Molly Picklum. This is Picklum getting back into the heat. She had to work her way. One big turn, 5.1. Pickles right there looking for a 5.64, but she's under the priority of Gabriella Bryant. Bryant with under 2 minutes on the clock as well.
Yeah, Gabby right now trying to get real close to Molly. See if she can use that priority, just keep her off a wave, improve her numbers as well. That'd be the ultimate goal, just put a bit of distance, bit of daylight. Of course, if nothing comes through, that'll suit her as well. It is Picklum in the yellow jersey with work to do if she's going to remain in competition here in Portugal. Right now it's a 5.64, so it needs half a point better than her high score currently. Was that quick turn we just saw on the recap right there. And now Gabby Bryant will stick real close to Molly. They'll head back the other way, and she'll just try and cover her as Dog squints into the afternoon sunshine. And it's been not without a mishap, this one. It was pretty good. Everything seemed tactically, it all seemed to be going pretty well. Scoreboard-wise too. And just that equipment mishap for Gabby Bryant, and a little opportunity for Picklum to get back into it. Now she'll use the priority here. Some white water on the face. Let's see what she can do with it. She'll swing her first turn. It's a touch sticky. This one will double up here. If she can get in this bowl, which she does, she covers some ground, and then an aggressive, powerful snap in the pocket. Dog likes it. A good chance of improving on a score right here.
Yeah, you bet. She will improve upon her scoreline with that ride. Gabriella Bryant bringing the power there, answering back. She led from the beginning. She's going to close this heat out. 15 seconds. I'm going to say it's done.
Right, she's looking to try and paddle out. She won't get back in the lineup. She doesn't have enough time. Molly Picklum in the yellow jersey is in the lineup. Here's the replay of Gabby.
Check this out. Just nice carve there, patient. The wave's gonna double up here. Fades, tic-tacs down the line, punches that section, throws the fin, pushes the tail. Gabby's on.
All right, we're out of time here, so we're still waiting for that number of Brian. Will it'll drop in? It won't really matter in the context of who's advancing. It will be Gabriella Bryan with the heat win, and something of an upset. The 6-3-3 comes in for her, and Molly Picklum in the yellow jersey will bow out of competition here in Portugal. We've mentioned how tough it has been down the years for surfers in yellow here, and that trend will continue for Molly Picklum. And a bit of a surprise to see her go down, but well done to Gabriella Bryan, whose heat really from the very beginning in terms of her positioning, in terms of the surfing she was able to do, maximizing any kind of opportunities really that came her way. And that's what you got to do when you're taking on the world's best. Gabriella Bryan will be absolutely delighted to advance on a big, busy day of competition. We've moved slightly up the beach. We're really enjoying the action that's going down. We're going to check out Tyler Wright and Alyssa Spencer coming up next. We'll be right back.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
It's a sunny Sunday afternoon in Portugal, the iconic surf town of Peniche, and we've gone mobile. We're using the best of the available conditions here at Molly Leste. And we are pushing through with women's round of 16 right now. A brand new heat taken to the water. We're going to check out Tyler Wright taking on Alyssa Spencer. So the veteran, two-time world champ taking on the rookie. And we've already seen, just in terms of sort of overall status, certainly on paper favorites. That's not necessarily playing out. We did just see the yellow jersey of Molly Picklum go down. Here to talk you through that and other interesting talking points. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Kayo, and Jesse. Meanwhile, let's have a look here. Kipes, a quick wave for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, and looks like another wave here for Tyler Wright. Alyssa just with a 1.5 for her start. See what Tyler had during the break. So dependable on that forehand carve. And Tyler's going to get the best of the first exchange as we come out of those replays, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great surfing for Tyler. First turn really opened up on the rail. Held it down for a long time too. That was a beautiful turn for her, very powerful. And that's that advantage she's going to have against Alyssa. Being on her front hand, she's going to be able to open up more and make the most of those walls.
It looks like conditions have changed quite a bit here, Jesse. What do you make of what's going on, and how's that going to affect essentially the surfing?
Yeah, with the very high tide right now, I think we just went through the highest of the tides, which this wave is better in a high tide, but not that big of a tide. So When he hits that limit, it gets a little bit tricky, but then once we get the tide going out again, it's going to start to get steeper like it was a little bit before, probably about an hour ago. And we might see some good conditions again. Right now, just a bit tricky because with that much water, the wave just A-frames a little bit too much and dies out pretty quick. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, how it turns out the next few heats.
Still about half an hour away from the top of the tide, 2:52. So yeah, exactly 30 minutes from now, we will have the top of the tide. Meanwhile, we're checking out live action here of Tyler Wright with a bit of a spring in her step into her first turn and just matching the pace of that wave really nicely. And she worked her way down the line, and then all of a sudden, things got a little weird from her. Didn't get the finish she was looking for. So Tyler Wright will head out the back and maybe potentially rue a missed opportunity on the inside there. I'm not exactly sure what happened for her. She did already have a wave locked in. It was a 5.83. So a 5.83 in early doors for Tyler Wright. A reasonable way to open things up, particularly in the context of the scores that we saw go down in that last heat. And Alyssa Spencer, who first thing this morning was in a tough elimination round heat. Opening round heat, excuse me, and she surfed that one really well. Got her first heat win on the CT. She's deep here, close to the wall. And here she goes. We know about the backhand weaponry, what she got for us. Patient off the bottom. There's a first turn, throwing spray off the rail and clips a sort of tumbling whitewater section. Just got a touch awkward. She did well just to kind of ride out of that, not do too much, not overdo it. And she's still going here. She'll get a final finish. And a good reply from her.
I think so. She was so patient at the beginning of the wave and waiting for the wave to eventuate and give her the opportunity. Then she was able to strike, and it got that big backhand turn. And then just, it's kind of almost back to amateur days where she just like milks it all the way to the beach. But really right here, this patience off the bottom and getting that first strike, clearing the water here, that was super soupy and difficult. But then just to stick through it, and this is kind of old school kind of amateur surfing where you're just going to go, you know what, I'm going to take this till the fins hit the sand.
Yeah, why not? I guess a little extra bonus section is going to add up to the points, and we see the last few heats have been pretty tight, but like you mentioned, that first bottom turn was clutch for that turn, just held it on for a long time, just enough for the wave to get steep for her to really unleash that first turn. Second turn, she was a little late, kind of sideways. It would have been nice if she could actually get in over that section, but still a very solid wave for her. Good surfing.
Yeah, very composed in that approach. You saw that section, Paul, with some pretty difficult water for her to navigate.
Yeah, she was starting a long way back, didn't she? To get that opening section, she was actually pretty deep up the wave here and came from a long way back. And they're getting that completion all the way through. A long ride from her. Let's see where that goes with the panel. We got numbers in for Tyler Wright, 5.83 and a 2.5. That's her pair of scoring rides thus far, and she'll make her way back over to that wedge position. Just heading a little north up into prime takeoff spot with the priority as well. She's in the lineup all on her own at the moment is Tyler Wright, and an opportunity not only in this heat, but on this particular set. She's up here. There's a first quick bottom turn, and then opens up really nice, tightens up the arc. That board swinging in the pocket, and again, really nice. Great release from a good spray. And again, it's technical surfing. The judges love that combo from the rail into the lip, drifting with the floater. Good stuff from Tyler.
Yeah, that was impressive, man. That's the best surfing I've seen Tyler do all year, just on rail, very quick too. That board looks amazing under her foot. She had a slow heat this morning, but this, she's really opening up, as you see it right here, Kipes.
Yeah, she had to kind of come from behind the wedge, gets in front of it, and then that's the kind of surfing that we like from Tyler Wright. The arc and then the little extra push that she gives at the end of it is just so beautiful. Lip line glide to finish, just to add some variety, some control. Well done. Look at this from down the beach and the power, Jesse, that Tyler's able to throw through these turns.
Yeah, and just perfect timing right there, just always on the pocket. When you see that little lump getting all pockety and like almost a little bit of shadow, you can see that it got steeper and she was carving it, driving right through it, as you see it right here. First turn, very nice, open up, bringing it all the way around, and this is money right now. She just waits, stay calm and just goes for that second one, bringing it all the way around her arms and then pushes that extra 10% on the back foot. That was amazing. This is going to be a big score for her.
Yeah, this feels like much more the Tyler Wright you expect to see. She hasn't been able to show us loads so far this year, and that is going to feel so much. You can almost see the relief come out of her body, not only in the context of this heat, but just overall with her surfing and what she's been able to show, and that felt great for her as she kicked out. Let's see how it feels for the panel. Well, we just found out excellent number for her, 8-point ride for Tyler Wright. She goes excellent with that wave, and her afternoon's going to be feeling a whole lot better now.
I think that's her first excellent score this year. So to Jesse's point, that was the best wave that Tyler's surfed so far this year. And this could be a turning point that we're seeing right now.
And sometimes, like, you're going against the current, you know, like paddling against the current, and you surfing is there, you just don't know what's happening, and all you need is that wave. Like, all you need is one heat, and things could change your way, and then you find that confidence back on, the rhythm, and yeah, like you mentioned, that could be it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is going to be welcome news to her ears as soon as she hears it from the onside announcers, realizing that she's got that number, Paul.
It's great to see Tyler Wright back in rhythm. Someone else who was in rhythm in the last heat, Gabriella Bryant, she's with AJ.
That's right, in rhythm, no matter which board you were riding out there. Walk me through what happened that you needed to change your board.
Yeah, I ended up just popping one of my fins out with my heel on, I think, the previous wave to the one that I was skiing all out on, and I felt I bumped my ankle, and there was a break in the wave, so I'm like, oh, I'll just get out the back, and then I'll check my fins. And I got out there, and as soon as I stood up on the board, I'm like, oh, one of my fins is gone. But I'm very lucky, just the fin popped out and not the fin box, and it was honestly worked out perfect. Dog was right there with my board, and I just hopped back in the rip and was out the back, and happy it all worked out.
Happy it all worked out in more ways than one. You get the new board and you get the heat win here. Moving on in Peniche, I know with the venue change, it's always hard to get a lot of reps in, but how did you prepare for your heat today?
Yeah, it's been stormy here, so I just been doing a few free surfs in hail, rain, shine, anything. And yeah, just for me, it's just getting acclimated to the cold water and getting in just the rhythm. It's powerful, which I really like about here. And my boards feel great. Matt and the whole team at Lost has been killing it. So I'm just really comfortable and yeah, feeling good.
As you should. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Great stuff. Gabby Bryan gets a scalp in the form of Molly Picklum. And talking of surfers of the very, very highest caliber, it is great to see Tyler Wright back in full flow. Another long way from her during that interview. And multiple maneuvers all the way down the beach. She'll use that beach to get herself back into that little rip that runs out next to the jetty here. Now, Tyler Wright already got an 8-point ride locked in. We're getting another number for this coming soon.
Switch has turned on for Tyler Wright. This is all right. After an excellent score, Tyler comes into this thing, and again, difficult conditions, but flawless approach. Perfect turn choice, and just flowing and surfing what's exactly in front of her, Jesse. I mean, this was well done.
That's very well done, Kaipo. It's just very impressive how relaxed she looks, because she has her back against the wall. We're already in the third event. She hasn't made through the quartos yet. So there's pressure right there, but she really found the rhythm right when she needed to, because this is a clutch moment. She needs to capitalize in this event, and so far she's looking great.
She's got a pretty strong lead in this. Another number to come through shortly for her for that last wave. We just saw it on replay. She can afford to take her time, really, and just breathe. She'll hear the score fairly soon. She's got a decent chance of improving. She does just about, actually. She replaces the 583, 617 for Tyler. So that's going to feel even better as she makes her way out. That rip will pick her up. You mentioned, Jesse, about rhythm with the ocean. Sometimes you're paddling against a rip and you can fight. You're just beating yourself up and you're using up your energy. Sometimes you just got to maybe just wait for things to change and go your way. And it certainly feels like it's clicking for her here. This is going to feel really good. Meanwhile, you're Alyssa Spencer. You're a rookie. And you've coming up against a tough opponent. You're under a bit of scoreboard pressure with a 9. How does she go about getting out of this situation?
Realistically, I think with 16 minutes left, I don't think she's looking for a 917. She's probably trying to capitalize on that 5-point ride. Most likely, best case scenario, try to match that first big score of Tyler, which is not easy out there today. But yeah, that'll be the dream scenario. Then you're just fighting for the backups, whoever gets the backup in the second half.
Yeah.
But she sits in a tough spot right now. 14.17 on a day like today is not easy.
Yeah, break it down for someone like Alyssa, the math, 2 7.1s. And that's probably the way you want to kind of look at it. A couple of, 7 pluses is a lot easier of a goal than an excellent 9.17 at this point with that much time on the clock.
Under the 16-minute mark here, it is Tyler Wright, a two-time world champ in the ascendancy. She's got an 8 locked in. The excellent surfing rewarded from the panel, and then she didn't sit back there. She backed that up with a 6.17. So getting the improvement and just using that experience to turn the screw in terms of the pressure. Coming on to the rookie, Alyssa Spencer. Talking about how good her backhand is. She's going to need to bring that in the back half of this heat. She needs, well, an excellent number right now, 9.17, if she is to do it in one wave. And amazing just to see momentum shifting. Of course, we talk about our surfers and the caliber of their surfing and how good they are. That's part of the story, but there is a big element that comes from the ocean, obviously, as well. And sometimes if you're out of rhythm, you can just feel a long way from being at your best. Tyler Wright does seem to be very much in the ascendancy with this performance right now. A lot of surfing yet to come in this event. Here's a warm-up of India Robinson as she's getting ready. And she looked pretty sprightly this morning. She was unable to unlock her power into the power of this wave, and she'll be fancying her chances. She's got a tough heat there. She's taking on Betty Lou, who's on fire, Kaipo.
Yeah, but I feel like the ocean is a great equalizer right now. We saw, world number one bow out in the first heat of the round of 16. So I don't think it's a given whether you're a high seed, you're a low seed, where you are on the rankings. I don't think it matters this afternoon.
Yeah, it's just about really being patient and trying to identify how the water is moving right there, because there's a lot of water and a lot of waves are just A-frame. You can see in the screen right here, it bounces off the jetty and then it just peaks. All the energy goes to really one place and then dissipates and kind of disappears. So you really have to find that wave that gives you a decent wall, and whoever's more patient and more in rhythm is gonna have advantage.
All right, under 14 minutes to go in this one. It is Tyler Wright, who's in a pretty dominant position. She'll be feeling pretty relaxed about where she is. Let's see how Alyssa Spencer can come back at her. In the meantime, we're going to take a bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
They all work.
My earliest memories of surfing are down at Carter Free. My dad would push me into these perfect little peeling lefts. My brother's name is Ty. We definitely both got the competitive spark in us, so I feel like from a young age, whatever we were doing, I never wanted my little brother to beat me. He definitely pushed me to be a better person and also kind of shaped me into the surfer that I am today.
If there's a barrel that I get, he always tells me I could have been deeper. see you.
My dad is a fire captain at Encinitas Fire Department. I just see how much hard work he's put in to be where he is, and I feel like that definitely really inspired me from a young age to find my passion in whatever it is and work hard to fulfill your dreams in that role. I'm Alyssa Spencer, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
Welcome back to live action here. Heat number 2 of the round of 16s in the water right now. One of our rookies on tour, Alyssa Spencer. A quick in and out for her. She would have wanted to try and capitalize desperately there. She's on the wrong end of a pretty hefty number right now. 9.17, the requirement from her. If she's going to do it in one wave, she's got time to get a couple. They would need to be high 7s. Hoping to have something to say about that will be this woman, the 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, who's showing us flashes of looking back to the kind of form you'd expect her to be, and she's got an 8 locked in already. The excellent surfing from her, powerful surfing, aggressive. Backing that up as well with a 6.17, so looking pretty good, looking dominant. She's got priority now as well, and with 10 on the clock. Talk about moments that can kind of swing your season, individual heats, even individual waves that can shift that momentum. Are we seeing the pendulum swing on Tyler Wright's season here, Kayo?
That was the initial thought, right? She's gone excellent with that 8-point ride, and just the confidence builder after, a tough Hawaiian leg for the 2-time world champ Tyler Wright. But the switch is on right now. She's absolutely dominating this heat, Jesse. She's got heat control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. Things are going Tyler's way.
Yeah, as far as momentum change, obviously it's her best result. If she makes this heat, it would be her best result of the year so far. So and her best heat total so far as well. So there is a little bit of momentum change right there. It's a little early to see how much she's going to capitalize. There's still 9 minutes left on this heat. And yeah, hard to say it, but she's looking good so far.
Let's go and find out exactly what our running order is for the rest of the day with AJ.
That's right. We're here with Renato Hickel, and of course, you told us earlier today we had a lot of surfing to get in. We've gotten a lot done, but the women's quarterfinals, you told us this morning, is on standby. What is the status of that round?
Well, we decided to pull the pin today on a women's quarterfinal, and the main reason is with this incoming tide in half an hour or so will be high tide, and the decreasing of the opportunities. We want to give for the girls the best possible platform to perform. So we only running the round 16 today. And because the main reason to go into the quarters, we need to do overlapping hits. This round of 16 into the quarterfinals, so 12 hits overlapping. And we can't do that anymore time-wise, so we're going to stick with the 8 hits of round of 16. As I said this morning too, the great news for the viewers is that the forecast improved substantially for tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning now. So we're anticipating a massive day again tomorrow back at Super Tubus, hopefully with men round of 32 overlapping into the round of 16 of the men's, and the women quarterfinals on beyond standby. So lots of action. You stay tuned. Check again on WorldSurfLeague.com.
Perfect. We'll send it back to you, Paul, to wrap things up for today.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, AJ. So Renato there looking into that forecast. He likes what he's seeing at the moment. Offshores, some light onshores as well for the next few days.
They're bringing back the puffy vest, too. I love that. Renato. Good insight there, though, from the mind of tourism competition.
So Alyssa Spencer with a quick paddle. Not going to be the kind of opportunity she's looking for. As we see a couple of lines stacking up here at Molly Leste. We identified this day about 48 hours ago. We thought we'd be coming here using this wind for this day of competition and then setting up to finish back at Super Tubos. And that forecast for the next couple of days is looking better, but by virtue of that we're not running the quarters will mean we've got a bit more work to do here, Kayo, over the next coming days.
Yeah, look forward to it, though. You talked about overlapping heat when we get into the men's round of 32. I love overlapping heats. I love that just because there's so much action. I mean, it's great for us as spectators and as fans. It's also great for the surfers because they get extra 10 minutes. You know, generally you're going to have 40-minute heats in the overlapping heats, Jesse.
And mostly in the conditions like we usually have here, like it's such a open field of a beach break, and you need to be in the perfect spot in order to get your waves. So, like, if you're talking about a point break, sometimes you can get stuck being on a heat without priority, and everyone's catching waves, but your heat's not. But here you can get waves everywhere, and it's all peaky, so you can kind of run away without priority and get amazing scores.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past, right? At Super Tubos proper, where the South Peak kind of comes into play for the non-priority heats, and they can move to that South Peak and maybe get a couple scores in that non-priority part of their heat.
Mostly the goofies, they love sitting down far south, and it's usually a pretty good wave.
Yeah.
But maybe not the best, not as intense, but if you have no priority, man, you're stoked to be sitting there, mostly by yourself. You're stoked.
Yeah, there we go. Paul looking down the beach. This is such a great, great, great beach.
Loads of surfing from this edition of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, yet to come. Renato touched on it. Forecast looking better and better for the early part of next week, Monday, Tuesday, and possibly Wednesday too, with lighter winds, crucially. Some offshores in and amongst that as well. It is still a situation very much open to change because you are pretty close to these storms as they're blowing through, but you're feeling pretty confident about a 24-hour forecast, even 48 beyond that. We'll see exactly what goes down. At the moment, we're enjoying the heat in the water. We're enjoying something of a comeback from Tyler Wright, just in terms of a performance as well as the points she's getting from the panel. And she's put some serious pressure on Alyssa Spencer. He hasn't really moved on since then, actually. We're still really waiting for Alyssa to get something going. She's been unable to get anything by way of a reply. And that is still the requirement, a 9.17. That's going to be really tough under 5 minutes in this one. Tyler Wright now with a little sniff of victory. She knows she's still got plenty of time left in this one, but she knows exactly where she wants to be in terms of her position in the lineup in this situation. Let's check the recap.
Alyssa trying to get things going here. This was a 5-point ride for Alyssa Spencer, hanging on, milking this thing through. Actually, nice start for the surfer from Encinitas, California, the rookie on tour. She's looking like she was right there, but Jesse, then this happened.
Yeah, just in great form right now. When world champs are in great form, it's so hard to beat them because the level of surfing and the capacity of making smart decisions is so high. So you see right here, just found a very steep wave, applied amazing turns back to back, and once again, just being very calm, like selective throughout the turns, not rushing anything. Just clean and collective, beautiful surfing for Tyler right now so far.
Dominant performance by Tyler Wright in this round of 16 for the women. Could it be the comeback for a two-time world champ? It's looking like it is. So, Paul.
Tyler Wright, a couple of waves from her, good enough to build a bit of a platform. We'll pick up live vision. She's on the inside here, so she has used her priority, and she hasn't used it to particularly great effect. She fell, so just a quick, tiny throwaway number. So a little glimmer of opportunity for Alyssa. This is what happened.
So let's see. Comes off the bottom on the wedge. Nice snap there. Comes around again. You know what? She's putting it together. Will that eclipse, will that better the 6.17? I feel like we're still waiting for the score, but you can see how she's getting on the right side of the wedge, and just placement and timing, Jesse, looking good.
Yeah, that was very good from her. 2 solid turns. She's looking good. She bettered at 6.17. It'd be better to see this more of front angle right here. Beautiful layback. The wave wasn't very steep, but it's still very nice.
Yeah, it seems like that layback kind of carve is one of her go-to maneuvers, Paul. So there it is. She unleashed it again. We're still waiting for that number.
Using it as a finishing turn, using it to good effect there, and asking a question of the panel as well. Has she applied more pressure to the rookie, the goofy Alyssa Spencer? Just over 2 minutes to go in this. Spencer at the moment on the wrong end of a 9.17. It could get tougher for her. Judges will think about that. Alyssa Spencer out there. She needs a bomb, essentially. She needs a really good wave to come her way. Number drops in for Tyler, and she will get an improvement. 6.33 for her. So she is showing no signs of taking her foot off the gas pedal at all. And Tyler Wright, what a way to put in a statement performance, really, when there's been a few raised eyebrows over her opening to the campaign. Grab rail jam from her to bring this one to a conclusion. 90 on the clock, priority with Spencer. The scoreboard is against the 9.33. That requirement's going to be tough to find that.
Yeah, now her strategy with the time completely changed. She's not looking for true waves. There's no time, so she really needs to find that special wave that hasn't been surfed yet today. So back against the wall, and so far Tyler has just been dominating the whole heat. Just amazing wave selection, amazing surfing, and it's reflecting in the scores.
All right, here goes Alyssa. A minute on the clock. What she got for us here? Turn off the top, banks into the white water, and that wave kind of sums up really the way the heat's gone. She's just been on the wrong end of every exchange, everything that's come through, every set. She hasn't been in as good a position. She hasn't been able to find the waves with the quality that this woman has. Tyler Wright will look to bring this one in. A little bit of time on the clock, and she knows it's a job well done. You don't get to her level of experience without knowing when you've put a good heat together, be able to recognize that and try and pick the best out of it, bring that back for your next heat. Alyssa Spencer, by contrast, out of sorts.
Yeah, we just watched this replay, and it was desperation at the end for Alyssa, but she's going to walk away from Portugal with the equal ninth.
Clock will tick away here on Alyssa Spencer. We'll count it down. It'll be a small number for her. We'll count for her. 2.5 doesn't change the requirement. It remains 9.33. But really, the story of this heat has been about a resurgent Tyler Wright. We know all about her resilience. And let's see how she can go in the later rounds in this one. But crucial to get out of this heat and then look to coming back at Super 2 Boss as we look to the early part of next week with favorable conditions. So it will be a change of venue, we reckon, for the women. But right now, great use of the backup venue on a fun day of competition, and great stories unfolding with the likes of Tyler Wright, with questions asked of her. There's a couple of ways you can respond to that, and really just showing us a bit of a class and pedigree, and the fans enjoying it as well. A sunny Sunday afternoon in Portugal. And the crowd here in Peniche, they absolutely love this event. They like seeing the world's best. They love to see a world champ. And they just saw a bit of a clinic from this woman, Tyler Wright. Another great heat coming up next. We're going to bring in Joe and Strider to join Jesse for the call as well. We'll be right back.
Round of 16, heat number 3 in the lineup now. India Robinson taking on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Fun, rippable right-hander off a jetty here in Peniche. Solid backup venue to set up some quarterfinal matchups for the top 17. Tyler Wright just smashed her last performance. 14.33 combined total. And we'll be moving on to the quarterfinals to take on Gabriela Bryan here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Right into a wrapping cutback for the Australian. India Robinson attacking that oncoming section, and she will kick out of her opener. Joseph Turpel, sorry, a little formal there. Joe Turpel, Strider Wazalewski, and Jesse Mendes here for the call. Tudo bem, moleque?
Tudo certo, e tu, como é que tá?
Oh, wait, so what did you say there? I'm not...
All good. And you?
Doing great, my friend. Jesse's been helping us with our Portuguese while we've been here at this event and, well, throughout the season, which is really fun to learn about all the different cultures. I mean, that's half the reason why we travel. We want to get good waves. We want to be introduced to really cool cultures around the world.
And he's been teaching myself and the public about heat IQ and what's going on, and he's been so close to it for so long that I love sitting next to him learning about heats.
Love it. Let's break this one down. India Robinson representing Australia, Bells Beach, Jen Juk. A lot of options there as we watch now the opener from Betty Lou, who had an incredible performance this morning. Throws down the wrap. This is one of those waves that kind of has a slopey open face, but she's able to get a few wrapping turns in. Now running towards the finish. Still chasing it. It'll make her wait for it. There's a little layback, and I enjoyed how she put a lot into a small section. Wasn't anticipating a turn like that going down. Great job to Betty Lou, Jesse.
Yeah, that's exactly perfect word to what he said right there. She just, you didn't expect something that big out of that small of a section, and just great pace throughout the whole wave, and you can just tell how much confidence she's building throughout the first few events of the year, you know, and you see how much it changes on top of a surfboard. Like, confidence is so key in this sport, and she's making the most of it.
Let's watch her from the beginning, Waz.
Yeah, you know, the first turn, I think, was, you know, where all the money was, and then she comes to the inside, she's just waiting and waiting and working for it, and then just jamboree on the inside corner. You know, it's a surprise for all of us, as, you know, bang! I like it. I think that, you know, for her to keep with it, get an extra point out of it on the end was nice. I really like the way this young lady surfs, though, Jess.
Yeah, she's just very solid in her foot. Amazing at what she does, mostly in these opening up conditions, like when you see nice walls in front, she can really lay it down, and she's very powerful. And she just showed right there, just a bigger wave. Nice wrap to start and just finished it off pretty strong.
Speaking of strong, Tyler Wright, two-time world champ, now standing by with AJ McCord.
Indeed, Joey, some strong surfing here from Tyler Wright. That 8.0, an excellent wave. Walk me through how you got that done.
You know, I was actually a little bit late for this heat. I was told I was heat 6 or 8, and I was heat 2. So I was at home when they started. So it went back to this real simple, real basic things, like just identify where your positioning is, and then roll the dice.
Well, it was a good dice roll for you, and I know coming into this season, you had to do a lot of things in the off season to be ready for it. Can you share with us physically what you had to go through to be ready to compete in 2024?
Yeah, so like over the last few years, it's been an interesting process. I've had a fair few doctors tell me that they don't know how I do what I do, and like I shouldn't be able to do what I do according to my brain scans and kind of like my anatomy, and that it's really unusual that I am a professional surfer and one of the best at that. So through a bunch of specialists, we ended up finding that most of the time I'm under-oxygenated, so I'm semi-suffocating all the time through my nose, and also just my kind of like airways is like really small. So through the off-season, I got a maxillary palatal expander in, which essentially is like, I've got 7 screws in my head between 9 and 17 mil, and in the off season I expanded it. So essentially like kind of popped the bone and got 7 mil through that. And honestly, it's been life changing. I feel amazing. It's the sanest I've ever felt. It's been a little tricky navigating during the season, just like with the kind of pressure points it's put on other parts of my brain. So every time I hit my head, it's like I kind of got a concussion before the season started, and then every time I tap it, it wigs me out a little bit. So look, it's kind of one of those things where this was for my life. I had to do it. I was like, oh, I will do it after the Olympics. And they're like, no, you need it, and you kind of need it now because you don't even remember that you need it. And which is part of the issues and some of the symptoms that I have is that I'm always kind of hyped up and couldn't really get into parasympathetic, and so really I'm healing my nervous system through getting better recovery and better sleep, and So I'm sleeping for the first time in 15 years, which is great. But it is a process, and one essentially like kind of I've had to get help to understand like this season as well, because it's obviously a bit different going out and competing now. And for me, I'm like automatic when I'm competing. I'm like, why do I have like extra thoughts? And they're like, why am I not like kind of just so in survival mode? I'm out of it, which is very unusual because I'm very task orientated and just like, so it's essentially I made an inefficient system efficient, and now I've got an efficient system. I wake up every day and I feel great. But I got to train a new system, which is, God, 13 years in, it's perplexing and it does my head in a little bit, but I'm working it through, and I got great support. I've got great doctors to like kind of explain all the things, and it's been really successful. It's changing my life, but it's also a process, and I'm kind of like step 1.5 in the multi-step process of it. So it's a long-winded answer.
No, that's great. It was so much that you had to go through this off season. Thank you for sharing it. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, AJ, and really thank you, Tyler, for sharing that. You are a true inspiration. The amount of adversity you've pushed through to 2 world titles, to, yes, be one of the best ever to compete is just beyond impressive. As we get caught up with this one, controlling some warble off the bottom was Betty Lou, and she made it count with a couple of big connections, Jesse.
Impressive combo, and what I most like about this wave is actually the transition in between the turns. You see the first car, very nice right here, but there's a downtime, and she just lets the board roll. The board's doing the job, and she just waits it for that steep section again and just finish it off strong. That was an amazing 2-turn combo.
Betty Lou's looking so comfortable on tour. Strider Wazalewski, let's hear your final 5 for the women. That's big. We're early on in this season, but let's just focus on Betty Lou. Is she going to be there?
I think so. I think, you know, she's made a statement since the beginning of the year, obviously in the waves of consequence in her backyard, but the way that she's surfing right now, what we're looking at, it's matured, it's got a good flow to it, she's radical, she's giving herself the opportunity to ride different boards, right? She's riding, she was riding at Paisel, she's on Almeric here. I really feel like having the opportunity to ride different boards in different conditions, whatever feels right under your feet, has really lent to the maturity of her surfing.
It's also when you look at a calendar and from Betty Lou's rookie season, where she was barely 16 to now 18 years of age, having so much more experience, moving on from some tough losses. You're looking at now every spot on the calendar for a chance to honestly call herself a favorite to win. You know, when you look at Pipe, what she did there, Sunset, she almost won. The kind of rhythm she's in here at the backup site where she wasn't quite prepared to compete at. It's like she's in sync. She's understanding how to win and to adapt on the fly.
Yes, and just her decisions with that confidence is just, I mean, turning out to be great for her. She kind of started with the back against the wall right here with India with the 5.33. I know it's not a big score, but this counts when you're in a heat. And she was just able to keep calm and surf that wave as good as you could, pretty much. That was impressive from her. And that's what I'm saying, like, that little bit of confidence, you can change her game that much. And that's what she's showing right now.
You know, anything about, well, let's move on to India real quick. India Robinson, 5.33 on her second wave ridden. 1.67 was her backup score. She's kind of in that same conversation of qualifying with Betty Lou on tour, having some tough moments, falling off of the cut, was devastated, found out she wasn't at 100%. And this is kind of like India's comeback as well. Really strong, powerful surfer. And earlier, Strider, you mentioned you really loved her approach. What were you talking about specifically?
She has this ability to go big really quick. I mean, you know, you meet her, she's pretty subdued, chilled, like, you know, there's no real urgency, but when you see her surf, there is, and I feel like that's fun to watch, and I feel like she's always ready to attack.
Chipping into a fun-looking peak out in front of the open face, coiling up and turning hard in the pocket now for the second time. 2 great turns for Betty Lou, and chipping the inside corner, and will just ride out. Amazing connection so far in this matchup. Looking to improve on a 3.83
first carve was perfect, Jesse.
That was a gift given to Betty Lou right there without priority, because that was a beautiful wave. 2 huge first carves and then just finish it off strong. Got a little stuck right there, but that's fine. She still came out. She still rode out at the whitewash, and she's definitely going to capitalize.
Nice bottom turn to set up the first hook.
Come on. This is just like really, really well surfed wave that, you know, she's putting the rails in. I mean, look at those turns, turning the shoulders. All the technique is there. A lot of engaged power through the board and the rail line, and then pushing on the fins off the end. You know, I just you gotta give that a big score right there. That's going to be a really solid score for Betty Lou. And I think it was in a heat against Carissa Moore. Was it the finals at Haleiwa a while back there, where she was just came to party, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, this is, now we're finally seeing the maturity of that flare come together in a heat, right? You're seeing it all come together, like all the experience and all that kind of youthfulness, and then putting it together, and you're going to see her just rise to the top. I think she's rising to the occasion, you should say.
And I'm having a hard time deciding who she should sign with as far as a surfboard company. What are the answers there?
Just flow.
Oh man, I like having a full deck of cards. You got a Mayhem, you got a Merrick, you got a DHD, you got a Peisel.
Well, I mentioned earlier
that
Fanning loved the Peisel connection that she had at Sunset. That made sense. That brought her to a whole nother level. These CIs are looking amazing in the beach breaks. She had the Kelly Slater designs in the mix too. It's like she has a lot of great equipment under her feet. It should be a great next addition for the Stab in the Dark series, because she seems to be able to jump on a lot of different models and perform on them.
And if that doesn't get in her head and trick her out, like, why not, Like, ride as many as you can. And it could be confusing sometimes, but as far as we've seen, she's looking good on that.
Jeez, these peaks, it looks so fun out here from this angle with all this water moving around out there. Just kind of getting excited.
Oh, this angle.
I mean,
look how fun that looks. Oh, my goodness. It's making me uncomfortable as we watch this. India Robinson. Beautiful. Oh, right there. Got stuck right at the end of a nice-looking top turn. 167, still her low score.
You know what I think it's very impressive about her surfing? Waz actually mentioned she's able to unleash it. There's very few girl surfers that can be explosive as she is. She can generate speed so quick without not needing too much space, and that's what you saw right there. She ended up falling, but like the way she was able to power through that maneuver that quick and move that much water, it's very impressive of her surfing. She did that this morning as well on a snap on her 7.5, if I'm not mistaken, and it's just very impressive. She has something unique that not many girls have.
It's a good call. I love it. A lot of great surfing in her family as well. I'm sure her brother's watching at the moment. It's Betty Lou out in front, 7.5 and a 6.67 for the current world number 3.
Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She's like a spicy one. She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
That was a little sneak peek from WSL's Inside Pro Surfing that you can enjoy on WorldSurfLeague.com, going over all the major moments that went down at the Lexus Pipe Pro as we wind up with India Robinson. Coming off the wrapping cutback, the Australian jams it again, throws down a little lean back into the finishing section, and will hang on for the finish. Now ditching that 1.67, trying to break down an 8.84 that she needs to catch up to Betty Lou. Hearing the sound bites from Betty Lou, Molly Picklum, India Robinson, part of this next generation group of talent. Tour just keeps getting younger and younger, and I think it's more obvious this year as some legends have stepped away. Steph Gilmore already accepting the wild card for next year, which is great news. And for Riss, we're not sure what her intentions will be in the future as we look at this angle from India Robinson was.
Yeah, the wave let her down right in the beginning, but really she kind of came to her at the the second half of the wave, giving her a couple of more opportunities. So she's definitely climbing away from that low score, but she's got a lot of work to do. Betty's put her in a position to where she's really going to have to find just the right wave to give her that two-turn combo with those steep sections. That wave kind of was flat, didn't have the lip line that was, up in front of her and kind of throwing at her, which, she needs to get that board up and get those fins out. She's got the angle on the board when she hits the lip. She just needs a steeper section so she can get a bigger score.
India Robinson on the Paizel program. And surfing with a ton of power kind of makes sense when you ride boards from John Paizel, made to push really hard, led by John Florence basically as a team captain on that squad alongside Tyler Wright as well. So his team's gotten bigger, and Paizel did really well in the CT Shaper rankings just with a couple of team riders last season as we've got the wrapping turn from Betty Lou. Nice clean wrapping cutback. Fades it to set up an inside track, and she'll throw down that knifing finishing move once again. This time keeps the fins locked in, finishing with a lot of control, looking to better a 6.67.
Yeah, the difference between these heats just been wave selection, really. Like Strider mentioned, just this last wave from India was just not steep enough, and you see every wave that Betty Lou took off on that had that steep first section, she was able to open up and get critical, and just smart surfing after and just pushing it very hard every finish she got. So yeah, she's looking great.
Where if you watch the end of the ride, not the turn, but the body language after the turn, I mean, obviously that was insane, beautiful work, but the way that she stands up out of it, right here, this is what I like. That kind of body language, that just shows the confidence in your surfing, and I feel like, and I know it probably shouldn't, but that carries into a score line too. It's just something about the feeling you get from watching somebody with confidence.
Turns like that are just so rewarding to watch. I'm sure for Betty Lou it felt great. I mean, Jesse, you see a section like that coming, and what's the most rewarding feeling you can get off that type of a punchy section?
I think how solid she was in that turn. Mostly on a day like today that the water is moving kind of everywhere, is very bouncy. There's nothing really defined as a lip. And when you find that section and you're able to actually push it and feel solid on your board, it just feels amazing because you kind of generate speed throughout the turn, and you just know you're going to land it just because you feel good on top of your board, and she's showing that.
Betty Lou, last score coming through at a 5.83. Doesn't speak to the form she's in. It's a throwaway, but she's counting better numbers. 6.67, 7.5. doing a great job in this heat. It's a statement when you've got higher throwaway scores than your competitor, showing that you are in total control of the round of 16. Heat number 3, still 6:45 to go. India looking for an 8.84. Kind of like, you know, Betty Lou starting at home with CT events in her backyard. You would include Pipe and Sunset. India will be looking forward to going home. Stop number 4 of the season at Bells Beach, a place that Sally's had a lot of success on in the past. Multiple Bells trophies are at her house. The south coast of New South Wales. The 33-year-old veteran qualified back in 2009. Battled for the Rookie of the Year with big names like Coco Ho from way back in the day. And look where she is today, still absolutely shredding. And she's got a heat with Tatiana coming up next. They cannot seem to avoid each other in the draw. They've had so many matchups, Waz.
You know, the seeding just puts them together, and it's fun to see it. I mean, I love it. I think that they're, you know, on the backhand and the forehand, the juxtaposition of but the body types and how powerful they are in the pocket, they're a great matchup.
And this will be their 12th matchup on the championship tour coming up next. Jesse, it's so interesting when it comes to seeding. There's a lot that can kind of help them separate each other in the draw, but some people just can't avoid each other.
Some people are attracted to each other, man. It's crazy. You can spend 10 years on tour and not surf against someone, but then another random person you surf every other event. And that's how they are. They've been surfing together. And I think Sally mentioned one time, I was like, oh, but lately we've been surfing together so early in the event. I hope we just find each other more in the semifinals or finals, you know? And that's just how it rolls. The seeding is brutal sometimes. But for us as expectors, it creates a rivalry. Because the more they surf, the more fired up they get.
Oh, it's incredible. Big matchup coming up next with Tati and Sally with a quarterfinal berth on the line. As we have Betty Lou just enjoying this running right off this jetty. The wedge effect has really played well into her game plan. And it was interesting when I saw Betty Lou this morning next to her coach Ross Williams. I kind of was pretty jazzed, at a pretty big cup of coffee, and I was just like, wow, how fun does it look? I was all kind of fired up, and Betty Lou kind of was like, eh. She just kept it real mellow. She was like, yeah, you know, a little cold, you know, but I was wondering how her psych-up factor would be, but she was holding it in. She wasn't trying to give anything away yet. She knew exactly what she was looking at.
It's pretty fun to even catch those moments, and you know, before they surf, and kind of get to break down and analyze, you know, their kind of preheat disposition and how they're feeling, and you know what's going on with their coaches, because you know, that's Ross Williams' job, right? Is to really put their mindset in the best place it can be to manage their energy levels through the day and their mental capacity and how they're going to go through it, and every little bit of it counts, like you're talking about. And you know, for them not to get too excited when they see somebody, even if the other person's excited. You probably think, oh no, did I just ruin that person's tempo for the day because I was so excited and they got excited? But you know, they're professionals, and they're putting themselves in the right place, and their coaches are keeping them in that place throughout the entire day.
And it's not like they have to send the same game plan to each of their surfers that they work with. Every individual is different, from Tati, who Ross works with, to Betty Lou, to John, and that entire crew he works with on the North Shore of Oahu. Guys like Luke Swanson, surfers like Finn McGill, all under the coaching of Ross Williams. As we see the recap here, India Robinson opened up early with his 5.33, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a great start for her. Just when you think things were going to roll her way, Betty Lou just started to find great waves and just beautiful rail surfing. Every time starting with a big opportunity and finish it off strong. Just kind of simple, but amazingly executed, which is not easy to do, and capitalizing without priority right there. Just beautiful open up. I mean, didn't do anything wrong pretty much this whole heat.
Did pick up there, Jesse, without priority and getting the best wave of the heat, a 7.5. That was a big deal right there. Extended her lead to a 14.17 combined total, now with 2:10 on the clock. And Betty Lou hoping for a spot in the quarterfinals. Her third start here in Peniche, where India had won before. She was actually more successful in the past, but different type of season unfolding for Sakura as she lays it down. A little speed bump there. But I think she knew the intensity of staying in the pocket on the wedge. She just had to jam it real quick. Now finding flow on the inside corner. A little slap to finish for the woman from the North Shore of Oahu. 90 seconds to go.
Checks the watch. India.
Oh. Tangled up on the takeoff. Minute 25 to go. India should have enough time to reset, hopefully for another opportunity. But tough to go down. Betty Lou's way on the inside, so Robinson should be safe for priority.
It's a tough score, though. I mean, that'd be the highest score of the day, and an 8.84 from the men or the women, I think, right? I mean, that's a big ask right now in these conditions.
Let's have a look at the last of Betty Lou, Jesse.
Started well on the rail right there, but like you mentioned, there's a little lump in the middle, and she ended up kind of losing. And the rest was just kind of finishing it off like nothing much, just great rail surfing, connecting the dots, and finish it off strong. Her finishes have been very impressive, as much as her starts as well, and that's what the judges like the most, like the first big turn, and they remember the most the last one, so it's the freshers in their head, so she's just being smart overall.
Sometimes too, when the wave's just shrinking in size, to throw something so big at that point, especially when you're riding the wave for about 4 or 5 sections, it's really impressive. See how talented these ladies are.
Yeah, and I think what Jesse said, you know, there's kind of like a roller coaster ride, right? The first turn, bang, and then there was a lot of downtime, and then all of a sudden you go right straight back up to the top of the mountain again, which is something that's fun to watch. To finish off, she's going to call it a day.
Solid performance from world number 3, Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson on fire today. From the opening round through the round of 16, it'll be her first quarterfinal appearance here in Peniche. And she'll take on the winner of Tati versus Sally, which is coming up next. Yeah, that 5'6" CI Pro model, bit of magic under her feet. But the big 7.5 was a critical turning point against India Robinson, getting that wave under priority and really put this thing away. India, good news for her. She gets to head home, see her friends and family, surf in her own house, and prepare for the next event at Bells Beach. As Betty Lou will now have the rest of the day off and prepare for the quarterfinals as this event continues. Tatiana Weston Webb, Sally Fitzgibbons coming up next in heat number 4 of the round of 16.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, and by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Round of 16, heat number 4 features Tatiana Weston-Webb taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. Tati for Brazil, Sally for Australia. They finished 1-2 in Puerto Rico. Sally Fitzgibbons getting another gold medal in that event, and Tatiana Weston-Webb, her finish was a very emotional one for herself, for Team Brazil. She opened up an extra spot, which is Luana Silva, to compete this year in the Olympic Games. Fresh off that performance here to compete in Peniche, and Tati's had a lot of great success. We talked about this big rivalry going into the 12th edition on the championship tour level. We'll dive into that in a moment as Sally wants to get things started. Nice roll in, sweeping cutback for Fitz. Driving into the oncoming section, and she stays on her feet for a completion. Always comfortable, always reliable is Sally Fitzgibbons.
She's the vet. She's got more time in the water than any of these ladies, and she's just still so sparky in the lip, and she's got so much energy. She's just keeps that youthful feeling when you watch her surf. So it's fun to see her at this level just still crushing it. And you know what? I mean, she's a dangerous opponent. I don't think anybody will take Sally Fitzgibbons lightly in any conditions.
And just so cool how she's always found a way to evolve as we look at her opener once again.
It was funny. Tatiana was right there, but just behind the peak. So she was perfectly positioned to catch this wave in the beginning. And whether that's a vet move or not, it's going to pay off because she's going to get a nice opener. She's gets a couple of great turns in, and she's going to get a rhythm out of this wave to get her heat started.
Sally Fitzgibbons, famous for a lot of huge wins around the world, but nothing more memorable than what she did at Cloudbreak, as that event has popped back up on the calendar. One of Strider's favorite waves in the entire world. Just quick shout out to everyone in the super session that went on at Cloudbreak just a couple of days ago.
Amazing.
Guys like Nathan Florence, Billy Kemper, the way he charged, wipe out at the start of that session and then still got the best waves of his life. That was unbelievable.
Oh.
Benji Brand on a lifetime wave. Parker Coffin, Connor was there. That was something special to watch. That's on the calendar for August this year. Both Sally and Tati are the favorites in waves like that. Big left over a shallow reef. Hopefully they get a matchup at that part of the season.
Sally all wrapped up, the head. Don't surf, she surfed. Remember all that?
I remember all that.
Pretty wild.
A lot to unpack there. Betty Lou just crushed the last heat. She's hanging out with AJ McCord.
She did just crush the last heat, Joey. In fact, she's doing a lot of that lately. Betty Lou, walk me through second heat today. What is the biggest difference that you had to navigate between your heat this morning and the one you just won?
Yes, I mean, I think the ocean here just changes so drastically, so fast. And I think it was just really identifying what wave was going to allow me to do my surfing, and I was fortunate enough to get a couple, and made it through.
You found some really good ones in a place that I know is not one that you necessarily have the best memories in. Coming into today, hadn't won a heat here in Portugal, but now you're 2 for 2. What has it taken for you mentally to get that done?
Yes, I mean, this is probably my hardest event mentally, just because it's so cold and there's just so many other things that I have to be more prepared on. But yeah, coming back strong after the last couple of years here, not winning a heat or even really making it past the round 16. So happy to make it through, but really this is helping my confidence, and it's just really, I just really want to surf here and surf my best, and hopefully just keep going.
It's a confidence that we have seen building throughout this early season so far. You told me at the beginning your goal is to make every single finals day 3 for 3. Now moving on to the quarters here in Peniche, what are you going to carry forward from this round into the next?
Yes, I think really just keep it simple. With Ross here, it's amazing. I'm so happy that he is here, and it's been just way better having him here on the beach and just watching the ocean with me and just bouncing off feedback and confidence and everything. So just keeping it simple, taking it heat by heat.
It's working out so far. Congratulations, Betty Lou.
Thank you, AJ. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That was beautiful. What a performance. And Betty Lou kind of referencing in those early years on tour, well, that early rookie season and certain events last year, Ross would kind of do all the work before and then coach from home and stay up all night and communicate with his athletes. This year, he's committed to show up at every event, be there for his surfers, and you can see how much Betty Lou really appreciates that with her confidence and her flow. She's looking unstoppable right now.
We got some live action at the moment.
Tatiana Weston-Webb throwing up a beautiful backside snap, and something just grabbed her on the way out of it.
Ooh, that was unfortunate. She was looking at a score right there.
She's had some slippery little wipeouts this season. Remember thinking of a couple awkward falls she had at Sunset. She kind of got fired up. Ross had to calm her down a little bit. Almost trying to force too much because her backhand's one of the best in the game. Really rare to see her fall on an opportunity like that.
Yeah, you know, she's, back to Ross and Betty Lou, and then now with Tatiana, that just keeping them in a great headspace so that they can perform and loosen up as they get out into the water. I think that's where, for Tatiana, that's her biggest challenge, is making sure she stays in a moment loose and clean. I mean, look at that turn right there. That was so beautiful, so perfectly placed. That you can just see by the way that the water came off the tail in the lip. And then unfortunately, I think maybe she might have got too comfortable coming out of it. I don't know. It's hard to say, but that was looking like a beautiful score to me.
She had a couple slips in the earlier round. That sent her to the elimination round. Had to walk through there because unfortunately Brisa Hennessy got injured in her heat earlier this morning. So Brisa had to withdraw. Tati got the walkthrough, but still trying to work out some finishing moves here. But she might have some confidence when she thinks about the history that she's had against Sally Fitzgibbons. We talked about all those previous matchups. It's 9-2 in favor of Tati over the years, including 7 straight wins over Sally Fitzgibbons. I don't know if anybody has that kind of record and more of a lopsided track record against a veteran like Sally Fitzgibbons in their career.
Wow, that's amazing to watch, to hear. That's a huge stat.
Big blast there from Tatiana. Controls that one, and nice and clean to complete that ride. Good pace. You can almost hear her thinking there. Just get 2 nice moves out, feel your board, feel the magic of riding out of a wave, and she'll be right back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, she just rode a wave. Now she's right back up into the lip, throws the tail, does a little rail slide off the top, and really, has a great, I think that was under priority wave that will give her a good feeling, to really get back into this flow.
That front on angle was way gnarlier.
Yeah. I mean, the way she attacked it, the board slide off the rail, that was a skateboard move right there.
Yeah, and where she was able to ditch the fins when the wave's about to get full, that was really well done. Great timing for Tati. Getting a nice, solid, powerful finish. That should get the lead over Fitzgibbons with 19:50 on the clock. Sally Fitz, one of the coolest professionals we've ever seen on the championship tour. Multiple-time runner-up in the world. She's had the yellow jersey at the final stop of the season before, and it's just slipped away in the past. Never forget the heat when Brisa was a wild card on tour, and next thing you know, Sally just lost it again. She's had that happen so many times, and she keeps teaching us how resilient she is, how willing she is to pick herself back up and fight another day.
Since this heat started, I mean, she got a nice little flow, but then boom, just kind of dropped off. Only 1 wave ridden and under the priority. You see Tatiana pick up a 6.5. Where, is that a mistake there from the vet? Feel like it.
Definitely is one of those things that sting competitors when someone gets a big score on their watch. They're protecting the lineup. The idea with priority, it's up to you to be on the best waves. We saw it in the previous heat with Betty Lou, 7 Ranger. That was the best number of the heat under priority. And it's probably the most thrilling as a competitor when you're sneaking waves, when it's not, your turn, so to speak. And you could pick up some big wins. As you could check out the fans on the beach here. The beautiful peninsula of Peniche, Portugal. We're about a few hundred yards down the beach from Super Tubos, the main event site. But if you've watched this event for a long time, Contest has never been afraid to go incredibly mobile.
A massive separation there in the surfers from that last shot. how far away they were from each other. Look at Tatiana finding open space.
A lot of speed, no priority. It's not going to matter for Tati. She's going to rip that backside snap off the top and rides away. So she's been surfing her way into rhythm on this right-hand wedge over at the jetty. Wave before 6-5. The 2's gone, building her total out front. Can she make it 8 in a row over Sal?
Dangerous with this kind of surfing. I mean, she's surfing quick in transition, finding waves under priority off to the side. You saw that elevated shot where they were completely separated on the lineup. I think, you know, for me, I'm watching this and seeing Sally catch that first wave, thinking in my mind, okay, don't sit around, stay active, make sure you back up that score. And she's done the opposite. She's sitting out there waiting for another wave. And you know what? I feel like she's waited too long. She's giving too much space to Tatiana.
So Tati is just enjoying roaming around this lineup without priority. Sometimes it frees a surfer up. It doesn't feel as risky as choosing the wrong wave when you've got the P next to your name. You don't want to blow that. And so there's all these theories to it. You just got to let go sometimes and just start surfing. That's what Tati's doing now, and it's making a lot of sense. All Goofy Foot Clash coming up next, so they're watching Tati's performance. It'll be reigning world champ Caroline Marks taking on the rookie Sawyer Lindblad. Caroline number 5 in the world, Sawyer number 11 in the world, but it's kind of nice for the Goofies to kind of watch Tati's performance, hear the scores, seeing what's working.
Sawyer is one of those surfers that she really impresses me with the combination of turns, what she can squeeze into a small space. I watched her just hit the lip twice where it would have taken me like a lot longer just to throw up one turn, and she does 2, bang, bang, right back to, you know, it was really fun to watch.
We're always trying to wait to see when we'll have a Goofy Foot world champion. Tatiana came close at that event in 2021 at the WSL finals. Tati and Sally did have a matchup. Tati got the win there. That's part of that 7-in-a-row streak.
Came down to one turn
against Carissa Moore that year.
One turn was where that fell.
And
she
that
was so close.
First edition of that format. We're feeling that pressure for the first time as obviously surfers, as surf fans. As the number just came in from Tatiana's last, it's her best now, 6.93, improving on every wave she's ridden in this matchup.
Don't want to hear that if you're Sally Fitzgibbon sitting out the back.
15:10 on the clock. Sally still just sitting on a 5.5. Fitzgibbon's fresh off the gold from Puerto Rico. Who got the jump on Tati in that format. As we see Sally chasing a 7.93 to see if she'll get her spot in the quarterfinals. But the backhand work of Weston Webb is looking great. 6.93 and a 6.5 in her top 2, and we'll be right back for more right after this. It's time to watch the pulse to remember the big moments that happened for the men in the elimination round of past champion in Portugal. Griffin Colapinto, last year's world number 3, looked like vintage form. His groove was perfect. He was right on the heartbeat of the wedge, and he put together some beautiful combinations, some little foam climb punches to move into the round of 32. Then Kano Igarashi, his rival, put together a 14.76 combined total. Finesse with big layback fin throws on the wedge. Gosh, don't you want to go surf? How fun does this look? Rock and roll float. Igarashi, high score of a 7.93. Action continues. Medina got his tank filled after being exhausted from Puerto Rico and got the high score of the heat, 7.83, wins it. Big backhand blows like that. And also David Silva turning the heat with a buzzer beater. And Silva will avoid the elimination today and move on into the round of 32, losing Ryan Callinan from the draw. 4 big heats for the men's event. They got the rest of the day off, and they're already starting to glance over at Super Tubos, anticipating a start potentially at the main event site tomorrow morning.
I'm feeling it. You could just get the energy. Renato Hickel down here, middle of the day, spocking it out. His eyes were open wide looking at that. Hopefully we'll be down here in the morning getting barreled.
Renato Hickel, he has aged so gracefully on tour.
He's aging backwards.
He was a head judge back in the early 90s. Through the 80s, I believe, as well. Gosh, he's seen a lot of pro surfing. Lucky to have him on hand for this event once again. Tells me a lot about the incentive-based performances in the opening round, where there's a big deal getting first, even over second. If you get third and have to go through the elimination round, your seed can actually drop going into the next round. I'll give you some examples in a moment, but 10:50 on the clock here. Tatiana 6.93 and a 6.5. Might be going 8 in a row if she holds on to this win against Sally, which is just unbelievable. They did have a lot of semifinals in the past, as they did meet early this year at the Lexus Pipe Pro. But yeah, semifinal at Cloudbreak, semifinal at Margaret River, a handful of years ago. I think that's what Sally was hoping for. She wants to really settle things in when the event's on the line.
I feel like, you know, now that Tatiana's sitting in such a comfortable place in this heat, she's just going to be sitting over there looking at her waves, just kind of giving her, you know, a hard time. And outside of the water, there seems to be some friendship, but man, there is no friends on a powder day. And there's just absolutely no friends in the water. It's just so fun to watch the competition and that kind of energy flex on each other.
You have 2 different schools of thought, right? Where Tati just getting active and then Sally dropping anchor, trying to rely on a really good-looking wave, not taking anything that's unnecessary. Still at 9.25, you think with the consistency we've had today, that's a long time for an athlete like Sal to pick the right wedge. She's had a lot of excellent range scores in her career. She's still chasing a 7.93.
That's a big score for today. We have not seen too many scores going near excellent at all.
And Sally with a lot of reps at this event. The search came here back in 2009. That's when Coco Ho won the event. Carissa Moore won in 2010. Then the event drifted down to Cascais, where Sal actually had a better track record in Cascais than Tatiana Weston Webb, where she had back-to-back finals. She had a couple semifinals, came incredibly close to winning the event when it was down south, closer to the major city of Lisbon. One of Strider's favorite cities in the world.
I love it. And the Sea Tiger was doing good down there too.
Courtney Conlog, we miss you, Court.
Shout out.
Gosh, she was great. Obviously every venue on tour, but yeah, a lot of similarities to bring up Courtney's name with these 2 in the water.
Yeah.
One of the hardest charging athletes on tour is Courtney Conlog from Southern California. Absolute charger. She actually came down to support Sally Fitzgibbons at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach. Longtime friends, longtime rivals, and they had a lot of great talks about heats, life in general. And Fitzgibbons just never looking away from what she wants to do. Falling off tour, and when you're on tour for as long as she has, people are going to ask you, what are you going to do now? And she went straight to the Challenger Series and earned her spot back on the top 17.
And she's in this, you know, but I just wanted to comment. I feel like Tatiana is kind of messing with her emotions because that set rolled through and they were completely out of position. And Tatiana was kind of sitting inside and over, maybe drawing Sally off the peak a bit. I don't know. You know, games are played out there in the water.
Sawyer Lindblad grabbing her Apple Watch and preparing for the round of 16, heat number 5 against the reigning world champ Caroline Marks.
Ooh, this is a mayhem on mayhem heat right here for the Shapers rankings. This is not good.
So mayhem, Matt Biolis' nickname. Also see sometimes lost surfboards. A few different names for those boards at times. As we look at Tatiana going down the line and looking for some space. Quick whip on the end section, so kind of leaves Sally for a bit just to ride some waves again.
Yep. Keeping the flow. You know, that was some karate chops on the backhand. I like it when she's surfing this way, when she's got that loose body flow and she's just putting the board wherever she wants it on the lip line. This is a dangerous Tatiana Weston Webb. And I think the comment from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson earlier with having Ross here and giving that comfort level, I think it really plays into the performances of the athletes.
Really does, yeah, and especially for Tati, I think one thing she should be really proud of is being out of rhythm to start off the day and then just not giving up and surfing her way into doing her brand of surfing. This was her last wave again.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to better anything for her. She was, you know, sitting around not surfing and you know, under the priority. This is probably going to be just as good as her opponent, Sally Fitzgibbons' best wave, which is she's only ridden one, but I feel like she's going to match it, and that's going to be a little kind of like take away a little wind from Sally. You know what I mean? When you hear the backup of, you know, your opponent is just as good as your only wave.
It's hard to be patient when the water's cold, especially how it's been, you know.
I don't like it. She needs to move. She's got to get some waves. Let's go, Sally. I want to see some action.
Talked to Imai Kalani-Duvall after his heat on opening day, and he said his feet got numb in his heat. And then his coach went into this deep analysis of when you're nervous, sometimes it can actually lose your warmth more quickly than you would if you weren't feeling those nerves and the drama of the event.
Wow.
I'm not sure about the science on that, but made sense to me at the time.
That's interesting.
Yeah, really interesting, because it was like a short session, you know, heat 30 minutes and they're moving quickly, but he was surprised how fast his foot got numb.
Taking away from your own essence.
Right?
Yeah.
Tati 6'5", 6'9", like you expected. 5'7" throwaway. But looking comfortable. Fitzgibbons is just letting the clock run out. Only one wave. That was the start, the 5'5". Sally gets updates on her watch. She gets updates by looking into the beach. The announcers are continuing to tell her what she needs. And by her not changing her game plan, it shows us that she believes she can find an 8 out there.
I think this thing's going into the Yeti 110 cooler.
You're calling it.
Could be over. I mean,
still 4 minutes.
That's true. There's a lot of time on the clock, and hopefully that motivates Sally to get some action, because you know, she's been sitting out there for almost the entire heat. Remember that first wave, her only wave, she caught within the first 1 minute of the heat.
That's true, and it's been a long time. Surprised she hasn't switched gears yet.
And you talk about being cold after sitting there. Who knows? We'll see.
It's cool to see Sally's dad on the beach, always by her side through all those amazing event wins in her career. Tati paddles for one on the inside corner, and it runs through.
Did he used to go for the jogs with Sally as well?
I don't know. Yeah, Sally's such an athlete. It was
Sally would wake up 4:30 in the morning, and go run 26 miles.
Well, she's also famous for being first one out at contests, which is definitely more of an accomplishment when it's freezing and hailing outside like it was yesterday. And you look in the dark and Sal's already got about 5 waves before the sun comes up. The surf ranch events, you know, obviously the wave machine wouldn't be on, and you just would see Sally paddling back and forth, just doing laps.
Getting a warm up.
Yeah. She could have done a lot of things with her career, with her amazing records in track. She loves sports in general, stays up late watching NBA, basketball. She's got favorite teams in all kinds of sports around the world. So she lives for moments like this. Holds priority, needs a 7.93. She's been in this situation so many times in the past. And she's well aware of this cut system that we have today. She knows a couple of ninths to start the year aren't going to pay off for her. She definitely wants to make the cut and be back at Cloudbreak, an event she's won multiple times.
Here we go. She's looking.
Patience continues for Sally. Not even looking interested in anything that's coming through. And now she's hoping the ocean's going to help her cause here.
Well, the time's wound down to a one-wave wonder is what's going to have to happen here at the end.
90 seconds to see if Tati will go 8 in a row against Sally. It would go to 10-2 all time on one-on-one heats. And Sally's now starting to leave her mark out the back, a position that she put the whole heat on. She's famous for throwing down airs, different rotations. But we haven't seen really a lot of that today.
Not with the wind blowing away from you. Not with it down the line going the same way you're going. The wind, it's hard to, you got to do a big alley-oop in order to bring anything down with you. I feel like on the above the lip game today.
And I suppose a big carve could get you enough points for an excellent score. Remember what Molly did at Sunset Beach. So different ways to turn in excellent scores, but it would have to be something unbelievable. Coming up next, the Goofy Foot matchup, Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad. Caroline, a past champion, and Sawyer Lindblad coming in to stop number 3, 11th in the world. So the rookie's going to be feeling the pressure of that midseason cut. And we are into the countdown. Tatiana Weston Webb started surfing 6'5", 6'9", threw away a 5'7", Fitzgibbons started with a 5.5 and ends up running out of time. Just one wave for Sal. Stuck to a game plan of waiting for another chance that just never went to where she was sitting. And now she's going to have to review that one in hindsight and see what she could have done to change this script against Tati. Now Tati moves to 10-2 all time in one-on-one heats against the Australian veteran. And Weston Webb will move into the quarterfinals of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Coming up next, Caroline Marks, Sawyer Lindblad, followed by Lakey Peterson and Isabella Nichols. We'll be right back for more action right after this.
And a very warm welcome back to Portugal. Sunny skies on a Sunday afternoon. Tatiana Weston-Webb should be absolutely delighted with a strong performance in a tough heat out here, and more or less one-way traffic for her, trying to rekindle that winning formula from 2 years ago. She'll be absolutely delighted. Back through the quarterfinals and keeping it rolling here. We'll have a brand new heat out on the water. We'll have a change of personnel in the studio as well. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Kayo Guerrero. You having a fun afternoon, mate?
Awesome afternoon. Love to see things going, and I'd like a little bit of a change of venue. The women been having a great heat. Sakura actually really impressing me in her round of 16 heat, and then just to see Tatiana Weston-Webb is going to move on and meet up with Sakura in quarterfinal number 2. But we've got more quarterfinals to decide.
Yeah, a couple of surfers going from strength to strength at this stage. Of course, all about staying alive here. We have been talking about that cut line as well, and it's really this round that you want to get out of in terms of a keeper result with that cut in mind.
Yeah, after the 5th event, it's top 10 women moving on, and so you can just do the math. Ninths are not going to cut it when you're aiming for a top 10 spot. Here's the next heat, Paul.
Yeah, major talent in the water. Let's have a look at a world champ, the defending world champ, Caroline Marks, one of 2 goofies in the water with the rookie Sawyer Lindblad, who has shown us flashes of what she can do. And she's going to have to bring plenty more where that came from in a tough hit against Caroline. Did win this event a few years back. And she'll be looking to carry on with that kind of form she showed us last year, which finished oh so strongly at lowers with that world title. And we're always interested to see how people, you know, they win the world title, a first world title, and we talk about defending that title. It's something that can be tough to do, and you're looking to see a reaction. Can you carry over the momentum? So far from Caroline, she's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Caroline Marks, right now number 4 in the rankings, coming after the Hawaii leg. Like you said, defending world champ. It seems like a veteran, but really a youngster, just 22 years old. And I feel Caroline, we're talking about Caroline, we're looking at a surfer with the potential for multiple world titles because she's just that good, and we've known it for years.
Yeah, and just amazing in any kind of conditions as well. Not really a specialist as such in terms of any of the venues in particular, but just everywhere you give her a chance, she's amazing in the lefts, in the tubes. The backhand, so good as well. Let's see how she goes out here. Obviously, this is mainly a right-hander. There's a bit of chunk out there going down. Be interesting to see if there's a reaction from these two, because that last one, a touch weird. Sally Fitzgibbons just rode the one wave, and you might think that would prompt surfers to get a quick start, get busy. That was Caroline Marks there. So down to business in the opening couple of minutes of this, putting a number on the board. And what you do not want to do is get stranded on one wave, get these big, long lulls, sit there with priority for too long. Getting 2 scores on the board, finding something, an opportunity relatively early on will be key to success. A quick opening wave for Caroline Marks there. Let's have another look.
Staring through the glare, straight up for Caroline. 1 turn to establish really the scale in this heat, because every heat the judges kind of reestablish the scale. So we're going to see where that is, and then I'm sure the comparison for the rest of the heat will be off of that opening wave from Caroline Marks. She's matched up against another goofy foot, though, Paul, that I'm a big fan of, just a teenager. Sawyer Lindblad out of San Clemente, California. Still obviously not proven here. Her first start in Portugal, but we'll see what Sawyer brings. But here goes Caroline again.
Yeah, well, we talked about that quick start, and here it is, second wave from her. This one a little more stretched out. The first one just a quick hit. That one is quite a bit softer, though, and it is a little bit lateral with that turn. So unable to really tee off on the lip here. Just giving it a bit of a nudge, but already with the experience, getting a couple of waves locked in and just putting a question in the mind of Sawyer Lindblad. Am I doing the right thing by being patient? Someone that did do the right things. Another goofy, Tatiana Weston-Webb. She ripped her last heat. Let's go and hear from her. She's with AJ.
Yeah. Tachi coming in with the win here in the round of 16. This is a place that I know you've had a lot of success winning here in 2022, finishing 3rd last year here. What is it about this wave, this break, even though it's a new one for us, but what is it about it that you love so much?
Gosh, Portugal just feels like a second home at this point. I've spent a lot of time here, especially a lot of time here in Peniche. And obviously Assista as well. I don't know, I just love Portugal. And good food, good waves, I don't know, like everything. And then I just feel that one of my strengths is adaptability, and I felt like over the past few years. I just did well at adapting here. So yeah, I guess just lean into my experience and keep trying.
And on a day like today, when you have to adapt to an entire new break, how does that confidence that you can do that come into play during the heat?
Yeah, it definitely comes into play because I know that I've done it in the past, and I think, like I said, it's one of my strengths, and just trusted my ability. I mean, I feel like I've had a definite few rocky heats on tour this year. It's been really tough for me to get into a rhythm and a flow. But that being said, I know my surfing's better than ever. It's just about my self-belief and putting myself in the right place at the right time, and yeah, keep going from there.
You did it today. On to the quarterfinals. Before we let you go, para o Brasil, como você encontrou o seu ritmo entre as suas baterias?
É difícil encontrar uma ritma, especialmente aqui, porque a gente mudou de pico, né, e de lugares, e agora a gente está aqui surfando no Mole Leste, e amanhã provavelmente vai ser em Super Tubos, então eu acho que eu não sei, eu sou bom eu sou bom adaptando normalmente, então eu vou continuar com essa experiência que eu tenho.
Parabéns, congratulations, Tachi.
Thanks.
Thanks, AJ. Tatiana through to quarterfinals here. She's absolutely delighted with that, trying to find some rhythm and just show us her best stuff. Interesting to see how she goes deep in this event right now. We're watching another couple of goofies looking to go into quarterfinals. The world champ, the reigning world champ, Caroline Marks, originally out of Florida, now based herself in the same town as Sawyer Lindblad, San Clemente, California. Lindblad, saw a couple of flashes from her over the North Shore of what some of her surfing can show us. Let's see what she can do out here. It's a very different ask, a different ocean. And we've moved up the beach. There's that wedge we've been talking about, Kaipo. You can see that coming off the wall here. We're ebbing the tide back out, so we'll get down towards the kind of favorable part. Still quite a lot of water out there. Let's see what this one serves up.
Yeah, the tide's already peaked, right? So now we got the receding tide, so we should see a little bit of that bounce, but a little less water on top of the bank, and that's going to enhance and make the wave a bit steeper. Caroline Marks coming into this thing, we would look at the analytics. She's got a pretty high heat winning percentage here in Portugal, 86% for Caroline Marks. She's surfed 7 heats so far total, in her appearances here in Portugal on the CT level, and has won 6 of them. Remember, yeah, and like you said before, she was a champ out here in 2019. So numbers-wise, stats-wise, she would be the favorite, and she's fulfilling that right now. And another thing that I feel she identified watching the last heat with Tatiana and Sally Fitzgibbons is it takes 2, right? Like Rob Bass said with DJ Easy Rock, it takes 2 to have a good time. It takes 2 to get out of your heat. So you got to make sure you got 2 scores in your score line to get through.
Yeah, definitely. That experience, of course, will tell you that you do not want to sit for too long with a lot of water on the bank. You might get some extended lulls. There's a bit of wind blowing out there as well. And you saw her not waiting for necessarily the greatest waves of the entire day, just getting to her feet a couple of times. There's a concerted paddle effort.
That's tough.
From Sawyer, and unable to catch a wave, so she'll hand priority back to Caroline Marks. So a little bit of an error there from the rookie.
Certainly an error. So that was your chance to get into the heat, to get your heat started. Now what you just did was, now you give all of the heat control over to Caroline Marks. So now she's realized she's made a mistake. Now not as selective, is just going to try to get into whatever she can. Here's Sawyer.
Lindblad's up into the bowl. Nice first turn from with some good speed, actually clips it off the heels. And again, that's great. Nice and incisive. And if she gets this finish done, which she will, this will be a good number for her. Think about that 4 just for 1 turn for Caroline.
That could have been a fortunate mistake, actually. Just kind of forced her to take that second wave after losing priority. And actually that second wave was probably better. Of course, hindsight's 2020. Listen, look at some hindsight here on the replay. Nice snap there for Sawyer. Waits here, places a second turn beautifully. And then, of course, the finish. So 3 turns. She's going to take control of this heat right now. Good job, Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, no downtime on that wave between the maneuvers. Pretty seamless, wasn't it?
And this is why I'm a fan of her surfing. As a rookie, you've seen her come up through the amateur ranks, through the Challenger Series, just quick on her feet, fierce turns, well-placed, all coming together. And then really important, this closer right here. Really great body mechanics, really good control, and strong legs to ride out of that.
Yeah, you can really appreciate on that slow motion replay from a different angle just how difficult it is to do that finishing maneuver. There's a lot of bounce in front of the whitewater. She's got to absorb that as she lands. She did it well. Also, as a rookie on the tour, it's something of a hostile environment for the women with just so few spots up for grabs. But the other side to being a rookie is you're showing the judges something a little bit different. We know all about Caroline Marks, her backhand turns, and you can't help but comparing her stuff to the best turns we've seen her do. On the other hand, Soya Lindblad just showing us something slightly different.
Yeah, it's fresh, right? It's a fresh look. It's and that's what she's bringing. So we're anticipating that. And wow, look at the number.
Massive number for her. So after, well, the start, which was not ideal for her, surrendered priority. What a way to bounce back. 7-6-7 for Soya Lindblad. And this is going to feel great from her. It's still early stages, plenty of time left to go in this heat. But a massive score, 7-6-7, will feel huge. Meanwhile, Caroline Marks, maybe a little bit of pressure back in her court now.
100%. The pressure's on Caroline. There's no doubt about that because it's so deceiving, right? You see that 3.68, the need for Caroline Marks, that's not the real number. The real number is going to be after Sawyer gets her back up. Now, Sawyer, even though she's a rookie, she's not a rookie to surf competition. She's going to find a backup score really quickly and make sure she applies pressure to the defending world champ.
She seems like she's got a bit of steel about her too, a bit of inner fire. I like the way she competes. And obviously we haven't seen much of her. This is just her third event of her rookie season, but so far she has shown us plenty of spark, and that's what's gonna require on the championship tour. Here's a wedge. Here's your world champ up and riding Marks off the bottom. And a snap in the pocket. And then opens up. Draws out the bottom turn into the lip. She'll look for a final finishing maneuver and does that pretty well. That was not an easy wave to surf. And the rhythm that she's able to match essentially the pace of the wave with her own surfing. Sometimes you've got to be patient off the bottom, sometimes fire it straight back up. We've got a hit in the hands here, Kaipo.
Oh my, look at Caroline on the comeback. And this is the power that Caroline Marks has in those backhand turns. And one more time, okay, you called it, Paul. We have a heat right now because Caroline, I feel like this should be matching Sawyer's number, just given, you know, not just the quantity of maneuvers, but also the quality of those backhand turns.
Judges with a bit of work to do to really decipher this kind of surf, and they went close to excellent with Lindblad. And Marks again here, nice and precise.
Coming around the section from behind the section and just gliding through there, that is so radical and it's so well done. And that's always a strength to Caroline's backhand surfing. I mean, she used that for a world title, right, at Trestles, is that her bottom turns on her heels, on her backhand, she's able to take these really long arcs, a lot of projection through them, and pick her spot where she wants to hit the lip, and that's what she did out there.
That wave just cleaned up beautifully as well, didn't it? Just drawing off the face, nice and smooth and steep. Bit of size to it, plenty of power. It's never really in doubt here in Portugal. 14 on the clock. Judges will take their time, dial into the replays, make sure they nail this, because this will be, you feel, a crucial exchange in the context of this heat. Lakey Peterson, former finalist out here. She keeps a beady eye on things. She's got a tough heat against Bella Nichols. That'll be coming up in just under 14 minutes time. Taking on some final instructions, reading that lineup, trying to find out where exactly these scores are coming. We're waiting, as is the crowd, with fairly bated breath for this number to come in for Caroline.
There's our mobile judges tower. So we moved down the beach, we put them all on the trailer. That's our judges there. And that's how that was the drill that happened in the last couple of days to move the site. Here we go.
All right, straight back into it. Winds one off the top, Lindblad. And again, just clipping one up through the lip, throwing some spray. That was a third turn. She'll look for one more here.
Sheesh.
And she'll do it really well. So reading the wave well and making sure, crucially, what she wanted to do was get the finish. And she does that. And then she'll look to get back in the rotation in the rip here.
This looks like a backup score and more for Sawyer Lindblad. Again, the rookie matching Caroline on the backhand. A little bit of a different approach, a little bit more light-footed, but the timing, the tempo, just excellent. So putting it all together, and to be able to read, this is a great read on the wave. The fade, again, the fade and the rhythm down the line, fitting everything in and knowing when to skip a section to get back into clear water and get the finish. Wow.
Well, the panel with a bit to do in terms of scores. Number in for Caroline Marks, and she'll get the advantage over previous of Sawyer Lindblad. It's a 7-7-7 for Caroline, so just gets the better of that exchange. We have got another number to come in for Sawyer Lindblad. She'll for sure get the 4-1-1 she requires, but this is setting up sweetly with 12 on the clock.
Yeah, that, I mean, you're seeing the graphic right now. That's just a placeholder for Caroline Marks. She will need another score when the score for Sawyer drops, because Sawyer will retake the lead. But we love this. We love the seesaw battle, the back and forth, the volley between these two surfers. Really entertaining.
Yeah, this one is really good so far to watch. Plenty of time on the clock as well to get a couple more waves, hopefully, for each of these surfers. That number to come in shortly for Sawyer Lindblad, we feel, is very likely to put her back in the driving seat in this heat. Of course, Marks will have priority. Let's see how she goes about using it. Tell you, we can see on our score screen some numbers dropping in there, looking healthy, really healthy. Another good number, 7-1 for Sawyer Lindblad. Meanwhile, on a bomb, Marks, bang, she goes high up on the face, off the bottom again, just swooping off that rail and puts it up nice and steep. And a fourth section standing up for her here. And another great wave for Caroline Marks in this ding-dong battle that's really fired up here. And it's all with the judges now. And the ultimate beneficiaries from us are spectators, because this is really fun to watch.
Truly entertaining heat, the volley back and forth. Look at Marks on this one. Great wall, great timing. That long bottom turn we were talking about. Pressure on the heels, snapping off the top. This wave gives more and lines up, bats the finish, and needs a 7-point ride. I think she did it.
Yeah, be really interesting to see where this goes. It's so good to see two surfers in so much rhythm out here, Kaipo.
Look at this. It's so beautiful in slow motion. The technique, we talked about the long bottom turn, placing the turn off the top, great body mechanics, patient on the wave, and look at this patience here, just to pick this spot right there for the second to the finish, keeping in clear water, eyeing up this one, and another sting on the backhand. A lot of times we talked about it, it's rhythm, it's tempo when in backhand surfing, and Caroline Marks just playing the instrument. She's on beat, she's got the rhythm. I think she takes the lead.
The all-goofy clash is not disappointing so far. The most entertaining heat of the round. We've still got plenty of time left in it. 9.5 on the clock. The requirement is a 7-point ride for Caroline Marks. Will she get it? Find out when we come back from break. This is a really entertaining one. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to live action from Portugal, where the world champ is in full flow. The all-goofy battle taking on a rookie. And this one has been great to watch, going at it hammer and tongs, these two on the backhand tools. And Caroline Marks, every time she's been asked a question in this heat, she's replied in fine style. Let's have another look at this last wave. A bomb for Caroline Marks.
Look at the scores here for Caroline. Highest score of the day here. And that's what world champs do. They come back. She was trailing at the beginning of this heat. She put it together. The rookie was just trying to take it back from it. This is a really high-scoring affair between Caroline Marks, Sawyer Lindblad, the two goofy foots going back and forth throughout this heat. Super entertaining ball.
This one absolutely lighting up. 8-8-3 for Marks. So a huge number for her. Highest score of the day. She'll be stoked on that. But have a look at your scores there. There's a big number in for Sawyer Lindblad. 8-1-7 for her.
Wow.
So look at these numbers. These are absolutely massive. At the moment, Lindblad in second, 15-8-4 out of 20. That's a huge number. She's going to need to go better, though. 6 on the clock. She needs another 8. 8-4 for the requirement.
Crazy numbers. Look at that. Excellent scores for both Lindblad as well as Marks. Very good scores as their backups. Giant heat totals for both surfers. The waves have shown up. The drawing tide has improved the conditions, but it's just not that. It's the performance of these two surfers that has made. Is this the heat of the day? Perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, so far, for sure, this has been a really enjoyable one to call. Still 5.5 minutes of it to go as well. We just want more of that kind of action. Let's recap it.
Oh, yeah. Caroline Marks, what world champs are made of. Solid surfing. This was a lucky number for her to get back into this heat after trailing Sawyer Lindblad. A 7.77 for Caroline. Lindblad, the rookie, you wouldn't know it, right? Great surfing. The opener, a 7.67 for Sawyer Lindblad. Multiple trips to the lips, a San Clemente surfer. Started off with a bang then. Caroline Marks decided it's time to go excellent. Arcing off the top, gouging the rail. Beautiful control on the bottom turn. Exquisite timing. And a snappy finish for Caroline Marks. And the lead back and forth. Beautiful surfing by both surfers.
Well, a spot up for grabs in quarterfinals for one of these surfers. On merit, really, they both deserve to get through, but we know that can't happen. Let's see as we go down to 4.5 mark. Priority is with Caroline Marks. It's going to be tough for Lindblad. Let's hope we get multiple wave sets come through and just offer opportunities for both of these women to show more of what they can do. But this one has been so fun to watch going down, and you think in terms of the wind that's out there in these kind of conditions, also really validating the decision to move up here, because this is exactly why we came to the wedge.
Beautiful. And you know, if you told Sawyer this morning, hey, I'm going to guarantee you 15.84, are you going to take that to advance? Of course you would say, yeah, 15.84, I'll take that all day long. I'm going to advance out of a heat with a 15.84, but it's not going to happen. Now look at this. There's a little bit of gamesmanship right here with Caroline with priority trying to hold her off. And Caroline already playing defense at 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, so these two real close together. Caroline covering the youngster right now because she knows this rookie has got spark, she's got weapons, and she's finding rhythm with the ocean as well, and she does not want to give her an opportunity to get back in the heat. 8.44 is a big number. She is well capable of that, particularly when conditions are coming together and offering up 4-5 backhand turns on the wave. So what a contrast to some kind of single maneuver stuff that we saw not that long ago. And just so cool to see this one go down and see these two going at it. I love the intensity of Sawyer Lindblad. She'll be backing herself to get that number. She just needs to get a wave to do it, but priority not on her side. And just getting into the excellent range herself with a last waiver. Just because of the way the scoring's gone in this one, not quite enough, that 8-1-7.
Yeah, I mean, Sawyer with 2 ninths coming out of Hawaii. If she walks there with another 9th here in Portugal, it's going to be a deceiving result because of her surfing, and she's got to acknowledge this, you know, going into stop number 4. Her surfing is on point. She deserves to be on tour. She deserves, you know, to actually make the cut mid-season. It's just unfortunate that for Sawyer, she's coming up against in a super high-scoring heat. It reminds me of like Joao Chianca on the men's side, his rookie year, where he surfed some of the best heats of that first half of the year. It just happened that he was always in the highest scoring heats in each of the events.
Yeah, he went down with some big numbers, didn't he? Which, if you're thinking positive, it's a great thing to take away and kind of use it to build your inner steel, keep that resilience, that confidence going. Let's see how she goes. She's still got 1:45 in this. She doesn't have priority, though. She's got Caroline Marks keeping a very, very close eye on her indeed. Caroline just covering her here as these two head a little deeper to the wall. Let's hope we get some more opportunities come through. But from what we've seen so far in this, it's been such a fun one to watch it go down. Lindblad throwing away a 7-1, which would be a keep the score in any other heat that we've seen really today. And not enough in this one in the context of where the numbers have gone. You can see on that shot, that water just bouncing off the wall. That's what's given us the wedge, and it is doing it to great effect in this heat. So here's another opportunity. It is Marks with priority, and she'll use it off the bottom here, off the top, and just turning down again back into the lip. Not going too hard on the second, and that one's nice and spicy though, but she won't hang on. She'll get a little blown up. So she got the block in. She stopped Sawyer from improving. Not sure if Caroline will necessarily improve with that. So now with 45 seconds, potentially out in the back all on her own. Can Sawyer find a wave? We'll find out soon.
Yeah, it's all about the Atlantic Ocean right now for Sawyer Lindblad, isn't it? Because Caroline's going to keep the numbers that she currently has on the board. And they're big numbers, but there is a small opportunity. Take a look at the replay here. You see the wedge, that long arcing bottom turn. Nice carve there. Just her overall technique is just second to none on the backhand. That was a steep, steep downturn that she had to accomplish. And then just pushes it, caught up in the white water, goes incomplete, but that's not going to matter. She's going to maintain her lead, and the clock just ticks down. There it is.
And that's why she's the world champ. I mean, that was another really well-surfed wave. It will just be a throwaway in the order of a 5 for Caroline Marks, who's putting a bit of a clinic out here against a very, very impressive youngster and rookie in the form of Sawyer Lindblad. And no one really deserved to lose that heat. Sawyer Lindblad has surfed incredibly well. She's gone into the excellent range, but ultimately just come up against a surfer who really found the bombs and surfed them so well. Caroline Marks will go through to quarterfinals here. It will be disappointment for Sawyer Lindblad, but on the upside of that, she will look, and when she watches this back, she'll realize she absolutely ripped this heat apart. It's been a really fun one to call. We're sending the world champ to the quarters. Got another great looking heat. The veteran Lakey Peterson taking on Bella Nichols. Stay tuned.
It is the third stop of Rising Tides for the 2024 World Surf League Championship Tour season, and we are here in Peniche, Portugal, at the event site at Supertubos.
I took up surfing 40 years ago. When I started surfing, we were only like 3 girls in the whole country. I think it's really important to have this event, and I want to thank WSL for bringing this here.
It's hard to describe how much less intimidating it is to paddle out with a group of your girls around you. If Katie Simmers is out there with you telling you, hey, you've got this, go on this wave, you gotta go.
Okay, wait, go!
Here in Supertubos with Katie Simmers, the best surfer in the world.
I think that it's just like so much fun to spend time with like the next generation of girls and see that they're all absolutely ripping. It's incredible like where women's surfing is right now.
Oh, I'm feeling the movement. Like if you look around here, there's so many young girls that are like excited to surf and surfing at a really high level.
This year in women's surfing, we have reached a new level, and it's undeniable. And here at Supertubos, it's the next iteration of that, because the girls who are coming here to surf today, they saw that at Pipeline, and they recognize, oh, this is a moment, this is a movement in women's surfing, and I can be a part of it.
Rising Tides! Future's looking bright in Portugal. I'll tell you what, the present looks pretty good too. Let's check out a brand new heat in the round of 16. Lakey Peterson taking on Bella Nichols. Talking you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, it's Kaipo Guerrero and mate. We're still kind of taking a breath from that last heat because that thing was absolutely incredible.
That was incredible. During the break here, we had the opener for Lakey Peterson. And Lakey, always smooth on rail. And does that right there for a 5.83 opener. In the glare, we can barely see Isabella Nichols, our 2015 World Junior champ. Trying to combo it up really quickly, unfortunately goes incomplete there for Bella. So early advantage over to Lakey Peterson.
Lakey getting the nod in the opening exchange, just kind of muscling her way, kind of forcing the issue, a touch on that one. Good enough for 5.83 for her wave. Here goes Bella from behind the peak. She'll open up here. That was really nice. Wets the whole of the rail and just finishes off the turn with a ton of speed to come into this section. And a mistake from her. She really needed to make that. She traveled a long way for that section. That would have really been kind of icing on the cake in terms of the score. So she'll just get judged for all the work she did prior to that. But really, you got to be hitting those sections and you got to be making those kites.
Yeah, you got to, especially with someone when you're up against like Lakey Peterson. Peterson, a 2-time runner-up here, 2019. She was a runner-up to Caroline Marks. 2022, Lakey was a runner-up to Tatiana Weston Webb. So Lakey's kind of got, she can figure out the Rubik's Cube, if you would, of Portugal and Supertubos and this stretch of beach. So, yeah, you can't make mistakes with Lakey Peterson. As well as, Lakey's super motivated right now, right, Paul? Because she's got a quarterfinal at Sunset, but she started off the year with a 17th at Pipe, so she's already got a throwaway before the midseason cut. Getting out of this round is essential when you look at your future on the championship, or if on the women's side, if you want to make that midseason cut. So there's a lot of motivation happening for both of these surfers, actually.
A spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs here. We're looking pretty confident about heading back to our main venue at Supertubos for the conclusion of this event. The way the forecast has panned out, winds are looking a lot better. We've weathered a considerable storm. We're surfing the swell energy from that storm. It's wrapping in at Moileste, the east jetty. And this wedge off the wall, we're pretty much primo tide for it right now. So this is the good part of the tide. It's outgoing. And it's just drawing the water off the bank. You get that bounce off the wall, these triangular peaks. We saw so many of them go down in that last heat, the goofy clash. We saw Caroline Marks just rip it apart. Let's see how Bella Nichols and Lakey Peterson go about really picking up that momentum. There's a beautiful shot of town of Peniche. And if you're wondering why there's always somewhere that's offshore, that demonstrates you got the whole of that backside there, which is a bit more exposed to swell actually, and works on completely different winds. We're right in the corner, just left of the center of your shot there against that long jetty wall, which runs out next to the harbor. And what that allows us to do is get this swell bend in and refract in, but also just shelters us a bit with that jetty out the back and protects us from some of the west and northwest flow. It's looking pretty clean in there, Kipes.
Yeah. I think the day has presented itself in a great fashion as forecasted. We have a lot of help from local forecasters here as well. So great job by the entire event squad to move everything over here to the corner. And then tonight, Paul, ready to lift some boxes? We're probably gonna have to start moving on back.
Moving back to Super Tubos for tomorrow, we reckon a surfer who will be competing in women's quarterfinals is your world champ, Caroline Marks. She's just dropped an excellent heat. Let's have a chat with her.
Excellent indeed. Coming in with the casual 8.83 here, Caroline. That heat between you and Sawyer, so much fun to watch. What was it about those waves that you were able to just demolish them on the turns?
Yeah, that was a super fun heat. I think we both, my heat before I had a trouble with the lineup, and I think we both found where to sit out there and those really nice wedges. And I knew that was gonna be really good heat. Her backhand's her strength and my backhand's my strength. So it was definitely gonna be really fun. And every time I've had a heat against Sawyer, it's always been high scoring and good. So I was really excited for that one. And yeah, gosh, the waves are super fun out there. That was really fun.
As a competitor, knowing your history with Sawyer and how you guys are always pushing each other, how does that affect you mentally as you hit the water?
Yeah, I think I guess I wasn't really focusing too much on what she was doing. I was just more okay, cool, where are the waves breaking and stuff. And I knew she was gonna be a tough heat, and I was just trying to focus on what I was doing. And it just ended up being such a battle, though. We were both getting high scores. It was sick. Those heats are really fun. So it feels good to come on top.
And now you're on to the quarterfinals here in Portugal. What is the biggest lesson you learned today from our time down here that you're going to carry forward?
Yeah, I think that felt really nice. I just feel like I kind of surfed the way I wanted and just found some nice waves, and my board felt amazing. And so, yeah, I think next time we'll surf will probably be at Super. So obviously a different lineup, but I think my surfing feels good and my mindset feels good. So those are the two most important things, and hopefully just carry it on to finals day.
Got it locked in. Congratulations, Caroline.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks, AJ. That's why she's the world champ. A solid performance from her, but even just in the interview, you feel she is just slightly dialed back. She's thinking, today's a good day, but you know what? It's all about coming back for finals day.
Look past the finish line every single time. You got to look past the finish line if you want to win the race. Started off with the quarterfinals over at Pipe, semifinals at Sunset. She's in the quarterfinals again. Caroline Marks. Here's a replay. Lakey Peterson, during that interview, put it together. You gotta love the silky rail control for Peterson. So put that together. She's gonna take the lead back from Isabella Nichols. We'll take another look at this. And again, this is a point surfer in a beach break. And you can just tell when you're groomed on points, the smoothness, the connectivity of your surfing and just the base of your surfing, so impressive. And this kind of stuff right here, let's just look at it. Knows how to punch it for the finish, super solid. Great surfing, and a nice number coming out of this replay for Lakey Peterson, Paul.
Judges rewarding her the 617 for Lakey. Just surfed that with real authority, didn't she? Matching the power of the lip line here with plenty of physical power of her own. The timing was good as well. 6.17. Decent dividend for that last wave. She's got a 5.83 as well. She's actually got a pretty solid lead over Bella Nichols, who's shown us very little so far in this. Lakey having another look on the inside. Priority is with the Australian. Isabella Nichols, and she's out the back with a little bit to think on. She needs the 817 right now. Plenty of time, of course, for a couple of waves if she can do it that way, but she will need to fire up in this one. She's up against a surfer with a bit of momentum, and she feels like she's building on that. Lakey, her scores are heading up. Her opening two rides, pretty healthy numbers, and she's going to look possibly just to keep going from under priority here, see if she can add some pressure. She has another look at a wave, almost identikit to the previous one, just doubles up a little underneath her. and won't let her in. If you're Bella Nichols right now, you just got to find yourself, get yourself in this heat.
Yeah, she's trying to get a wave on the paddle back out, but you can see what happens with these waves without the wedge effect. They come through, they kind of get caught up on each other, and what the wedge effect does is it gives a wave a nice running, tapered wall to give you that push down the line. So Lakey was further down the beach, and those are just, they kind of look like they're going to do something, but without that wedge effect, they're just pretty much straight-handers.
Isabella Nichols might have seen something to see some interest, a little reposition as we check out Caitlin Simmers getting ready.
I wonder what she's listening to. I wonder what's in those headphones, you know? Is it country music? Is it hip-hop? Some jazz?
Bit of both. Bit of fusion.
A fusion? I don't know. She's from Oceanside, representing the I think, you know, there's probably some, I think there's some bass in those headphones right now. There's that.
As we'll pick up live action here and a clip off the top from Isabella Nichols, and almost sort of run out of steam there. So her reply on that, she had priority for not that long, and we saw her identify. Okay, let's check out the replay and see this way from the start.
What happened here? Let's see. Goes up. Oh, mistimes it, super straight legged out of it. And yeah, that's just going to be the nothing score. And she handed over priority and heat control to Lakey Peterson.
Not at all what she wanted. Really just want to get in the conversation in this one. You're stuck in the 2s and the 3s, and your opponent is getting mid-range or better numbers. You just want to put at least one score up like that. Unable to do that there. She does have a bit of time on her side, though. Still 16.5 on the clock. This woman's in the zone. It's Lakey Peterson. She'll go here, and she'll drop in and just open up that body, the full rail back into the pocket. Bang! Tags a powerful section, does really well to come out in front of it as well. That's not an easy turn to do. And that was a thick lip. There's all that water getting compressed in there, and Lakey Peterson's good enough to finish it.
Yeah, I guess the question is, does she improve upon her scoreline? We're going to have another look at this one. There's a signature swoop there to begin. So she's on her way, kind of late right there, and a bit caught up. So I don't know if that's going to improve upon her scoreline. I don't know if that's going to better the 5.83. But really in control, just keep the board underneath your foot when you hit that lip a little bit late. Here it is. You can see it in slow motion, just through the lip instead of kind of on top of the lip, but does ride out in front of the whitewater for a completion.
Yep, she got the hard part done by getting the finish. Let's see what kind of points reward she will get from our panel of judges. 15.5 on the clock. She was in the lead anyway. Prior to that wave going down, she might improve overall. Otherwise, she'll just look to keep the momentum going. Priority will be back with Bella Nichols, who really needs to fire up here. This is not really the sort of surfing we'd expect to see from her. She's looked a little out of sorts. She's not found great waves. And even when she has found opportunities, we've just seen her unable to complete. Just thinking early on that one turn, the section a long way in front of her, and almost kind of set the energy in this heat for her. She ended up that way with just that slight disappointed feeling. She needs to wash that off right now. Does have time to do it. I guess the good thing from her point of view is, while Lakey's been dominant, she's not running away with it scoreboard-wise, Kipes.
Yeah, but you know what? The judges took a long time to get the number in. So they had to take a big look at it and look at the number. She did improve.
Yeah, it does get the improvement, 6.07, so it does improve the backup and adding a little bit of extra pressure now to this woman. Isabella Nichols needing an 8.41 at the moment. Or if she's going to get 2 new waves, a couple of 6s would do it, but that is, of course, assuming, and it's quite a big assumption, that Lakey Peterson doesn't improve. All right, what's Bella got here? What she really wants is not to sit and stew on this for a while now. If the ocean can cooperate and it's been pretty consistent, she kind of wants a way to get her back in the heat pretty soon and just get out of this head space where it's been almost misfires every time she takes a wave. She'll want something legit. Let's see if that comes through and cooperates for her. Finding the rhythm of the ocean, as ever, crucial. But it has been Lakey so far. And that 3rd wave for her, it did count. She improved on her backup. It's exactly what you want to do. If you find yourself a wave, it's not going to improve on your high score. Improve your backup, put a bit more pressure on your competitor. And Lakey will sort of claw her way back to keep quite close proximity to Bella Nichols, who didn't get a wave in that set. So she's going to have to think on here. Under 13.5 minutes to go in this heat number 6 of the round of 16. It's a big day of competition we've run. Well, we kicked off the women with the opening round. An elimination for the men as well. Elimination for the women, and now we're sending women to quarterfinals. At one point, there was talk of potentially running women's quarters. They were on standby throughout the day. It hasn't happened for us. We have that good forecast, as Renato's explaining, and we're pretty confident about coming back to Super 2 Boss with a fortunate few days in our forecast.
And a good call. When we look at the waves ridden right now, just with head-to-head competition, the only way we would have gotten to the quarterfinals today is if we overlapped this round of 16. Great call, because it eventuated to be true in that there hasn't been enough scoring waves for 4 surfers in the water at the same time here at this break. So great call there just to get through this round of 16. A very fair call as well to set up the quarterfinals. If Lakey Peterson is able to make it into the quarterfinals, it's going to be a rematch of the 2019 final along with Caroline Marks. So that's some, I mean, not that it's going to be, not that it's done right now, but that would be a curious occasion if that was to happen.
Yeah, and also an opportunity for Lakey to go really deep into this one and get some points on the board. But we're still some way away from that, and someone who definitely want to have something to say about it is Bella Nichols. She's sitting in the lineup right now with priority. She's a pretty cool customer. I don't think she'll be overly rattled with the way things are going, but it's not been her heat so far. And a little bit to chew on, a bit to think about at the moment. She sits there in the lineup. Lakey Peterson behind her, keeping an eye on her. And with a bit of scoreboard pressure applied as well. Couple of 6s, pretty good from Lakey Peterson. We haven't quite seen the bombs that we saw in the previous heats, and when that happens, it's all about really being practical, surfing the waves according to the energy that they're offering. That's exactly what Lakey's done, Kaipo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what you would expect from a tour veteran, is to have a measured approach, go out there, you know, just establish. And she's really made no mistakes. As we look at Lakey Peterson, 3 waves ridden. She started with a 5.83, then her 2 scoring waves, both 6s. So it's not like she's stood up on a wave and made any mistakes at all. Every time she's got to her feet, it's been a score. Now the contrast with Isabella, a little bit lost out there. Bella has a couple of throwaways, so yeah, it is really a contrast of different approaches.
Under the 11-minute mark here, a stretched out line as well coming through. Not sure this one will hit the wedge as the surfer with priority would like it to. That's Bella Nichols. She's chasing down some numbers here. We're going to take a bonsai, a brew break. Lakey Peterson, she looks pretty refreshed. More live from Portugal right after this. The World Surf League joined forces in Portugal with Peniche Ocean Watch to prevent discarded nets from polluting our ocean by upcycling them into new products. And through a donation, the idea here is to lead 10 local impact events, educate 30,000 youth, engage and inspire 60,000 volunteers. Kaipo, I know you're involved in this. What a cool project.
Great project here, and thank you to Shiseido Blue Project. Thank you to Peniche Ocean Watch. Upcycling those ghost nets. What they take is those ghost nets, grind them down, turn them into plastic, give that plastic a new life by upcycling into products like wax combs, furniture, all through 3D printing. Thank you to our friends over there. And another great WSL One Ocean activation. Also, thank you to Leo Fioravanti, Kanoe Garashi, Francisco Veselco, and Mafalda Lopez for coming out. Some pro surfers out there that lended their hands on that activation.
Under 8 minutes on the clock, we're due a number. We see paddling back to the lineup with work ahead of her in this heat, Bella Nichols. The Australian also representing Denmark on her sleeve. And here she goes in replay.
Okay, will this get Isabella back into this and the completion? I say yes. Now she needs, you know, basically a couple of sixes if she wants to cut this into a two-piece deal. So here we go, on her way. Lip glide, pretty horizontal, but the important part is she finished the wave complete. So that's a momentum builder for Isabella Nichols.
Much better stuff from her. It's kind of surfing we expect to see her doing. Score is in on your screen. 5.93 for her, and that brings that requirement right down. 6.31 is now the number she needs at the moment. If she's going to get that, she'll need to do under the priority of Lakey Peterson. 7 on the clock. So certainly enough time for Bella to go and get that score. She'll need to try and get away from Lakey, or hope that Lakey gets a wave and can't add to her total. But that's the wave that Bella Nichols has really been looking for pretty much since the start of this heat.
Yeah, that got her within arm's reach, right? You look at that 6.31, but you called it the big challenge, the roadblock, the yield sign for Isabella Nichols is Lakey Peterson with priority. And Lakey knows how to close out a heat. And Lakey's happy that this lull has set upon us here with this receding tide. So the plus part about the tide going out makes the wave steeper. The minus part about this receding tide is it will kind of increase the lulls just a little bit because tidally the water's moving out against the swell.
Yeah, just taking a little bit of energy and just increasing some of those periods of inactivity. If you're the surfer chasing the score, the time will absolutely fly by during those lulls. If you're the one with the lead, yeah, it won't be going quick enough for your liking. These two in unison, they'll head out together in concert as we see possibly a wider opportunity stand up. And they keep with the priority, trying to cover Bella, and they'll quickly realize that's not the wave they were looking for, and then maybe a redirect back to where they were. 5.5 on the clock in this one.
Yeah, Lakey's got to control this heat with the lead and priority. And if Isabella wants to move down the beach, I say, you know, if I was in Lakey's here, I'd say let her go, because the waves right now, you need to be where the bounce is. You need to be where that wedge is, you know, to get a scoring ride. So defend the house right now is basically what Lakey Peterson needs to do. And that's the house that we're looking at.
5 minutes on the clock for Lakey to defend this lead and go into quarterfinals. Equally, well, now just under 5 for Bella Nichols to really do something about this 6.31. Her requirement, she will need her best. Much better stuff on her last wave. It has got her back in the heat. And it came with, yeah, just about enough time for an exchange to come through to close this one out for a dramatic finish. Lakey will look to stay real close to her and have something to say about whatever comes through. Use that priority to kind of exert a dominance over Bella Nichols. That slow start to the heat really making it a tough road back. But they're not massive numbers in terms of the comeback. You've seen surfers in this situation that haven't really had rhythm in heats chasing down excellent or close to excellent numbers. It is a 6.31. It's a relatively big number in the context of what she's got, but it's certainly a number she's capable of. Even on, yeah, a reasonable set wave, she doesn't need the absolute wave of the day to come through, but she needs to really just change the rhythm that she's found with the ocean. And as you mentioned, needs to do it without priority. Peterson won't mind at all the fact that there's another minute like that just gone by as she sit there with nothing coming through. Oh, looks like we've got a set outside.
So now we're going to see how this eventuates. Yeah. You know, if there's a couple waves in the set, it's going to be decision time for Lakey Peterson. We know Isabella Nichols, she's been able to perform under pressure. Her CT win 2022 at Margaret River came with just that. It was a clutch turn at Big Margs on the right, needed the number, wave came to her, and she fulfilled that. So we know she's got it in her. She's got a history of being able to perform under extreme pressure. The pressure's definitely on Isabella Nichols.
Under 3.5 to go in this. As we see these two just really getting tugged around here, getting enticed by lines coming through from the outside. Let's check the recap. And it's been Lakey from the beginning, really looking stronger.
Looking strong, looking smooth. Lakey Peterson gliding that CI through the paces, keeping the rails clean. Solid finish for Peterson at her start. And then she does it again. Couple of sixes for Lakey Peterson for just solid surfing. A little bit late here, but no problem. Gets the board back under her feet, finishes it off. Isabella fights back. A 5.93 for Isabella to get right back in the game. And Isabella also able to stomp that finish, gets out early there. And here we are, back to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, this one all coming down to the final couple of minutes now. Priority still with Peterson, the lead as well. Look how close she is to Isabella Nichols. Very close quarters indeed. Isabella Nichols, this is one occasion where she won't really want to see Lakey Peterson particularly. Let's see what's gone down.
So this is a replay. This happened during the recap. So that was enough. So Lakey Peterson had priority. We're going to take a look at this again. Lakey with priority, but this is what you call that's a block, because she inferred that she wanted the wave, stopping Isabella from catching that wave. But then even though that Lakey didn't go, the fact that she stopped Isabella was enough for the priority judge to say, hey, priority to Nichols.
A mistake for Lakey Peterson. Will she be made to pay by Bella Nichols? Under 90 seconds. These two heading out to sea. That suggests energy coming out of the Atlantic. Will there be an opportunity for Bella Nichols, who now will have choice of waves that come through? 631 the requirement. She's identified this wave as the opportunity to try and get that 6. Here she goes, driving down the line with speed. And that wave will just run away from her. And she has not looked in great rhythm throughout this one. It kind of sums things up for her.
She's just waving the surrender flag right now. Under a minute, took that wave. You can see it in her body language, looking back out. She knows she doesn't have enough time on the clock to get back out there and get another score. So it's going to be Lakey Peterson on to quarterfinal number 3, where we're going to have that 2019 final rematch.
So a possible, well, an error from Peterson, just leaving the door slightly ajar for Bella Nichols. And she found that wave. As she paddled into it, you're thinking this could have the number on it, and never really, well, she started driving, never really able to get going into the maneuvers. And it does look at this stage, with just 20 seconds to go, Bella Nichols has had a look at the Apple Watch and realized time not on her side. Here's Peterson, who gets another opportunity here. We'll count down from 15. And again, that wrapping turn, a signature turn. And this wave doesn't really need to offer her much. She's in the lead. She'll look to bring that one in. It'll close this one out. And really a heat for Bella Nichols. She had that one wave where she showed us flashes, the 593. It was decent, but other than that, looking a bit out of sorts out here, not only on the waves themselves by falling off, but also in terms of her wave selection, her rhythm, and not really able to find much energy out there. By contrast, Lakey Peterson, she made mostly really good decisions in the lineup on the waves as well. And a 2-time former finalist here, just showing some of that new generation, some of those new names, while she's always going to be a factor at this wave, and why she's done so well in the past. Late afternoon, a Sunday afternoon in Portugal, and the crowd enjoying what's gone down thus far. That'll wrap up heat number 6 of the round of 16, which will send Lakey Peterson to the quarterfinals. We've got Simmers taking on Silva up next. We've also got Joe, Jesse, and Strider. Stay tuned.
name is Miguel Forge. What I do for WSL is forecasting and helping the calls. I can watch 3 or 4 times a day the forecast. So almost like religion, you know. Before the event starts, we have to come to the North Coast, check where the banks are. There are some decisions easy, there are some decisions really hard. And of course, I feel the pressure. It's not just check the forecasting. We have to be living by the ocean, pay attention to the signs every day. Surfing teach you many things. Share waves, share with friends. It's a good community here.
Always great to hang out with guys like Miguel when you come to this part of the world. The guy surfs a lot. And when you hang out with him, he's just got this essence of calm because he is getting really barreled all the time. And when you're getting barreled, you feel really good about yourself. You're in a peaceful place. Did you notice that about him, Strider, the other day? He's just a centered human being. And obviously, he's helping us get the best waves during the waiting period.
He's getting us through this. He knows where to find the little honey holes on the forecast, and he's done it, you know, for us. I mean, I don't know if we'd be here without him right now. I mean, he's definitely spocking out the other areas on the other side and looking around, and I feel like he's gotten us some really fun waves today.
Totally. He's been spot on, understanding every little part of this peninsula, but really up and down the coast. That guy's like the king of Coches.
It's such an easy place for you to misread the forecast because there's so many options here with winds and banks and tides. And I think so far with what we had since the contest started, we've got the best conditions. And we're looking to probably finish with even better conditions. So he did a great job so far. Like, he has so much knowledge from Lisbon all the way up to whatever. He just knows everything here.
As we were in the break, Luana Silva did get started, Strider.
Wow. Nice turn off the top right there. So just one turn on that wave, but looked really aggressive and looked like she was going after it. She knows she's got to put down some big turns because Simmers always, you know, finds herself catching a flow where she starts to build those scores that we saw in her earlier heat in that elimination round. So, like to see it.
Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Lakey Petersons with AJ McCord.
I tell you, Lakey was ready to go before she even hit the water. I saw you up here pounding on your board, getting so psyched during Caroline and Sawyer's heat. What was it about that heat, these waves, that had you fired up?
Yeah, Sawyer and Caroline just had an incredible heat. It was really awesome to watch, actually. So it got me excited. The waves obviously looked really fun, and I don't mind little right-hand wedgie points. So yeah, I was just excited, and that's such a big round. And Bella's just been really on point this year, to be honest. I've really noticed that, actually, from Hawaii. She's kind of just got her A game on, so I just knew it was gonna be a really hard heat. So I was trying to, believe in myself and get myself excited, knowing I could do it. So.
And do it you did out there. What were you looking for in the waves you picked?
Kind of anything that would give me some sort of big closeout finish. That's what I was sort of looking for today. Obviously, it's nice. There's a couple ways out there to let you do maybe 2 or 3 turns even. So if you can combo it, it's great. But I was looking for anything that would let me just do a bottom turn and kind of slam it. It feels like the judges like anything that is of consequence. So yeah, that was the plan, and I think I got lucky. I kind of got on the right side of rhythm pretty early in the heat and rotation, so it was nice just to get a couple scores and build from there. Hopefully a few more in the next one.
Well, and we were talking about before they came down to us just how important this round is, especially the 3rd stop of the year with 2 more ahead of the cut. How did you approach it, knowing that big picture is something that you have to keep in mind but also put aside for the moment?
Oh yeah, the pressure cooker's well and truly here. I think for everyone, you know, if you didn't get a super strong start in Hawaii, you really start thinking about it here, and you gotta just get some results going. So I'd certainly be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about it, but in saying that, I know every other girl here is also thinking about it. So I think at the end of the day, you know, I was super on the border last year of making it or not, and I just realized we're all trying our best, and that's all I can do, and life's gonna go how life's gonna go, so you really gotta surrender to it. But yeah, it's hard to do that.
Well, your best was more than enough today. Congratulations, Lakey. See you in the quarters.
Thanks, AJ.
Such a crucial heat win for Lakey Peterson, now spending 12 years on the championship tour, a true veteran of the sport of surfing, and knowing how crucial it is to get into the quarterfinals, because she had a close one at the midseason cut last year. As we catch up to this last wave, Lulu staying active, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for Lulu, like a great section, but he kind of split up halfway through as she was going up, so she was kind of in the middle, like of the pocket, and the wave was kind of like, pocket was a little bit ahead of her. She was kind of in a flatter section. She pushed as hard as she could, but the wave just didn't match the power back to push her in time to complete that turn, unfortunately for her.
So Lulu incomplete on that opportunity, 0.93. Her start was a 4.33 in her first one-on-one heat with Caitlin Simmers. Lulu growing up on the North Shore of Oahu, surfs all over the North Shore, but representing Brazil now and will be in the Olympic Games. Her parents from Brazil, but she's always been about Hawaii, speaks perfect Portuguese, and happy to be fighting for a gold medal later on this year.
That's amazing, right? To have that opportunity, to be given that opportunity by Tatiana, and you know, she did so well there that they opened up that space for her, and now she's looking at going after a lifelong dream for everybody, I think.
And kind of a cool bond there, you know, with Tati raised in Hawaii and representing her Brazilian heritage. Lulu raised on Oahu, different island, and they'll be joining forces together to fight for gold. Katie will be there as well for the United States. Simmers enjoys slabbing conditions, loves getting barreled. She talks about that a lot. It was obvious when she won this event last year, when she won Pipeline at the start of the season. Definitely pretty easy call to say she's one of the best tube riders on tour.
And what surprises me the most, it was actually, I've noticed this last year here. We were surfing probably about a 6-foot day, and this set came, and I saw little Caitlin just by me, and I was like, she had priority. I was in a better spot, but she had priority. And then I looked at her, I was like, she's for sure gonna let me go. Like she was super late, and she looked at me, she saw that I respected the fact that she had priority, and she just whipped under, and I was like, what, are you really going on this wave? I was baffled. Like, she's so small, but she's so young, but she charges so hard. It's very impressive to watch.
Definitely fearless with her approach, but also with a really solid skill set to take off incredibly late. We know she's got a skateboarding background as well, but sometimes you just base it on a gift you're probably born with, to look at waves like that slab out in a different way. As we see what happened here, Lulu checked it out. So did Katie Simmers. Katie loses priority. Luana back in the driver's seat.
Well, there's a mistake there. Time's ticking away, and you know what? That's not a good thing for Simmers. She needs to get the ball rolling. You know, we've seen her sit and wait, but if she gets the roll, she starts to catch waves, she starts to get into a flow, she gets deadly. But now she's moved way away from Luana smartly down the beach, so hopefully, you know, she can find something for herself. Love to see the battle happen between the two surfers. You know, I don't like seeing those one-sided affairs where you just don't get the other opponent in the mix.
So true. And you kind of think, like, for Katie, if she heads down to Super Tubos tomorrow, she becomes more dangerous. When it gets a bit hollower, she could really lean into that ability to pull in late on slabs like you were mentioning, Jesse. So today's kind of the testing day for Katie to make it through, and I think she'll just build on her profile and become even more of a favorite to win if the venue changes to Super Tubos tomorrow.
For sure, because then she's going to be probably a bit of a step ahead of most of the athletes on the women's side. This is more even match, and we're actually looking right now, looking at Luana's strength. Her open face carve and her snap are the most solid things she has on her surfing by far. She's so good on rail that she might not even be the underdog out here in this condition against her. She's bigger, like has more power, and it's a great match. I don't know, like if she takes advantage of this slow start of Caitlin and that big mistake of losing priority right now, she could put Caitlin in a challenging spot.
And Lulu knows what Katie can produce. This is their first heat together, but Lulu is already on tour in the past. As she's up and riding now, big blast there for Luana, late to the second section. She will use this score though, so she had the completed hack to start. And she'll get rid of a 0.93 for the effort. Just couldn't quite catch up to that end section, but Looks good though, looks fast. Looks like she's very focused on making the quarterfinals today.
Simmers back over to the peak. Right now, there seems to be a pretty defined spot to surf. So, you know, after she missed that wave, she tried to get away from Luana to try and find something on her own. But Lulu, straight into this section, trying to, you know, really put together a backup wave to really put Simmers in the way back seat. But unfortunately, came unstuck right there.
Yeah, and you can't really commit too many mistakes against freaks like Caitlin, you know? Like she might be even more of a favorite out here at Super Tubos, but she's good at anything that comes her way pretty much. So if you have the chance, make sure you capitalize. And right there, she was looking to have a very solid score, Lulu, with that first solid turn and finish off strong. Unfortunately, came unstuck a little bit late. But yeah, let's see now who's going to take advantage of this kind of slow start.
When Caitlin Simmers surfs, looks like she's just in her happy place, doing her thing, and doesn't wear her mistakes like, you know, some athletes do. You know, if she loses priority, if she falls on a turn, it's like she's a moment away from maybe maxing out the scale. I remember watching one of the best ever to come out of Brazil, Silvana Lima, and you never could predict her form because sometimes she'd fall 10 times and then she'd get an 8 and a 9 to follow and win her heat. It just, you couldn't predict her flow. Simmers has a little bit more of a landing ratio that in her favor compared to Sil, but it's like she kind of has that same kind of loose free surfer type element where she could start off really slow, have a minute to go, but she's still that close to maybe maxing out the scale and getting a 10.
Yeah, just let's get it going. Come on, let's see it. I want to see it now. And like, you're going to get down to halfway through this heat and you don't have a wave. What's going on in your head?
I get impatient too.
What's going
when you
on
have
in your
matchups
head,
like this?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's go. How do you quiet the noise when you have all this time to think about it? For Katie, 16 minutes left. She lost priority, and do you feel like that's still in her mind right now?
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. It could be different for those guys. They're much better than I am, but it's not easy to move on. Like, I don't know, you got to start breathing. Like Griffin said, he was freaking out. Griffin is one of the best, and one of the guys that is the best at translating that freedom on a jersey. And he was mentioning that he was freaking out before the heat. But just, I guess, meditating and breathing, it would help you a lot. You calm your heart down. And if you're focusing on breathing, you stop thinking about it. So,
Katie Simmers looking to make up from her start. Deep on this one, but she does have some speed to attack that section. Comes out with one closeout turn, and she's on the board. Getting equipment from Chris Borst. Borst did a great job in Stab Magazine Stab in the Dark series with Kolohe Andino, making the finals. Longtime shaper for Rusty, and now with his own label in recent years. How'd you like this maneuver, Waz?
It was a little late to the party, but, you know, got it up there nonetheless. I feel like she just worried about being too far on the shoulder because of her miss off of that paddling mishap there and a priority error. So she was trying to sit a little deeper and then ended up being a little bit too far behind it because of that. So she'll put up a number. She's on the board. Here we go.
It's crazy to see how quickly Katie had her rise to the top stage in the world. We're going back to just like 2018. You're on tour, Jesse. You're focused on the world title race. Katie was winning the Southwest Open Season Conference in the under-12s at the time.
That's crazy to think. That's what Kelly thinks, like when he's going against everyone. Imagine him.
And all of a sudden next year, she's getting in the junior series, wins a couple events, wins the Super Girl, then finds herself on the Challenger Series the next year, wins the U.S. Open, qualifies, and then says, you know what, I'm not going to take my spot. That really blew people's minds because we only heard that one time before, and that was Taj Burrow in the late 90s.
Yep.
Then she backed her call, qualified again. I mean, for the women, you're thinking top 6 in the world. There's a lot that could go wrong, and there's a lot of people chiming in on what she should or shouldn't do. And she did the next lap on the Challenger Series, qualified again, was in the WSL finals last year, and almost was the youngest to win a world title. If she would have gone all the way that day, she would have broke Carissa Moore's record. And now just into her second lap, an obvious win for a Rookie of the Year with a performance like that, with 2 championship tour wins. The first one here in Portugal and the second one in Brazil. So already 3 wins as she won the season opener Pipeline in her careers. We'll see Lulu. Beautiful fan off that first section. And she will miss the finish again.
No. In the silhouetted shot, there was some comparison there to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Do you know what I mean? You can see that style, that aggressiveness, and unfortunately not making that last turn had another opportunity to really stack up some points.
Let's have another look here, Jesse, front on angle.
Yeah, as you see opening up, that's what I'm talking about. Like, she has a beautiful open carve, a lot of water moving always. Right there, just needed to really match the power with the wave. Kind of went maybe a little too soft and maybe hesitated a little bit too much and then went over the handlebars. Like, you really want to match and get that board under the lip with a lot of pressure so you're not going to get overpowered by the wave. And unfortunately for her, because that was another great wave that
Joanne Defay keeping her feet warm. Those comfy shoes are part of the equipment needed when you come to Peniche. She takes on Sophie McCulloch in the round of 16, heat number 8 coming up next.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know.
I've dedicated most of my life to competitive surfing.
Legends are leaving. That's opening up space for people to step into that spotlight. She's still going and gets the exit.
Deep section here, looking for the exit. What is happening? Are you kidding me?
Pipeline for the girls.
Strider blushed after that comment in the water from Caitlin Simmers.
That was a mic drop right there. I loved it.
Inside Pro Surfing, brought to you by WSL, is all over worldsurfleague.com. You can relive that moment and many others on a monumental event for professional surfing at the Lexus Pipe Pro to kick off the year as Katie Simmers winning over Molly Picklum. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the semifinals. Those three were really taking over the highlight reel, but everyone deserves a round of applause for their performance and solid backdoor, solid pipeline. Felt like everything changed after that day, Jesse.
Yeah, mostly early morning. The first few heats of the women's, there's still second reef waves breaking, so that shows how solid it was, and it's kind of scary to sit under there and just maybe get washed by those big waves. You know that better than anyone, right?
Yeah, holding the line out there and doing what they did, I was so impressed. And then even moving to sunset and watching Molly Picklum attack sections. I mean, there was just some wild surfing. Isabella Nichols was unbelievable to watch. I saw her just belting some stuff. Sophie McCulloch hit a closeout section that, well, I mean, it just blew my mind. How small her frame is, but to go up to a section like that, that thing had so much volume in it, and just go for it. It was like everything had changed, not just at Pipeline, but at Sunset as well.
And she also actually mentioned on her heat interview after the first round here, she was like, I got to tone it down a little because I went to Sunset so excited and I was hitting too big of sections. So I just need to take a step back and, yeah, get back in rhythm.
Just over frothing. The excitement was real after the first 2 stops of the season. This is stop number 3 in Portugal, heading to Australia after this for 4 and 5. Number 5 is the Cut, Margaret River. Number 4, Bells Beach, the longest running event on the calendar, which will be very exciting to see this new school approach on that wave. Then if you're in the top 10, you get to surf for a world title. Then the focus goes to the race for the WSL finals. Tahiti's moved up in the calendar, so that's the first stop after the Cut. Always excited to go to El Salvador, Brazil, Cloud Break. Coming back after a few years off. Last time we had an event there was 2017. And if you're in the final 5, like Katie was last year, you go to Lower Trestles in September to try to become a world champion. What a year ahead of us. Lulu back on tour. It's really cool for her to have this spot back. She thought she lost out by 1 spot at Soccer M at the Challenger Series. But with the announcements of all the big name world champions stepping away, it got her spot on tour. 5 events to try to make the cut this time. But a lot more experience heading into 2024 was.
Yeah, probably feeling good about it. I mean, the comfort of how hard you've worked, you know, and you can really put yourself in a driver's seat to feel like you deserve it too. Because you go through that Challenger Series, you do all that work, you've been just pounding away at it, you're so close to it, and you know, even if you're 1 spot out, you still feel like you deserve it.
For sure, because I mean, in the end of the day, it's like such a little difference in between the last spot and the 1 out, you know, like it could be maybe a turn that you fell or like a little priority mistake that you committed, and that's what usually is. Like throughout the whole year, 1 little thing can make so much difference.
It's crazy when you break it down. Best surfers in the world, just these little mistakes that can cost you an entire season, cost you qualification. They're the hardest working athletes in the world. And surfing in an unpredictable lineup where conditions change, tides change. You could warm up all week and have a completely different scenario when your heat starts. It's a different type of prep and ability to keep your spot on tour. Lulu out front, 4.33 and a 3.83. It's wide open though. Katie Simmers started off paddling, missing a wave, threw away priority, and she's really only completed 1 turn in this matchup.
Looks like she's had a couple of mishaps too.
Yeah, 2 incompletes was, and just that 1 turn completed 3.63. And Katie needing a 4.53. And Lulu sitting right next to her with priority. It's a stressful moment when you're talking about 3s and 4s. Both these surfers really want to open up the scale, but I think right now Lulu's just really focusing on really playing good defense on Katie Simmers right now.
Where do you go? I mean, Jesse, if I was in this heat, I mean, I feel like I'd be bolting down the beach towards Super Tubos, towards the south end.
I think the only problem with that is Lulu's going to follow her no matter what.
You think she would?
I think at this moment with 4 minutes and 30 left, she's going to be right on top of her. If she didn't follow her, yeah, for sure, go to the middle and try to get some space. But if Lulu follows, might as well be in the best spot where most of the waves are coming.
Okay.
And then try and sell it. Make sure, like, I mean, now you're hoping for Luana to have a mistake, and then you capitalize on it because she's sitting with the best and the second best wave of the heat. They're not big scores, but still, for now, they are.
These tend to be the frustrating losses when you don't really get to open up. It kind of reminds me of how Katie went out at Sunset Beach. It wasn't blow for blow, doing your best surfing. Those sometimes could be easier to swallow because you felt good. You got to compete. This one just 1 maneuver laid down from Simmers. Remember, Molly Picklum, yellow jersey wearer, world #1, went out earlier in this round. Betty Lou coming to this event 3rd, already advanced to the quarters as we come off with a big swoop from Lulu. Attacks the white water on the wedge for a 2-turn combo. Now Katie will get priority for 320.
That was more like it. Completed wave.
That's what she needed.
Yeah.
Let's take a look from the start, Jesse.
Just a beautiful open carve. She's so good on rail, always making a turn looks very big. And this time the only difference, she finished the wave. Finish on her foot. And now with that much time left, she's going to be looking in a very good spot against Caitlin.
Great composure for Lulu. Sometimes when you're so hard pressed on watching your competitor with priority, you can kind of lose your rhythm with performance, but did a great job to throw down that signature wrap again.
And this is where I think, you know, to complete, you know, you've had a couple of waves where you've come up short. Now she's going to put the pressure on Simmers to get a bigger score. You know, Simmers is going to have one really big turn or two.
Little wedge popping up for Katie Simmers. Driving through that first section, nice tap to get down the line off the bottom and throws down a clean snap off the lip. Nice clean combination of turns. Chasing down at least a 6.2 to take the lead. 2:10 on the clock.
I mean, she's back in the game 100%. I don't think the wave had the intensity that she needed to match that 6.2, but you see right here, the wave's a little flatter, but nice first setup turn, and right here, just a beautiful layback. Just the wave didn't have that power pushing, but it was a well-surfed wave.
Another view from the sky here was.
Yeah, I think just what Jesse was saying there, the wave didn't seem like it offered up the scoring potential. It was a little flatter of a face. With that said, I haven't seen it from the front on angle. Like this angle, you can see the lip line and how steep the wave is.
There's a nice clean connection on the forehand of Lulu. Silva now compressing off the bottom, a nice jam. She likes it. Now completing her waves. Previous one was a 5.5 for Lulu, which extended her lead. Last wave for Katie Simmers comes in at a 4.9. Lulu already out in front and now waiting for one more score to come through with 1 minute on the clock.
All right, this is what we came for, right? The battle, and hopefully we can see one more from Simmers to put up the numbers. I just love the back and forth of it. I mean, although Luana Silva has dominated this heat for the flow and the wave count and the source of maneuvers.
And even got away with a couple of mistakes when she was falling on the second maneuver. Cleaned that up, got the lead, and she might improve once again. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I guess, as we see up and riding.
Good looking wave for Katie Simmers. Needs to put everything into this one to avoid elimination. Connecting on a couple of great points there, but she's not feeling it with her body language as she steps off. Pressure cooker situation.
Body language.
Previous wave for Lulu came in as her best, 6.57. So Katie's chasing a 7.17 on this wave, Jesse.
Needed to go all in on that last turn right here. Needed to go bigger, like just a big blow tail. But also she didn't know what Lulu did on the wave before, and she knew she battered. But first carve was beautiful right here on rail, and just nice transition. The wave was finishing. Maybe she was thinking of a third wave, just did a down the line snap, needed to finish strong right there.
Yeah, potentially could have been anticipating a third section as we look at Lulu's 6.57 here.
Bango. She's feeling it, you know, and having that open face just to work with. A lot of flow in her surfing, technical on the end. I mean, you could see the posture, body language. It was, you know, it was all there for her, and we didn't see any of that out of Simmers in that heat.
Wow, well done for Luana Silva. Jesse, how would you say that in Portuguese?
Mandou ver.
Great job.
In a slaying way.
Oh, nice. That's what I like to learn. Thanks for being our teacher. Lulu taking the win, moving on to the quarterfinals. That was a big heat, especially for the world title race. Molly Picklum out as world #1 in this round. Katie Simmers, world #2, now out in the same round. And now all eyes will be on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as she's in the quarterfinals. Always check your updates on the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com because it is very close in that top 5 picture. Our defending champ out of the event, and Lulu will continue to surf potentially tomorrow in the quarterfinals, and she'll be joined by the winner of the last heat of the day, which is coming up next. Joanne DeFay versus Sophie McCulloch. We'll be right back.
Good time to check in with the Pulse women's round of 16, heat number 3. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson continues to dominate. Everything made sense, from this Channel Island surfboard to her maneuver choice, her flow, her carves, best score without priority. Incredible decision making throughout the day today. And she's got a chance to really move up in the rankings now with Molly and Katie out of the contest. All eyes on Sakura. As things continue, Tatiana Weston Webb continues her hot streak, makes it 8 wins in a row over Aussie vet Sally Fitzgibbons. Moves on into the quarterfinals. The 2022 champion in Peniche just feels like she's heating up. Kind of started off with some falls, even at the start of this heat, and just surfed her way into rhythm and got better and better. I think she found her mojo here in Peniche, as we'll probably be switching to Super Tubos, where she found her win a couple of years back for the next couple of days. This was a wild one. Caroline Marks, all goofy foot battle with Sawyer Lindblad. High wave score of the day at an 8.83, 16.6 combined total for the reigning world champ. They call this the best backhand on tour, and she got to flex it. Thing was, Sawyer was very close. Maybe one of the best heats we've had at this event so far this year. As Caroline will move on to the quarterfinals to have a nice heat with a longtime friend and rival of Lakey Peterson, Luana Silva, still enjoying her time on the beach with some fans after she just took out world number 2, Caitlin Simmers, and defending event champ. Huge roll for Lulu. 12.07 combined total, and she'll prepare for the winner of this heat that's just getting started. Joanne DeFay taking on Sophie McCulloch. Joanne, the Rookie of the Year recipient back in 2014. And Sophie McCulloch getting the call up late, kind of like the Lulu story of having some big names kind of step away this year. Thing was, McCulloch wasn't able to surf at Pipeline. That was already her throwaway. Had a first round loss at Sunset. So as you see her ranking there at 17th, she's got some serious work to do here, Strider.
She does, but she's definitely got the ability to, surf and make the waves look bigger than they are. I mean, the way she surfs, the way she opens up, she looked so good this morning when she was out there. She was finding all those great sections. So, if she can repeat what her performance from this morning and really identify the best waves, she can definitely win this heat.
Yeah, you definitely have the experience of Joanne DeFay. Sophie just building her profile on tour. But Jesse, how would you separate them as far as their skill set, what they could throw down on a wave like this?
I actually think it's a pretty even match. Both of them, very smart, competitive surfers, usually on good waves, usually not falling so much. Their ability to stay underfoot and complete waves, it's pretty high. And just both of them kind of powerful surfers, solid on their foot. I think it's going to be an even match, and whoever catches the best waves.
Kind of cool to see that wedge start to show itself, but it just went under DeFay. Wanted to call for a block there, and she gets it. So they'll start the priority rotation. Joanne showing that she wanted to get things started. Now she'll use priority immediately and take this wedge. Nice little whip to start, trying to really get some speed up for the final turn. Had to keep that high line. Told some speed just to come down with that end section turn. But I love it. A little bit of fire to start off this heat.
Yeah, that was a veteran move there too. To establish that, with the paddle, and McCulloch had the inside, basically was missing that wave, but Joanne threw the arm up like, hey, I could have caught that one. And you got to be able to, react to those situations. If you don't, then there might not be a call.
And also reset, because the very next wave is the one that they took it. So just a lot of reflexes.
You think she looked in to see the board on that?
She might have, but it was a clear call, in my opinion. So she has enough experience to know those things.
As we see that first wave, Strider, what'd you think?
Nothing great, but definitely got herself into, the first wave of the heat to give her, establish herself with some kind of dominance. That they're all little mind games, and when you're in a heat, and all those little edges will probably, go your way. If you're a veteran and you you turn the heat right in the beginning like that to take the first wave, your opponent's probably, as a rookie, would be like, wait, you know, and kind of put you on the back foot.
Joanne Defay had a quarterfinal out here in 2019, repeated that same result in 2022. Went through an injury more recently in her career and got the wild card like she deserved, but then sort of was fishing for motivation because she couldn't make the WSL finals. She was out of the title race, but she was surfing events wondering, what am I surfing for? She really wants to feel the energy of fighting for a world title each and every time she competes. Let's catch up with Luana Silva with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Luana coming in, thawing out those feet after that heat. We talked about it all day, just how cold the water is compared to Hawaii. For you, how did that impact the way you surfed?
Oh, it impacts everything, I feel. Adapting to cold water so fast, transitioning from Hawaii to the next event is Portugal, which is like middle of winter, is freezing, but we all have to adapt. Weather changes, conditions, everything. So yeah, I'm still trying to adapt, I guess.
Well, adapt you did. Try and succeed here in this round of 16 on to the quarterfinals. Walk me through the waves that you chose and what you were able to do with them.
I was just trying to find that wedgie corner off the wall. That's been kind of the best wave throughout the day, but I didn't complete some of my waves, so I got to work on that for finals day.
But speaking of finals day, the second time that you're going to be competing in one in the first 3 stops, how much confidence does that give you as you work towards the last 2 events before the cut?
Oh, it gives me a bunch of confidence. I mean, compared to my rookie year, I only made 1 quarterfinals and just all round of 16 results. So this gives me a new set of eyes, new perspective on everything this year, and yeah, I'm stoked.
As you should be. Before we let you go, para o Brasil, me diga sobre sua estratégia para a sua bateria.
A minha estratégia foi bem simples mesmo, foi sentando do lado da parede e pegando os melhores ondas da bateria. Só que eu caí em algumas, mas eu vou me recuperar para a próxima bateria.
Parabéns, congratulations.
Thank you. Obrigada a todo mundo.
Parabéns. Amazing. AJ's Portuguese gets better and better every post-heat interview. Lulu, happy with the heat win. Wedge popping up out front. Joanne Defay from Reunion Island throwing down a nice little jam on the open face, and she will hop out. You can just kind of see how that wedge just is still shoving her down the line, even when the wave's just all whitewater. Enjoying this venue today. Kind of reminds you of those great rip curl search events of the past where you go in mobile. Live action with Sophie McCulloch, really going for an aggressive fin throw, but loses the handle completely on her opening wave of the matchup.
Yeah, might have went a little too big again. Maybe, you know, all that start kind of, like Strider said, it messes with your head. Like if she probably saw what Joanne did on her first wave and got a 517, Sophie with that more of a powerful wave, a nice opening up, she finished that. She would have been looking to a very good score, but sometimes you see from the back, all you see is sprays, and you have maybe your head set in such a high scale, and sometimes you don't need that much.
It's crazy how all athletes in the world have to have that short-term memory when it comes to making mistakes. Like an outfielder playing baseball, dropping a fly ball, that should have been routine, and the fans are screaming at that player saying he blew it, and he's got to be able to be focused and move on so he's ready to play at 100% the very next moment. Surfing similar, making priority mistakes or a fall. You don't want to get into your head and lose before the clock runs out.
Definitely not. And, you know, Joanne got a mid-range score for her opener. So, you know, I feel like she put herself in a good spot with the beginning of the heat. I wasn't sure where that score was going to go. Here's McCulloch's wave, Jesse.
Yeah, see, like a little bit more speed, and just that second turn, it was a critical, nice section. She just went a little too big on that turn and ended up falling. And here's Joanne on the wave after, or before, sorry.
Big layback jam right there. I like that turn. But, you know, I just feel like she's got so much power, Joanne, just utilizing it with the wedge of this wave. You could really see her doing some damage out here.
And she can always control her speed very well. So that's what makes her not fall so much. Like, she came off that wedge with so much speed, but she just laid all her power into that layback and just, it seems like it was nothing, you know? She just rode through that easily.
Joanne Defay winning events like the U.S. Open in Huntington when it was 1 foot in a final with her best friend and longtime rival, Bianca Beitendach. Won at Cloudbreak, which made a lot of sense. We started learning about her ability over shallow reefs, especially on her backhand. Winning at Uluwatu in the Margaret River continuation a few years back. Also winning at the Surf Ranch, which showed a lot of depth there under a different type of pressure in the basin in the middle of Lemoore, California. And kicking off another great year this year on tour, Joanne Defay with a 9-point total out front. 3.83 was her last. McCulloch with the fall of 3.0 is now chasing a 6 to move into the quarterfinals. So we have those matchups, and we've got some great analysts sitting next to me here. Some sneak previews into Gabby Bryan, Tyler Wright, starting with you, Jesse. I mean, how do you pick a favorite with the powerhouse act we're going to see there?
Yeah, that's such a sketchy heat to be in it. Both of them powerhouses. I guess the only difference, one is a veteran, the other one has been on tour just for a few years. So experience, it's only the edge that Tyler got, but to tell you the truth, the energy that Gabby holds, I think she even has more power than Tyler. Like, I know it's a big test, but man, she, like at Sunset, you see it, like she's one of the only girls that can really match power to power that wave. And for someone to do that at Sunset, it's not easy.
That's a huge quarterfinal heat. If you're trying to do your fantasy team right now, it's too late to change your women's team. You still have time to update your men's team before the round of 32 begins. We also have Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson taking on Tatiana Weston Webb.
That is brutal. You know what? We're going to be most likely out here at Super Tubos tomorrow. And that is going to be, whether they get underway or they stick to the men's and then we get to the women's the next day, I'm not sure, but that is going to be a great heat. I mean, that's going to be a barrel fest, I feel like.
We hope so.
You know,
everyone's hoping so. Also, Caroline Marks and Lakey Peterson. They've had some great memories being sparring partners when they were both working with Mike Parsons. But now Lakey with Micro, Caroline with Luke Egan. You also see Liam O'Brien for Sophie McCulloch in this one, as he's hoping that it's Sophie taking on Lulu in that quarterfinal. But yeah, cool seeing the support there with Liam and Sophie, both trying to celebrate each other's success. Liam's a pretty cool customer. One of the best styles, I think, on tour. They both absolutely charge. And she still has 15 minutes to find her flow, and this one was.
Yeah, I don't, you know, like the heat before where we saw Simmers not finding kind of anything until the end. I don't like it. I like to see some numbers on the board a little earlier to get yourself established, to get yourself comfortable. Once you start to get yourself winding down in a heat, I feel like veterans can play those heats out a little easier, a little more comfortable, and kind of find a place mentally to go to kind of relax. But, you know, as a rookie, you're going to have, you know, you kind of start thinking, your mind gets involved, and then the energy changes, and then you're in a different place.
100%, and it's kind of like a muscle memory, you know. She's been in that situation. Joanne has been in those situations so many times on tour the last 10 years. So it's just a little bit more clear. I'm not saying it is clear, but definitely it is an advantage. And as you see her right there, like, she's not giving that much of an inch to Sophie. Sophie was a little bit towards the middle about a minute ago, and Joanne was there, even though the best waves were kind of by the wall. And then Sophie started paddling back this way. Look where Joanne's sitting. She knows, like, if the heat finishes now, I'm winning. So I'm just going to stick close to her, and the next best wave that comes, I'm going to go.
Great insight from Jesse Mendez as Joanne Defay still leads with priority with 13:30 on the clock. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, back for the finish of the last heat of the day right after this.
Corona Post Show coming up next. Today's best heats, an update on the Surfline forecast, and also the wave of the day. Important topics there because we had some highlights today to set up the quarterfinals for the women. Also, the elimination round for the men complete. And Surfline letting us know things could be switching to Super Tubos for the next couple of days. We'll see if we can get to a finals day quickly early in the week. But a very successful Sunday here in Peniche as we see a nice tail slide in the closeout section and a celebration from Joanne DeFay, looking to increase her lead over Sophie McCulloch now with 11 minutes on the clock. Corona Post Show will be hosted by Paul Evans right after this final heat of the day. Fun looking tail slide.
That was
drift of the fins. That always feels good.
Bingo bango. McCulloch behind for a big snap. Wow, that was really well done. I like
better.
That one even more.
Me too. I'm with you. Just more critical section. A bit late, but just able to put the bottom of the board and float through it and push it. That was amazing.
So being late, almost a climb snap, but explosive by getting a little bit loose and free.
I still saw the tail fly out, still saw the movement of the drift in the lip. Means the fins were free.
Pretty risky maneuver, those foam climbs, especially when you hit it with authority and add a little bit of progression to it. Kind of those safety version ones that you kind of are placing to create some space, and then there's the attacking version we just saw.
I think it's a borderline depending on what section you're attacking. So if there's too much foam, it turns into a foam climb. If there's just that enough, she foam climb in the beginning, but then there's lip right after, so that's the criticalness of it.
I like Joe's too, though. Joanne's.
Yeah, both.
Joanne's was pretty solid the way that she, put it up into the lip. I think she had kind of a cleaner section, so maybe, that's gonna look a little better maybe from the beach. I don't know. It's such a toss-up. When it comes to those kind of maneuvers, it looked a little bit bigger, but I think that McCulloch's was actually more technical. So it's kind of it's a roll of the dice on the score line there.
I'm enjoying the breakdown. Had the judges going to say, oh, well, she got there late but performed well. Sophie, 4.5. DeFay, 5.5.
Oh, there you go.
It's opinions, and that counts. And I think it was maybe harder, a little bit more of aggressive of a turn, but like Strider mentioned, Joanne's wave was very clean, and they love seeing that, and she actually had a little bit more of a tail release because the wave was clean, so.
I like it. Great breakdown. DeFay leading. Sophie McCulloch has priority. That 4.5 was her best wave so far, so now needs a 6.17. Remember, she's 17th in the world. Already has her throwaways. Kind of reminds you how she kicked off her career on the championship tour. It was heartbreaking when she hurt herself right before her rookie debut, was on crutches and had to recover from that, then try to perform, and then was sent to the Challenger Series. This year, she was just happy to get the opportunity, but missing pipeline until a spot opened up for her to compete at the next 4 events on tour. She started at Sunset. This is stop 3. She'll be trying to get involved in this opportunity here. Little wall. Joanne DeFay looks, and they'll let it run free. But thinking about this type of surfing that we're seeing on a little wedge right off a jetty, you never know when you're going to see a round held in conditions like this throughout the year. What a treat to enjoy it throughout the day today, Strider.
Yeah, a lot of really high performance surfing with some power mixed in. I feel like maybe that was the difference from, the DeFay and the McCulloch score line right there, was just the power that Joe had in that turn. Maybe there was just a little bit more of a push. The board moved across the lip line a little further.
Yeah, exciting breakdown of the day and the wave, the venue. It's interesting when you look at veterans on tour like Joanne, who's been around for a decade, and a lot of her close friends are kind of hard to find now. With Carissa stepping away, they're often travel partners to events like this. It makes you even feel more like a veteran on tour, seeing all these new faces, and the tour can change kind of right in front of your eyes, especially for Joanne, who's seen a lot, and you really break down a rookie class and no one's really around anymore.
I know. There's only a very few with her. The stand-in warriors that are sticking with her because some of them retired, some of them are having a break, and she's sticking after 10 years. Just, you got to find her, I think you just got to find motivation, like what drives you to be here, you know? And then once you lose that, I guess then it's done, because those surfers have the ability of staying plenty of years still, you know? They're that good, and the older they get, the more experience they'll have.
I love the breakdown of these single moves. This is that section for Sophie again. Getting late to this section, but really produced a solid turn compared to Joanne Defay's.
Yeah, where Joe, see the board drifting across that lip, and I think just a little bit more power. And I know this doesn't play into the score, but afterwards, the body language. And we talked about it today.
It totally plays in. I think it's a performance. Yeah, your performance, and like you, I think that was maybe we caught that wave of Sophie very quick after Joanne's wave, and we just saw her coming up. But really breaking it down, if you break it down both turns itself, like Strider mentioned, a little bit more drive through the turn, through the rail, pushing the tail a little bit more for Joanne, and she got the nod right there.
Judges doing a great job, led by head judge Lily Pereira, the first surfer out of Brazil to be put on the Quicksilver international team. Smooth style and approach, and watching both the men and women's tours this year as the head judge. Also the head judge of the Olympic Games for Paris 2024. As we get to 5:15, last heat of the day. Winner of this heat takes on Luana Silva in quarterfinal number 4. And a lot of the fans here in Peniche are getting a jump start on us, getting the reservations at the favorite restaurants here on this peninsula. You've really got to act quickly to get a spot at the favorites.
It's kind of like Micro's training program. There's no room.
There's no room. Got to be ready. There's the cantina, which a lot of people have been enjoying.
Which you basically see half of the people at Cantina and half of the people at Tasca de Joel. So
yes, Tasca de Joel is the more traditional local spot that started off as just where the fishermen hung out.
I love that place. Tasca de Joel is one of my favorite restaurants for sure in the world.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think all year long, every once in a while we mention about that place.
Yeah, you just got to throw it out there. Tasca de Joel, they do a great job. And
Martin Potter has a bottle dedicated to him up in the wine case there.
Big shout out to 89 world champ Martin Potter. Favorite restaurant in the world right here in Peniche. Tasca de Joel. 4 minutes to go. Joanne Defay still in the lead. It did really well just being a veteran in this heat. Was able to get the block called just to start priority. Turned in her first wave of the 517 that she's still using at this part of the matchup, Jesse.
Yeah, just like I mentioned, she's very solid on her foot, doesn't ever fall, and that's what she did so far. The only difference between them, I guess, would be Sophie's wave that she found in that closeout section. She would probably be looking in something around the 6-point range that she's needing right now.
So down to 325. McCulloch with priority needing a 6.17. You go through all those mock heats in the lead up to big events, visualizing this situation, but the energy is so much crazier when you're on the championship tour, fans on the beach watching your every move. Having a tough start at Sunset Beach, knowing she needs a big result. It's a must to be in the quarters at least to even have a chance at getting past the midseason cut at Margaret River. Sophie moving ahead of Joanne Defay now. And Defay just reminding Sophie that she's right there. Just that presence can be intimidating.
The hovercraft.
Right on top.
just like she's supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's been a long day too. You know, you can imagine that they both are feeling the wear and tear of the day, you know, and when you go out into a heat like this, you're really putting yourself into that mental place of, you know, I'm going to go out and be the best surfer in the water.
And like you said, it's been a long day for them, so any little thing could turn into stress. And Sophie obviously knows that Joanne doesn't need to be right that close to her. But just the fact that she noticed that, it could play into her mind, you know? I'm not saying it is right now, but it could.
And Joanne's got to continue to apply the pressure. She doesn't want to look back on kind of relaxing towards the back end of this seed and looking back at the rest of the season, knowing that she could have produced more points on the rankings. Great event for Joanne Defay, even though she's not from Portugal. She is from Europe, so her mom and dad are here. It's a great family event for her to perform and be comfortable and just see so many familiar faces. So she wants to go a long way in this event. If she wins this heat, she will match her personal best result that she's had here in Peniche with an opportunity to go further. And with just some great decision making, I think the big story might go back to the start of the matchup. Just how important it was for Defay to get priority on the opening strike. Sophie had the fall on her big fin throw, going for broke. So she's been trying to play catch up ever since.
All she needs is a 2-turn combo right here to turn the heat.
100%.
It's not a big ask, but the time is the ask.
Yep. Finding that wave in 30 seconds.
Mason Ho said you don't lose a heat, you just run out of time.
Was it one of the best quotes ever?
That is one of the best.
That was
quotes
back
ever.
at Bell's.
I wish I had that mentality.
Down to 20 seconds. McCulloch trying to find some room. Remember, huge names out of this contest in this round, from Molly Picklum to Katie Simmers. That's number 1 and 2 in the world out, and also the defending event champion. And we will count this one out. Sophie McCulloch will feel the pressure to stay on tour as she'll head to Bell's to compete, and Joanne Defay will be in the quarterfinals to surf with Luana Silva. Let's celebrate.
Yeah,
put our hands up.
What a shot.
One of my favorite Groms on the beach.
It was all time.
Everyone else is getting ready for the Corona post show as well, with an all-star cast. Jesse Mendez, Strider Wazalewski, and Paul Evans. What a ripper he is.
Wow.
Great surf mind, great journalist.
He wrote a book.
He did. He reads a lot of books too. You can tell by his vocabulary.
Well, congratulations to Joanne Defay. Right from the start, put the stamp on it.
And just as we predicted, no mistakes, the whole freaking heat, clean.
A lot of 21 jerseys are being sold on the spot from a performance like that to represent Joanne Defay, one of her favorite surf fans, on the beach watching the quarterfinals get set up. The Corona post show coming up next to go through all the biggest moments from a big Sunday here in Peniche. We'll see you then.
As the sun dips towards the western horizon, it's time for the Corona post-show. Big talking points from a massive day of competition. We were down here early doors in pitch dark, and we've had the elements come at us today. We've seen some incredible surfing, clutch performances, a bunch of really cool talking points that all happened in front of a solid crowd down on the beach. They were really enjoying it as well. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through the big talking points of the day. Strider Wazalewski, Jesse Mendez. How are we feeling, guys?
Feeling great. Another long day. Got a lot done and looking promising for the next few days.
I'm pickled. It's been a long one.
Yeah, it's
been down here all
I
day.
feel like a lot's happened. It's been
came
emotional.
down in the
it's been
dark. I think we're
physical.
going to leave in the dark, but I think that it was fun to watch some of the best surfing of the day in that corner with all those wedgie sections. Everybody did great.
Overall, in terms of the decision to run up the beach here, Molly Les, they pretty much vindicated by the conditions we had. Some of the scores we saw go down as a great call to utilize that venue up the beach.
100%. I feel like the calls that have been made. It's very tough to make calls on events, and mostly in a place like today. And the calls that we made in the since we started the waiting period, the best surfing we had, people were in the water. So that was great effort for the team.
Yeah, the tide, as ever, a factor here in Portugal when we're talking about peak conditions coming together. When the tide is in its favourable time, that's usually reflected numerically as well in terms of the scores that go down. And we had one heat this afternoon that really just showed us just incredible numbers going down. That was an absolute highlight. It was the world champ Caroline Marks and the rookie Sawyer Lindblad, and this thing was just all fire. Wondering how Sawyer was going to react taking on the world champ. She reacted in the best possible way.
Yeah, you know what? She got to showcase the best backhand on the women's tour, and I mean, Sawyer did well. She put up some really solid numbers, but Caroline is just on the marks. It's unbelievable. And
like for a rookie, have that special of a heat and not make it, how do you bounce back from it? You have to be so strong-headed, and that's how the tour is gonna approach you. She smashed that heat, but just Caroline was unbeatable today.
Yeah, the kind of numbers that would have been good enough to get you through basically any other heat today, but coming up against the world champs, getting the bombs, throwing down all sorts of eights, just ripping the place apart.
I gotta say though, for Sawyer Lindblad to step up and surf the way that she did against, you know, a world champ, that I feel like that would give you some confidence as well though. I mean, she really did. She brought the heat, those beautiful turns. And I mean, look at that score line, over 15 points. That's solid work right there for Sawyer. So congratulations. Unfortunately, one of the Mayhems fell out today.
Caroline Marks will take on Lakey Peterson. Thinking of surfers that can benefit from the fact that we lost surfers like Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum from the draw today. Caroline Marks, one of those. Another of them is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, going from strength to strength once again, taking down Robinson.
Yeah, dominated the whole heat besides this moment right here. This is the beginning of the heat. India started very well with that 5.5, and then that on, just Betty Lou was just capitalizing every time she stood up on the board.
I really enjoyed how clean her rails were in the water. Like you were talking about it, how there was no noise in between those two turns. I mean, really beautiful rail work, fins. I mean, she had everything working in her form. I mean, just beautiful, solid surfing, and not any hiccups, no rails getting bit, no, like, you know, falling off, and really just solid surfing.
Yeah, that was amazing, and also capitalizing without priority. She got one, might have been her best wave or second best wave, with second priority, wide by India. So just shows how present in the moment she is.
Here's the bracket for quarterfinals, guys. I'd like a pick from you. What are you looking forward to here?
Quarterfinal number one for me is going to be a banger. I mean, let's power for power. So we're going to get to see some fireworks in that heat. A lot of power surfing going down and tube rides, hopefully.
I'm going to be biased right here. I'll pick quarterfinals number two. A match of Goofy and regular footer, both very good. Probably best friends on tour. It's both of them. Or I guess Betty Lou with Luana would be maybe the best friends, really, but they're very close. And like usually when you have friends on tour, it's trouble.
Yeah, there's no friends in the heat, though. And so somebody's going to have to go down, and you're going to, you know, I'm sorry, but you get to the beach and maybe hug it out. But in the water, I'm taking this.
All right, let's go and hear from Happy Joanne DeFay. She's with AJ.
Yeah, very happy indeed, Joanne. Moving on here to the quarterfinals in Peniche, but last heat of the day, what is the biggest challenge in that?
Yeah, we had a lot of like back and forth also today because we were like maybe the quarters, maybe not, maybe overlapping, maybe not. So it was just a little bit of a lot of going on and to like adaptation, I guess. And then I was waiting at the campsite, and then after I was like, oh no, I'm last heat, I have more time, so I'll just go back to my hotel. So yeah, literally tired actually. I'm just tired, but happy to make it.
Yeah, and how important is it at this point in the season to have that quarterfinals locked up?
Yeah, I mean that's the goal I guess you want at every comp, and anything you get more is like a bonus obviously for the cut, and then yeah, it's just important. It's just been my goal since I'm on tour. You know, that's what you want to make the tour again next year. And then now that the cut is like even more tight. You know, you only have 5 events, so every point is counting, I guess.
So with that though, coming back up to a crowd that has been so excited to see you all day long, what kind of extra energy does that give you?
Yeah, I love it here. I mean, there was so many people on the beach today in Peniche. Thank you for everyone for coming down and watching us. And I don't know, it was a beautiful day after the storm, and it's just nice to be in Europe, and a lot of people are speaking French. It just feels good.
Is there anything you want to say to friends and fans who are not here on the beach back at home?
Sure. Yeah, guys, thank you for watching too. I'm thinking of you. Thank you for family and friends at home, and hi to my husband at home. I love you.
Congratulations, Joanne.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Euro representation from Joanne Defay. Absolutely delighted to be back here for quarterfinals. A tough heat to get out of, the last one of the day, and a solid performance from her. Of course, if you are going to go deep into any event, particularly quarterfinals and beyond, you're going to need to have good equipment. We've always got an eye on the CT Shaper rankings. One of those shapers is, of course, Channel Islands, Britt Merrick. Let's go and find out a little bit more insight on Lakey Peterson's equipment.
Okay.
All right. Let's look at this thing.
Portugal blade.
Portugal blade.
Obviously, it's CI Pro.
CI Pro.
CI Pro for me has been the most reliable all-arounder. And a wave like Portugal that's so like bowly and cuppy and quick and dumpy. Yeah. I just feel like it's been super nice for how responsive it is, because it's got a fair bit of rocker, this board, right?
Yeah. That's what I think is a good match for Portugal with this board, is there's so much curve in the CI Pro, so much rocker curve nose to tail, that it really works in those cuppy waves. Yeah. You know what I mean? And the key with that sort of wave is you're not really needing to generate speed, you have to control speed. So this board, as I tuned it for Portugal, I was having in mind like the board sitting in the water, feeling super connected and solid off the bottom. Get off the bottom, get underneath the hook, or do those really tight turns that you do, or those big hacks in the face, but like the curve of the rocker fitting into those cuppy waves. And then like the rails too, I've kind of been working on your rails a lot this year. Yeah. You know, you're pretty, I see the smirk on your face.
Because they're different than everyone else. I know, I know.
You like a really forgiving round rail through the middle and the front of the board, which makes a lot of sense. But I've been concentrating on this area right here and tuning it. And by doing that, I've just given you a bit more bevel, a bit more tuck, and like a bit more of an extreme edge back there. Yeah. And what that allows the board to do is roll over really quickly. Right when you're rolling it over on that spot to go up the face, it really sort of enables that and makes that a quicker transition.
Which again then makes so much sense for somewhere like Portugal that's so fast, where that's like almost the most important thing out there half the days. Because unless you're just getting barreled, it's like you better get to that lip so quick, otherwise the wave is done. You don't have time like a Bells or something like that you can kind of hold. So that makes so much sense for Portugal and this board choice for there.
And then also like this last year, I've increased the flip off the tail behind the back fin. So with that flip behind the fin, that sort of area of the rocker comes out of play when you're in those transitions through the top of the lip. As opposed to if that rocker was still in the water, now you're kind of dragging that through the water and it drags things out. So now that's so much flip that it comes, when you're up here, it's really kind of out of the water. And so the water releases off the end of the board more quickly and you come around more quickly.
I feel like that's been truly the biggest thing we've worked on, is finding like something at times when I need a board that's more drivey to like have it be more drivey, but also still turn on a dime, which is really what this board has been amazing for.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. All right, well, let's go win Portugal.
Sounds good.
Yeah, buddy.
See you there.
Fascinating insights there, not only from Britt about the board itself, but also with how dialed in Lakey is with this venue, actually. She knows exactly where she wants to be on the ways out here. That was impressive.
The way that they were talking about rocker and, you know, that you don't need to generate speed, but you need to control the speed was really interesting. And the articulating the, you know, all those little elements through that, they both had a really good point.
Totally, and you got to find that perfect balance, like in everywhere you go, you know, like you want to have that flattered deck to get the drive down, go through flatter sections, but also you want to curve, you want to pivot, you get critical, because the judges love to see that. So it's the balance where you find it, you know, and it seems like they're finding magic right there.
Of course, it hasn't all been about the women today. We did run the men's elimination round, and some surprised faces to see Gabriel Medina having to go to the elimination round and do work. He did pretty impressive work.
Yeah, he looked like he was ready for battle. I mean, look at him. I really enjoy Medina and his surfing. He seems like a calmer human these days, but once he gets a little taste of some blood in the water, I mean, he just turns into a shark and catches every wave that he sniffs out.
And when you're sitting out there with him surfing and you see those small waves pass by that doesn't look good and he just capitalizes and gets sevens, you're just lost. Like, what do I do, you know? So it's very hard to compete against someone that can, overdo everything you try and to make it happen.
Making it look bigger than it is. Ryan Callanan is an unbelievable surfer, has been surfing out of his skin. Unfortunately, couldn't come down with the second place finish because that's what it was for, as Silva just crushed it.
Yeah, Silva capitalizing on Gabriel's mistake, paddle for the wave before. Gabriel lost priority, and that wave came to Silva in the 2 minutes left. Just a beauty. Made the most of it. Aggressive surfing, very fast on his foot. Kept reflexes. That was beautiful.
So there we go, Medina and Silva. They advanced from that elimination round. We lost Ryan Callanan. How crucial could that heat prove to be for Gabriel Medina in terms of the context of his season? Well, we'll find out as the rest of this event plays out. Who else are we looking forward to from the men's side of the draw? What heat are you guys liking the look of?
You can start.
I'm really looking at Griffin Colapinto and Eli Henneman. I mean, those two guys are firecrackers. One of them's kind of a little more poppy and radical. The other one's a little smoother and drawn out, and I can't wait to see those two kind of collide in that heat.
Who you liking, Jesse?
I'm going to take my brothers from another mothers, Maggie and Gabe. Right foot forward, both right close from home. I mean, if we have some light winds or maybe even northeast winds, we might see them blow up after getting spat out and maybe some huge airs. That would be pretty fun to watch.
Guaranteed. That's going to be epic.
Yeah, we could be looking at a really fun day. Already behind us, things are cleaned up. Since we've been on air, actually, with Corona post-show, so a lot of promising stories yet to come tomorrow. We're still enjoying what went down today, though, and it's time to talk about our wave of the day. And a clear standout, really, in terms of not only the surfing that went down, but just overall the way these two competed, the way they matched each other, topped each other. But ultimately, it had to be our world champ, Caroline Marks, who absolutely tore this place apart.
You know, when you're going above the 8-point mark and you're putting in multiple radical turns in with the board placement perfectly up into that zone, I mean, it was just unbelievable to watch her place her. She places her board so well almost every time.
And that comes from her bottom turns. Like, she can hold that rail on the bottom turn for so long. It's special. It's impressive. That's why has some comparisons with Aki, because both of them are amazing at bottom turns, just relaying on and, aggressive.
Cara Lupo, they call her.
Another former event winner here, looking to rekindle some of that. A world champ as well. Pastel skies in the afternoon as things calm down considerably on a weather-battered event, and now we look forward with some degree of increased confidence. Actually, forecast just getting slightly better and better, guys.
We like that, you know. I mean, you can see it kind of dropping off there and having the lull with that's actually a good thing here, because when the swell kind of calms down a bit and the winds come around, things get really good.
And also the best thing about it is just we're going to have better winds. Winds are going to be much lighter tomorrow and the next day. And even though it's slowing down a bit, we still have a west enough swell to wrap it in Super Tuba. So
and then Wednesday's looking like it's offshore again in the morning and a little bit bigger, so a little bit of a bump. That could be part of finals day as well. We'll find out.
Our surf line forecast hopefully promising us 3 days of offshore. Tomorrow could be the biggest day of all. Could see some big tubes go down. Really excited about the rest of this event and some great looking matchups yet to come. Still sticking with today though, and everything we saw that went down. Time to dive into it and look at our top 5 moments from the day. There was a lot to pick through here, but the heat that we saw go down, well, it was the old goofy foot encounter, and we talked about the fact we're quite surprised to see Medina in this one. We needed this guy to get a result, and the buzzer beater from David Silva, really impressive.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing, and all goofy footers affair right there. That's very fun to watch, mostly if you're right foot forward. And David just a buzzer beater under pressure, not having the best results so far this year, so impressive from him to pull that off.
Yeah, not to mention Medina not having the results, right? So we really got to put that in perspective. They both needed to get through that heat.
More goofy energy here from Tati.
Oh, yeah, we love it. Tati, you know, I'll take this one because, you know, for obvious reasons for you, Jesse, but I was really impressed. She got the ball rolling and never stopped. I mean, that's what we love about Tati. Once she gets going, she looks comfortable, she looks free and loose, and that's the Tati that's dangerous.
Yeah, and sometimes the heats just go your way, you know, like you start and things start going your way, you just got to capitalize, because it's not always that you're going to have Sally Fitzgibbon just catch one wave the whole heat in a 5.5. So make the most of it, take advantage.
A statement performance from this woman. Tyler Wright didn't have a great start to the season. Today could be the day she turned that around. She absolutely ripped out here.
She did, and you know what? Her post-heat explanation of where she's at mentally and physically was amazing. I mean, there was so much information in that. So if you get a chance, go back and check that out. But this was, you know, some great surfing, solid, you know, and looked like she was back to being in form.
So many storylines. And in terms of Shreddy Lou and what she's been able to do on the North Shore, she didn't want to change it around. She just wanted to keep it going. That's exactly what she did today, Jesse.
I mean, how consistent she has been throughout this year. It's pretty impressive. She's not #1 in the rankings, but I got to say, like, the surfer with maybe the least mistakes all year long might have been her. Like, the level of confidence she's carrying, how she's able to capitalize in crucial moments on the heat, and beautiful surfing. Like, she's looking great.
She might be #1 after this event.
She could be, yeah. I mean, she has chances.
Is on fire.
Betty Lou looking really, really good. Looking to capitalize on the fact the surfers ahead of her in the ratings, like Picklum and like Simmers, have gone out, as did this woman. Once again, Caroline Marks' statement performance today, finding bombs and surfing like this, the #1 moment of the day. She was excellent.
I love Jesse's analysis of how long she can hold the bottom turn, keep it on rail, and just react to when she needs to place the board. Right on the money there, Jesse.
Yes, and like you can't take it like all the rest that she's done, but bottom turns are very underrated. They're so hard to do, and that's what sets you up for, look at this whole wave. Everything came from a perfect bottom turn, and that's what gave her the best score. This back-to-back for major maneuvers, getting excellent.
Caroline Marks looking very good value indeed. Well, we talked about the forecast and how good it looks for tomorrow. And generally, when we get a good surf forecast, that means set your alarms early tomorrow morning. How are we feeling about an early start, guys? You up for it? Should we do it?
100%. We'll be straight to bed right after this.
So we're going to come back 6:45 call tomorrow morning for a 7 o'clock start. So up bright and early in the morning, worldsurfleague.com. We're hoping for a big, big day of competition. Hopefully some big tubes right behind us right here as we anticipate coming back to our main venue at Super Tubos. We'll send you out some highlights from a big day of competition. Thank you, Strider and Jesse. I look forward to the pleasure of your company tomorrow, guys.
Thank you, boys. Great day.
Have a good one, everyone. Yee.
can see it in your eyes, it's the right time. You wanna lose yourself, you wanna go wild. Yeah, the rhythm is addicted to the bass line. You make the lyrics so delicious cause you're so fine. Go ahead with your bad self, put on the show. Oh, 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 oh. If you wanna party, I got what you want, what you're looking for, everything and more.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.